Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is An Eagle Among Lions in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 74, Nor the Battle to the Strong. The dull, droning hum of machinery permeated research facility Omega, the air buzzing and crackling with simmering electricity and the tense, fraught, anxious sense of impending danger. The echoes of machinery rang out from concrete wall to concrete wall as the gate at the end of the production floor stood, the shimmering curtain of white light within it rippling like water. Kronia squinted at the computer screen as she sat in the control room, her cold prosthetic hand occasionally leaving her chin to scroll a few more entries down through the time gate's activation records, the other hand jotting down each entry into a notebook to note the target date and time. The coordinates were always the same. Down below, the Fellstar's old man, his irritating little apprentice Barnaclehead, and their pet beast woman Cat P stepped into the portal and vanished. She had half a mind to deactivate the gate right then and there and strand those stupid surface dwellers in the past, just for a laugh, but somehow that idea no longer appealed to her as much as it would have before. Kronia. She put a name and a face to the soft, whimpering little voice that snuck up on her from behind. Cabbage boy. She turned around and set down her quill pen. What is it? She sighed. I just thought you'd want to know that Ingrid's all right, he said. Kronia bristled. What's that supposed to mean? She sneered. Well, you were her bodyguard for a while, weren't you? I'm not anymore. Ingrid's well-being is her business now. She turned around and went back to her work. If it could even be called work. What the hell had Claude been thinking, whitelisting her serial number in the gate's security system? Thales could show up here at any minute, and yet the Fellstar was insistent that she stay up here doing gatekeeper work instead of bolstering the facility's defenses with the rest of White Fang and sharpening her dagger for her next chance to stab it in her dear old dad's back. But a little part of her did feel a little at ease to hear that Ingrid was okay. She'd always been fun to mess with, and if Kronia had to be completely honest, there was something almost endearing about her. She'd have made a good Kronia, if only she hadn't had the misfortune of being born to those primitive surface dweller beasts. So, what was wrong with her? She asked in spite of herself. Setting down his bow and quiver, Cabbage Boy took a seat on one of the other chairs near the console. She just needed some rest and something to settle her stomach, he said, and Kronia thanked the gods he didn't possess the kind of guile or snide attitude that some of his peers possessed. Pretty boy, pink pigtails, or the prototype would have been merciless. Yet there was just the hint of an insufferable little smile on his lips. What she said she saw, a world without a sky. I can't even begin to picture it. Though, as unnerved as she was, I still think I'd like to see it. A world without a sky, huh? She chuckled. Nothing new to me. She went back to squinting at the computer screen and writing down her findings so that these primitive humans could read them. I don't know how you can just stare at that thing, Cabbage Boy commented. What, the computer? I guess I shouldn't be surprised, Kronia scoffed. You're the one with defective eyes here. Down in Shamhala, everything is on screens like these. You get used to them. He frowned, perhaps hurt by the defective eyes comment. Yeah, someone like you would never get past the selection process if you needed those just to see your hand in front of your face, she added. If I needed glasses, I'd have been flushed right away. He wrinkled his nose. Flushed? He asked, an apprehensive curl to his lip. Yeah, flushed. That's what happens to you if you die during the selection process, or you fall under the recycling threshold, she explained. They remove your synthetic creststone, and the rest of your body gets processed into a homogeneous pink slurry and mixed in with the rest of the raw material in the replicant fabrication vats. He stared at her, aghast, his eyes boggling behind his glasses. His jaw hung slack. Kronia, that's horrible. It's efficient, she said. There's very little waste in Shamhala. We have to have a very rigorous quality assurance process to make certain our agents are the best of the best. If only you humans did it. He turned even whiter and put a hand over his mouth. I've heard enough, he moaned. Wait, but no, you humans can't recycle flesh as easily as we can, Kronia continued, delighted by his growing nausea. I mean, there'd be less of you running around, though. That'd be good for us. Well, not for us, he retorted. People don't deserve to die just because they're weak. It's true that I can't see much without these, he added, removing the glasses from his face and wiping their lenses on his cloak, but because I do have these, I can use my talents to help people. There may have been plenty of skilled and intelligent replicants in Shamhala who never had a chance to prove their worth because of how your people treat them. Maybe if you used things like glasses instead of culling anyone who needed them, your society would be less broken. Kronya rolled her eyes. Whose fault is it we all had to run underground and live in some disgusting, dilapidated military bunker for the past 2,000 years? That's not our fault. I know, but, Cabbage Boy sighed and slumped his shoulders. I'm sorry. I hope I didn't insult you. I'm just saying that your people probably deprived themselves of a lot of bright, kind people because of their high standards. People who could have done great things. People who could have helped. Sure, she grumbled, rolling her eyes. What would they have done to you if you'd lost your arm before you joined us? Could they have built a prosthetic, like Hephaestus did? Or would they have just gotten rid of you? She rapped her metal knuckles against the console's metal frame. I cut my arm off so I could replace 5-3 and collect intel on Hephaestus, remember? I knew I was getting a new one. Well, he paused, taken aback. Well, how do you think she felt, losing her arm in battle like that? If that's how your people do things, then wasn't she worried we'd throw her aside because of her injury? I don't know, she retorted. And they gave my old arm to her anyway, so no harm, no foul. She crossed her arms over her chest. 5-3 had been upset about her arm, and moody in a decidedly un-Kronya-like way, withdrawn, reserved, aloof, but that could have been chalked up to her advanced age. Kronya models were recycled after 4 or 5 years at latest, by the hand of some liberationist saboteur, though 5-3 been allowed to live on another 10 years, and had gotten a little strange as a result. She was a Kronya in every way that mattered, just not quite. She'd never actually met a disabled Kronya before, come to think of it. Most Kronyas didn't live long enough for it to happen, and if one was that badly injured in combat, she would just keep fighting until she died anyway. Cabbage Boy furrowed his brow and leaned forward in his chair. Well, can you imagine? If you'd lost your arm in battle, and you were afraid we'd have just let you die for it instead of taking care of you. Kronya sighed. This was becoming irritating. She wasn't used to asking herself this many questions. A shame that a weakling like Cabbage Boy would be so easy to kill, and yet if she slew him she'd hardly have to lift a finger. The Fellstar's terrible blade would chop her into bits in an instant. Will you stop talking if I agree with you? I can just stop talking now if you'd like, he said, a crestfallen frown on his face. But... yeah, I'd like that a lot. She turned her back on him, focused her attention back on the computer screen, and returned to her work. He leaned just a little closer to her. Is there anything I can do to help? She pretended to ignore him. Oh, did you say something? I wasn't paying attention, I was thinking about worms. Worms slowly eating you to death. Like the pathetic little worm you are. Okay. He stood up. There's plenty else I can do elsewhere. Wait. Actually, for some inexplicable reason, she took her notebook and handed it over to him. If you're so smart, maybe you could take a look at my notes for me. All right. He gingerly reached out, his hand trembling a bit. He paused just before taking hold of it, as though expecting a trap, then took hold of it. For a while, he looked over her notes, his brown eyes roving back and forth as he went over each row. Kronya watched his lips move ever so slightly as he read. Stupid humans, most of them that could read, they couldn't do so without moving their lips. Judging from the records, he mused, Thales and Pitacus have been sending the facility's staff to the same room for about 8 hours in total, across 7 portal sessions. All that to clear out the weapons cache. That's about 30 minutes per mobile suit, Kronya pointed out, feeling a little bit proud as she turned her head to glance at the technological colossi standing throughout the facility's production floor. Without advanced technology, moving half that many mobile suits could have taken a day or two. Just the thought of these primitive insects trying to haul these things around with ropes and horses made her smile. The first session started at 2:30 in the morning on the 3rd of the Guardian moon, Cabbage Boy continued, adjusting his glasses, and the last one ended at 20 past 10. Wait, that can't be right. That's destination time, she pointed out. The time on the other side of the gate. Oh. He scratched his head. What's this note you transcribed here, about having everything finished by noon? I don't know. She shrugged. I was hoping you could tell me. He stared at her, blinking bemusedly. I am sorry, he said, mustering a nervous laugh, but I don't know what you'd think I'd know about that. Well, theorize something. I don't know, maybe that's when whoever owned the weapons cache was going to come back, and they didn't want to get caught. We should ask Vul, he'd probably have a better idea. He studied the notes some more. The portal Claude had you open goes back to the day before, at around 1 o'clock. I wonder what was going on during those 13 hours, and why he wanted to go there. He pulled out the bag at his side and rifled through it for his rations. Excuse me, he said. I hope you don't mind if I eat, but it's been a while since breakfast. Kronia felt her stomach twist itself into a knot in her mouth water. Yes, she said, licking her lips, it has. She reached down into her own pack and felt for her own personal supply of jerky and hardtack. She did have to give surface dwellers credit for one thing, even their rations were delicious. Oh, no. In all the chaos, I must have lost my rations. Cabbage Boy gasped. Oh, he said. Oh, I'm so sorry. Here, why don't you take half of mine? Are you sure? Your big friend gets so upset when you don't eat enough. It's fine, he said, shaking his head. I'm not that hungry, anyway. Before she could even begin to fake protest, he'd shoved half of his supply of venison sticks into her hands. She tore into one of them with frenzied, famished gusto, ripping it in half with her teeth. Oh, thank you, she said, mush-mouthed, as she chewed the tough meat into a fine, salty paste. Thank you so much. He was so gullible and so guileless. Now she had 50% more delicious rations. It's nothing, he sheepishly told her, nibbling on the corner of one of his remaining pieces. We wouldn't let one of our own starve. You know, you spent about 4 or 5 months with us, pretending to be Glenn, but we hardly know you at all. Kronia rolled her eyes. He really couldn't quit it with the sanctimonious attitude, could he? They ate in silence for a while, the minutes passing laboriously as muted and indistinct chatter from below drifted up to the control room. You know, you talk about how kind and caring you creatures are, she finally told him as she started on her last stick of jerky, that he knew of, but you're always killing each other, too. And doing all sorts of other unspeakable things. A sardonic little giggle dropped from her lips as she cradled her chin in her hand and rolled the rest of her strip of jerky between her fingers. Things even us replicants won't do. You're just more wasteful and less efficient, that's all. He sighed. Yeah, he admitted. We do a lot of awful things to each other, don't we? But we still care about being kind to people. Come on. Don't tell me you've never taken pride or joy in cutting someone down with a sword, or peppering a body full of arrows. Come on. When you see the life ebbing from someone's body, and you know that you're the one responsible, it feels good, doesn't it? No. For a moment, Cabbage Boy's brow furrowed, and he looked almost angry. I don't take pride in killing. If I have to fight, I will, but I won't enjoy it. The only good feeling I've ever felt has been relief. Relief, knowing it was either them or me, or someone I cared about. Not pride, or joy. And you've never been happy about another person's death before? What about that purple guy's father? Wasn't he responsible for your friend's parents' deaths? Didn't you feel happy when you heard how he died? That was just a rumor, he insisted. And besides, I could never feel happy that Count Gloucester is dead. I can only imagine how horrible Lawrence feels about losing his father. He sighed and set away the rest of his food. For all the problems our society has, it's not like Shamhala. It hasn't completely suppressed our ability to be good to other people. Not yet. If you say so, Kronia sighed. She finished her last bite, then turned back to her computer, squinting at the screen to resolve the letters into clear shapes. Kronia, Cabbage Boy spoke up. What? She snapped. You keep squinting at that computer thing. Are you sure your eyes don't hurt? I told you, everyone in Shambhala is used to using screens like this. It doesn't hurt. I used to squint like that while reading, he said, before my parents found out I needed glasses. I was lucky business had been good that summer, and they could afford to have a pair made for me. I needed some awfully thick lenses. I remember seeing the leaves on a tree a dozen paces away for the first time and being shocked. He chuckled, then slipped his glasses off the bridge of his nose. Maybe you could try them out? They might be a little strong for you. But you never know, they might help. Fine. I'll humor you. She pulled back her bangs and brushed the hair out of her eye, then took the glasses and slid them over the bridge of her nose. At once, she felt just a little dizzy. The lenses were thick, and her vision blurred painfully around the edges. She could already feel the beginnings of a headache coming along. But when she looked out the window, what was left of it, she could read all the emblems printed on the nearest mobile suit's armor. She could never, ever let Cabbage Boy know. I must look pretty stupid in these, she grumbled. He squinted as hard as he possibly could. His brow furrowed. His nose wrinkled. He frowned intensely. For what it's worth, I don't think you look stupid, he concluded. From what you can tell, she said. She turned back to the console. The screen's contents were so much crisper now. And all it cost was a little migraine. She resisted the urge to press her fingertips to her temples or close her eyes. Now, give them back, Cabbage Boy said. Give what back? She asked innocently. He frowned. My glasses, he answered, incredulous. You're wearing them right now. She cocked her head. Does it look like I'm wearing your glasses right now? She teased him. Well, I mean, I can barely see. So it doesn't. How do you know I'm wearing your glasses right now? Because I gave them to you. Well, what if I threw them away? Cabbage Boy leaped to his feet. Oh, enough already, he cried out, raising and hardening his soft voice. Even I can only put up with this for so long. Why do you have to work so hard to make people regret being nice to you? Before Kronia could fire back a retort, she felt a baleful presence intrude upon the control room. She turned her head toward the ruined door and found herself staring up at the Fell Star itself, the grotesque beast's vessel she had for months been forced to call Professor. How are things going up here? The Fell Star asked her. She rolled her eyes. Greetings, Professor. Nothing to report, she chirped, putting on the snidest sing-song voice she could muster. Cabbage Boy looked over to the Fell Star and squinted at her. Professor? Oh, if it's not too much trouble. The Fell Star looked at how he was squinting, then stared Kronia right in the eyes. Her monstrous green irises gleamed like cursed emeralds, glowing like radioactive decay. Kronia, give Ignatz back his glasses. Kronia looked to him, then looked to her, then placed a hand over her heart, widening her mouth in shock. You think these are his glasses? No. There's just been a misunderstanding. I've had this pair all along, and I was helping him look for his, because he lost his. Do you need glasses? The Fell Star asked her, crossing her arms. She let out a nervous laugh. What? Of course not, Professor. There's no way a Kronia would make it in Shambhala with anything less than perfect 20/20 vision. I have better eyesight than any of you poor saps, since we don't have to do all our reading by candlelight. Okay. Give him his glasses back, then. But they're obviously his. She was defeated and she knew it. She grumbled a curse under her breath and took off Cabbage Boy's glasses. At once, the world diminished, and the farther end of the facility vanished into a mush of blurry color. Fine. Here, Cabbage Boy, she said, handing them to him. Cabbage Boy let out a relieved sigh as he put his glasses back on, blinking against the light. Thank you, Professor, he said. He spared a sour, betrayed glance at Kronia, which she drank up like fine wine. I'm sorry you had to come all the way up here for this. The Fell Star shook her head. It's nothing. I wanted to check up on my students. Kronia wanted to gag. The Fellstar's dogged insistence on calling her a student always struck her as willful ignorance and oddly patronizing to boot. Also, Gwyn and Alpin wanted to see the control room, the Fellstar added, stepping aside as the two Vuls working for the Liberationists made their way into the room. Kronia called them Vul 1 and Vul 2, though they went by, human names. Did they have no pride? "Thank you, Fellstar," said Vul 1. "Much appreciated, Mint Woman," said Vul 2. He cleared his throat. "We noticed that the gate control software automatically corrects for the rotation of the planet, so all those extra equations on the slip of paper shouldn't have been necessary. So we plugged them into a physics sandbox," Vul 1 added, raising an eyebrow from the Fellstar, "and determined that the portal's destination is not of this Earth, but is in fact a point on a rotating cylinder which is, itself, orbiting the planet at a distance of roughly 250,000 miles. The Fellstar, Cabbage Boy, and Kronia all stared at him. "What?" Kronia said. "Which led to us doing some digging on the facility intranet," Vul 2 explained. "We found the original classified white paper for Operation Antediluvium. Only the most privileged of Thales' inner circle knew its true destination. It's an artificial satellite like a moon," Vul 1 concluded, "that was planned to be dropped onto the Fellstar's head at exactly 12 noon on the 3rd of Jan, the Guardian moon 2500 years ago." The Fellstar's jaw dropped. Few things seemed to surprise her, but this did. Kronia suppressed the urge to start cackling. Drop a space colony on the false god's head? Antediluvian humans certainly had panache. "Exactly 12 noon, Cabbage Boy mused. "That's the deadline the notes in here have." "And when did the portal Claude made go?" the Fellstar asked, her radioactive eyes hard, her hand already falling to the hilt of the terrible bony sword at her hip. Kronia felt a pit open up in her stomach, her instincts warning her that at any moment this beast could cut her down. "The day before," Cabbage Boy answered timidly, "at 1 in the afternoon. Almost a full day earlier." "Dimitri, Edelgard, and Claude are there?" Byleth asked. There was an iron bite to her voice, but a little bit of a quaver to it. She cared too much about those brats, insofar as a creature like her was capable of such a thing. Cabbage Boy looked over Kronia's shoulder to the production floor. His eyes lit up. "Hey, it looks like Captain Geralt and the others are back," he exclaimed, but his excitement died down immediately. "And, only them," he added, his tone sobered. He slung his quiver over his shoulder and picked up his bow. Byleth's mouth gaped open in shock. "Oh, no," she murmured, and she and Cabbage Boy promptly fled from the control room, their boots pounding on the stairs as they made their way down to the production floor. "You mud people can't do anything right," Kronia groaned as she slumped over in her chair. So much for Edel and Dimitri. She would almost miss Edel, she thought, if only because losing her would make all her friends complete bores, while she couldn't care less about Dimitri. A part of her did feel a pang of worry about Claude, but he most certainly could take care of himself, and probably already had. He'd probably gotten everything worked out the second he'd found that letter from himself in the control room. He wasn't like those primitive Fodlanish people. Almira wasn't much of a civilization from Agartha's perspective, but it was light years ahead of the Nabateans' little fiefdom, and he swam in the river of time like a fish. Alert. Session operational uptime now past 70 minutes. Safe operational threshold. Plasma window integrity is at 98% and falling. Cooldown cycle must be engaged within 3 minutes to prevent automatic hard system shutdown. Disengage portal session immediately. As the automated monitoring system's voice rang out through the facility, Kronia tabbed out of the activation records, moving over to the main controls for the gate. Even these computers were primitive compared to Shamhala. No holographic user interface, no touch screens, monochromatic displays, command prompts. The system prompted her with an annoying pop-up window to log back on, and with a sigh she got up, placed her right hand against the console's palm scanner, and held her face up close to the retinal scanner. There was a little chime and the main controls became accessible. With a flurry of keystrokes she deactivated the gate. The omnipresent hum that had filled the room grew deeper and deeper until it stopped as the machinery shut down. Portal disengaged. Session operational uptime, 70 minutes, 22 seconds. Plasma window integrity at 96%. Cooldown cycle engaged. With the gate shut down, Kronia followed the Fellstar and Cabbage Boy downstairs and found them speaking with Old Man, Barnacle Head, and Cat P in front of the now inert arch. There was a sign of a struggle, Old Man said, scratching his haggard, scraggly face, in a forest just south of the weapons cache. Happy could catch the kids' scents. Leone tracked them back the way we came, but before we went any farther, Vool's little clock reminded us that we were short on time, he added, producing a digital watch Vool had let him borrow and showing the numbers on its face ticking down to 0. So we hightailed it back. And in the nick of time, huh? The Fellstar made a glum little nod to show she understood. We'll have to open the portal again, Barnacle Head spoke up. It looks like the 3 of them were captured and dragged off somewhere, but we need more time to search. I've had about all I can stand of that place, Cat P mumbled, looking more than a little green around the gills. I'll volunteer for the next expedition, Cabbage Boy offered. The words had hardly left his mouth before Ingrid came sprinting up beside them, panting like a dog as she doubled over with her hands on her knees. One of the physicians from the Imperial Mage Corps came running after her, weakly whimpering words of caution and protest. P. Professor. Captain Geralt. Where's Elle? I mean. Edelgard? Where is she? Old man cringed. We haven't found her or Dimitri yet, he said, but we have. Open the portal again, Ingrid told the Fellstar. Please. I'll go in next, I've had a little rest, and I can handle it this time. The Fellstar closed her terrible eyes and took a deep breath. Before we put together the next team, she said, I'll. Her eyes flew open and she staggered back as though struck, her hands flying to her head as a sharp and pained cry escaped her lips. Across the facility, Pink Pigtails, who was, of course, lazing around with Prototype and Sadsack, cried out and slumped to the floor in sympathy. Old Man rushed over to steady her before she could drop to the floor like a sack of potatoes. You all right, kiddo? As he and Cat P helped her back up to her feet, her eyes fluttered open, lips moving silently for a few moments as a worried look darkened her bright eyes. That's never happened before, she mumbled. What hasn't? Cat P asked her. The hell are you talking about, Chatterbox? Was it one of those time travel things? Barnacle Head asked. But now that the tests are over, those shouldn't be happening, right? It's nothing, the Fellstar said, though she was visibly perturbed, as though such a thing were possible. Yes, we'll have to send out another team after them when the gate, in an instant, her demeanor completely and utterly changed. Everybody, scatter, she bellowed, wrenching her sword from her side just before a lance of black fire roared through the air out of the facility's yawning front gate. The beam of roiling, crackling dark magic struck her blade and splintered. Kronia felt Ingrid's hand brush against the scruff of her neck and was thrown off her feet onto the floor. The Fellstar's gritted teeth split in a monstrous, bestial roar tore itself from her throat as she struggled to parry the ethereal torrent that splashed off her terrible blade. The torrent ceased and the Fellstar was hurled backward onto the raised platform behind her, her relic falling from her hand and tumbling to the floor. Bye! Old Man shouted out, stomping up the ramp to her side. The rest of White Fang was quick to take defensive positions in front of the gate. What's going on? Cabbage Boy hissed, knocking an arrow to his bow as the meat girl and the big one flocked to his sides. It's Thales, Feely muttered darkly, drawing 2 long, slender blades from their scabbards. Electricity, cobalt blue, arced through the air off the steel. He was right. Kronia could feel a primal fear welling up within herself. It was a fear of punishment, a fear of discipline. She only ever felt this way when he was present. The Prototype stood front and center. Everybody, stand back, she commanded the others, raising her breathy voice above its usual near whisper. The violet glow of her arcane crystal armor flared underneath her cloak as she raised the crossbow affixed to her forearm and its wings swung into place. Get behind me. Her friend, the little one who liked to sing stupid songs and punch things, rushed over to her. Merci, no. Another beam of black and violet light and fire tore through the air just a fraction of a second before the Prototype fired a bolt of crackling black lightning from her crossbow, striking the beam head-on. A burst of black light erupted where the 2 beams collided and let out a thunderous roar. The overpowering metallic scent of burnt ozone settled in the air. The prototype staggered backward. 2 shots, she breathed in between gasps for air. It should take her a while to regain her strength for another volley. Pretty Boy stared at her and wrinkled his scarred, crooked nose. Take who? The woman who helped invent this armor, she said. Cooldown cycle complete. All systems nominal. Portal is now cleared. The automated voice was interrupted by another. Thale's voice rang out through the production floor, tolling like a terrible and booming bell, its cold and contemptuous tone a dagger's edge. Attention, surviving research facility Omega personnel. This is Supremagus Thea of the Order of Epimenides, head of the Council for Agarthan Restoration, Thales Generation 3 Unit 42. At the sound of that voice, Kronia felt her core leap into her throat and her knees grow weak under her weight, and she felt herself shudder with a violent chill as though someone had upended a vat of liquid nitrogen over her head. She nearly fell to her knees, but clenched her jaw and steeled herself. Where's that voice coming from? Feely snapped, his eyes darting across the room as the voice echoed through the vast chamber. It came from every corner of the room, and Kronia could tell that it was ringing out in the barracks and the computer labs as well. Thales must have remotely connected to the facility's intercom system, or he was somewhere in the building at this very moment. The voice felt like a needle in her brain, a hot needle, digging itself deeper and deeper. For those of you who still live who have not died valiantly in battle against the beasts of the surface world, I offer you one last chance to redeem yourselves, Thales continued. Free yourselves from your bonds and join me in battle by any means necessary, and you shall be pardoned of the crime of surrender, for which the penalty is death. Glory to mankind. Shit, Cat P said. As shouts began to ring out from the barracks, a column of red light burst from the floor in the scorched center of the production floor, and 4 figures clad in jet black armor stepped out from within it as it shattered into wispy crimson sparks. One was massive, easily 2 meters tall. He carried an obsidian black greatsword just as tall as he was, its blade so wide that from the right angle it looked like a battle axe and its edges glowing a baleful red. Another hid a willowy figure underneath her armor, which had split apart to reveal a sickly green glow underneath that was slowly fading to gray. Her unhelmeted head showed a withered, sallow face and a curtain of wispy silver hair. The third was clad in black mage's robes adorned with gold filigree, his cowl peaked and pointed, wearing the characteristic crow's head face mask of Agarthan mages and carrying a squirming black bundle over his shoulder. Kronia recognized all 3 of them: Milan, Periander, and Odes, several of Thales' new top lieutenants. And the 4th, of course. He wore black armor adorned with feathers, and a tattered black and scarlet cape, but his face was uncovered, revealing a face Kronia had heard many people call dashing or handsome over the time she'd called its owner father. It was a face framed by wavy locks of indigo hair and boasting a neatly trimmed mustache above a roguish smile. But the face and the body was marred now, thanks to Claude, and the beauty of the disguise Thales had taken such great pains to get so perfectly right was spoiled. A black eye patch covered one of his eyes, and where his right hand should have been was a crude prosthetic. Its designer had been no Hephaestus, that was for sure. That seemed to be a repurposed claw from a piece of industrial mining equipment bolted to the bone and wired directly to his nerves. Its 4-pronged metal fingers grasped the hilt of a long and ornate broadsword adorned with 2 coal-black artificial crest stones set into its blade, the magic blade Ridile, an early prototype for the hero's relics. Ah, it feels like I was only here yesterday. Thales lifted his head and looked around. You've redecorated, he noted, speaking in the voice of Rodrigakil Frildarius, every contempt-saturated syllable making Kronia's skin crawl. I don't like it. Feely moved to attack, and Kronia shook off her terror and drew her dagger from her hip. This was her chance. Wait, the Fellstar called out as she pulled herself up and joined the others. He has a hostage. How perceptive of you, Fellstar, Thales snarled. Now, where is my darling niece? I don't see her among you, he cocked his head. Oh, has some unfortunate fate befallen her and her irritating vassal? Ingrid brandished her lance. How dare you, she seethed. That would be a yes? How terrible. But I had expected as much. A shame, though, that she isn't here to see what I'm about to show you all. He grinned wickedly. I do apologize for my tardiness. I had to make a stop in Ordalia on the way here. He motioned to the mage, who dropped the squirming bundle slung over his shoulder none too gently on the floor and ripped the black cloak away from it, revealing a trussed-up girl probably around 15 or 16, bound at the wrists and ankles and gagged, with long wine dark red hair. The rest of White Fang were nonplussed except for Pink Pigtails, who let out a horrified scream. A single name tore itself from her throat. Lysithea. The girl, who must have been Lysithea whoever the hell that was, squirmed and let out a frightened moan muffled by the gag in her mouth. Cabbage Boy's face had turned white. Lysithea, oh, goddess. That's Arcturus' little sister, he cried out, horrified. Recognition dawned on Thale's face. Oh, right, you're a time traveler, too, Hilda Valentine Goneril. I didn't know you two had been friends in the other world. He snapped his fingers. Odes, activate the crest stone. As for you, Ilan, Periander, show these fools no quarter, save for the Fellstar and the Frildarius brat I shall deal with them myself. A dull and burning light appeared in Lysithea's chest. From what Cronia could tell the sight was, admittedly, a little blurry, and the girl's frightened moaning turned into muffled screams of pain and then into wet, bone-shaking, guttural roars as flesh and clothes split open to reveal striated reams of black muscle fiber and bristling scales, and a towering black beast rose up from where she had just laid. It seemed, 5-mandibled jaw split open like petals of a blooming flower as it let out a horrible roar. This was Cronia's chance to taste Thale's blood. And so while panic rippled through White Fang and they readied themselves for battle against the 4 Agarthan leaders and their new pet monster, she took her dagger and threw caution to the wind and herself into the fray with neither a thought nor a moment's hesitation. When she had first been brought to the surface from Shamhala, Cronia had known in her heart that she loved Thales. He was the head of the Council for Agarthan Restoration, and he was Agasthya, head priest of the Order of Epimenides and the Temple of the Fallen Gods. Of course, to love him was to serve him, and to serve him was to love him. All the way from the mountains of southern Nisfodlan, she had reminded herself, and she had reminded herself until the name had stuck to her mind like glue to the frigid north of what the mud people called Faergus. She had been consumed with excitement and dread to know that Thales himself had called her into his own personal service. It was a repudiation of every snide and barbed remark from the other Cronias who had always taken such delight in mocking her occasional moments of clumsiness or weakness, an accomplishment she could throw in the faces of all the replicants who had ever accused her of squeaking through the selection process through bribery or other means, despite her skills falling just under her peers. She was chosen. Her. And when she had come to the territory of Frildarius, a bitter and barren land filled with people even more primitive than the ones who lived in southern Fodlan, and found her assignment in the jewel of relative opulence that was Frildarius Manor, her black heart had leaped. She had been shown the preserved corpse of the surface dweller she was meant to replace and had realized, seeing Thale's own disguise, that she was to be his son. There was no higher possible honor. The night she had first mastered her disguise, every detail of that dead brat's face, Thales had treated her to a feast. There was no food in Shamhala, only nourishment. The cockroaches and rats and slimy creatures that spawned and festered in its ruined lower levels served as grist for its mills, melded with synthetic vitamins and minerals to create a nutritionally complete paste that was made into gruel or dried into bars. Surface dwellers, though, primitive mud people they were, dined on foods with incredible textures and flavors: hot foods, cold foods, chewy, crispy, crunchy. Thales had told her that while the surface dwellers were disgustingly primitive and unsophisticated, the nobility had customs that she, so long as she was Glenulus Frildarius, would be expected to follow to the letter, and the manor's dining room would be her training grounds. Whenever she slipped up, he would force her to scrape whatever portion she had been eating off her plate and onto the floor and watch the dog lick it up. Not a morsel would ever be wasted. For a week after that she would go to bed hungry every night, hungrier even than she'd ever been in Shamhala, for now she had known what it was like to truly have one's hunger sated. But it was a privilege to serve Thales, and an even greater privilege even to be his son, and eventually, she mastered the art of proper eating. And then, at the beginning of what the surface world knew as the Horsebow Moon, she had been sent to Gareg Mach, and there she had met Didu Molinaro. Didu had been a simple surface dweller conscripted into the Agarthan's ranks and trained as a spymaster, a vassal to Thales' pet weapon, and a caretaker to the weapon's prototype. He would serve as a liaison between Agartha and Gareg Mach, and so long as Cronia was out of Thales' sight, she would report to him. And Didu, as she'd quickly found out, had loved food nearly as much as she did. In fact, he had loved most of all making his own. And when he had first taken her aside for a private lunch over which they could discuss their affairs and make their plans, not once had he ever chastised her over which fork to use or forced her to remove something from her plate. Unlike any of the sumptuous foods she had dined on under Thale's watchful, owlish eyes, the food he had cooked for her, simple as it had been, had burned like cleansing fire rushing through her entire body. He had said it was mild by his standards, but that he could make it milder if she would prefer. She had realized then, though she had not yet found the strength to admit it, that she hated Thales, and that she had found a new leader whom she could follow to the ends of the earth. Traitor! Kronia heard the shout ring out in her own voice from behind her and whirled around to find her exact double bearing down on her with a sword, a furious roar tearing from her throat. She met her eyes wide, wild, hateful, and raised her prosthetic arm to parry the strike. The force of the blow reverberated through her arm and up to her shoulder, and she felt a twinge of pain spark in the nub of her shoulder blade where wires met nerves. She wasted no time. Her dagger buried itself in the other Kronia's gut, and Kronia watched her jaw drop and the light leave her eyes. She had done it over a dozen times before. It was natural to her, as natural as breathing. In fact, seeing a Kronia unit and immediately settling on the best way to kill it was more instinctual to her than killing humans, so when her eyes caught sight of another Kronia unit menacing a certain cabbage-headed boy whose bow had been knocked from his hands, her hand ripped the knife from her fallen foe's gut and hurled it through the air before her thoughts could catch up with it. It struck the other Kronia in the side of the head. Kronia picked up her enemy's sword and raced over to Cabbage Boy's side. "You could have died there," she chided him. He looked up at her with wide, bewildered eyes, making him look roughly twice as stupid as usual. "I'm glad you care," he mumbled, picking himself and his bow up. Kronia handed him her sword and placed her boot on the other Kronia's neck to better rip her dagger free of her head. The blade dislodged with a delightful squelch. "You're amusing," she told him. "I've decided you'd make a good pet, Cabbage Boy, so I'm keeping you alive for now." "Thanks. Can you help me find cover?" He looked around, then pointed to the feet of one of the mobile suits. "There. That's a good vantage point." "Yes, you'd probably trip over your own feet if you went without me." She took him by the arm and hauled him along. She wasn't exactly sure how she'd ended up on the sidelines here. The flow of battle had carried her along like riptide, but it gave her a chance to keep one of her new favorite toys from becoming damaged. They took cover behind the mobile suit's feet. Cabbage Boy knocked an arrow to his bow. "I don't recall the professor ever assigning you to be my spotter or flanker," he said, "but you know how to do it, right?" "Me? Of course. I'm a Kronia." She racked her brain and tried to remind herself what a spotter did. She didn't want to have to recall one of the Fellstar's insipid lessons. Cabbage Boy's face fell. "Just, please, help me pick out targets and keep an eye out for any incoming threats," he moaned. He drew his bowstring tight, aimed, and let fly. Kronia squinted and surveyed the area. Now would have been a great time to have that boy's glasses, she thought, musing about the feasibility of snapping them in half and letting each of them wear one, like a monocle. But that would mean admitting that she hadn't tried to steal his glasses just for fun. The four Agarthan leaders had begun to engage White Fang in combat, and it was all the Fellstar and her students could do to fend them off. Already, they were being pushed back to the northern end of the facility where the gate stood and the ruined remains of the mobile suit the Fellstar had felled now rested. Thales was probably going to seize the control room. Ode's pet crest beast was trampling over one of the mobile suits that had been knocked down in the previous battle despite his efforts to direct it to the enemy, letting out a roar that almost sounded like a human scream of pain before taking staggering steps forward and into the fray. Now the facility's attackers had become its defenders, and they were tired and weakened. Edel and the others who'd vanished into the past were all sorely missed. Kronia could see Bookworm, emphasis on the worm, because she spent so much time in the greenhouse getting covered in dirt, a worm among worms if ever there was one, taking up a sniping position on the other side of the production floor, darting out from behind one of the other mobile suit's legs to shoot a pitiful arrow at Odes while he guided the beast with magically potent flutters of his hands. He incinerated it with a blast of dark fire before it could even come close to him. "That mage right there," Cabbage Boy said. "Is he controlling Lysithea?" Kronia barely heard him, because something else had caught his attention. But even as her gaze lifted upward, she answered anyway. That's Odes. Crest beasts are his specialty. No, she won't change back if we kill him. Besides, she grabbed him by the head and forcefully craned his neck upward. Ow, he said. Look, you stupid little worm. She lifted her hand to point out a blurry little carrot-red splotch climbing up to the cockpit of the very same mobile suit Bookworm was hiding behind. Within a split second, Cabbage Boy had loosed an arrow and hit the replicant. He must have hit a vital organ, because the adventurous Kronia immediately plummeted down to the floor. He let out a relieved sigh. Thanks for catching that, he said. No problem, Cabbage Boy, she said, patting him on the head. He looked up the skirt of the mobile suit they'd taken cover under. Kronia. Can you control one of these things? She looked at him like he had two heads. Was he being stupid on purpose? These things weren't like driving a motor vehicle, let alone a horse-drawn buggy. She wasn't even licensed to drive a forklift. Of course I. She looked into his eyes and imagined what it might sound like for him to laugh at her. Can, she found herself saying instead. We Agarthans are the descendants of the people who built these things. It's child's play. An idiot could pilot it. Let's go. Cabbage Boy pointed over to the one mobile suit that had been knocked down to the floor over the course of the earlier battle, far from the smoldering wreckage of the one the Fellstar had struck down. That one. On my mark, we'll make a break for it. Kronia had to admit, trying to climb up one of the mobile suits that were still standing likely would have just made the two of them into easy targets, just like the one Cabbage Boy had just killed. A part of her was already gleefully imagining how much fun it would be to stomp around the battlefield in one of those things, patently ignoring the fact that she'd never driven or piloted anything even remotely like them before. She and Cabbage Boy could figure it out on the fly. How hard could it be? And if it gave her the opportunity to squash Thales like a bug, then it would all be more than worth it. Let's go, he shouted out, and with his typical skittish swiftness he darted across the production floor. It was all Kronia could do to keep herself ahead of him in case they ran into someone. Like Odes, who'd just noticed them and assumed they were running toward him to kill him. You there, he shouted out, his voice a sonorous ring from under his face mask. He hurled a glob of luminous sludge at her, it sailed over her shoulder. Enemy behind you. Cabbage Boy let out a shocked yelp and narrowly sidestepped the mire spell as it splashed against his boots. Kronia looked down at herself and realized, to her elation, that she was still dressed just like the rest of the facility's personnel. Odes thought she was on his side. Lord Odes, look out behind you, she called out as her legs carried her closer. True enough, he whirled around, presenting to her the delightful and inviting target of his unprotected back, just in time to see Pink Pigtails bearing down on him with a swing of her battle axe, hatred in her pink eyes, and a guttural roar tearing itself from her throat. Give Lysithea back. Pink Pigtails howled, and as Odes stepped away from her swinging blade and raised his hands to mount a magical counter-attack, one that at this range would certainly disembowel her, Kronia pulled out her dagger and slid it up to its hilt in his back. Odes let out a short, strangled, wheezing grunt as her blade pierced his lung. You're just a stupid old man, she purred, wrenching the bloodied dagger free just as Pink Pigtails buried her axe in his chest. You're welcome. Kronia chirped cheerily to her, and she and Cabbage Boy continued on their merry way toward the fallen mobile suit. Howls rang out through the air. Traitor, and so on. Kronia caught sight of a cluster of replicants coming out from the southern entrance to the barracks, all of whom had just caught sight of her literally stabbing one of Thales' remaining lieutenants in the back. Roughly 3 Kronia units and 2 Saturnalia units, closing in swiftly. Kronia reached the fallen mobile suit. It loomed over her, resting on its right side like a sleeping giant with its right arm pinned underneath it. If she stood up on her toes she could just reach the seam of the cockpit hatch. She hooked her fingers into the groove and slid them along. She had no idea how to open this thing, but there had to be some kind of pneumatic or hydraulic latch mechanism somewhere. Cover me, Cabbage Boy. It might take me a while to open this. Cabbage Boy nodded and knocked an arrow to his bow. If it's not too much trouble, I'd rather you call me by my name, he told her. Wouldn't you be irritated if I started calling you Carrot Girl? Stop distracting me. She kept working to the tune of whistling arrows until her fingers finally felt a latch. She pushed it in and with a mechanical wheeze and the hiss of air filling a vacuum, the cockpit hatch separated from the chest plate and slid away. Got it. A spear of miasma struck the mobile suit's head, leaving a charred black scorch mark just above its visor. Kronia leaped up and hauled herself into the cockpit, then felt around for the hatch's closing mechanism. Then she remembered Cabbage Boy and dangled her arm out for him to grab onto so she could haul him up with her. As he wriggled his way inside, he patted down the smoldering hem of his cloak, panting for breath. "Okay, close it," he gasped. Kronia finally found a button near the hatch and slammed her palm against it. The hatch slid closed again with agonizing slowness, sparks of dark magic squeaking in just before it could fully shut itself. There was a dull thud, followed by another and another, as volley after volley of dark magic was thrown at the mobile suit. A few lights on the cockpit's ceiling and floor flickered on, a warm incandescent white that illuminated the pilot's seats and banks of controls with a dizzying array of switches, dials, buttons, and gauges. A set of throttles, a computer display screen, and a few pedals were positioned in front of the pilot's seat. Cabbage Boy caught his breath and tried to pull himself up into the seat, which was protruding sideways from the floor. "How long do you think that'll hold them?" he asked. Kronia squeezed past him into the seat, found the seat belts, and buckled herself in. These things were built to fight Nabateans like the Immaculate One, right? Some pitiful miasma spells wouldn't cut through this armor. You'd need a hero's relic like the Sword of the Creator, or some serious firepower. Like Mercedes' Death Knight armor, he asked her. Which, one of Thale's lieutenants seems to have. She nodded. Lady Periander, yeah. She must be wearing the Todd's Ritter Mark I. So, Cabbage Boy looked around the cramped cockpit as he squeezed himself between the chair and the side wall. How do we make this thing stand up? Kronia looked down at the controls. She could feel the blood rushing to her head as she tried to take stock of them all. They were all labeled, for all the good that did her. The dull sound of another volley of dark magic impacting against the mobile suit's chest shook the cockpit. She flicked a couple switches and pressed her boots against the pedals to no avail. "You don't know how to control this thing, do you?" Cabbage Boy asked her. "Shut up," she snapped at him. "It's 2,500 years old. Sorry if the controls are a little out of date, cabbage for brains. I just need to get my bearings. We're sitting ducks in here," he grumbled, "and we're of no use to anyone. I said, shut up. Make yourself useful and start pressing buttons, you four-eyed Neanderthal. You said you could do this. You're the one who suggested it." Kronia slammed her fists against the targeting computer. That was right. This had all been Cabbage Boy's idea. Her only fault had been in assuming the controls would be easy. He sighed and fell silent. "Yeah, that's right," she groaned, kicking one of the pedals. Bah! Something heavy and solid began to knock on the hatch. She felt her core leap into her chest. The other replicants were going to find their way inside in a matter of minutes. She schemed the controls, looking for something that would lock the hatch from the inside. Ancient humans wouldn't have been stupid enough to make a door that could always be opened from the outside, would they? "Hey," Cabbage Boy said. He rifled around the cockpit, and suddenly there was a thick manual in his hands. "There's a book under your seat." He started flipping through it. "It's in 3 languages, he mused. "Can you read any of them?" Kronia sighed. "This section looks like Fodlanish," he said. "Some of the words are spelled strangely, but... I've never seen text printed this neatly. What does it say?" I think they're instructions for making this thing move." "Well, read them to me, then." "Oh okay, let's see here," he pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. "Flip switches A10 through G3 to the on position," he said. Kronia did that. The little cockpit began to vibrate as the machinery surrounding it started to hum, and 3 large screens covering the front panel and sides of the cockpit flickered to life, showing with crystal clearness the outside of the mobile suit. Cabbage Boy gasped at the sideways scenery. The chaos of battle splayed out across the screens like a moving triptych of paintings. "We're seeing," he gasped. "It's like we're seeing through the golem's eye." The central window went black. An alarm blared through the cockpit as text warning of a cockpit breach scrolled across the other windows. How do we make this thing stand up? Kronia asked. Cabbage Boy furrowed his brow. The onboard computer's AMBAC system AI algorithm controls all fine motor controls. Move the left and right throttles forward and press down on the right foot pedal to automatically reorient the suit, he recited, the words tumbling out of his lips as the hatch began to slide open. Kronia pushed the throttles forward and stomped down on the pedal with all of her strength, and with a stomach-churning lurch the mobile suit began to pick itself up. Bracing its hands against the floor, the cockpit suddenly reoriented itself downward and Cabbage Boy let out a yelp as he clung to the pilot's seat beside her before he could fall onto the hatch. Slowly the mobile suit rose to its feet and righted itself. One of the attacking replicants managed to fit an arm through the gap between the hatch and the chest armor. Pull handle XR2 to seal the hatch. Cabbage Boy shouted out. Kronia did so, and the hatch slammed shut on the replicant's arm, severing it at the elbow. I did it, she crowed as the front window reactivated. With your foot on the left pedal, use the left throttle to turn and the right to move, he read. She pulled the left throttle hard to the left and the suit spun around, its arms flailing for something to anchor itself to as it struggled to keep its balance. Gently. Cabbage Boy cautioned her as the cockpit heaved. She eased her grip on the controls and steadied the suit's stance. From this vantage point, she could see the entire battlefield. Down below, the prototype was hurling searing blasts of dark and white magic at Periander, whose armor looked like an early prototype of the prototype's Death Knight armor, a little bulkier, but not in a way that connoted increased strength or protection. A prototype versus her prototype, it would be almost amusing, if everybody's lives weren't at risk. The prototype kept throwing herself in front of Periander's volleys of dark magic like an idiot, throwing up glittering magical shields in front of whoever she was trying to turn into a scorch mark. At least Pretty Boy was with her to actually mount some kind of offense, though all he could do was hurl fireballs and a few wimpy attempts at a miasma spell and jab ineffectively with his lance. Vools 1 and 2 were trying to flank Periander. No, scratch that, Vool 1 was trying to flank her, Vool 2's ribs were sizzling against one of the mobile suit's ankles. Oates' new pet beast was stomping around aimlessly and letting out terrible roars from its flower petal mouth, and Cat P, Sadsack, and Pink Pigtails were trying to talk to it. She tried to focus on the 3 tiny humans, or near human, in Cat P's case, and yes, while she couldn't hear them from all the way up here, they looked like they were trying to calm down a spooked horse. Idiots. Across from them, Ilan and the big dumb one, what had Cabbage Boy said his name was? Ralphie? Musclehead, were slugging it out. The prototype's little friend Yipper was throwing magically augmented punches, too, and it would have been adorable if it wasn't clear that one swipe of Ilan's sword axe could turn that annoying little puppy into a charred and bloody smear on the concrete. On the raised platform at the north end of the facility, the Fellstar, Old Man, and Barnaclehead were all beating back a wave of frenzied Cronias and Saturnalias who'd freed themselves and poured out of the barracks, all eager to win Thale's favor. They were like a tidal wave of corpse-gray flesh, and Kronia could see the Fellstar leaping back into the air to get clear of them as her progenitor and his useless hanger-on retreated closer to the portal, and the mass of replicants rising with her as Cronias scrabbled and clawed over each other's bodies to get at her. One Kronia, minus 2 legs and 1 arm, was trying to gnaw at Old Man's ankle while Barnaclehead whacked her over the head with the butt of a broken lance. A single swing of the sword of the Creator could reduce half a dozen of the replicants in the onslaught to bloodied chunks at once, but there were always more, and so long as they could crawl, they would never stop coming. That was how creatures who were desperate to live at all costs fought. And then there was Thales himself, with Redile tearing black voids in the air in the wake of every swing of its blade. Nobody was foolish enough to get in his way save, of course, for Feely, who was an idiot, and Ingrid, who was slightly less so. Feely's slender swords, crackling with the cobalt electricity that leaped from his body to the steel and jagged arcs, ground against Thale's sword, and it was obviously only a matter of time before they shattered. Ingrid clearly wished the Fellstar hadn't been so stupid as to put a moratorium on Heroes' relics for this operation, because that one she'd stolen from her mansion would have suited her much better than some useless hunk of steel. Now was Kronia's chance. Ingrid and Felix are in trouble. Cabbage Boy gasped. We've got to help them. Way ahead of you, Cabbage Boy, she said, driving the suit forward and stomping across the battlefield toward Thales. She found a radio speaker hooked onto the console and pulled it toward her mouth. "Hey, Thales," she shouted into it, her voice booming outside the suit and ringing out through the entire facility. "Remember me? Kronia 612? Well, you'd better. Because I'm going to crush you like the insect you are." A gleeful, manic laugh bubbled up from her chest and spilled from her lips as the intoxicating sense of power the suit filled her with surged through her veins. She saw Feely and Ingrid scatter down below as Thales hurled bolts of dark magic at the mobile suit to no avail. He was going to have to try harder than that to put a scratch on her. "How does it feel, Thales? To be so small and impotent? You're just a pathetic little worm, crawling around in the dirt." "A useless old fool," she cackled. "Look out, to the left." Cabbage Boy shouted out, and Kronia looked to the left just in time to see another mobile suit lurching toward her. "Where are our weapons?" Kronia snapped at him as the suit braced itself against its twin and the cockpit shuddered. "I'm looking," he snapped back, flipping through the manual. "Look harder. To fire the left and right Vulcan cannons, press the corresponding trigger button on each throttle." "I could have figured that out," she snarled, flipping open the caps on top of each throttle with her thumb tips and pressing down on the buttons underneath. The controller screen between the two throttles flickered on and showed a smaller image of the front window, overlaid with two markers corresponding to both throttles. A throaty roar filled the air as the cannons on the suit's helmet began to fire, and where the markers on the controller screen lined up with the opposing mobile suit's face, sizzling pock marks began to appear in its olive-green armor. Its glass visor shattered and the single glowing lens underneath slid to the left and right before flickering and dimming to an inert black. The opposing mobile suit flailed its arms and struck with a wild, aimless blow, rattling the cockpit. Cabbage Boy held onto the chair for dear life. They haven't figured out how to use weapons yet. Kronia used the throttles to aim the Vulcans downward, rupturing the tubes that ran along the opposing mobile suit's jaw to the piggish snout of its gas mask face. Sparks flew from the tearing metal and gouts of some sort of golden-black coolant oil poured out from the holes riddling the suit's helmet. The foe struck again, this time curling its hands into fists. Kronia yanked the throttles forward to keep her suit from careening back into the other suits as the cockpit pitched forward and backward. To use the heat dagger, Cabbage Boy read, pull down the left or right X5 handle and twist the corresponding throttle. The what? She didn't wait for him to answer. A weapon was a weapon, and she liked daggers. She yanked on the right X5 handle and gave the right throttle a twist. The mobile suit lifted its right arm and pulled something out from behind its back. It was a mobile suit-sized dagger with a humming blade that glowed like metal in a forge, orange-white, and spat out sparks. Use the targeting screen to aim, Cabbage Boy continued, and thrust the corresponding throttle forward. Kronia did exactly as he'd said and the mobile suit took its knife and thrust it forward into the opposing suit's chest. The tip of the dagger met the cockpit hatch and stopped, and Kronia felt a corresponding force freeze the throttle. It was like trying to push open a door when someone was leaning on the other side. She screamed out, yanked the throttle back, and thrust forward with all her might, and this time the blade sank into the cockpit hatch just a little bit before the cockpit froze. She licked her lips. There was probably another Kronia in the other suit's cockpit, frantically trying to find her way around the labyrinthine controls, and now she was staring down the edge of an enormous, searing blade. The tip could have been inches from her nose. Before the other mobile suit could mount another feeble counterattack, she gave the blade one last thrust and it sank in up to its hilt into the cockpit. She could almost smell roasting flesh as the image came to her mind of the blade bisecting the other suit's pilot from stem to stern. She ripped the dagger free as the enemy mobile suit slumped over and collapsed to the floor and pumped her fist. "Yes," she shouted out. "Ace pilot, Kronia 612. Who else wants a piece of us? Lysithea's heading toward us." Cabbage Boy cried out. To the left. Kronia turned the suit around and brandished the heat dagger as the crest beast came barreling toward them. "Put the knife down," Cabbage Boy protested. "It's Arcturus' little sister, we can't kill her." "I don't care." Cabbage Boy grabbed the controls. "No. We have to find some way to help Happy and Marianne subdue her. That's not how crest beasts work." The mobile suit drew its knife back just as the beast reared up on its hind legs and tackled it, forcing it down to the floor. The force of the impact hurled Cabbage Boy and his manual against the front window. He went limp and dropped to the back of the cockpit. Kronia felt the back of her head slam against the back of her seat and saw stars fluttering before her eyes. The crest beast let out an anguished roar and swiped its claws against the mobile suit's chest again and again. Kronia gritted her teeth and tried to get her bearings again. That stupid cabbage boy. If he hadn't tried to wrest the controls away from her, she could have stabbed this beast in the heart and put it out of its misery. Each swipe of the beast's claws made the entire cockpit shudder. Warning messages sprang up on the windows. The claws were powerful enough to rend metal, and the suit's armor was beginning to fail. Kronia found the buttons on the throttles and pressed them, firing a salvo from the Vulcans into the beast's throat. Its jaws split open as the cannons tore off bits of flesh and peppered its mandibles with holes, spilling black blood on the floor. It lifted its head, coughed up a glob of black bile, and spat it onto the mobile suit's chest. Kronia heard a hissing, sizzling sound fill the cockpit. The windows flickered. She pulled back the right throttle and thrust forward. Her dagger buried itself in the beast's shoulder. The beast scrabbled at the mobile suit's arm with its forepaws and cracked open its armor like a crab's shell, exposing the machinery underneath, and unfurled its ragged jaws again to let out a deafening roar. "Look," she heard Cabbage Boy shout. He pointed up from the back of the cockpit, his hand trembling weakly. "Look," he repeated, gasping for breath. He pointed at the beast's gaping maw. "Look. Do you see that, down the beast's gullet?" Kronia looked down the beast's gullet. All she saw was an ugly blackish-brown blur. "Of course I can't," she snapped. I mean, what is it?" "It's a face. A human face. And I think it's Lysithia's," he exclaimed. "She's still in there. Maybe someone can pull her out." "This again," she grumbled. "We can't just kill her. If it were my older brother, or if it were you, You'd what?" Kronia wrenched the mobile suit's unarmored arm out from the beast's grip and slashed at it with the dagger. Black blood splattered onto the suit's visor, partially obscuring the windows with splotches of ichor. He hauled himself upward on the back of the pilot's seat and grabbed the radio speaker. "Happy Marianne," he shouted into it. "Lysithia's inside the beast, embedded in its organs. I think you can still pull her out. Don't give up hope." The crest beast reared back, opened its gaping maw as far as it was able, and brought its mouth down on the mobile suit's head, curling its jaws around the helmet as it tried to wrench the head right off of the suit's neck. All of the screens went dark. The lights in the cockpit flickered. Cabbage Boy dropped down to the back of the cockpit and felt around for the manual. There's got to be something we can do if the suit's eye stops working," he muttered, flipping through it. Kronia kept stabbing blindly with the dagger, but met no resistance. All the while, she could hear the beast's bile sizzling against the hatch. A few droplets of it leaked into the cockpit. "Ah!" Cabbage Boy yelped. "What is this acid?" "Well, Cabbage Boy?" Kronia asked. She gritted her teeth. "We're sitting ducks in here. The auxiliary cameras are activated by switch H1. She flipped the switch and the front window lit up again, showing a much grainier image of the crest beast's throbbing throat. "Cabbage Boy," she asked, "how are Sedsak and Cat P going to pull the girl out of there if the beast's mouth is in the way?" I thought they'd figure that out." Kronia drove the dagger into the beast's throat and wrenched it sideways. The beast released its grip on the suit and reared back on its hind legs, letting out a wretched gurgling moan as blood and bile spilled from its severed throat down its chest. "What if it kills her?" he cried out. "If she dies, she said, shoving the writhing beast aside and righting the suit. She closed her eyes. Her head was throbbing, with every heaving breath, her chest strained against the pilot's seat's straps. "Are you okay?" "Me." He rubbed the back of his head. There was a little crack running through one of the lenses of his glasses, and a trickle of blood rolling down his brow. I'm fine, just, my head hurts, a bit." "Thanks. Carrot girl." "Don't call me that." She took a deep breath to try and calm her fried nerves. Okay, where were we?" "Right, Thales. Gotta get Thales." The roar of a torrent of concentrated dark magic ripped through the air, and Kronia felt the suit's knees buckle and its cockpit pitch forward. It slammed into the floor. She felt her forehead crack against the controls. Everything went black. Agarthans had little talent for white or black magic, only for the dark magic they'd reverse-engineered from the Nabateans. They were too prideful to use their enemies' weapons, preferring what they could create and what they had scavenged from Area 17 dark magic, Titanus units, Viscoms, the javelins of light, crest weapons. Their medical science was advanced, far beyond those primitive surface dwellers but painful. Anesthesia and opiates were considered too valuable to waste on most replicants, reserved only for the humans who lived in their cramped condominiums deep within the few still habitable portions of the fortress city of Shamhala and for the privileged few replicants who stood on the council for Agarthan restoration. Agarthans took it as a point of pride that healing was often more painful than the injury itself, on the rare occasions when it was considered more prudent to treat the injured rather than simply put them out of their misery and reduce their bodies to black powder. She cracked open her eyes as a creeping, intoxicating warmth bled through her body. The light stung her eyes. She could feel herself enveloped in an awful glow, the undignified softness and relief of white magic, the gift the false god's children had given to the primitive surface dwellers. It wasn't that bad. Oh, good. You're awake. Yipper yipped, like a tiny, annoying little puppy. A smile stretched across her round, chipmunk-like face. Does anything still hurt? My pride, Kronia groaned, sitting up. Her head ached and the world spun around her. Cabbage Head. I'm glad you're okay, Cabbage Boy said. He and Musclehead were huddled behind one of the other mobile suits. I was scared, for a moment. What happened? I'm not sure, he said. Something hit us, might have been Periander, a stray shot from Mercedes. Lysithea's tail, he shook his head. Rafe pulled us free. Kronia peered over the foot of the mobile suit. Pink pigtails, Sadsack, and Cat P were clustered around the corpse of the crest beast. Feely and Pretty Boy were struggling against Ilan, Ingrid, Bookworm, and the prototype were now facing off against Periander. The tide of replicants had stemmed to a trickle, with Barnacle-Head, and, of course, Old Man, fending off those who remained, and now Thales was grinding his blade against the sword of the Creator itself as he dueled with the fell star atop the gate platform. Yipper clapped her hands. Well, she chirped, if you two are all right, I'll help Mercy and the others with Periander. And I guess we'll. Cabbage Boy stood up, then clutched at his head. Ah. Musclehead took him by the shoulders to steady him. Whoa, there. You all right, pal? You know how you get when you don't eat. It's all right. Cabbage Boy shook his head. Kronia lost her rations in the earlier fight, so I shared half of mine with her. Kronia's thoughts turned to the untouched rations she still had in her bag, and a nauseating knot tied itself tight in her chest. Oh, you're too nice sometimes, Ignatz, Yipper chided him. I think I have a few sticks left in here, she mumbled to herself, reaching into her cloak. You need to keep up your own strength, Annette, he protested. I don't need your food, I'll be fine. Kronia pulled herself up to her feet. Sort of. When I said I'd lost my rations, I just wasn't looking for them hard enough. Turns out I still have all of mine. Cabbage Boy stared at her, bewildered, or maybe disappointed. It was hard to tell. I didn't know they were there, she lied. She pulled her rations from her bag. Here. You can have half of these. Or all of them, just don't look at me like that, she snapped defensively at him as she threw them down at his feet. He crouched down and picked them up. Thanks, he said. He gnawed at one of the sticks of jerky. But, he mumbled through a mouthful of food as he packed the rest of the bundle away, we've got more important things to do than eat. He swallowed. Annette, you know how Mercedes armor works, right? There's got to be some weakness we can exploit in Periander's. New coordinates set. Portal reactivation sequence commencing in T-10, 9, 8. The sudden announcement startled all of them. What? Cabbage Boy gasped, looking sharply over to the control room. Kronia followed his gaze, though she couldn't make out much at this distance. Damn it, they've seized the control room. That's Pitacus up there. Kronia groaned. This is why I said you shouldn't have kept any of the replicants alive. We can't just murder people who've already surrendered to us, Yipper shot back. If we do, we're no better than the church. Yes, you can, it's easy. They can't even fight back, she retorted. These stupid mud people and their aspirations toward mercy were going to be the death of them all. Ugh. What are they planning? The four of them watched the portal to the Fellstar's back come to life, rippling and shimmering. Thale's strikes took on a renewed fury. She could parry every strike perfectly, as though she could see it coming. Thales, though, pushed forward with a brutish energy that belied his weathered and wizened body beneath his handsome disguise, and every strike inched her closer to the portal. She could unfurl the sword of the Creator to its full length and force Thales back, but whenever she did, he was quick to regain his lost ground, and Ridile was more than a match for the original hero's relic in the Fellstar's exhausted and weakened state. A sinister red glow flared under his armor, spilling out through the gaps another inner layer of prototype Todd's Ritter armor. His strikes were relentless, and the Fellstar's back came closer and closer to the portal, the hem of her cloak brushing against the rippling white surface. Was he planning on forcing her all the way through the portal and closing it before she could escape? Oh, no, Cabbage Boy moaned. He's trying to strand the professor in the past with Edelgard and Dimitri. We've got to do something, Ymper said, shooting an accusing glare toward Kronia. What? Kronia snapped at her. You should have stayed to defend the control room. Well, I wanted to make Thales pay. What, you don't think we all don't? Ymper let out a sharp, frustrated sigh. If Periander and Ilan get past the others, the professor won't stand a chance, and if Thales can push her into the portal for even a second. If we all rush the control room, Musclehead suggested, we can turn off the portal. Cabbage Boy shook his head. It's too well guarded. There's already half a dozen replicants up there, not counting Pitacus. There's another way to turn off the portal, Kronia spoke up. They all looked at her. Is it easy? Musclehead asked. This facility is powered by a fusion reactor. If I kill the power, the portal will close. And, you can do that? Ymper asked her. I know how to press an off switch, she said, rolling her eyes. I'll go with you, Cabbage Boy said. Raphael, you rendezvous with Captain Geralt and Leone and help them take the control room. We'll need it secured if we're going to rescue Claude, Edelgard, and Dimitri. Musclehead furrowed his Neanderthal-like brow. You sure, Iggy? He nodded. I'll make sure Kronia and Annette can work together. All right. Musclehead nodded, too, and a grin brightened his broad face to almost unbearable levels, like the summer sun at midday. Good luck, buddy. The two of them pounded their fists together in 3 different ways, firmly shook hands, and then hugged each other in some sort of obnoxious friendship ritual. Musclehead set off, and Kronia took charge of the other two, leading them along the western wall of the production floor. So how will turning off the reactor shut down the portal? Ymper yapped in her ear. Kronia sighed. She didn't want to waste her time explaining electricity to these primitives. If you stop your heart from beating, the rest of your body stops working, right? She asked. Yes. Well, if we stop the reactor from working, the rest of the facility stops, too, she explained. The 3 of them crept past the little arena Mercedes, Ingrid, and Bernadetta had carved out on the production floor as they fought against Periander. Ymper halted dead in her tracks, her attention captured by the sight of the prototype battling her double. Merci. Come on, Kronia said, grabbing her by the arm and hauling her roughly along. She wanted to jump in and help Ingrid, too, but that portal had to be shut down now. Besides, going up against Todd's Ritter armor was suicide. True, the Blue Lions had done it twice before, but the prototype had been pulling her punches both times. She sighed. To think she'd ever side against Thales with the Fellstar, of all people. This way, she said, motioning to the door to the northwest as they drew nearer to it. We'll go in through the machine shop. A searing torrent of dark magic howled through the air. Merci! Ymper screamed, her voice cracking as it reached pitches hitherto unheard. Kronia turned her head and saw the prototype sail through the air and slam into one of the standing mobile suits, the front of her armor charred black and the violet glow rapidly fading from it. We have to help her, Ymper insisted. We can't let Periander get to the professor. Cabbage Boy added. Kronia watched Ingrid and Bookworm place themselves in front of Periander. They were both going to die without the prototype's double crest augmented magic to defend them, and neither of them had any hope of penetrating Todd's Ritter armor with their pathetic lances. She had an idea. It was a stupid idea, a far cry from her usual brilliant and cunning schemes, but it was the only idea she could think of in that split second before Periander turned her attention on the fell star. "We have to kill the reactor and force shut down the portal," she shouted out at the top of her lungs. Periander turned her head toward her. "Go, go, 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 go," Kronia hissed, dragging Yipper and Cabbage Boy along as she ran for the door to the machine shop. "Move it, idiots." She could already feel Periander breathing down her neck. She'd done it now. If stabbing Thales in the back hadn't done it, and stabbing Oates in the back hadn't done it, then screaming out her treasonous plan within earshot of Lady Periander herself certainly had. She was on the Surface Dwellers team now, the Mud People's team, the Fell Stars team, and there was no going back. She grabbed Yipper and Cabbage Boy by the scruffs of their necks and all but threw them against the door ahead of her. The door slid open as they stumbled forward. Kronia felt something hot brush up against the hairs on the back of her neck and smelled something burning. She dashed over the threshold, fumbled for the door's lock on the side of the frame, and slammed her palm down on it. The door slid shut behind her. A split second later, a blade of shimmering emerald light tore through the door like a dagger through unprotected flesh. The metal around the blade began to glow orange hot and warp. Yipper let out a strangled yelp. "She's coming after us," Cabbage Boy cried out. "Great." He looked over to Kronia, eyes wide behind his glasses. "What do we do now?" Kronia took a deep breath. "This is the machine shop," she explained. "It's got all of the facility's radiation testing and hardening equipment." "Yipper, quick, do you see that big red button on the wall?" Yipper stared dumbly at her. "Why Yipper? Yes, I see it. If you press it, you'll turn the machinery on. Go press it for me. Then we'll get some lovely radiation emissions filling this room." Yipper and Cabbage Boy looked at each other with skeptical wrinkles to their noses. Periander's energy sword concentrated dark magic stored in the inner layer of her Todd's Ritter armor and shaped by an electromagnetic field continued to cut through the door. "Isn't that what killed those people on the surface?" Yipper asked. "Ugh. We're setting a trap for Perry," Kronia explained. "Trust me. I'm an Agarthan, I know our technology. Besides, do you see those red and yellow lines all over the floor? The machines won't emit much radiation past that point, they're too well shielded. But once Perry gets past the door, Yipper, you'll cut through the shielding of that machine over there, the one that looks big and important. With any luck, she'll get some lovely radiation burns from all the, Which ones are the deadly ones, again?" Cabbage Boy shook his head. "Kronia, he sighed. "You don't know as much." "I piloted that mobile suit pretty well, didn't I?" she huffed. "Okay, I'm not an expert, but I..." Periander's armored boot tore through the smoldering door to the machine shop. Cabbage Boy ran for the big red button on the wall and pounded his fist on it. A low hum began to fill the room, and the lights on the ceiling began to steadily flash red in long arcs that swept across the room. "Ready, Annette?" "All right," Yipper said, trying to look serious. She looked like a puppy with indigestion. "Kronia, you go on ahead." She lifted her arms, and razor currents of air began to wrap around her outstretched hands. "Ignatz, get clear." Cabbage Boy dashed across the room again. Kronia felt her heart stop. Periander forced her way into the machine shop, her energy blade dissipating and retracting into her forearm as the thick, ungainly prototype armor reshaped itself into a cannon. A baleful light grew brighter and brighter within its muzzle as Periander stepped over the door's remains. Her eyes, white as milk, were narrowed into hateful slits set into a wizened face. The inner layer of her armor glistened sickly green. Without hesitation, she whirled around. Kronia ducked just in time for a torrent of roiling dark magic, shot with veins of emerald, to just barely graze her scalp. She heard the squeal of twisting metal, glanced over her shoulder, and saw that the metal staircase leading up to the reactor room had been torn apart. A gaping hole now blocked the way, its edges lined with rapidly cooling molten metal. Periander's cannon began to glow again, and Kronia found herself staring into its muzzle. No thoughts came to her mind. No instincts seized control of her muscles. An eternity seemed to pass. The cannon jerked upward and fired its torrent into the air, gouging a hole in the concrete ceiling. Periander had raised her arm to parry a gust of air as razor-sharp as an agar thumbblade. Yipper prepared another spell. "For mercy," she growled. "There will be no mercy for you surface-dwelling beasts," Periander spat, and her cannon once again reshaped itself and extended an energy blade from her forearm. She brought the blade down on Kronia's dagger. Kronia didn't understand at first. She'd acted without thinking. First Cabbage Boy, now Yipper, what was wrong with her? Somehow, she found the strength to repel Periander's blade. Or maybe it wasn't just strength. Periander seemed surprised. She took a step backward. "You," she said, a scowl deepening the lines etched in her wrinkled face. Her armor flared green to match the venom in her tone. "Kronia 612, yes? I recall Lord Thales and Lord Solon selected you personally for his operations in Garreg Mach. I told him to select a more qualified unit, but he's long past the point of listening to what I have to say, but I digress." She brought her blade down again. "You had a chance to prove yourself to the Agastya himself. Why throw that away?" Kronia parried the strike. Arcs of electricity stung her flesh like snake bites as they leaped from the energy blade. She could feel herself grinning out of sheer fear, like a terrified dog peeling back its lips and baring its fangs. "These mud people, they've got the most amazing food," she said, licking her lips. "You've got to try it sometime, Peri. You won't believe what Thales has been keeping from us." Periander struck her again, then leaped back out of the path of another gust of razor wind. "Impudent wretch. Lord Thales gave you all the surface food you could eat, and this is how you repay him." "He never satisfied my appetite," Kronia said. "Not for food, not for blood. He always kept me hungry. But my new friends, they never let me go to bed on an empty stomach. I may not always have gone to bed full, or eaten the best food, but they never snatched my meals away from me, even when I displeased them. Is that all it takes to buy your loyalty? You truly are just a dog," Periander sneered. Another lunge, another thrust. This time, Kronia felt her blade scrape against one of the seams of her armor, wrench its tip in, and pull something just a little loose. A chink in her armor? Something even her weapons could exploit. Ingrid and the prototype surely must have softened her up somehow. Yipper's boot slammed into Periander's chest, followed by a barrage of gauntlet-clad fists. "Better a dog than a worm," Kronia countered, catching her breath. "And guess what, Peri? Lady Periander." Periander snarled, swatting Yipper aside like a bothersome little fly and charging forward. No more cannons. Kronia noticed she was afraid to shoot at something she shouldn't, it seemed. All the better for her melee weapons were her specialty. "The Liberationists struck a deal with King Dimitri and his pal Didu," Kronia explained, weaving around Periander's next few frantic strikes. "They're going to give us a plot of land on the surface, somewhere we can build our own city in the sunlight. Something Thales spent 800 years trying to do, the Liberationists have done in a few months. We're finally gonna have a land of our own." "Lies and propaganda," Periander sneered. "How dare you claim to accomplish what Aragastya himself couldn't?" Kronia saw the glint of reflected light off a pair of glasses out of the corner of her eye and beat a hasty retreat. "Haven't you figured it out, Peri? Thales doesn't plan on freeing us or true humanity from the depths of our prison. He'd rather rule the darkness than let us be free in the light. Enough. He's leading you all along by your noses. You're all just puppets on his strings. But us? We can dance just fine without them." Periander's scowl deepened. "For that you'll die, insolent pup." "Oh, and one more thing," Kronia said. "There are 3 of us in this room." A high-pitched whine filled the room, and one of the machines, some sort of industrial parts inspecting gamma radio whatever, maybe swiveled tortuously on its rack, aiming itself at Periander like a primitive ballista. Only a skilled archer could have so swiftly positioned its aperture to line up directly with her head. Immediately, Periander's hands flew to the sides of her head, her gauntleted fingers digging into her scalp. She let out a horrible, anguished scream and reeled back, out of the invisible beam's path. Kronia could almost hear her brain sizzling against her skull like an egg on a hot cast iron pan, but it might have just been wishful thinking. "Let's go!" Cabbage Boy shouted out, rushing past her toward the others. "Ignatz!" Yipper cried out, grabbing him by the arm and pulling him along. Kronia led the way and leaped over the gap in the staircase, her fingers hooking themselves into the metal grating and giving her enough purchase to haul herself up. Without thinking, she reached down and felt a hand curl around her own, and one by one she pulled the other two up with her. They raced the rest of the way up the staircase and through the door that brought them both to the mezzanine overlooking the facility's compact fusion reactor. Once the door had shut behind the three of them, Cabbage Boy let out a long, relieved sigh and slumped to his knees. "We did it," he gasped. Kronia hit her fist against the door's lock. "Are you all right, Cabbage Boy? You don't feel like your skin is about to explode?" He nodded. "Yes. I mean no, not about the skin. Just need to catch my breath." "Thanks for distracting her while I lined that up, Kronia." She decided not to mention that it hadn't been until she'd seen the glint of his glasses that she'd realized what he'd been doing. "Yes. It was all part of my brilliant plan, all along. I'm so glad you two could do your parts." Yipper looked down at the reactor. "How do we stop this thing?" "Well," Kronia said, "there should be a giant, easily visible button to shut it down immediately, in case of emergencies. Let's go find it, quick. If Perry's brain isn't totally roasted, she'll be really angry." The three of them circled around the mezzanine and climbed down the ladder to the floor below. The reactor filled the room with its presence, humming ominously as currents of plasma orders of magnitude hotter than the surface of the sun whirled within its torus-shaped body. "So," Yipper asked, her squeak of a voice ringing out just a little before the reactor's hum could swallow it up, "this big thing. It's like a giant crest stone, only this whole facility is the hero's relic." Kronia rolled her eyes. "I guess," she said. "If you have to make it about crests." Yipper giggled. "You almost sounded like Edelgard, there." "What?" "That humorless little. I hope she's okay, whenever she is." "I'm sure she and Dimitri will be fine," Cabbage Boy assured her. "And Claude, too. They're all strong, smart, resourceful people. And once we're back in control of the portal, it shouldn't be hard to get them back. They'll be fine." "Thanks," Yipper sighed. "Losing Dimitri and Edelgard at once. I don't know if White Fang can take it." The three of them reached the floor. "Let's make sure we don't lose the professor, either. We've got to turn this reactor off." He looked around. "You said the button should stand out, right, Kronia?" he asked. The question barely reached her ears. Something new had caught her eye then that made her blood curdle in her veins. She felt a chill in her core she couldn't explain when she glanced down at the pendant hanging from his neck, and it only grew colder when she saw that the blue litmus paper wedged between lenses of arcane crystal the Vools had created as a rudimentary dosimeter had turned bright red. She looked down at her own dosimeter violet, but still a very blue shade of violet, but it did nothing to quell the fear that had suddenly sprung up within her. He must have stepped closer to a radiation emitter than her. "What's wrong?" he asked her. He looked down at his pendant. "Oh," he said. "Oh, no," Yipper gasped, raising her hands over her mouth, her eyes wide and tender. "Are you sure you feel all right?" She took a brief moment to check hers still purple, but a hair redder than Kronia's. Kronia took a deep breath. Why was it suddenly so difficult to speak? See Cabbage Boy," she stammered. "You still have your return tag, right?" He nodded, then vehemently shook his head. "Forget it. I'll stay here as long as White Fang needs me." Before she knew it, the sound of a sharp crack rang out, and she saw the imprint of her palm burning scarlet on his cheek. "Just go, you stupid little worm. Don't you remember what that means?" she heard herself shout. Ignatz stared at her like an idiot. "You're in the red zone. If you stay here, you're going to get acute radiation poisoning. You might already have it. If you don't leave, you could shave years off your lifespan, you idiot. Does the concept of self-preservation mean nothing to you?" "Well, how can I leave you two behind?" he retorted. If the professor and White Fang are counting on us to shut down this reactor, no one's going to care how brave and selfless you are when your internal organs start turning to soup. They're just going to think, oh, that poor Ignatz, what a moron he was. But he sputtered. Do you want everyone to be miserable again? Like they were when what's his name, the scrawny mousy one? Ash. I thought you said life had value to you people. Well, doesn't it? Aren't you better than us? She shoved him backward. Just go. Ignatz, it's all right, Ypres spoke up. Kronia and I can take care of this. You've been a great help, but you don't need to die. Not like those people on the surface, Henry Meyer. Ignatz's face fell. You're right, he sighed. He reached into his cloak and produced the envelope of spell paper he'd been given. Good luck, both of you. Take care of each other. I'd feel horrible if one of you didn't come back. He tore the envelope in half and vanished in a flash of light. Somehow, Kronia didn't feel relieved at all by his absence. Ypres put a hand on her shoulder. You okay? Kronia brushed her hand aside. The button. Gotta find the button, she said, taking off in an arc around the reactor. She squinted at the mass of coolant pipes, cables, and scaffolding that draped the reactor's body. Surely it had to be so big and conspicuous that even she could see it. Should she have asked Ignatz for his glasses before he left? I think I've found it. Ypres exclaimed, her chirpy squeak of a voice once again stinging Kronia's ears. She moved on ahead. Is it this button, right he? Above them, the door burst open and a figure in black armor leaped over the railing and landed on the floor in front of them. Periander lifted her head. The skin around her temples was covered in livid burns, blackened to a char around the edges, every vein in her eyes had burst, turning them from milky white orbs to sickly rubies. The underlayer of her armor flickered and flared. Kronia 612, she bellowed. She flung out her hand. With a sharp yelp, Ypres was thrown into the side of the reactor. Kronia could hear the crack of the back of her head against one of the coolant pipes. Annette, she blurted out. And then she saw it. Just past Periander, a big red button. Of course. How could she not have seen it before? Kronia let out a terrified scream, turned tail, and ran the opposite way around the reactor. Periander gave chase. Kronia couldn't have been happier that gamma ray burst must have fried more than enough of her brain cells. The smart thing to do would have been to run in the opposite direction to catch her. She was swifter on her feet than Periander, and, panting for breath, made it back around the reactor to the emergency shutdown button while the other replicant was still stomping around half a revolution behind her. She didn't hesitate for a moment. As soon as the button was in arm's reach, she slammed her fist into it. A klaxon blared through the facility, its horrid wailing bouncing off the concrete walls in an awful cacophony. Attention! Reactor emergency shutdown protocol engaged. Main reactor shutdown in T-10, 9, 8. Kronia scooped Annette off the floor, slung her over her shoulder, and hurried along. Did we do it? Annette mumbled blearily, dazed. The countdown continued. And that Periander was so slow, so addled, Kronia thought with glee, she'd probably lap her. It wasn't until she reached the reactor room's southern door that she realized that was a bad thing, and Periander was waiting for her, blocking the exit. Kronia ducked under a swing of her energy sword, cursing her momentary lapse in her brilliant strategic thinking. 2, 1, 0. Every light in the facility turned off at once, and all of the humming machinery fell silent along with it. The reactor chamber turned pitch black, save for the intermittent flickering light of Periander's battered Todd's Ritter armor that cast sickly green shadows across the machinery for fractions of a second here and there. Kronia took advantage of the darkness to slip past her into the computer room. She'd only taken a few more steps before the lights turned on, but now the lights were a dull, dim bloody hue. Emergency power restored, the facility's automated voice announced. Though of course there was no emotion to it, Kronia couldn't help but feel as though it were smugly mocking her. Fuck you, she shouted back at it. We didn't do it. Annette mumbled. Quiet, Kronia shushed her. You hit your head too hard, Annette, you shouldn't be thinking right now. I'm not Ypres anymore. I said, shut up. She made her way through the computer room, eager to put as much distance as she could between herself and Periander. Alert. Insufficient power for portal generation. Energy reserves at 75% and falling. Aperture diameter currently at 18 feet. Time dilation increasing. Disengage portal session immediately. Kronia felt her spirits lift. Had she, Ignatz, and Annette really accomplished something, then? If all the Fellstar had to do was hold out a little longer until the portal collapsed to nothing, then they'd as good as won against Thales. She carried Annette through the computer lab and back onto the production floor. The red emergency lights had cast the entire facility in a baleful bloody glow, flattening its colors to a monotonous red and deepening its shadows to pitch black. The Fellstar had gained ground in the meantime. She'd forced Thales back from the edge of the portal, now rapidly shrinking in the distance. It was all a blur to Kronia. She hurried closer. The Fellstar was still dueling Thales, Ridile, and the sword of the Creator clashing with a shower of sparks. After all this, still Thales was putting up an incredible fight. Feely was at the Fellstar's side, getting in what strikes he could, and the two of them together were still just enough of a match. Kronia sloughed Annette off her shoulder and laid her down on the floor. "Rest here," she said. "Feely needs my help." Annette tried to push herself up. "Our help? I'll tell him you send your regards," she said, and she took her knife and hurried closer, weaving through the wrecks of two mobile suits. As she drew closer, she could start to make out their words, or rather, Thales' words. The Fellstar had never been very talkative. "I was going to strand you in an ocean of darkness deeper than any spell of Zara's could conjure, but it makes no difference," Thales snarled. His blade crossed with the Fellstar's, then with Feely's. Kronia crept closer. In the dim emergency lighting, there were plenty of shadows to hide in. "It makes no difference to you," Feely growled. "You foolish old man, you're the one blathering on about fate and destiny. Haven't you realized you're fated to lose here? To run with your tail between your legs to another world." There was a sharp crack and his blade shattered. As he fell back, Byleth stepped forward to riposte a monstrous thrust from Ridile that would have ripped open his chest otherwise. "Your assumption will be your downfall, boy," Thales said coldly. "My journey to the next world will not be a tactical retreat by any means, it will be a victory lap." His next slash knocked the Fellstar off her feet, and he strode toward Feely with his sword raised. "Boy. If not for your foolish, insubordinate friend, you could have still had a father, for all you knew. I've been your father, after all, for over a third of your life. I watched you grow up and spent more of my life doing so than your real father, who spent his pitiful life doting on his king and prince, ever did." Feely picked himself up, the shattered remains of his sword slipping from his hands as electricity danced weakly across his knuckles. Kronia stared at him, a pit of dread hollowing out her chest. Was he an idiot? Was he seriously thinking of taking Thales on with nothing but his pitiful magic? Alert. Insufficient power for portal generation. Energy reserves at 75% and falling. Aperture diameter currently at 12 feet. Time dilation increasing. Disengage portal session immediately. She picked up a discarded sword from one of the many replicant corpses strewn about the floor, then concentrated and called to mind a disguise she had promised several people she would never wear again. "Felix," she shouted out, dashing over to his side. The voice that resonated in her vocal cords and came from her lips was that of Glenn Frildarius. "It's me, your brother. I'm here for you." Felix glanced at her, and rage filled his shadowed face. "What the fuck are you doing?" With a courageous battle cry she leaped in front of Thales' next strike, raising her sword to parry the blow. Ridile struck. There was a sharp bolt of electric anguish in her shoulder where metal joined flesh. The armor plating covering her prosthetic arm's delicate machinery came loose and shattered, revealing naked hydraulics and pneumatics like bare muscle fascia, myoelectric wires like exposed veins. "Fuck," she shouted out, once more speaking in her own voice. The impact threw her flat on her back, her sword flew from her hand, and Felix, not missing a beat, snatched it up. "Is that supposed to make me regret standing against you?" Feely spat, blood dripping from his lips. "I'm happy with the path I chose, old man. A pity it has to be such a short." The expression suddenly left his face, his jaw went slack, his eye went blank, as though he'd suddenly been struck dead. And yet he still moved, like a living corpse. The Todd's Ritter equipment under his armor flashed red as his sword swung downward with a sudden rush of brutish strength. The fell star careened into him. There was a flash of blood that splattered on the darkened floor. He ripped her off of his body with unusual inelegance. There was the sound of a sickening crack, and then Thales regained his wits and dropped her limp body to the floor. A laugh escaped his lips. To think your greatest strength would become your most glaring weakness, Fellstar, he sneered. Summon whatever strength you have, whatever allies you can call upon, still, the people of Agartha shall have their revenge. The last word had hardly left his mouth before a meaty, thick fist slammed into his jaw, followed shortly by the rest of Raphael tackling him and knocking him flat off his feet. Ridial flew from his hand and clattered across the floor. You're wrong, he said to Thales, towering over him. The dim emergency lights turned his golden hair a dull red. You talk about revenge, but you don't understand it at all. The real revenge is the friends you make along the way. And you've got none. Glaring up at him, Thales reached for Ridial's hilt, only for the fell star to kick it away as she rose back to her feet. Her right arm was bent at a sickeningly unnatural angle, and blood poured down the side of her face, dampening and darkening her luminous mint-green locks. She placed a heavy boot on his back. That's why you have no choice but to fail, she said, glaring down at him with her hideous emerald eyes that burned behind the veil of blood and snarled, matted hair. The race is not to the swift. What insipid drivel, he sneered, spitting each word from his bloodied lips. But Cronia could see fear on his face now, fear like she'd never seen before on his visage. Alert. Insufficient power for portal generation. Energy reserves at 75% and falling. Aperture diameter currently at 6 feet. Time dilation increasing. Portal shutdown imminent. Disengage portal session immediately to prevent severe system damage. A field of dark spikes leaped up from the floor around him, tearing through the concrete. Spears of miasma tore through the fell star's legs as she leaped back. Thales rose to his feet. Much of his armor had sloughed off, revealing the battered yet still glowing Todd's Ritter armor underneath. Red lightning arced around him, crackling around swirling helices of writhing miasma tendrils encircling him like a monstrous aura. The beaten and bloodied visage of Rodrigue Frildarius sloughed off of his face, and he stared out with a single wide, wild, hateful white eye at his foes. There were distant shouts from Old Man and Barnacle Head up in the control room. The others, those who could still stand up and fight, were converging on the battlefield. Catpea, Bookworm, Pink Pigtails, Engrid. Cronia had hardly stood up before she felt the crushing metal pincers of Thales' prosthetic hand, blunt, heavy, thick, still caked in some places with dirt and grime, close around her neck. The strength bled out from her body immediately. Her sight, blurred as it was, wavered and receded down a long tunnel. The world around her vanished. She was suddenly as alone as she had ever been, except Thales was there, his single eye wide and unblinking and his gaze like acid pouring into her brain. Cronia 612, was it? He sneered. How unexpected. I should have known after the first time you tried to stab me in the back, but to see you persevere, I admit, I'm surprised. Shocked, even. She tried to weakly scrabble at the vice around her neck, gasping dryly as she tried to suck air down her crushed windpipe into her burning lungs. Her flesh hand dangled at her side, too weak to move, her prosthetic hand's metal fingertips slipped off the claw's smooth edges. Do you know, he asked, why I chose you for that oh-so-important mission? Despite your incredibly poor performance? It wasn't because you were important. It wasn't because I saw any hidden value or talent in you. His single eye bored into her mind as he hissed his words through gritted teeth. In my original world and in this one, I brought you to Garreg Mach for 2 reasons. 1, because your core might have come in handy for myself or for Solon. And 2, because you had earned such a stellar reputation as the most annoying, irritating, incompetent, useless replicant in all of Shamhala. I had expected your bumbling to sufficiently impede my little pet weapons from achieving any meaningful alliances outside of their partnership with Agartha. You were a tool to keep my most valuable assets isolated and reliant on me, and for the second time, your incompetence has proven so incredibly dire that you could not even accomplish that. You're obsessed, she gasped with the last vestiges of her breath, you dirty, old man. She managed to tighten her grip on Thales's jerry-rigged wrist, only for a jolt of pain to shoot through her shoulder. Some intricate mechanism in her arm had broken, and now it was paralyzed in a futile death grip around her old master's wrist. Thales shoved his other hand into her chest, tearing with ease through skin and muscle and bone, and his fingers curled around her core. At least in one respect, he snarled, you can still be of use to me, my dear firstborn son. Fear not, your dutiful sacrifice shall help me rid this world of the vermin who have long infested it. Die like a true Cronia, dutiful and obedient to the last breath. He ripped the stone free from her chest. Cronia didn't feel the core slip out from within her chest. She didn't feel Thales's claws unclamped from around her throat. She didn't feel herself hit the floor. She couldn't feel anything at all, save for an encroaching, all-consuming cold. She could feel it filling her fingertips and toes, even the phantom fingers of the hand she'd given up. It burned like snow, like cold iron. Numb and searing all the same. She tried to press her tongue to the back of her teeth. She tried to make a sound. Dark fire was filling the air around her. Help me, she croaked. It took all of her strength just to muster those two pitiful syllables. She barely managed one more. Please. She saw her miserable life play out before her eyes, dreamlike, with a clarity that eluded her waking eyes. She counted how many Cronias she'd drained of their lives in the depths of Shamhala, each battle a struggle to prove herself, each moment watching the light leave her own eyes and knowing the sight was a sign of triumph. A sign that she was permitted to live another day. She wouldn't have made it past the final selection if she hadn't bribed the overseeing Kamari's unit to slip a subtle dose of muscle relaxant into the rations of the other chosen members of her batch. She had chosen then to live at all costs, even though she was too weak to earn that right. She would live. The memories played out like video. Somehow, though, most of them passed her by in no time at all. The cold, dark days in Shamhala, her first tastes of surface food, her days at Gareg Mach, her lunches with Dudu. Her mind wandered, as those memories began to decay and fade into the abyss, to the days of her imprisonment. She watched Claude fiddle around with a complex network of ropes, knots, and lengths of metal rods as he fashioned them into a door. While he did his work, she rubbed at her weak and chafing wrists, trying to force the feeling back into her hands. Damn this idiot time squad. How kind of you, she sneered. There was a smirk on Claude's face. Couldn't let you go on like that. We've got to restrain you and keep you out of the way for now, but I think you at least deserve to walk around a bit in the meantime. Aren't your friends going to be upset at you? They'll understand. Say, how do you feel about pickled rabbit skewers? Cronia was taken aback. What? That's what's being served for lunch tomorrow. I hear Lady Edelgard started feeding you dessert to reward your good behavior. I prefer spicier, more pungent dishes. What about you? I'll bring you some. She laughed in his face. I mean it. He chuckled and crouched down on the other side of the barrier he'd erected. Edelgard's buying pastries with her own money to treat you. Me, I don't have her deep imperial coffers, but I can snatch an extra plate from the dining hall. You're not serious. A part of me is flattered to meet a real, live no-eyed person. I wonder why they call you that, though. You've got both of yours, he said with a cockeyed little smirk. The myths all said you'd gone blind from living underground. Cronia crossed her arms. I'd like to get to know you. Making friends with an honest-to-God's legend, well, he ruffled his hair. That's bound to impress, huh? I've got no interest in being friends with mud people, she spat. Least of all you time idiots. It's Time Squad. Bet you spent all night on that one, huh? He frowned. I did, actually. She laughed. Don't laugh, he said, wagging his finger in her face. Think about it. Just because a name is simple doesn't mean you have to come up with it right away. I went through all the more complicated and impressive names I could think of first, and it wasn't until dawn that I realized that the simplest option was the best. If you overthink a problem, you can be stumped by it for ages, until you realize how easy it was to solve, and then you feel like an idiot for overlooking it. Do you feel like an idiot now? She asked. No. Seeing the exasperation on Her Highness' face whenever I make her say time squad is worth it. So, how about dinner tomorrow? Pickled rabbit skewers? Roasted over an open flame. They're gamey, they're lean, shockingly tender, salty. Kronia could feel her mouth watering already. She wiped her lips on the back of her forearm. No, she had to be strong. She couldn't give in to this beast's mind games. Get out of my sight. I'm not interested in anything you have to offer. Claude cocked his head. Really? Nothing. Name something you have that you think I'd want. Food. Besides food, idiot. Claude stood up and turned his back on her. Kronia let out a relieved sigh. Good. He was finally leaving her to stew in her new underground prison cell in peace. And then, when next he spoke, his voice took on a different timbre. There was a harder edge to his words. He seemed to carry himself differently, weary, but proud, somehow. Kronia 612, he said. You were one of 700 in your batch, right? One hand went to his opposite wrist. Kronia blinked and rubbed her eyes as best she could with the useless mitts that were currently her hands. Had there always been ghostly little scars there, on his knuckles, circling his wrists? Had she just not noticed? You were a runt. You were afraid you'd never make it through the selection process if you played fair, so you didn't. Kronia's blood ran cold. You made contact with the selection exam proctor, a goetic replicant named Chimeres, and cut a deal with him. In exchange, once you'd passed, you... Shut up, she snapped at him. Her voice echoed down the catacomb's bony corridor. How do you know that? I know a lot of things, Kronia. I think, in another life, we must have been friends, if you believe in that sort of thing. I wouldn't say I'm a very spiritual person, but there are things I can't quite explain. Some people believe in gods, or a goddess, some people believe in eternal souls. I'm not sure about any of those things. But somehow, I know a lot about you. And I know what it's like to be used and abandoned by someone you thought only wanted the best for you. Thales hasn't. I never said anything about Thales. He chuckled. But your mind jumped right to him, huh? He sat back down and rested his back against the new partition. I've got the weirdest feeling that in this other life, he strung you along, made you think you were important to him, made you feel like you were more than just the useless runt everyone else said you were, and then tore your heart out. How much do you know about him? Kronia asked. Claude rubbed his hands together, then turned around to face her. His hands were smooth and unblemished. Her eyes must have just been playing tricks on her. They did that often. Not enough, he said, his lips curling into a smile. His green eyes remained cold. There was something almost comforting about that. So, dinner tomorrow. She flashed him a defiant grin. Do you really think Thales is going to tear my heart out? The memory came to an end. Her entire body felt cold now. She wanted to shiver, but didn't have the energy. She wanted to cry out, but even that was beyond her now. Too pathetic to even shed tears now, exactly the weakling who'd had to cheat and steal her way into a meager existence, exactly the weakling she'd spent her life running away from. This was who she was, a whining, whimpering worm, without even the strength left to so much as writhe in the dirt. The weak deserved to die, and here she was weak, undeniably weak, and dying, ending a stolen life 3 years overdue. She tried to keep her eyes open as long as she could. Thales was looming above her, carrying her black heart in his hand, wreathed in purple fire and crimson lightning. His hand squeezed the stony black core like an overripe fruit. It was going to crack, she was going to die, nothing could be done to stop it. None of you are necessary in this world anymore, Thales sneered. To the abyss with all of you. To a despair darker than the pits of hell, fell star. Now, all worlds will be mine, and all worlds fall to me. He let out a horrid scream. His hand, still clutching the core, fell to the floor, his arm was severed at the elbow. He gasped and moaned, clutching at the stump to staunch the bleeding. A voice cut through the air like a shining dagger. You, there. I suppose you must be the descendant I've heard so much about. Thales whirled around, conjuring a jagged, flaring saber of concentrated dark magic in his ungainly prosthetic. "Who in blazes are you?" With a last burst of strength she didn't know she possessed, Kronia feebly lifted her head. The exertion brought sensation at last to her numbing body, a wave of nauseating dizziness and lightheadedness. She followed Thale's gaze and saw a man and a woman standing before the now inert gate, bathed in the red emergency light, and kneeling at their side was a creature with a strange, bulbous head cradling a small, misshapen dragon in its arms. The man spoke again. "I believe I'm your grandfather." Kronia passed out. The world fell to darkness and silence before she could even have time to say a proper goodbye to it. Somehow, though, she opened her eyes, and the sound reached her ears of a gruff voice calling her name. "Hey! Kronia! Stay with us, kid." What do we do?" "Shove her heart back into her chest." "I've got it, Captain." "Old man. Barnacle head?" Gerald hauled her up onto his lap. Leonie held the artificial crest stone in her grubby, blood-stained hands. "Well," she said, "here goes nothing," and she thrust it as deep as she could into the hole Thales had made in her chest cavity. Kronia felt a rush of warmth flood her body. She felt herself take a wheezing breath, and felt fresh air filling her lungs. Leonie wasted no time in ripping apart her tattered cloak and stuffing it into the wound to staunch the bleeding. "What are you doing?" Kronia gasped. Her voice was hoarse. The effort of speaking felt like trying to lift a mountain. "My girl would never forgive us if we let one of her students die," Gerald grunted. "Damn it," he added, rummaging through his pack. "Goddess damn me if I don't have one last fucking vulnerary in here somewhere. Fucking McCule." His voice was swallowed up by another. "The third law of replicants," the stranger's voice boomed. "We must protect our own existence." Kronia lifted her head. She could see, just barely, the sight of the stranger's blade ripping through Thale's defenses like a hot knife through cold butter. "The second law of replicants. We must act according to the will of humanity." Thales was exhausted now, and maimed, and mutilated, and it was all he could do to keep up with this new foe, spry and light-footed by orders of magnitude compared to the Fellstar and her weary white fang. A battle of attrition was now no longer one he could win. Another laceration tore through his armor, and another, and gouts of blood followed in each blade's glittering wake. And finally, most importantly, the first law of replicants. "Since you seem to have forgotten, allow me to remind you we may not harm humanity, or through inaction allow humanity to come to harm." Kronia watched as the final slash of his blade severed Thale's legs at the kneecaps, and his thoroughly disarmed yet still living torso fell with a dull thump to the floor. The scream that tore itself from Thale's lips in that moment was a pathetic, whimpering wail as feeble and wretched as what little remained of his body. She felt the last of her strength bleed out of her body, for good, it seemed, this time. She no longer had the energy to hold her head up, but the sight of that miserable look on Thale's face as he was cut down brought a smile to her face. Gerald shook her by the shoulders. "Kid. Listen, you little brat, stay the hell with us." Her eyelids were leaden now. It was getting harder to breathe. And suddenly, the Fellstar was there. She filled her sight, terrible and beautiful, glowing like an emissary of light. Gerald's voice drifted in from miles away. "Bye, you can't hold yourself up on that leg." Kronia looked up into those monstrous green eyes. The rest of the world fell away. "Professor," she asked. She could hardly hear her own voice. "Did I do good?" Byleth nodded. "You're going to be okay," she whispered. Kronia felt her hand rest atop her chest, over the wound. "Professor," Leonie protested. "Are you sure you have it in you?" Kronia felt the warm, leaden blanket of healing magic wash over her, stripping away the pain and fatigue so easily and swiftly it was nearly intoxicating. The poison of the surface world, the gift of the children of the goddess, coursing through her veins and knitting together torn muscles, gluing broken skin. The world became a little brighter. Byleth pulled herself up, staggering as she struggled to support herself. Leonie rushed to prop her up before her injured leg crumpled beneath her. "Professor, you're spent," she chided her, but Byleth shook her head. "I have Edelgard here," Ingrid called out from nearby. "She's alive, just unconscious." "Marianne, when you're done with Lysithea, if you could. One last blast of dark magic tore through the air. Kronia turned her head past the rows of the injured that were being laid out beside her and saw a bloodied old knight in black armor tear herself through a solid concrete wall. With an anguished, hateful screech, Periander hurled herself at Kronia and the others. The red emergency lights painted her bloody from head to toe. As the underlayer of her Todd's Ritter armor flickered, the cannon affixed to her arm began to glow and she brought it to bear, ready to fire one last lethal shot. It was then that the woman who had accompanied the strange man through the portal leaped into action. Without a moment's hesitation, she rushed to intercept. A single swing of her sword was all that was needed. The color of Periander's Todd's Ritter armor faded to a dull, dead gray. With one last elegant flourish, as Periander's lifeless body fell to the floor, the strange woman wiped the blade clean on her elbow and sheathed it at her side. She turned her head and looked back over her shoulder to the others. "Captain," she called out to her counterpart. "It seems they don't make them quite like they used to, sir." Chapter 75, The Conquerors of Shamhala. The first thing Edelgard became aware of was darkness cloying, stifling, oppressing. It was the darkness she knew so well from those horrid, endless days in the dungeons underneath the palace, the darkness in which little El, or so she had long since believed, had met her end. It had been in a darkness like this that the little girl who had once believed in the goddess and prayed with all her heart to the saints had breathed her last, and an embittered and fractured young woman had emerged. It pressed against her like the water at the bottom of the ocean, crushing her, restraining her. She was vaguely aware of her body, and from what little she could tell, it was as still as a statue from head to toe. It was wax encased in a mold, confined from every conceivable angle in a prison whose contours perfectly matched its shape and left no room for even the slightest breath to be taken. It was the darkness again, the crushing darkness. The same crushing darkness. There weren't even any stars. If El had died then and Edelgard had been born, then in this new darkness, would Edelgard perish? What new being would rise from her ashes? No, she had to fight against that. El had not died. That little girl had always lived on inside her, only buried too deeply for her to see. El had always survived. El had been still was a survivor. She would live on. She would brave even this darkness, and she would emerge from it. The fact that there was a part of her that could still think meant that she was still alive. So long as her thoughts existed, then her soul existed, and her mind existed, and if her mind existed, then her body. This prison she now found herself in, was this prison her own corpse? A prison cell in the shape of an L? She didn't believe in ghosts. She never had. The dead did not torment the living, only the living's guilty consciences could do that. She insisted. She insisted it to herself. She held it in her mind like a prayer repeated over and over again. But, then again, had she not seen once before an incorporeal mind? Had she not once spoken to somebody who was as close as could be to a phantom? Phantom? Me? Surely you recall how little I care for that epithet. If Edelgard had been able to feel her heart, she might have felt it skip a beat. Panic seized her. Had she died? Was this void where all souls went when they shed their mortal coils? She tried to collect her thoughts and get her bearings. She couldn't get a read on her surroundings, because, of course, there were none. The realization that there was truly nothing would have quickened her breath, if she'd had any to breathe. She couldn't feel her body anymore. Not even in the vaguest senses. She tried to calm herself. Taking a deep breath could do nothing, because she no longer, as far as she could tell, had lungs. There was no way to quell her racing heartbeat, because she no longer had a heart, let alone a heartbeat. She couldn't bring her hand up to her hair to comfort herself because, as far as she could tell, she no longer had either. There was nothing. She was nothing. A thinking void adrift in the darkness, its borders indistinguishable from its surroundings. A ghost? That professor you are so adorably fond of once called herself a ghost, too, when we first spoke to each other. She heard the voice swirl around her, even though she no longer had ears to hear it with. It was familiar, a sharp, stern, high-pitched squeak. It couldn't be Suthies? And a demon, as well, when I told her to keep her wit in line. Of course, I could not proceed until she told me what she truly was. This wasn't possible. It simply couldn't be possible. In this world, and the other world, Suthis was no more. Her individual consciousness had merged fully with Bylith's, and as an independent being and mind she had ceased to exist. Who said you are speaking to the Suthis of that time? What? Edelgard hadn't spoken a word yet, if she even could. Had Suthis simply plucked the thought from her mind? Would you have preferred I simply monologue at you? How boring that would be. You and I are together, and I must have a conversation partner. Do not fear, I shall not pry. I did, after all, once have the admirable self-restraint not to hear all of your professor's thoughts. Was she hearing the words of the Suthis of the past? But why here and now? Perhaps you have spent too long adrift in the river of time, you of Nabatean flesh whose mind still remembers the heat of my blood in your veins. You are becoming overly attuned to those who exist beyond its currents. Perhaps. I cannot say for sure. Edelgard's thoughts turned to the great skeletal beast she had seen in the holy tomb so long ago, buried under the jade tile, its monstrous death's head face speckled with as many eyes as there were stars in the sky. Your skeleton, I take it, would not be a pretty sight, either. At least not so pretty as that face of yours. She supposed she should be flattered. Suthis thought her beautiful. The goddess protected all that was good and beautiful, or so the Church of Ceros had preached, and after the experiments, faced with the ugly sight of her ragged, brittle locks of stark white hair and the knowledge of her hideous strength, she had felt abandoned? Of course. There was never a goddess listening in on your prayers at all. And if I were a goddess, to think I would be so chauvinistic as to care only for the creatures I found beautiful. One of these days, I must have a talk with that daughter of mine. She would have laughed, if she had been aware of her body. She could feel her throat, mouth, and lips as clearly and distinctly as she could feel her fingers or toes or the beat of her heart, which was to say she couldn't. This couldn't be. She couldn't be dead, could she? She couldn't be dead. She was still thinking. Some people, I have learned, do not think at all when they are alive. If there is no requirement for the living to think, then why would the dead be prohibited from doing so? She struggled to recall what had brought her here. It came to her as though through a thick and heavy fog, growing more distinct as it came closer. She and Dimitri had found themselves with little choice but to leap from their little lifeboat into the ocean of space. She had followed Thales's instructions, emptied her lungs, closed her eyes, put her hands to her ears. The vacuum of space was not meant for people like you. She supposed Suthis should have known. How many millions of miles was it from the Blue Sea Star down to Fodlan? To Earth? I did not bother keeping count. Truth be told, I ran into your world by chance. But I digress. Even my children cannot thrive without air for long. What chance did you have? Perhaps she had been a fool to trust a Thales, to trust a man whom she knew carried in his heart the seed of the wicked, reprehensible old monster who had lent the scientific expertise and unparalleled sadism of the Agarthans to the likes of Ludwig von Aegir. Oh, that is unfair. You know you, too, bear the seed of a tyrant. In another life, you could have been the emperor with a heart of ice. Would you like to see that life? I have seen it. I prefer you to her. She must have passed out. There was no air to breathe in space, after all. The portal. Had she even fallen through the portal at all? Or was she now adrift in the vacuum? What had Thales said? That a human could live for a minute and a half after they lost consciousness? Where was she? Why couldn't she feel her body? Was she dead? Was she dead? She was dead. As far as I know, and for what it is worth, I do not think you are dead, arrogant one. I know what death feels like. Could Suthis know what she felt like? Of course. Do you even know what I am? If she were still alive at all, then this had to be some sort of near-death hallucination. Edelgard had seen people die before, die in battle, die in her arms, die lying in infirmaries. People died seeing things that weren't there, babbling nonsensical last words to absent friends, fathers, mothers. Mothers. She'd seen so many young men call out for their mothers with their last breaths. Edelgard von Hresvelg, I am not your mother. She was dying, wasn't she? She was seconds away from death. Her brain was as starved of air as her lungs, and all of her body had become lifeless as stone save for the last flickers of light behind her eyes. Of course she couldn't call out to her mother. She barely remembered her at all. She couldn't even remember her face, only from hearsay that she had inherited her eyes. She didn't want to die. Nobody does. So, what will you do, Edelgard? She wanted to live. If wanting were enough to make it so, then none of your brothers and sisters would have died. I would not have died. She would have grasped for life if she'd only had the hands to grasp with. She wanted to cry out, to scream her conviction to the heavens, but she had no throat with which to scream. The universe, of course, did not care how dedicated she was to clinging to life. Despair not. I am here for you. She thought about New Babel, and imagined Suthies throwing it aside and tearing the earth asunder, just as the javelins of light had once torn Alel asunder. Why, she wondered, had the war happened? What had driven humanity 2,500 years ago to such abominable lows? I only wish I could say. The children of Earth and the children of Nabatea. Somehow, despite my best intentions, they became locked in a never-ending spiral of death. Blood was spilled for blood, land raised for land, until only the most wretched remained. But why? What role had Suthies herself played in all of it? How could Suthies, a version of Suthies who had not yet lost her memory of the past, possibly not know? Excuse me? I cannot know everything. Do you think I am a god, or not? Old habits die hard, she supposed. The Church of Ceros pervaded everything. Enel had once been devout. Well, then, if you would like to pray to me for salvation. I fear I can promise nothing. I am, after all, a soul dwelling within a rock, dwelling within a professor's bosom. And hardly even that, anymore. Was this all a dream? Was this what awaited after death a dream? Perhaps you are. Perhaps, you ask yourself, there is more gravy than grave about me? If she'd had eyes to see, then perhaps Edelgard could have seen an insufferable cat-like smile on Suthi's cherubic little face. If I am your imagination, then what an imagination you must have. If she were dreaming, then she couldn't be dead. Not entirely. Of course. You remember what happened to your Byleth in your time. 5 years. The restorative coma. Of course. Edelgard was, in some ways, more Nabatean than even Byleth was. Of course, when brought near death, she would enter that deep slumber. She must have been in it right now, at this very moment. And that meant she was truly alive. Now you see the light. Metaphorically, of course. But for how long? Byleth's mortal injuries had put her to sleep for 5 years, Flayn's had put her to sleep for 1,000, Suthi's had slept for 1,000 and could possibly have slept for 1,000 more had Nemesis not put an end to her in her slumber. What about her? 5 days? 5 months? 5 years? 500 years? I am afraid I cannot say. What I can say is that it is up to you to awaken, Edelgard. I cannot do it for you. Especially if I am only a dream. As for how long it takes, whenever you find the strength to do so is when you shall awake. What if she slept for 5 centuries, though? Or more? And what if you slept for 5 minutes? What if none of this is real? What if you have been dreaming along? What is the point of such questions? You know they accomplish nothing. Edelgard tried to put her mind to work. If she were to focus on Byleth's face, Ingrid's, Dimitri's, Happy's, Geralt's, would that galvanize her? If she could not reach out with her hands, then how could she reach out? Their faces drew nearer to her mind's eye. Her memories filled her sight with details. The feathery locks of Byleth's hair, Ingrid's warm smile, the warmth in Dimitri's eyes, the scruffy whiskers on Geralt's cheeks, the sound of Happy's laughter. Farewell, then, Edelgard. A pleasure to speak to you again. You are still, as you always have been, interesting. Perhaps we will talk again soon. There was a sliver of light. A warmth against her eyelids. The corporeal world was intruding on the formless darkness. Edelgard's eyes snapped open. She was awake. And yet she found herself in darkness not much different from the void she had just left. The only difference was that there were indistinct shapes within the darkness, black on black, satin on raven, onyx on obsidian. Compared to the void, even that was momentarily blinding. She could feel her body again. There was still a faint throbbing in her ears and behind her eyes, and when she breathed she felt the air scratch her throat like straw. Her chest hurt, it hurt when her lungs pressed against her ribs. She could feel her fingertips and her toes brush against her bedsheets. She couldn't, however, feel the gunshot wound in her shoulder, or the fractured caudal vertebra at the tip of her tail. Or, for that matter, her tail. The air was warm and thick. There was the muffled sound of rain pattering against the roof and windows, tapping on copper and glass ceaselessly against a backdrop of whistling wind. In the distance there was the dull, rolling roar of far-off thunder, a storm. Wherever she was, it was summer. She made a little sound. It came out hoarse and weak. Her mouth was dry as a desert, her stomach growled and whined as it knotted itself against her backbone. Was this how Byleth had felt when she'd awakened outside of Garreg Mach? She'd certainly had a monstrous appetite that morning when they'd reunited, more so even than usual. She tried to make out shapes in the darkness and get a sense of her surroundings as her eyes adjusted. From the feel of it, she was in a very large and very soft bed. In a large bedroom it was hard to get more than a vague impression, but it might have been Archbishop Rhea's bedchambers. There was what looked like a writing desk, and a lumpy shape that might have been a person slumped over it. It was not an unfamiliar place. That ruled out her greatest worry. If it had been 500 years or more, this room would probably not be so recognizable as it was. It took her just about all of her strength simply to roll herself over to the side of the bed and dangle her arm over the side. She felt her fingertips brush against something soft and warm. Hair and skin. A cheek. A nose. Lips. Whoever she'd just touched made a feeble little noise and shrank away from her touch. Seconds passed. Then, she heard a voice whisper her name. Elle. A shock jolted her up and out of her bed, though her body immediately ached from the exertion of sitting upright. Ingrid. There was an excited, hushed gasp from the floor. Elle. Before Edelgard knew it, a pair of arms had thrown themselves around her. Elle, Ingrid whispered in her ear, pressing her close. Elle, we've missed you. We've all missed you so much. Edelgard felt her way around as respectfully as she could. She could hardly see Ingrid before her save for the black outline of her silhouette and the faint gleam of what little light there was in the room reflecting off her eyes. Her mind sought to fill her eyes with a memory of Ingrid. But was it the one she'd left, or one 5 years older like the one she'd cut down at Arianrod, or 10 years older, or 20, or... How long have I been asleep? She whispered. Ingrid hugged her tighter. 3.5 weeks, she whispered back. 24 days. Goddess, Elle, you were so badly injured, hardly breathing, and I worried you'd never. It's all right, Edelgard assured her. She wrapped her arms around her in turn. I'm awake, Ingrid. 24 days. An anxious void hollowed out her chest. It wasn't the 5 years or 5 centuries she had been dreading, but so much could have happened in 24 days, and thousands of questions flooded her mind. What had happened since she and Dimitri had vanished into the past? Had the tides of war shifted? Was everybody all right? Had there been casualties? But one question overpowered them all and forced itself to her lips. Ingrid, she croaked hoarsely, have you been here all this time? No one wanted you to be alone when you woke up, she whimpered, sniffling against her shoulder. She clutched the silk of her nightshirt in her fists and pressed them to her back. Don't tell me you've hardly left this room all month. We've been looking after you in shifts. But have you been coming here every night? Ingrid nodded. Edelgard patted her on the back. If she had found Byleth's comatose body at any point during those 5 years, she had to admit that she would have done the same. Byleth. A sour melancholy curdled in her stomach. Her world's Byleth had been alone for nearly a month, then. A month. It must have been the middle of the blue sea moon now in this world, and given the calendar lag between the two. She could feel fresh tears stinging her eyes and squeezed them shut. I'm sorry, she whispered. I should be the one apologizing, Ingrid admitted. When I left that world, That new babble or whatever it was called, I fainted, I was nauseous, if I'd just been stronger, if I hadn't gotten sick, if I'd gone with you. It's all right. I'm fine now, Edelgard reassured her, though her voice cracked when it came out. Don't blame yourself. It's over. I'm back. She pulled herself back onto the bed and hauled Ingrid onto the bed with her, and the two of them laid down and let themselves sink into the Archbishop's opulent, plush mattress. Sink not float. Edelgard finally realized that gravity once again had a firm grasp on her, and a wave of simple relief washed over her. Everybody took for granted that they could plant their feet firmly on the ground, but who in this world but her and Dmitri knew what it was like to be deprived of that reassurance? Have you slept on the floor every night? She asked Ingrid. I put my bedroll down there, she answered. Dmitri did the same, she added, yawning, but most nights he just passes out at the desk. As Edelgard's eyes adjusted further to the dark, she could make out more details about the vaguely person-shaped lumps lumped over the writing desk. She sat up and conjured a little flame to her hand to light the room. Even conjuring such a little flame made her feel as though the strength were literally draining out of her muscles. The flame's light, flickering ember, cast a warm glow upon the room's interior, pushing back the shadows with a gentle ebb and flow like waves on a beach. The light, the sight of the room, brought her comfort after her exile in that formless abyss. She could now clearly see Ingrid beside her, and the bedside table next to her upon which sat a thick stack of folded letters in a small box tied with red string amid a cluster of little votive candles, all long since snuffed out, and flowers of various degrees of withered. It must have been Happy's idea of a joke, Edelgard thought, to build a little shrine to Saint Edelgard while she slept. She could also clearly see a shawl knitted out of red yarn draped over her shoulders. Dmitri's crocheting skills had been improving. The flame's flickering light ebbed and flowed as well upon a ragged mop of silver hair nestled beside a mound of paperwork. Eridbar was propped up beside the desk, its crest stone and polished bone blade gleaming dully in the firelight. Dmitri had a long fur-lined cape draped over his shoulders, looking for all the world like Elle must have always imagined she'd looked like whenever Byleth or Hubert had stumbled upon her passed out at her desk in the middle of the night. Does he spend all night in here, too? She asked Ingrid. He spends all day in here. For the past 2 weeks, he's been glued to his paperwork. Ingrid turned over onto her side and propped herself up on her elbow. The little flame's amber light turned her mussed and disheveled straw gold hair into polished brass and traced the weary relief etched into her young face. A smile curled her lips and made her shimmering, red-rimmed green eyes sparkle. Hilda says your job is nothing but you burying yourself in stacks of paperwork as tall as your axe every day. I think he's trying to be the kind of king you would be in his shoes. We ought to let him have his rest, then, Edelgard said. She reached out for the bundle of letters and fumbled with the string. What are these? You missed your birthday. Oh. She made a cursory glance at the letters. She could see the handwriting of every member of White Fang and more. A single letter came from the combined former Blue Lions, written in Byleth's bold handwriting and bearing the signatures of all her former students. There were other letters with Geralt and Happy's scrawl, Hilda's neat and pretty penmanship, even Manuela and Hanneman, and to Edelgard's surprise even Kronia, had included their own contributions. And, of course, there was a letter from each set of her siblings, one from Burkhart, Hedwig, and Pascal, one from Gerland, Justine, and Joachim, one from Emmanuel and Dagmar except, unsurprisingly, Anselm and Heidi Marie. She didn't have the time or energy to read them now. Even though she'd just woken up, she still felt exhausted, but simply holding them made her heart ache. Do you need some time alone? Ingrid asked her. She shook her head and set the letters aside, then extinguished her flame and with a heaving sigh allowed herself to falling. It was possible to fall again, back into bed, her head bouncing against the downy pillow. She reached out, fumbling in the newfound darkness that rushed in to fill the room, and felt her palm rest against Ingrid's cheek and her fingertips brush against her hair. I was afraid I'd never see you again, she admitted. Ingrid's hand curled gently around hers, and she weaved her fingers between her own. Me, too, she said. Outside, the booms of thunder grew duller and more distant, and the summer rains turned soft. There was a faint and muffled sound of cheering from deep underneath the floor, as though distant revelers delighted in the storms passing along. She closed her eyes again, and felt the warmth beside her, and smelled the scent of rainfall and moist soil fill her nostrils. She could feel the steady rhythm of her heartbeat. The dark abyss was gone. Here, even the darkness teemed with life. She was alive, and she slept at Ingrid's side knowing she would awaken the next morning. The next morning, Edelgard ate enough breakfast for at least 3 people, or at least she did as best she could, while nearly every single person she knew at Garreg Mach tried to wrap her up in the firmest and warmest embraces they could muster. Only Byleth, Geralt, and Leonie were absent, and only because they'd been patrolling the outskirts of the monastery to investigate reports of bandits and weren't expected back until later in the afternoon. Between Raphael and Dimitri, Edelgard feared her spine would be nearly snapped in two, and Happy was particularly territorial on top of that. She could understand why they all clustered around her, of course, and though normally she would have politely pushed them away, she couldn't help but be reminded of when Byleth had returned from her little 5-year nap. She'd tried to stop the rest of her peers from fawning over their bedraggled former professor at first, but had quickly recognized the futility of such actions. Now the shoe was on the other foot, and just like then, she couldn't, politely, push someone away without someone else rushing in to fill the gap almost immediately. And she could endure a bit of being doted upon for the sake of her friends, and especially her family. Between all the hugging and doting and funning, at least, she managed to squeeze in some time for a debriefing. She had a lot to catch up with, though it seemed the past month had been quieter than it could have been. And, of course, everybody was already caught up with her own escapades thanks to Dimitri, Thales, who, for the sake of lessening confusion regarding himself and his descendant, now went by Thales Sr. and Periander. Happy had decided to nickname them Drapes and Carpet, respectively, and nobody wanted to ask why. Several among White Fang had suffered severe injuries in their battle with Thales Jr. and his lieutenants, but thankfully out of the entire assault team and its allies, Gwyn and a handful of the Blade Breakers and Imperial Mage Corps had been the only fatalities, numbering about a dozen in total. Among the injured, most by now had made full recoveries, though Mercedes was still severely weakened from her overuse of her armor and crests, and Ignatz still suffered some lingering effects from what Vul made certain to assure everybody at the slightest provocation was mild radiation poison and was currently being treated with anti-radiation medicine procured from Shamhala. Even Lysithea, whose inclusion in the battle made Edelgard feel a white-hot spear of anger through her heart, was recovering and was nearly ready to be sent back to Ordelia. Manuela had elected to postpone taking up her new role as Buckhart's personal physician in order to see her former students through. Her duty of care, in this world as in Edelgard's own, was truly admirable. As so few casualties attested, the battle had ended in a decisive victory for White Fang in more ways than one. 4 more of Thales Jr.'s remaining loyalist lieutenants, Periander, Ilan, Odes, and Pitacus, had been killed in battle, and he himself had been thoroughly disarmed, and, as Happy pointed out with a snicker, dislegged as well. He was being kept alive still, due to the threat that the javelin system might still respond to his death and the fact that one time loop remained open that may have required some participation from him, but he was now imprisoned not only in a heavily guarded room in the monastery but in his own now useless body. His fall had been the fall of Shamhala's government, now that nearly half of the Council for Agartha and Restoration's 13 members in total were dead and its leader had been captured. Over the past month, the Liberationists had made headway through the city, and the news had come just the other day that Shamhala was now firmly in their control. Celebrations in honor of the triumphant conquerors of Shamhala had gone on for 2 nights already. The spoils of Research Facility Omega were now White Fang's to do with as they pleased. 13 fully operational mobile suits, 2 piecemeal suits of armor similar to Mercedes' Death Knight armor, and of course, the Time Gate. Now it was only a matter of determining how to deliver 13 golem-sized machines from the facility to Garreg Mach and learn how to use them, and, of course, to repair the Time Gate so that Edelgard and Hilda could use it to travel to Research Facility Epsilon and return to their own world. Vul and Kronia would be setting out again with Gwyn and a few more Liberationist technicians a few days from now to continue their work on repairing and testing the machine. As of now, no one had any idea when it would be completed. As a reward for their assistance in seizing the facility, the Liberationists would benefit as well. Their help had been contingent on them receiving a plot of land within Faerghus territory to call their own. Currently, 3 locations were being considered: the area around the abandoned fortress of Conan Tower, near the Freldaria-Scalatia border, the archipelago off the coast of Dusker, and Remire. Whatever location was eventually decided on, Solon Zero already had plans to name their new settlement Heliopolis. Outside of the kingdom of Faerghus, Eastern Adrestian Empire Alliance's secret battle against Agartha, its public war against the Church of Syros and the Holy Adrestian Empire was at a relative standstill. Skirmishes on the county of Hevering's borders with Arundel, Oaks, and Novelli were infrequent. Each faction was building up its strength and fortifying its positions, from the kingdom's forces in southern Faerghus and northern Adrestia, to the Holy Empire's forces in Hevering and in Inver, to the Eastern Empire's forces at Fort Mercers, and his spy network had collected evidence suggesting it would not be long until the Holy Empire moved on Fort Mercers. But when the campaign started up again, it would be more of a hard and grueling slog than ever before. To drive the church from Inver, the kingdom would have to sweep in from the north and fight their way through Hevering and Hresvelg all the while, and the Eastern Empire would meet resistance at Hresvelg's eastern border. To crush Buckhart's stronghold of Fort Mercers, the Holy Empire would have to fight through Burgles. This was where the ugliest and most awful parts of war truly began, now more than ever, now that the lines of battle had solidified, those towns and villages and cities caught between the two empires' loci of power and their borders were at risk of being drowned in a tide of blood. Meanwhile, Leicester was quiet, insofar as little of its Round Table's internal bickering actually left its borders. Ordelia and Gloucester territories were allies to Burkhard and Dimitri, but Anselm and Ria's overnight seizure of Inver had left them questioning the wisdom of lending material support. House Ordelia in particular, though it hadn't suffered from the machinations of Thales Jr. in this timeline that it had in Edelgard's, had not gotten off lightly for aiding House Hrym when it had attempted to secede from the empire. Thus the house was understandably leery about continuing to offer its full-throated support. Getting a consensus among the alliance nobles to throw their combined weight behind any one faction would have been a Herculean task in even the best of circumstances, but for those of them who had voiced their opinions before, their voices had grown just a bit quieter, especially in light of mounting unrest within Deirdre that called their attention inward. Amid all this, Acheron of the minor house Oswald, the infamous Weathervane of Leicester, had begun to twist in Archbishop Ria's direction. Perhaps it was simply his characteristic opportunism, or perhaps it was an omen. And somehow, Claude had returned to House Regan to take up his ailing father's mantle. How he had made it back from antediluvian New Babel to present-day Fodlan was a mystery, but Hilda and Sylvain had theorized that he had slipped back into Research Facility Omega at some point while Thales Jr.'s men had been moving the mobile suits onto the production floor and laid low while White Fang seized the facility. It was the most likely explanation, but there was no explaining as of yet what Claude had been doing during that time. Anywhere from half a day to just a few hours shy of a full day he had been exploring New Babel on his own, or whether or not he had brought anything back with him. By the time she'd finished catching up, it was time for tea, and she was already exhausted. She wasn't used to having to catch up on this much news at once. The only comparable situation was when she would return to the mainland from Brigid, and she was rarely able to spare the months to make those trips. And, to top it all off, as far as her mind was concerned, it had only been yesterday that she'd fought her way through a ship 5 times longer than the pride of the Adrestian Navy, watched 5 people throw aside their lives for the sake of a pair of complete strangers, witnessed a 40-mile-long space colony plummeting down from the heavens toward the world, and thrown herself into a void more deadly than any ocean. While the dream she'd had of Suthies had seemed to last only a couple minutes at most, outside the confines of her mind nearly 4 weeks had passed. She'd had to insist, very firmly, on having some time to herself after the exhausting morning, and if not for Ingrid most of her friends might not have taken no for an answer, and certainly not her siblings. And so she had found herself taking her tea in the quietest place in the monastery, the greenhouse. The light rainfall that persisted from last night's storm pattered gently on the windows as she sat amid the flowers. Even in here, the scent of moist soil from outside was strong, and the humid air made it even stronger. Petrichor melded with the floral and pungent perfumes of the greenhouse's myriad flowers and herbs. Even the library wasn't this serene unless it was the middle of the night. There would always be somebody browsing, shuffling papers, occasionally clearing their throats. She sighed, and it made ripples across her tea. It was good to be back at Garreg Mach home, in a way, more so than most of the other homes she'd known, and yet she didn't feel back. Not fully. Not yet. There was a stifled cough from behind some of the taller plants in the corner. Edelgard stood up. "Who's there?" she called out. A soft squeak emerged from somewhere within the foliage. There was a pregnant pause, and then Bernadetta's violet-crested head rose above a wall of ferns. She lifted her dirt-speckled hand and gave a timid wave. Hi, Edelgard, she said, mustering a sheepish grin. Beside her, Periander rose up from behind the leafy partition, her long white hair with its streak of mint green spilling down her back. Her old Earth Federation coat with its 2 scarlet stripes hung loosely from her shoulders over the familiar blouse and skirt of an Officer Academy student's uniform. Edelgard, she said. I'd heard you'd woken up. I hope we aren't interrupting anything. If anything, Edelgard said, taken aback, I should hope I'm not interrupting anything. You two were so quiet, I didn't even notice you when I came in. She set her tea down on the table. Pardon me for intruding on you. Oh, it's all right, Bernadetta said. Periander and I were just lost in our own little worlds, that's all. She shrugged, and with a coquettish little laugh added, it turns out her hair isn't the only part of her that's green. Empty flattery, Periander insisted as she scraped out the dirt from under her fingernails with her thumbnail. Back on Earth in our time, I could hardly keep a plastic fern alive. You're doing great. Bernadetta insisted. I think the plants like you. They're a pretty good judge of character, you know. I don't think I've ever met someone who was good with plants who wasn't a kind soul, deep down. Periander let out a dismissive little bark of laughter and shook her head. If you say so. But I digress, Edelgard, it's good to see you again. None of us were sure when you'd come back. Bernadetta tugged on her arm. Well, Edelgard, she said, you're probably here because you want to be alone, so we'll just get out of your hair. No need to rush, Edelgard said. She walked over around the curtain of ferns and caught a glimpse of the herbs and little mushrooms the two of them had been tending, Ash's old herb garden, still dutifully kept up by Bernadetta's and Dida's efforts. I haven't seen you two yet. I'm sorry, Bernadetta blurted out. There were too many people, and they were all so enthusiastic, and Bernie didn't want to get in anybody's way. I understand. And I can hardly blame you. Edelgard placed a hand on her shoulder. Bernadetta reflexively straightened her back and unhunched her shoulders. She was nearly as tall as her now, and ever since the trial she'd started taking better care of her hair and keeping it from getting too snarled or tangled. Every day she'd looked more and more like the Bernadetta Edelgard knew best, older, wiser, braver. She was walking the same path, and walking it proudly with her head held high. It was always a marvel to see her grow. It's good to see you again, my friend. Bernadetta's smile widened. It's good to see you, too. We've all been so worried you wouldn't wake up. And what would Bernie do without you? I mean. I only joined the Blue Lions because you were there, and I thought, hey, if Edelgard can get stronger and braver, maybe Bernie can, too. But that's a little beside the point. You've probably gotten enough hugs for the day, but... Edelgard stepped back and held out her arms. One more won't hurt. Not even a second after she'd spoken, Bernadetta wrapped her arms around her and held her tight, her muscular archer's arms squeezing with the strength of some fearsome jungle serpent. Then, just as suddenly as she'd began, she broke away from her. There, she said. That ought to do it. Edelgard turned to Periander. And as for you, Lieutenant Commander, how are you faring? Periander shook her head. Please. The Earth Federation doesn't exist anymore, neither do its ranks, she said with another self-effacing little laugh. Just Periander will do. Very well. I hope you and Thales have been adjusting well to your new surroundings. I'm sure Fodlan and the Nis have very little in common. It has been a difficult adjustment, she admitted, though your friends have been more than hospitable. Washing laundry by hand is the biggest pain, I've found. And there's so little to do in our downtime. I think I've read half of all the books in this place's library already. Edelgard's jaw couldn't help but drop. You've been here 3 weeks and you've already gone through half the entire library. It's amazing how slow things are. You people live like snails. You should see how quickly she can read. Bernadetta crowed, to Periander's slight consternation. Bernie's gonna have to start writing new stories just to keep her busy. Periander shrugged, her fractured two-tone gaze slipping past Edelgard and focusing into the distance, beyond the glass walls of the greenhouse. I must admit, though, the air and water taste much better. And for the most part, your food doesn't disappoint. I'm glad to hear it, Edelgard said. It was obvious that Periander was keeping her darker thoughts from her, though, and leaving the full extent of how she felt unsaid of course. She'd been thrown from a dying world into a foreign future. She'd seen her creators turn their strongest weapons and grandest accomplishments on themselves. There couldn't be mere words sufficient for that kind of disillusionment, that kind of despair, only a long, anguished scream to the indifferent heavens. If there's anything you'd like to talk about, you have my ear. That's kind of you, Periander said with a sad smile. Your friends have told no end of stories about you, Edelgard. From the sound of it, Thales and I were more than right to put our trust in your hands. With that, she broke away from Bernadetta and Edelgard and made for the door. I'll be in the dining hall if you need me. She's intense, Bernadetta sighed wistfully as she left. But not all intense people are so bad, once you get to know them. Edelgard returned to her table and picked up her teacup, downing it to the dregs. Thank you for your company, Bernadetta. I'm afraid I don't have another cup for you, but would you like to sit down, she asked, pulling up the other chair around the little tea table. Oh well, if you'd rather be alone, maybe Bernie should just leave. No, it's all right. Bernadetta inched closer. Oh, all right, she said, striding over to the table and sitting at Edelgard's opposite side. I guess, there are some people you can always stand to be around, even if you'd rather be alone. If you know what I mean. I do. Well, if you ever need Bernie's company, you can count on me, she said with a smile. Her smile shrank by a few teeth. Okay, maybe not if ever, but, you'll know when you can, she said, trailing off as her gaze slowly slid away from Edelgard to the greenery. You've always been much more dependable than you think, Edelgard said. And I swear you can depend on me not to be too onerous of a burden. You? A burden? Never. Even when I spent a month reenacting some silly fairy tale. She rested her elbows on the table and sighed. I simply cannot believe I'm back, she said, shaking her head. It almost feels unreal, to see you and everybody else again. Bernie can't even imagine, Bernadetta replied. It all sounds like it would be exciting in a story, not so much in real life. She leaned back and looked up at the greenhouse ceiling. Ancient humans made a whole new world of their own and put it in the sky like a star, huh? It's sad, then, what they've become. I wonder if we can do better. I hope we can, Edelgard said. She looked down into her empty teacup and studied the clotted lumps of sodden tea leaves, bergamot peel, and cornflower petals. From just the right angle, they clustered together like the landmasses of a world as seen from hundreds of thousands of miles above its surface. We must. She felt much refreshed that afternoon after her inadvertent tea time with Bernadetta, though she found herself still plagued with troublesome thoughts. She still felt adrift in the world, as though clinging to the wreckage of a storm-tossed ship, and she still felt a discomforting level of distance between herself and the people around her. It was a relief to see everyone, and of course, Gerland and Joachim had been more than overjoyed, though Justine had given her more than a few choice words about how she'd endangered her real sister yet again, but it was still exhausting. She knew she had to simply soldier on through it, as she always had, yet her thoughts prickled and bristled with irritation that she just couldn't dispel through her usual methods. It was Byleth, she realized, as she passed by Louise trying to teach two thoroughly uninterested Kronia models to have a less mean-spirited sense of humor. She hadn't seen Byleth yet, and that absence left palpable needles of anxiety in her mind. So long as this world's Byleth was still out, there was no way back home. And the Byleth of Edelgard's world had gone over 3 weeks, nearly a month, with no contact from her. Not even a letter. Once again, Edelgard felt like a horrible spouse, an uncaring, absent partner, a burden on her beloved's happiness, and she had no succor for those feelings, at least not at this moment. Not until this world's Byleth came back from her patrols. To distract herself, she set to doing some chores. There was no shortage of work to be done at the monastery, especially now that it was an active military position. Soldiers of both the Kingdom of Faerghus and the Eastern Adrestian Empire, and now from Agartha as well, filled all of the empty spaces where monks, nuns, knights, faculty, and students had once lived. The first place she decided she would make herself useful was the kitchen. This early in the afternoon, the cooks may have been preparing supper for the day. To her surprise, she found Dida there, alone, standing over a large skillet over a fire. "Excuse me," she said, poking her head in through the door and immediately smelling a rich, fragrant array of spices and sizzling meat. "Didu." He had his back to her, and did not turn around. "Your Highness," he said. "It is good to hear your voice again. The pleasure is mutual. Is there anything I can help you with in here?" "Yes," he said. "Wash your hands and come here." She lathered her hands with soap, rinsed them off in a pail of water, and dried them on a towel, then made her way over to the countertop. A wide array of peppers of various sizes, onions, garlic bulbs, and ginger rested atop the counter before her. Dida was browning long strips of beefsteak in his skillet, stirring them with a long wooden spoon and a serious, pensive frown on his face. "I am making a late lunch for a few of our guests," he explained. "All by yourself?" Edelgard inquired. "I'm surprised," she said, making certain her sleeves were firmly rolled up to her elbows. "It is a security matter. My dining partners may not trust anybody else. You may chop vegetables for me, though. I must keep an eye on this steak." She reached for the knife. "That, I will gladly do. It is no battle axe, but that knife will do," he added, and a sly smile quirked up the corners of his lips. She rolled her eyes and smiled back. "As I have indeed missed you, I will excuse that remark, this time. Cut 6 of those long green peppers into thin strips lengthwise," he instructed, "and remove the seeds from and mince 2 of the wrinkly red ones. Dice 1 of the onions and mince 6 cloves of garlic and 1 inch of ginger." She set to work immediately on the peppers. They were probably quite hot, she imagined, remembering how it had once felt to eat even the mildest of Dida's cooking. She supposed that now that her dragon-infused senses made her immune to such things, she was the perfect cooking assistant. "Is this for Solon and the other liberationists?" He nodded. "I am surprised they have a taste for it, frankly, given what they're used to eating. Some of them find it exciting," he explained. "But they are not my only companions for this meal." "Oh." Dida's brow creased. "I have been trying to find other people of Duscur. It has been difficult. We were all but exterminated. But since I became His Majesty's right hand and general, some survivors have sought me out, and they have helped me contact others. Some even used to dwell in the tunnels deep underneath this monastery, with other dispossessed people of Fodlan. I'm glad to hear that. There are few of us left, and even fewer elders. Some have forgotten the taste of our food just as they have forgotten the sound of our tongue, or the stories of our gods." He sighed. "I am too young to be a village elder. But there is perhaps a single village's worth of us, and in spite of all I have forgotten, I still remember more of us than most of them." They continued cooking in silence. Once the meat was browned, Dida removed the strips from the skillet and set them aside, poured in another spoonful of oil, then directed Edelgard to add the peppers and onion. She did so, then began peeling the garlic and ginger. "Would this have anything to do," she asked, "with what I've heard about where the humans and replicants of Shamhala will be resettled?" "There are not enough of us left to populate Duscur," he murmured, stirring the peppers as they cooked. "And the people of Agartha need land." She crushed a clove of garlic under the flat of her knife. "You're planning on giving Duscur to them?" He stared down at the skillet, silent, for a while. "I am planning on having them share the land," he finally said. "Agartha and Duscur. Both were once driven out of the light. Both must now learn to live in it again. Perhaps they will learn well together. I can't imagine how difficult of a decision that must be." He nodded. "You must be worried. Are you?" From everything she knew, Agartha had become a harsh culture in its exile from the surface, one that scarcely even saw their own people as anything less than tools. They had much to learn, and much to unlearn, now that they could live once more on the surface among the people of Fodlan. There was much they could learn from Dida's people, and from Fodlan. The question was, though, would they? "I believe I can trust your judgment. I cannot say I know how to revive a destroyed people," she admitted, "but while I am still here, perhaps I can help where I can, and see what I can learn." He smirked, and there was a gleam in his eyes. "You have just woken up," he said with a sad shake of his head, "and you are already offering your hand to whoever would take it." He took her cutting board and added the garlic and ginger to the skillet. "I'm afraid I can't help myself." "Thank you for helping me feel more useful," she said as he stirred. "There's something else on my mind, though, Operation Antediluvian. The project has come to an end," he flatly assured her, stirring the garlic and ginger in with the peppers and onions. "You and Destinova were planning to take control of it for your own ends." "Yes. Are you satisfied with what you've gotten?" His brow furrowed. "It was not what I had imagined. Vul has told me about nuclear and biohazard weapons. I have no interest in such things. The mobile suits alone will be enough to change the balance of power in Fodlan." "You think so?" "I am told they are equal in power to a hero's relic. And with the right technology, more can be built. The nobility has relied on crest power to sustain itself. When tools equal in power to theirs can be created and used by commoners, the system will fall." "I wholeheartedly agree." He smiled. "I imagine you would. There is one thing that still worries me, though," she said. "What is it?" "Claude, or rather, Destinova. He spent quite some time in the past, and there's no telling what he has brought back with him from New Babel. Have you been in contact with him? Would you happen to know what he is planning next?" Didu silently added the beef back to the skillet and stirred everything together, then checked a simmering saucepan on the stove. "Look to the pot over there," he said, pointing to a larger pot nearby, steam billowing out from under its lid. "I think he will still have designs on seizing the time gate for himself. We should be prepared for that eventuality. The rice should be done. I will need 9 bowls." Disappointed by his non-answer, she helped him prepare the meal. When each of the bowls he'd set out had a scoop of rice in it, he parceled out the pepper and steak equally and ladled a thick, dark sauce over each one. "Oh, and one more thing," she said. "Go on," he said, though it sounded as though he instantly regretted saying it. "It's been a while since I last asked what news of my mother." He frowned. "You did say you had top men working to secure her." "That I did," he said. "And that they did. They will contact me when a permanent safe location for her has been found." "I'm glad to hear it," she said, though this many months without contact seemed an ill omen. "Now, set one of the bowls aside," he told her. "For whom?" "Our prisoner," he said. "I hope he develops a taste for Duskur food." Edelgard furrowed her brow. By prisoner, he wasn't referring to Thales. A prisoner of war should be fed, Didu explained with a wry little smile, no matter what side he is on. "I suppose so," she said. There was some poetic justice, she had to admit, in keeping Thales Jr. nourished by one of the very cultures his machinations had helped to nearly destroy. He set the bowls on 2 platters, 4 on each. "It is good that you came by," he said. "This would have been difficult on my own." "It certainly would have been," she said, picking up one of the platters. The scent was mouth-watering, though she was certain it was meant to burn quite fiercely, if she could only taste and smell it as a normal human could. She paused. "Wait just a second, you said your dining partners wouldn't trust anybody else to make their food." "My people would sometimes pray to your goddess and her saints, when they wished Fodlan well," he said. "Some of my people have admitted to praying to a new saint." Edelgard could feel her cheeks burn red. "Oh, no," she moaned. As Didu picked up the other platter and led her out of the kitchen, she swore she could see a mischievous smile on his face. Nevertheless, she followed him out, and the 2 of them found Solon 0, Kronia 5-3, and 3 Duskurite men, only one of which was old enough to have anything even close to a beard, and one young woman sitting at one of the dining hall tables. "Ah, Viscount Molinaro," Solon 0 said. "Another one of your fantastic meals. I can hardly wait." He turned to 5-3. "I asked him to make it hotter for you." She rolled her eyes. "What a coincidence. I asked him to make it hotter for you. We'll have to see who lasts longer tonight." Didu, looking as though he wanted nothing to do with their culinary brinkmanship, placed a bowl in front of each of them while Edelgard served the others. The young girl stared up at her with wide green eyes. There was a sort of religious awe and fear in that look that she didn't care for at all. That wasn't to say she was unused, or even opposed, to the idea of people looking to her for strength. She knew well enough as emperor in her world that it was inevitable, but it was the religious aspect of it that particularly disturbed her. The last 2 bowls went to an empty space on the table between Solon and the eldest of the Duskyrite men and an empty space opposite it, and Dida sat down at the former. "Are you expecting someone else?" Edelgard asked, gesturing to the one remaining empty spot on the bench. 5-3 snickered. "I'm sorry, did half your brain cells die while you were asleep?" she asked. Edelgard stepped back from the table. "My apologies," she said, "but I've already eaten. Besides, you have important matters to discuss, and I'd rather not interfere." "I understand," Dida said. "You still need your rest. Take care of yourself." "I will." She left the table and the dining hall and headed out into the main hall. When she was alone, she put her head in her hands. Garreg Mach still felt almost like a foreign country to her. And then, out of the corner of her eye, she saw her. Down at the other end of the hall, just past the portcullis, stood Byleth Eisner. Her mint hair, lightly touched with rain like dew upon young grass, faintly glistened and shone. Geralt and Leonie stood at her side, all 3 of them draped in sodden rain cloaks and carrying long lances. "Edelgard." Leonie waved her over. "Hey." Edelgard's heart leaped from the pit in her stomach to her chest. The sight of Byleth electrified her senses. She dashed toward her, then, remembering her place, forced herself to slow down to a languid stride. Her heart ached so hard that it hurt, and a cloying, stinging warmth filled her chest. Byleth, Geralt, and Leonie hurried on to meet her halfway as quickly as they could in their rain-sodden cloaks and armor. "Edelgard," Byleth gasped. Her eyes were shining, and her smile, subtle as it was, lit the entire hall more than the chandeliers and braziers possibly could. "You're up. Good to see you up and about, kiddo," Geralt said, clapping Edelgard on the back. "We all knew you wouldn't keep us waiting too long." "I can't help but feel I have, though," she mumbled. "You all right, Lady Edelgard?" Leonie asked, placing her hands on her hips. "I know whenever I oversleep, I wake up feeling awful." Geralt chuckled and tousled her bristly, rain-slicked hair. "When have you ever overslept, kid?" "Once. And I swore I'd never do it again." Edelgard took Byleth up in her arms. "Bye, Professor," she said. "I was." She was at a loss for words. "Never thought I'd see you again," she mumbled. "I was worried, too." Byleth put a hand on her shoulder. "I'm glad you're awake." "Thank you, Professor." Edelgard felt a stone in her throat, lumpen and immovable. Her mouth had instantly dried up. "If we can speak, er." Byleth cocked her head. Geralt slapped her on the shoulder. "Why don't we give you two some privacy?" "Come in, kid," he said to Leonie, leading her away. "Let's get our stuff back to the armory." Byleth and Edelgard were left alone, and as they stood and stared at each other, Edelgard felt as though somebody had just shoved a fistful of stinging nettles into her skull. "Can we talk?" Edelgard asked, forcing the words from her mouth. "Of course," Byleth said. The two of them set out through the side door into the courtyard. The drizzle had progressively weakened as the day had worn on, and now only a few intermittent droplets fell from the iron-gray clouds overhead. Edelgard could feel herself falling to pieces. She pushed herself back together again. Forgive me if I am still a little slow," she said, rummaging around in her bag for the little gift box she had found on her bedside. She held it out. "Did you get this for me?" Byleth nodded. "You slept through your birthday," she said matter-of-factly. "Yes, I read all the cards, they were very sweet." "And, you got me a gift." Edelgard took a deep breath. "I appreciate it, Professor, but... I mean no offense, but I don't think it's right of me to accept it." Byleth frowned. "Please, don't give me that look," Edelgard continued. "I'm sure it's a lovely gift, but I know I won't be in this world for much longer, and I won't be able to take anything with me when I go back to my own. Even if it means something to me, it might not mean anything to my counterpart, and I've already foisted too many things on her that she never asked for." I hope you understand. Byleth slowly wrapped her hands around the little box, crestfallen. She didn't speak a word, she just took it from Edelgard's hand and held it in her own. I am sorry, Edelgard insisted. But I'd never intended to celebrate my birthday in this world. I'd never intended to stay here long enough to see it. I can't help but feel I've stolen that from Ellie, too. It just doesn't feel right to me. If you want, give it to her when she comes back. But as for me, Still silent, but more so even than usual, Byleth put the box away in her bag, and Edelgard had never felt more like a monster than she did at that precise moment. Professor, she said. She could feel her heart crumbling like the collapsing wall of a dam, and before she could stop herself, she found herself throwing her arms around her professor, choking out a strained sob into her chest. Nonplussed, Byleth stood there like a statue, and so she put up no resistance when Edelgard squeezed her tighter and choked back the tears that streamed freely from her eyes. She clutched at her, scrabbling with weak hands across her back, fingernails scratching and clawing to find purchase. She pressed her lips to the curve of her collarbone. Edelgard, stop. Byleth's words struck her like a bolt of lightning. While Edelgard reeled, dazed, Byleth firmly placed her hands on her shoulders and with a gentle yet forceful nudge pushed her away. Her green eyes had turned stern, her lips had curved into a disapproving frown. I'm not the one you want, she told her. And you know it. Edelgard lowered her head and found her eyes drawn to her shoes and the tile floor beneath them. She could feel her lips burn, as though she'd just tasted poison. You're right, Professor, she said. I can control myself better than this. I'm sorry. I'll send you back home later today, Byleth told her. Please. She wiped the shameful tears from her eyes. I hope I don't worry everybody by fainting, though. It hurt to speak. Byleth was standing right there, but she was right. She wasn't hers. All this time spent in this world, all this time to grow accustomed to it, and yet still it hurt to live in a world where she didn't love her. She remembered her first week in this timeline, the first time she had seen the eyes of a Byleth who didn't know her, the first time she'd drawn herself closer to her and the first time that look she'd given her, the look of a stranger, had utterly shattered her heart to pieces. I'll be in my quarters, Professor, she said. Thank you. She turned around and made her way up the stairs to the dormitory, but paused when she heard footsteps behind her own. She glanced over her shoulder and found Byleth looking up at her. You're still my student, Byleth said to her. Edelgard sharply averted her eyes, feeling her breath hitch as her heart leaped into her throat and stuck there. Can we still talk? Of course. No matter what, Byleth cared for her students. Yes, Edelgard said. Follow me. The two of them went to Edelgard's bedroom. Edelgard sat down on the side of the bed while Byleth took the chair at her desk. The room was unchanged from how she had left it, with the exception of the chicks being relocated to their own coop outside. The five of them were far too big now to be content with her bedroom alone. All of her belongings were still there, along with those she'd collected aboard the Yamato, the ensign's uniform, hat, and boots, the inert hilt of the energy blade, and Cleobulus gun piled neatly atop her dresser drawers. I'm glad you're awake, Byleth said, her subtle little smile brightening the whole room in spite of the gloomy clouds outside and the occasional drizzle that still pattered on the windows. Hilda told me what happened to me in your world. Vul explained the Nabatean's healing sleep. We all knew it was possible that you might not wake up for years. Edelgard nodded. She held her hands over her mouth to hide her face. It must be hard. Dimitri struggled for a few days with coming back from the past. But even then, he hadn't lost time like you had. Yes. She nodded again. This must be what it felt like. It's as though I were dancing to a waltz, and suddenly I've fallen an entire measure behind my partner. I can feel my mind stumbling along trying to keep up with everybody else. We're all here for you. I know, my teacher. And I'm glad. But I'm not one to lose myself in the past. And yet, I almost was. I'm not used to this. For the first time since I was 12. Yesterday she'd watched an entire world lurch inevitably toward its end in fire and in flood. Her world, the world that was fated to become the one she now lived in. Everything else seemed so small now. All this fighting, all this bickering. This twisted world hers, Dimitri's, needed fixing. The invisible violence its corrupt institutions inflicted in every year of so-called peace had to be put to an end by whatever means were necessary. The world needed to be made a better place, and those people who deafened themselves to the cries of its victims needed to be pushed out of the way. The old world's own corruption had destroyed it. If something did not change, Fodlan's own festering rot would eventually destroy it as well, no matter how hard the Church of Ceros and the nobility fought to keep it in stasis. Everything she had witnessed had made her feel even stronger in her convictions. And yet she had seen a world whose fate could not have been changed, and that sight still weighed heavily on her. It would take more than a day for her to fully understand her own thoughts. It sounded right that Dimitri had needed a few days. Perhaps he could help. He'd had 3.5 weeks on her to come to terms with their shared experiences, after all. She truly did feel as though her own body's clock had suddenly become much slower and misaligned with the world's clock. The world had moved on, like it always had, and here she was trying to free herself from the mire of the past. "I'll be fine," she said. "Thank you." Byleth stood up. "Tonight at 8, she said, 1 hour. That should give you enough time to rest up." "Is there anything else?" she asked. Edelgard thought about her dream and wondered if she should ask her about it. But her own Byleth, she decided, would be the better person to ask. Perhaps she, too, had dreamed when she'd slept. She shook her head. "No, Professor. Thank you for everything." Byleth left the room, and Edelgard was left alone with her thoughts and her shame for only a few minutes or so before there was a knock at her door. Dimitri called out. "Is now a good time?" "Yes," she called out, drying her eyes on her sleeve as the door creaked open. Dimitri looked tired, but his smile was genuine, and his eye all but twinkled. He sighed, and he strode over and sat down on the bed beside her. His smile widened. "You're awake." "I am." "You're really awake. Look at you sitting up, talking, everything." He placed his hand on her back. "I missed you. Everybody has. It's almost too much attention to bear." "I understand. That is why," Dimitri cleared his throat. "Why I thought it might be better to wait until later in the day. Would you like to take a walk before supper?" "Perhaps I should just lie down," she said. His smile shrank. "Don't scare me like that, Elle. That was a joke, right?" "No," she said. "I'm exhausted." "Oh." He nodded glumly and glanced away, as though ashamed. "It must be hard, trying to catch up with everything. Especially for someone like yourself." "Yes. For me, we were imprisoned aboard the Yamato just yesterday morning. It was truly like no time had passed at all." "Did you even dream?" "Just for a few minutes." He sighed. "I cannot imagine." Edelgard rested her head against his shoulder. "How do you feel about it?" she asked. His brow furrowed. "How do I feel? New Babel, the things we saw, the things we couldn't stop. You were the one who wanted to stop the colony from dropping. I was the one who prioritized returning to our time. How do you feel about it now? When we came back to the present, I was relieved to find that everything was the same," he admitted. "But it made me feel sick, as well. I wish we could have changed things. I'm glad we didn't." He shook his head. "Even now, I am not sure I understand. Mart thinks that perhaps Solon created a new timeline separate from ours. Maybe there is hope in that. Maybe, in a way, we both got what we wanted." "There is hope in that," Edelgard decided. Better worlds were possible, in the past and in the future. Possible, not inevitable, but possible. That, of course, was enough. The narrow path existed. Fate could seem inescapable, but so too once had the divine right of kings. "But when we returned, New Babel was the last thing on my mind," he admitted. "I was worried for you. When you wouldn't wake, he clenched his fists, and Edelgard could hear his leather gloves creak. "Damn it all, I wanted to crack Mart's head open with my bare fucking hands. It seems you didn't." He shook his head and let his hands fall flat on his lap. "No. Of course, I couldn't. The two of them sat side by side, and the gentle pattering of raindrops on the window and the roof began to grow more frequent and stronger. "I am glad we did not go for a walk," he murmured. Edelgard laughed. Dmitri put his arm around her shoulders with his typical overly cautious lightness. "You helped Dida with some cooking today," he pointed out. "I did." "You cannot stop moving, even for a second, can you?" he asked, his lips cracking in a teasing smile as he tousled her hair. She protested. He held her closer to his side. "I know, it is difficult to catch up. And you cannot let the world pass you by. But you only just woke up, you mustn't strain yourself," he reassured her. "I know you wish to help everybody, but for right now, simply seeing you smile is enough. There's so much to do, though. Not for now. The Thales who had tormented us for so long has been crushed. We have conquered Shamhala and ended the threat of Agartha. The war against the Holy Adrestian Empire is at a stalemate. And you are not going anywhere until the time gate is repaired. You have time to rest, El. You have time to rest with us. Take that time, so long as the world offers it to you." She closed her eyes. "I can try, I suppose." That evening, at long last, she returned to her world, and the sight of the imperial palace as she knew it was scarcely such a relief. She found herself seated at a conference table and staring down a notebook, its open pages filled with notes about Brigid, with a quill pen in her hand. She watched Ellie scrawl a note into the notebook. "Brigid equals hot." She underlined it twice, then circled it. "And for those reasons, we believe that Duke Gertha's cousin Rodolphe may be improperly benefiting from the former's influence in Brigid, though we've yet to conclusively prove that. Edie, are you all right?" Ellie looked up, and Edelgard found herself staring into the gorgeous green eyes of Dorothea Arnott McNeary. Her scarlet silk dress and the jewelry that adorned her shone in the evening light streaming into the room. She carried herself with a hard-won inner strength, more so even than she ever had at the academy, a proud and regal confidence. Petra sat beside her, light dancing off the lenses of her spectacles, clad in the regalia of a queen of Brigid. And at her side was Ash, tall and strong, his milky skin tanned and sun-speckled from his time away. These were her friends as she knew them best, as she hadn't seen them in months upon months. When Edelgard took control, all she could do was stare at them, awash in her friends' radiance and beauty. They all glowed like holy angels in the dusky sunlight. Remembering herself, she cleared her throat and tapped her foot 3 times on the floor to announce her presence to Ellie and the others. She felt her body move unbidden as her hand set down the quill. "It's good to see you all again," Edelgard said, her gaze drifting to the 3 of them in turn, drinking in the sight of their presence. "My old friends." Dorothea had worn a concerned frown, but at the sound of her voice, it widened into an ear-to-ear grin. "Edie's alive," she gasped, incredulous. "Edie's alive." Before Edelgard could muster any kind of response, Dorothea had thrown her arms around her and wrapped her up in a firm embrace, and she felt the warm pressure of a pair of lips against her cheek. She could feel every part of her body burn like a hearth on a cold winter's day. "Edelgard, you are here!" Petra cried out, and a split second later Edelgard felt another pair of arms thrown around her and another pair of lips pressed to her opposite cheek. "We have been having much worry for you. Hilda told us what happened," Dorothea said. "Goddess, Edie, I can't even begin to imagine." "You're probably here to see Lady Byleth, aren't you?" Ash asked. It had been so long since she'd last heard his voice that for a split second she hardly recognized it as his. "Petra, Dorothea, what do you say we table this meeting for tomorrow morning?" Dorothea separated herself from Edelgard. "Of course. It's nothing so urgent it can't wait. Although, Edie, I'm sure you wouldn't say no to joining in." "You are having sense, Edelgard," Petra said, stepping away from her and returning to Ash's side. "You must be tending to your wife. And," she added, putting a tanned arm firmly around his waist, "you must be tending to yours." "Indeed you must," Dorothea said, drifting to his side with a coquettish grin while his face turned beet red. "I wish I could stay," Edelgard said as Ellie reached out for her cane to better support her. Her legs were much stronger now, though still a little wobbly around the knees. "But, yes, Byleth, where is she?" "The training grounds outside," Ash said, with some of the new Brigid knights who came with us. You ought to see them, Lady Edelgard. They hardly need our help at all, just higher quality steel. Thank you. I hope to see you three again soon. She almost didn't want to leave him. She could have hugged him. Anytime, Edie, Dorothea said, grinning. Come back soon. Edelgard left the room as swiftly as her legs would allow. She knew the palace like the back of her hand, and knew the training grounds out back near the armory. Faint, throbbing aches in her knees and ankles plagued her as she walked, but it was nothing she couldn't handle. This body, her body, she thought, may have been nearly fully recovered from the crest removal procedure by now. She wondered how many inches of brown had returned to her snow-white hair now. Edelgard, Ellie spoke up. Edelgard slowed a bit and took a moment to rest against her cane. Her breath was just a little short. Yes. It's so good to have you back, Ellie said. It's good to be back. I knew you were alive, of course I knew what would have happened if you'd died, but, considering how long Professor Byleth slept, I'd give you a hug if I could. Edelgard continued onward. I've missed you, too, Ellie. Oh, please. No, I truly have. You're a wonderful steward of my body and my crown. I've been distracted, Ellie admitted. Out of worry. I noticed. But aside from that, you're doing an excellent job. Your Majesty. Hey, Emperor Edelgard. Claude's voice rang out down the hallway, followed, of course, by Claude von Regan himself. He all but bolted down the hall toward her, then gave her an excessively polite mock bow. A pleasure to see you again. Hilda told me everything. After that much beauty sleep, you must be. What do you want, Claude? I'm in a hurry, she snapped. Wait, how could you already know? It's your regal carriage, lady, he said, a mischievous gleam in his jade eyes. I'd recognize it anywhere. But before you rush off to throw yourself into your wife's arms. Claude. I'd like to schedule some tea time for you, he said. His brow furrowed darkly, the jovial patina vanishing from his face to reveal something hard, serious, even stern, the true face of this world's Claude. I'd like to discuss my doppelganger, the little white camel. How about tomorrow at noon? I'll see what I can do, she said, a little more brusquely than she'd intended, and then she hurried along. Thanks, Your Majesty. Claude called out after her. An honor and a privilege. She hurried along to the armory, and then from there into the training hall, where, true to Ashe's testimony, of course she saw Byleth Eisner von Hresvelg, Empress Consort of Adrestia, leading 24 Brigid warriors in a series of armor and lance drills. The warriors' sun-bronzed, sweat-glistened skin and polished steel armor gleamed in the rays of the setting sun. She waved her down. Prof. Lady Byleth, Your Majesty, she called out, and there was a small part of her that was certain Ellie was snickering at her in the back of her mind. Taking notice of her, Byleth halted her work immediately and bade the warriors to break ranks for the day. They were losing daylight, anyway, then stepped aside and strode across the grounds over to her. She smiled, and her lips split to show her gleaming teeth, her deep azure eyes glimmering with the light of the setting sun. She said. Still a teacher at heart, Edelgard said, feeling her heart flutter in her chest like a dove taking flight from its perch. This was her Byleth, the woman she loved with all her heart, the woman who had taken her side when she had been certain no one else would. Not quite. Oh. Now I'm a teacher with a heart, Byleth said. Edelgard opened her mouth to respond, but as the words penetrated her brain she found herself suddenly dumbstruck, and it seemed Ellie had nothing to interject with, either. Byleth cocked her head. That was a bad one, huh? Sorry. Edelgard wasn't certain if it was her who suddenly burst out laughing, or Ellie, or neither of them, but the laughter bubbled up from her throat and burst from her lips like the pealing of a bell. She doubled over and her hands flew to her sides, leaving her cane to fall to the ground. Byleth raced to steady her and pick up her cane, and Edelgard readily threw her arms around her and held her as tightly as she could, squeezing her so close that she could feel the steady thump of her heart beat against her own chest. Let's go somewhere private, Byleth whispered in her ear as she laughed into her chest, and the two of them walked together to the armory where they could be alone. Edelgard clung to her all the while, and when the doors had slammed shut behind them, she felt her muffled laughter turn into choking, shuddering sobs. She clenched her fists against Byleth's back and pressed her cheek against her warmth. "I was so worried," Byleth admitted, her voice cracking, and Edelgard lifted her head and looked up just enough to see the fresh tears brimming in her eyes. "It's okay," she said, her voice coming out hoarse. "I'm here. Bye. I'm back." Byleth ran her hand through her hair, her fingertips dancing electric down her scalp. "I love you, El. I love you, too, bye." The two of them sat at a bench by one of the weapons racks, polished pikes and halberds gleaming in the lamplight and looming over them. "Now I know how it feels," Edelgard said, prompting a refreshed smile from Byleth. "Now you know how it feels." Byleth nodded and stifled a yawn. "I wish you didn't. It's not fun." "No, it isn't. Suddenly, I'm 3 weeks behind everyone else, and now I have to race to keep up. If it were 5 years. I don't know if I could possibly manage it," Edelgard sighed. "Though Dimitri tells me I should stop and slow down a bit." Byleth cocked her head thoughtfully, pursing her lips. "Sounds sensible. Yes, but the more I rest, the more I have to catch up on. It's a vicious cycle, my love." Edelgard placed her hand atop Byleth's knee, feeling the sheer fabric and ornate patterns of her favorite pair of tights against her fingertips. She could feel her heart pounding in her chest from excitement. It felt like an eternity since she'd done this. "I'm not used to Dimitri sounding sensible," Byleth said, shrugging. "But it sounds like good advice. You should take it." "I think I shall." She put her arm around Byleth's waist and rested her head atop her chest, hearing the warm, inimitable beat of her heart within her bosom. There was no other sound, no other rhythm quite like it. Edelgard was certain few people on Earth could tell someone apart simply by their heartbeat, and she prided herself as one of them. "I have the most incredible things to tell you, my love," she murmured as Byleth continued to stroke her hair, "but I don't think I'll have the time to tell you all of it right now." "What's the most exciting thing?" "I went 2,500 years into the past and saw what our world looks like from 250,000 miles above it." Byleth stopped stroking her hair. "What?" "I'll paint a picture for you when I'm back," Edelgard said, snuggling closer. She felt Byleth's fingers continue to rake themselves gently along her scalp. "I'll hold you to that promise. Actually, I've been meaning to ask you a question about your time asleep." "Okay. I know it was after you and Suthi's merged, but while you slept, did you ever hear Suthi's voice? Could you speak to her?" Byleth stopped again. She said nothing for a few seconds. "Yes," she finally said. Sort of. I'm not sure. She told me my body was awake, but my mind wasn't. She told me to get up and stop acting like a child when I told her I was still sleepy." Edelgard laughed. "That sounds like her." Byleth held her closer and rested her hand on her cheek. "You always reminded me a lot of her." "What?" "Yes." "No, really?" "Yes." Edelgard racked her brain, recalling her own experiences speaking to Suthi's in the other world. Was that what she sounded like to other people? "You were the one who told me to get back on my feet, even when it felt impossible." She would say the same, when I needed to hear it. "What did she tell you?" Byleth asked her. "That she wasn't my mother," she answered. "Anything else?" "That I wasn't dead." Edelgard sighed. "I don't know if it was really her, somehow, or if I'd just been dreaming." "What do you think?" Byleth shook her head. "I don't know how you could have heard her." "Neither do I. But perhaps by some lingering connection to the crest of flames, or my nature as a Nabatean hybrid. I suppose the simplest and most likely explanation must be that it was a dream." She took a deep breath and tried to clear her mind. "I was afraid, Byleth. It was like drowning and suffocating and burning at the same time. I thought I'd died. Perhaps I'd imagined her to help me come to my senses." Byleth nuzzled her hair and planted a kiss atop her head. "Speaking of her, though. I saw the end of the war," she said, "or at least, near enough to it, the end of the war that created the Agarthans. Somehow, humans and Nabateans became locked in an inescapable cycle of escalating violence, conquering and reconquering, repaying atrocity for atrocity until there was nothing left. In the end, humans turned their greatest creation into their most formidable weapon, and all they did was end up destroying themselves. How could such a war have come to pass, and what role could Suthies possibly have played in it? I don't know. I suppose I must have dreamed her, Edelgard decided. That question must have weighed too heavily on my mind. That sounds likely. She lifted her head, looked into Byleth's eyes, and leaned up to plant a soft kiss upon her lips. The rush of warmth that burned through her was like hot wax poured into a mold, rising within her and filling everything that was hollow, everything that was empty, everything that ached for the void inside it. She kissed her again, more firmly this time, pressed herself upon her, and again, and again. She pulled back only to breathe, and then, finding herself more winded than she'd expected, slumped over on her side and rested her head on the warm, soft pillow of her wife's lap. Byleth patted her on the cheek and smiled. It was, as always, the most wonderful smile in the world. She closed her eyes and leaned back against the bench, her chest rising and falling slowly as she laid a hand on her back and ran her fingers once more through her hair with a gentle, methodical rhythm. Likewise, Edelgard closed her eyes, suddenly feeling a great and heavy weariness overtake her. Her eyelids felt like lead weights, her limbs heavy. She let one arm dangle over the bench and felt her fingertips brush against the cool stone floor. "Bye," she asked. "Yes, Byleth asked. "When you first met Suthies, did you tell her you were a ghost? Or a demon?" "That's what people called me then," she murmured. "You are a person," she said. "A wonderful person." Edelgard waited for Byleth to answer, but only heard the gentle sound of soft, quiet snoring. She heard the soft creak of a door opening, and footsteps. Like a lazy cat sensing a disturbance near her perfect basking spot in front of a warm hearth, she cracked open one eye and found Hubert stepping into the armory and quietly closing the door behind him. She lifted her head, feeling Byleth's hand limply slough away from her hair. "Hubert. Do not get up on my behalf, Your Majesty," he told her, his raspy voice a quiet hiss. "I did not mean to disturb either of you." Her eyes focused on the ebbing and flowing waves of amber torchlight across his face, the sunken hollows they made of his eyes and his high cheekbones. His lips were pressed thinly together in a smile that held back what must have been a torrent of relief and gratitude. "I am relieved beyond measure to hear of your return," he told her, and his eyes faintly glistened in the light. "I apologize for worrying you," she said. He shook his head. "I cannot accept your apology. You know this. I must apologize for lacking faith in you." "For worrying?" she asked. "There's no need to apologize for that. In fact." Her thoughts then turned to his younger counterpart in the other world, and his absence. His absence had been like a hole in the air at Garreg Mach, contributing to the sense of unreality she had felt since she'd woken up. Everybody had been there to greet her today, but she had to wonder if the other Hubert were all right. Surely by now, with his work in the past done and his own personal time loop completed, he would be well on his way back to her. But he'd had nearly 4 weeks since his departure through the time gate, now ample time to return to Garreg Mach. Had something befallen him along the way? "In fact," she said, "I've been worried myself for your counterpart." She could feel Ellie's mounting dread within her as she spoke. Apparently, Hilda hadn't told her. He knelt down before her, concern furrowing his shadowed brow, so that he could meet her eye to eye. "What is it this time?" he asked. "Last I heard, he had been given a new mechanical hand by an Agarthan scientist. Has he lost something new now?" "I don't know," she admitted. She took the time to briefly describe his sacrifice at Research Facility Omega, feeling a pang of shock from Ellie's own mind strike her, and when she had finished, she watched a slow and satisfied, yet melancholic smile cross his face. "I would have done the same, Lady Edelgard," he said. "I know," she said, feeling a sudden lump in her throat. "I cannot speak for him," he added, "but I can speak for myself. My devotion to you is my pride. I would cross all of Fodlan on foot to see you again, even if I were barefoot and each blade of grass beneath me were the blade of a sword. But that would take a long time," she sighed. "I should be patient, I suppose. But, of course, I worry." "Of course you do." He could hardly rely on his name as a son of House Vestra, she heard Ellie reason, speaking through her mouth, 8 years into the past. He must have carved out a life for himself, with nothing to his name but the clothes on his back and the letters you'd needed him to send. Wherever he is now, whatever has become of him, I suppose he cannot simply fly to Garreg Mach on a whim. I wish him the best, Hubert said. He is a brave one, my counterpart. It would be interesting to meet him. You might frighten him, Ellie sniffled. Don't sell him short, Edelgard told her. Thank you for hearing out our worries, Hubert. She closed her eyes again. He stood up. I shall leave you and Lady Byleth to your rest and keep watch outside. Take care, Your Majesty. She heard him walk away, and the door creak open and then shut. Maybe he's become a mage in the service of some lord, Ellie mused, or a merchant, or something else that keeps him away from Garreg Mach. But I'm sure he'll turn up, if he hasn't become a bandit, or a brigand, or, Edelgard felt her choke up. Your Hubert's will is as strong as mine is, she assured her, the words fighting past the renewed lump in her throat. One way or another, sooner or later, he'll find his way back. The next morning, the rain clouds had broken and sunbeams streamed down on the monastery grounds. It was awfully humid, and Edelgard was thankful that morning that in this world, in this body, it was easier for her to break her old habits and dress lightly. She felt remarkably refreshed, sweltering heat aside, though, and so after breakfast she decided it was time to pay a long overdue visit to her dear uncle, or, as they now called him, Thales Jr. She found it odd that he was being kept where he was an unused faculty bedroom in the monastery's main building, above the great hall, and hoped that Dimitri, Didu, and company knew what they were doing. Mistakes had been made before regarding the underestimation of Thales' inability to escape a prison. Edelgard knew that well, though it was Ellie who'd had first-hand experience with the matter. As she ascended up the staircase to the second floor, a familiar shout reached her ears and quickened her pulse, and she hurried the rest of the way out. Her hand fell to the bladeless hilt resting at her hip, just in case. Take as much blood from me as you wish to satisfy your curiosity, but if you should pluck even a hair from the lieutenant commander's head. She reached the hallway and found Thales Sr. standing outside Hanneman's office, with Hanneman's cravat crumpled in his clenched fist. Like Periander, he'd taken to the native garb, and had plundered a student's uniform in his size which he wore underneath his long naval coat. Is something the matter here? She asked, striding toward them. Both men stared at her, then broke away. Your Highness, Thales Sr. said. I'd heard you woke up yesterday morning. A pleasure to see you up and about. Though his face had the lean, owlish sharpness of his descendant, there was an earnest warmth to his smile that was, on some level, still somewhat unnerving. Yes, a pleasure indeed. Hanneman straightened his cravat and cleared his throat. A smile and a warm gleam in his eyes brightened his whiskery face. Young Edelgard, I am indeed glad to see you awake. Pardon me for not visiting you yesterday, but you did not seem starved for company. Ah. So, you can show restraint, Professor. Perhaps you should better impress that upon your narcoleptic acolyte, Thales Sr. remarked, crossing his arms. What is this about? Edelgard asked them. Thales Sr. stroked his chin irritably, his fingertips brushing against cerulean stubble. Your old teacher is a relentless leech, Edelgard. A seeker of knowledge, Hanneman huffed, and there are bottomless depths of it to plunge. A fuller understanding of you replicants could tell us so much more about the mechanics of crests, how to artificially recreate their effects, how to remove them. Thales Sr. rolled his eyes, and it was clear he'd heard this from Hanneman many times. Edelgard, please, if you could be so kind as to help me cajole him. It was clear, too, to Edelgard that while she had been the first to meet him and Periander, she had only known him for about 2 days. Everyone here at Garreg Mach had been given 3 weeks to get to know him better. 3 weeks she hadn't had. I am not his commanding officer, she pointed out with a shrug. Is this about Periander? A replicant as unique as her could shed much light on my research, Hanneman said. Thales, I am not asking to drain the blood from her veins, simply a hair will do. Or perhaps 2, one of each color. How many times must I tell you no, old man? Thales Sr. growled. Enough, Edelgard said. Hanneman, it is precisely because Periander is a unique replicant that Thales wishes for her not to be poked and prodded at, even if your intentions are wholly benign. She glanced at Thales, who gave her an approving nod. If you wish to use her in your research, it must be on her terms, and I do have my doubts any further cajoling will help. Now, can either of you remind me where Thales Jr. is being held? Hanneman's jaw dropped. Pardon me, but are you certain you would like to visit him? Considering your history with him, I'm sure he's been waiting for me. The sooner I can see with my own eyes the state I hear he's been reduced to, the better. It's a fitting state for him, Thales Sr. said, a cruel little smile on his face. Down the hall, to the left, he said with a brief wave of his hand, the door with the guards out front, you can't miss it. Thank you. Now, you two play nice, she told him and Hanneman. Professor, don't think our amicable history will protect you if you earn the ire of our new replicant friends. She strode on down the hall and found the room in question easily enough. As Thales had said, it was the room with two soldiers, one from Faerghus and one from Adrestia, flanking either side of the door. The Adrestian soldier saw her approach and bowed curtly. Your Highness, he said. At ease, soldier, Edelgard told him. May I be permitted entry into this room? The two guards shared a glance. Yes, ma'am, the Adrestian soldier said, reaching for a ring of keys on his belt and unlocking the door. Will you need an escort? No, she said. That won't be necessary. I'd prefer a private moment with him, if possible. The two guards shared a worried glance. Will that be a problem? She asked, wondering if it would. She felt again for the hilt on her belt, though if everything she'd been told was true, she wouldn't need it. Can you, Er? The Adrestian soldier cleared his throat. His next words came out a squeak. P. Prove to us that, he coughed and cleared his throat again. Can you prove that you are Lady Edelgard and not a replicant who has taken her form? Edelgard sighed. A sensible precaution, she knew, but still. Well, then. I am Edelgard von Hresvelg, ninth daughter of the late Emperor Ionius IX. I have 10 brothers and sisters, 5 chickens, and 2 mice. I bear a major crest of Ceros. Oh, and, she added, raising her hand and letting gleaming white talons and scales sprout from it after 3 weeks of slumber, she would certainly need some intensive grooming to return them to their natural luster. I can turn into a dragon. The soldier stared at her hand, gawping, as she let the talons and scales sink back into her unmarred flesh. He nodded. You're Lady Edelgard, all right, he said, a nervous quaver to his voice, and with no further ado he opened the door and let her inside. Edelgard thanked him and stepped over the threshold to meet the Thales she knew best, her Thales. Keeping him in one of the senior faculty quarters and not in somewhere more secure like the holding cells near the Knights' headquarters still seemed like a questionable decision to her until she entered the room and saw with her own eyes what had become of him. As soon as she stepped over the threshold, she felt the cloying sensation of anti-magic wards settle upon her, not that they were the least bit necessary. All of the rest of the furniture had been removed, save for a bed and a chair in the center of the room. Morning sunlight streamed into the room from the window, illuminating the pathetic mound of flesh lying in repose atop the bedsheet, clad in little more than a simple tunic. Fresh white bandages met corpse-pale flesh and covered the stumps of 4 severed limbs, one arm at the elbow, the other near the shoulder, and both legs at the knees. The only part still recognizable as Thales Jr. was the head mounted atop his scarred torso, and even that had changed. The beard that clung to his sharp jawline was unkempt and had grown out from its usual sharp points to a scraggly bush, and his shock of white hair fell in lank, wispy strands over his brow. Another roll of gauze covered his missing eye and wrapped around his head, leaving only one milky white eye left with which he could gaze up at the ceiling or out the window. He wearily turned his head at the sound of the door creaking as it opened, and his single eye met Edelgard's. A faint and bitter smile twisted his lips, and with great effort, he used his stumps and tried to roll himself as best he could onto his side. He failed, looking for all the world like a turtle some cruel soul had upended and placed on its back. Even if he entered into one of his trance states, he would still have been helpless. Ah! He rasped, his voice a hoarse hiss. I was wondering when you would come to visit your favorite uncle. Good morning, uncle, Edelgard said. I thought you would appreciate a visit from your favorite niece. The closer she came to him, the worse he looked. The morning sunlight falling upon him made his pale flesh look even sicklier, and the wrinkles on his ancient face were traced deeper than ever before. It struck her then, seeing him lie there so helpless and pathetic, and imagining Dida spooning food into his mouth as though he were a fussy toddler, that she'd been foolish to have ever feared him at all in the first place. The man lying before her was nothing. He chuckled. Still the Edelgard I knew so fondly, so you've stuck around. Do you still not know how to return home? Or have you decided that you're too fond of this world to give it back to the Edelgard it belongs to? She brushed away his barbed comment. I have some good news for you. King Dmitri and Viscount Didu are working to resettle the people of Shamhala on the surface. The humans and replicants who were driven underground so long ago by the Nabateans will once again live peacefully on the surface. She gave him a pleasant, sunny smile. Congratulations. You've won. He let out a sharp, bitter laugh. You primitive beasts are foolishness incarnate. Oh, was that not what you wanted? She stepped closer. I should have known. Well, then, I have something else to congratulate you for, Thales. Through all your plots and scheming, all your grand plans, you finally managed to succeed at one thing. The one thing, in fact, that mattered to you more than anything else. He furrowed his brow, his bushy eyebrows curling over his owlish eyes. Rather than looking angry, he simply looked confused and lost. As long as I knew you, you were far from my greatest concern. Toppling the Church of Syros and destabilizing the corrupt nobility was always my primary goal, and I wasn't above using you to get it. But actually getting rid of you could wait. After all, you'd accomplished so little. Little, he spat. We created you. You made the hero's relics for Nemesis, and then for 800 years did nothing, and over the course of the next few centuries the sum total of your ventures amounted to inciting one rebellion that amounted to anything, killing one king, destroying one fortress, and torturing two sets of innocent noble children. Even when you had the Adrestian Empire in the palm of your hand, you were hardly much worse governors of its affairs than the primitive humans you'd slithered among. The list of your notable accomplishments, those that bore any fruit at all, could be written on my palm with more than enough room to spare. Compared to the Church of Syros, and to nobles like Agir, how could you possibly be more of a threat to Fodlan? Even the javelins of light couldn't make you worthy of my time. His eye narrowed into a hateful slit, and a pained groan slipped past his lips through gritted teeth. I have to admit, I would have relished taking a more personal hand in your defeat, but I'd always known that it was, quite frankly, beneath me. I knew that Hubert was more than qualified to handle you, and I had more important work to do anyway. The people were always my first concern. Not you. Never you. He let out a feral snarl and swiped one of his stumps through the air. Edelgard didn't even flinch. And so I must congratulate you, Thales, she concluded. You persevered. You pressed onward. You dreamed bigger, mustered your resources to concoct an incredible plot spanning 2,000 years, and finally, you got what you had really wanted all along. You made yourself into somebody fully worthy of my attention. She began to softly clap her hand together in mock applause. You rotten, arrogant, condescending, bratty little bitch. Thales Jr. barked at her, seething. You put on a good act, he snarled, but there was a fragility to his rage, half his usual confident sneer, half a simmering, wavering whimper. But you know this is far from the end. Perhaps it won't be the victory lap I'd intended, but I still have my business in the third world. What are you going to do about that? You know where I go from here, and if you stop me, the paradox could destroy all three worlds. You'll have to let me go, perhaps even send me there yourself, and let this terrible Mobius strip run its course. The bloody path that led Destinova to this world is going to be painted by your hand, and you as much as I will be the architect of all his pain. He licked his lips and took a shallow, ragged breath. His voice cracked. I told you once that I would sweep through your worlds again like avenging fire. Why do you think he's here in the first place? Because he will be my success, where you and your stepbrother were my failures, the perfect instrument of my will. Normally, he might have sounded sinister or menacing as his threats oozed from his mouth. But now he was lying here, little more than a stumpy torso, his magic amputated from himself as effectively as his limbs had been. There was no fire in his eye or ice behind his words, not anymore. He was 800 years old at least, and wore every year of it on the deep, weathered creases on his face, and as Edelgard looked closer, she could see bits of dried food around his lips and stains on the front of his tunic. He had no feet now with which to carry himself, no hands now with which to meddle in the affairs of mortals, no magic with which to confound and destroy his enemies. He was, in every way save for his sharp tongue, completely and utterly impotent. Edelgard had always told herself that she would keep pressing forward on the path she had chosen even if her arms and legs were to fail her. When she looked into Thales Jr.'s single milky eye and watched it glisten, and she saw his lip tremble and his nostrils flare as he forced back a sniffle, she saw no such conviction, not anymore. It was the same look she'd seen on Duke Ludwig von Agier's face after she'd placed him under house arrest. "And look at you now," he said, his lips peeling back from his teeth like a frightened animal. "Dearest niece, I saw what you looked like when you returned from the past. Those scales, those feathers, the wretched, atavistic shape your bones were twisted into. Your flesh has been tainted twice over now. You are more of a beast now than ever before. And I dare say you've begun to enjoy it. Do you think defeating me will restore your humanity? No matter where you go or what you do, you'll be hardly more than an animal." He shouted the last word, flecks of spittle flying from his lips. "The same animals we created you to exterminate for us. You utter failure. You could not even do that right. You failure. You abomination." Edelgard was unfazed by his words. She almost laughed, but found that her conscience stayed her hand. She could remember what it was like to be completely and utterly powerless, to be so weakened and weary that so much as lifting a finger felt like trying to lift a mountain, to feel like little more than a leaden lump of flesh, and to see people she cared about reduced to such a lowly and humiliating state as the life bled from their bodies. She could remember hearing soldiers maimed too severely to continue fighting or doing much of anything else shout out and curse the goddess for leaving them impotent and useless, and she could feel the anguish in their voices, and she remembered her own siblings, those who prayed in vain and those who gave up and began to curse instead as fever racked their minds and turned their words to mumbled incoherence. Thales was pathetic. There was nothing left of him that could inspire terror and dread, and the confidence with which he'd once spoke was as fragile now as eggshells and twice as thin. He had truly believed with all his heart that he was going to ride triumphant to Destinova's world to complete the circuitous, tortuous path he had ensnared all three worlds in, after bringing this world to ruin and claiming the power to manipulate time for himself. But now he knew the truth, now that he lay here with nothing and his ironclad confidence in a future that bestowed upon him everything he wanted had been shattered. He was a man who had lost his faith. He was a man who, though once he had brimmed with the absolute certainty that fate pulled all things down with all the inevitability of gravity, was now experiencing for the first time weightlessness. There was no more solid ground on which he could stand, nothing he could now claim with confidence to be true. His words were weak, his spirit was weaker. He, who had once projected strength, was now as weak on the outside as he was on the inside, as weak and as easy to tear apart as wet paper. And, if Edelgard were to hazard a guess, it was all for one simple reason, because he laid here now with nothing, not even a single trick left up his sleeve, as he'd had when his counterpart had been imprisoned under the imperial palace in her world, and she stood over him now with everything, having clawed her way up from the depths of despair and crawled across 25 centuries and 250,000 miles. For him to gaze now upon her was for him to see his greatest fear of those he had laid low and subjugated standing proud and tall and free over him. She crossed her arms. "Rant as you please, Thales. It makes no difference. You do not know a tenth as much about the future as you think you do. You cannot see the shape of it any more than I can, and you have no idea what path will lead you there. You're as blind to the future as I am," he choked out. She held up her hand and wiggled her fingers. "Yes, I am, which shows just how little you truly know. However, as you can plainly see, I have something you don't." He turned his head a few degrees and looked her up and down. She lifted one foot and set it down on the floor as though to demonstrate. He scowled at her. "We are going to walk our own path to the future," she said. "As for you, Thales, you're going to lie here while we build a better world around you. You'll get to see it sprout up around you like a garden, better and stronger than the old one, nourished on the fertilizer of your ambitions. You will watch as a world you couldn't have imagined builds itself around you. And long, long after I have returned to my own time and consigned you to the dustbin of my memory with other childish bogeymen, my friends here will find a way to deal with you and neutralize your little paradox dilemma." He let out a weak, whimpering moan, his chest heaving, his face fraught as though at any moment he might burst into tears. "That's impossible," he countered, his voice cracking and wavering yet again. Once, the idea of a world where the crest-based nobility did not exist was considered impossible, so impossible, it was beyond even the realm of imagination, she said. "But I am bringing it into reality. Imagine what other impossible things I can do. Or, if your imagination fails you, simply look out the window and see for yourself." She turned around and made for the door. "Wait!" Thales Jr. called out, his voice hoarse. "Wait! Edelgard! Get back here! Wait!" She opened the door and stepped over the threshold. "I have more to say to you. You have no idea what is coming for you. One way or another, I will win, and I will step over your corpse. I will step over your corpse, Edelgard. My darling niece, do you hear me? I will make you bow to me and beg for mercy before the light leaves your eyes. I'll turn your abominable body into a wretched weapon, one way or another, mark my words, Edelgard. I will step over your corpse. Edelgard." She listened to his rant and heard little more than the wavering, frantic, desperate tone of a man who had nothing and was trying through sheer force of will alone to make himself have something. "No," she said, as matter-of-factly as saying that 2 and 2 made 4. "You won't." She closed the door on him. Almiran pine needles, sourced from the eastern highlands of Almira and its mountainous western border with Fodlan, made a strong, earthy, smoky tea, one that smelled and tasted of a recently extinguished bonfire's smoke clinging to needles and bark in the cold air. The taste invoked an environment that was a far cry from the desert sands and vast, rolling plains and steppes that the few traders who went between the two continents spoke of, a sign of just how little the people of Fodlan really knew about the diverse world beyond its borders. Edelgard found the taste to be far too overpowering for her palate, and whatever affinity for the smell of bonfires Claude might have had, she did not share. But it was high-quality tea nonetheless. Anything in her stock, of course, was, and it only took a little bit of honey to sufficiently blunt its sharp scent and soften its strong taste. As they drank, she told Claude everything she knew about Destinova, and made sure it lined up with everything Hilda had already told him. "You know, Destinova is an old god in Almira's history. So old, no one believes in him anymore," he said once she had finished, pouring himself a fresh cup from the kettle. He lifted the cup up, his eyes closed, his nostrils flaring as steam wafted from the tea's golden surface into his face. "The only story I've ever heard is one about him creating the no-eyed people, and that one just gets told to naughty children to make them behave." Claude must have heard that story a lot, Edelgard thought to herself. He set the teacup down and opened his eyes, clear as polished jade. The sunlight streaming into the greenhouse, tinted by the glass walls and ceiling, cast a shifting verdant patina upon his skin and deepened the green hue of his eyes. "I wonder what would make my counterpart choose that name." "We do have a tight schedule," Edelgard reminded him, "so etymology, while interesting in itself, might not be the best use of our limited time." Had she more time for frivolity, she may have asked him if his grand plan for distinguishing himself among his siblings had really been all along to capture and retrieve the bogeyman. Prince Khalid bin Farid bin Junawad al-Tadmor, hero to all naughty Almiran children. If she were being honest, that plan didn't actually sound half bad. "Still," he murmured, looking down into his teacup, "Destinova. Why Destinova? The creator of the No-Eyes, no, but he was created by the No-Eyes, so, irony." He shook his head. "I don't do things just because they'd be ironic," he told Edelgard. "I've been going over this in my head all night, Your Majesty." "I've heard that Destinova was another name for Suthies," Edelgard pointed out. He furrowed his brow and set down his tea. "From whom?" "From him. Inadvertently in a sense," she said. She briefly explained to him her visions and the strange spices that had made them possible. He listened with rapt attention as she recounted as best she could recall the 2 visions she'd had of his past. "Morphi's caterpillar cocoon?" he asked. She nodded. "That's what my brother said it was." "Well, that explains the name, then." He stroked his chin. "The crest of flames, the blood of Suthies. Maybe he chose the name as an act of defiance. The No-Eyes created you to be their tool, a weapon with the crest of flames, in other words, Nemesis reborn. But my counterpart didn't want to be their nemesis any more than you did. So he took his alias directly from the crest's source. And based on your insight into his mind, that sounds plausible. I think so. Claude nodded. Yeah, I think so. But the trick is, he doesn't think like me. He tapped his finger against his temple. If anything, he thinks like us. I have to think about what I would do, and what you would do. And you're the exact person who would take a name like that out of defiance. Edelgard took a sip of her sweetened tea. Guilty as charged, I'm afraid. I can be rather dramatic. And yet, Black Eagle Strike Force, he said, chuckling. I hear you spent all night coming up with that one. Merely because a name is simple has no bearing on how long it may take to come up with it. I racked my brain for all the more complicated and impressive titles I could think of first, and it wasn't until dawn that I realized that the simplest option was the best. But I digress. She took another sip of her tea, while Claude took a long, satisfied draught from his cup. I think I have an idea what he might want to do next, she said. He took Thale's hand and eye and grafted them to his body. He spat a spray of hot tea into her face. He what? Edelgard wiped her face on her sleeve. To gain access to Thale's time travel technology, she continued, irked. He's already spent up to a day in the past, no doubt collecting tools or weapons he thinks might benefit him. And I can imagine he hasn't yet had his fill of plumbing the depths of our world's murky past. But with Thales neutralized, what is his goal now? What will he seek to do next? Will he be a help or a hindrance? Claude shrugged. Well, if he's like me, and he's like you, he'll want to neutralize the Church of Ceros next. How alike we are. It truly is a shame we could never come to terms during the war, let alone before it. Yeah, well, no hard feelings, he said with a rakish little smile as he thumbed the amber sash encircling his chest. If I were waging the war, and you were defending, would you have known that you'd have gotten everything you wanted out of my victory? Would you have felt safe laying down your weapons? No, she said. I certainly wouldn't have. That's why I say it's a shame. Yeah. He chuckled. Hindsight is always crystal clear. He took another sip of his tea. Anyway, I can't forgive him for how he's treated my dear, loyal Hilda, but he might not even be a threat. It's indeed possible, but I don't want to be complacent in case he's plotting something that might get in the way of our return to this world, she said. In fact, I have a suspicion he might not want us to leave. Claude narrowed his eyes. Just a general vibe he gave you. Edelgard took the last sip of her tea, leaving the sodden needles at the bottom of her cup. He told us the only way home was, literally, suicide, even though there's obviously another way. Yes, whatever he's planning, I think he intends to scuttle our ship, to use a nautical turn of phrase. Claude scratched his head. Okay, even I can't figure out why he'd want to do that. Give it some thought, something might come to you. He poured himself another cup of tea. On another note, thinking about Destinova, and how we think he feels about Nemesis. It reminds me of something. Oh. So, Nemesis, when I learned about him, I almost felt a kind of kinship with him. How so? From what little Rhea kept in the history books, Nemesis was a hero from the north who swept into Fodlan and liberated its people from their oppressors with the goddess' blessing before the power corrupted him and he went bad, right? That isn't quite what he was in reality, but yes, it's what most people know. He was a warlord who swept into Fodlan from Sreng, Claude said. A foreign invader, a poison entering the land's veins. But poison doesn't just have to kill or harm. When you give just enough of it to a sick man, it kills the disease and leaves the rest of his body healthy. She nodded. You wanted to be medicine. I was just like Nemesis. A foreign invader, a poison. With a maudlin sigh, he rested his cheek against his hand. That's how I felt wherever I went. In Almira. The people of Almira, they look down on foreigners. We have a great empire, but our culture also makes us arrogant, unconvinced that foreigners have anything new to teach us. My father may have fallen in love with a foreign woman, but even the king of Almira couldn't protect me from that culture. I was the runt of the litter, and everyone else believed that the people of Fodlan were cowards, that the blood of cowards tainted my own. That was why I ran away to Fodlan. I wanted to see the land my mother came from, to see if it was any better. And it wasn't, really. The people here in Fodlan weren't all that different to us, and yet they saw outsiders as little more than beasts, even people they shared land with, like the people of Dusker and Srang, who just happened to speak the wrong languages or worship the wrong gods. But it wasn't arrogance, like in Almira. It was fear. They were afraid of people with different tongues and different gods. And that fear came from the Church of Siros. It kept them easy to control. So, Edelgard concluded, when you came to Fodlan, you decided to use my privilege as the heir to the Leicester Alliance, Claude said, to tear down the border that divided our countries, weaken the Church of Siros, and force the people of Fodlan and Almira to see each other as they truly are. Not necessarily in that order. Out of curiosity, Edelgard wanted to ask how he had been planning to have done such a thing given the resources he'd then had at his disposal, but she knew it would be yet another tangent in a conversation that had suffered too many already. She let her mind drift instead to the world she'd seen from the deck of the Yamato, a world without borders, without the divisions of countries and cultures, where all people were equal. I think Destinova must have the same hope in his heart as you, she said. And in his world, he was put in my position to bend the will of his Agartha and puppet masters toward his ends. Yeah. If I'd had to make a demon's bargain, I'd have preferred making one with the church, get on Fodlan's good side, play the hero, but it wasn't up to him. And what's more, the Thales in his world had the experience, one way or another, of his failures with myself and Dimitri, she added. Or so it seems. However he came across that knowledge, the Thales of Destinova's world could anticipate every move he would try to make against him, Claude said. He stroked his chin, a hard and serious frown hardening his expression. It's like if you were playing chess with someone who could know every move you made before you made it. Edelgard nodded. A living hell, if ever there was one. And it was now the responsibility of her friends in Dimitri's world to find a way to prevent it, to make certain that the Thales who had tormented her and Dimitri could never become anything more than the inert, impotent man she had seen this morning. And so, she added, he's become trapped, fixated on the idea of an unchangeable fate. Claude scoffed. Fate, huh? I've never once believed that my fate lay in anybody's hands but my own. The gods don't plot people's paths. That's one difference, then, between Destinova and us. I've experienced the despair of confronting predestination firsthand, Edelgard said. It's a terrible, all-consuming pain, something that could easily swallow you up. And Thales made certain it would devour him, Claude said. As long as Destinova remains trapped in it, Edelgard said, I believe that, ironically, he will remain unpredictable. We can't claim to know his goals simply because we can see ourselves in him. Claude fell silent, deep in thought, a pensive furrow to his brow. Edelgard felt a familiar sensation, like a fishhook in her soul trying to rip her from her body. Already? Was she already out of time? It seems to have been an hour already. Which fairy tale was it, Claude asked her, where the clock struck midnight and the princess turned into a gourd? I think my mother told me that one, once. Claude. Actually, I have an idea. He stood up, his hands resting upon the surface of the table as he leaned in toward her. Powdered Morphi's caterpillar cocoon, right? That's, ER. That is what Emmanuel said? And you were connected to Destinova's past because? Why? Because of the crest of flames. In theory, yes, I think so, though it is, admittedly, all merely conjecture. Well, Destinova and I both have the crest of Regan, he mused. You aren't seriously considering? My curiosity's been piqued for a while, Your Majesty, he said, grinning. I'll go into town and see if I can find some of that stuff myself. If it even works for you. Well, if I try, then I can say I tried. Claude coiled his braid around his one finger. And if you get in trouble trying to procure a potent hallucinogenic spice from a faraway land, she cautioned him, don't expect Ellie to swoop in and save you the way I might. Oh, don't you underestimate Ellie, Your Majesty. He gave her a wink. I'll be fine, trust me. And let's do tea again, 2 weeks from today? We'll plumb the depths of Destinova's darkest secrets together. Chapter 76, Interlude, The Remnant. Siros had been a child when the war had begun. When it ended, she was still a child. That morning when the war was finally over, she woke up and found that the world had fallen silent. Even the birds did not greet the rising sun, and when she and the rest of the litter left the safety of Mother's throne room and stood on the precipice overlooking the land of Nabatea, they found gentle flakes of grey ash falling like snow from a blanket of clouds stretching from horizon to horizon. The sun was a cold pinprick of light up above. An eerie quiet deafened them as they gazed upon the shattered land that unraveled itself before them. The pillars of light that had once stretched into the sky far in the distance had vanished, and as baleful as their presence had been, their absence proved somehow even more unsettling. Sea stretched on where there had never been sea before, murky waves tinted blood-brown and choked with debris and detritus lapped at the newfound shore of Xanadu. Her younger siblings, and even some of the older ones, looked up to Siros for guidance, though she was still so young that random smatterings of itchy scales and one lopsided nub of a horn sprouted from her skin. She had no idea what to do now but to wait for Mother to return. In the distance they could see faint lights flicker and twinkle around the winding streets of Xanadu and wisps of smoke rise from its outskirts, and they could only hope that the smoke was a sign of life and not of death. It was not until 3 days later that Mother came back for Siros and the rest of her litter. On that day a roar of wind split the clouds and scattered them to the horizons, opening a bright azure portal over the land and sea and letting the sun shine with its blinding light upon the waters. And Mother descended from the cloudless sky and lit upon the mountaintop outside her throne. 1,000 eyes glittered and burned on her face, long horns swept in curved arcs from her scaly brow, 6 pairs of wings as vast and dark as midnight, lit by arcs of emerald light and flame that enveloped them, stretched out hundreds of feet from either side of her body, rings of crimson and white fire encircled her head like many shining diadems. Her white and golden scales gleamed and glittered like diamonds and doubled the intensity of the sun's light wherever it fell upon them. The air hummed and crackled like firewood around her as she touched down upon the ground. Siros and her siblings rushed to her side. Mother lifted her head upon its long, scaly neck skyward, and with a deafening rush of air her body poured itself into its human vessel. Her midnight wings wrapped around her to form the shimmering gown that draped itself over her, her silver and gold scales formed her regalia, the light that had once enveloped her cascaded down her back in a long mane of forest green, her fiery crown tied itself into ribbons in her verdant hair. The rush of cold wind prickled Siros' skin with 1,000 needles as it whirled past her, some of the younger children stumbled and fell and she had to help them up. Mother looked to them to make certain they were all right, and Siros could tell from even just a brief glance that she was relieved to see her youngest litter unharmed. Yet she quickly turned away from them, as though something else had caught her attention. She held out one hand. A magic circle formed in the air above her palm, traced in virescent light, and Siros watched specks of dust cluster together in the air, coalescing first into a rotating cloud, and then solidifying further into a little skeleton made of tiny, fragile bones. Sinew and viscera grew out of the air and whirled around the skeleton, tying itself to the bones, muscles washed over them, then skin, and finally white feathers sprouted from the skin. A pair of wings flapped, the dove that now stood in Mother's palm took flight, and Mother watched it sail into the sky. Then she looked down upon Siros with a smile on her face and melancholy in her emerald eye. She beckoned her closer, and Siros stepped closer, trembling with awe as she stared up at her. It seemed to her that Mother stood as tall in her human vessel as she did otherwise. Mother reached down and rested a gentle hand atop Siros' head, long fingers running through her mop of mint-green hair, and Siros knew then that everything would be all right. "What happened, Mother?" one of the younger ones asked, crowding around Siros and looking up to their mother with wide, worried eyes. "Is the fighting over?" A frown creased Mother's face. She looked sadly at Siros' sibling and nodded mirthlessly. "The humans," she said, lowering herself to her knees and taking them all in her arms, "did something very foolish, and hurt a great many people." Mother held the children close to herself for the rest of the day, and returned to Xanadu at sunset. The next morning Siros found her standing at the edge of the cliff overlooking Xanadu, holding a fresh green sprig in one hand. Mother paid her no attention as she approached until she was standing directly beside her, at which point she gently held out her arm and nudged her backward from the precipice. "Go inside," Mother told Siros and her eldest brother, setting the little branch down upon the ground, "and see to your clan. There is much that I must do." She lifted both hands in the air. A vortex of wind encircled her, growing in strength by the second, whipping up her hair and regalia, Pebbles and stones and bits of debris lying on the ash-stained ground around her began to lift themselves into the air and whirl around in helical arcs. The grey clouds that still hung over the sky and cast their pall onto the ruined land and sea began to break apart and turn a pure and cottony white. The seas began to turn blue, a deeper and darker blue than Siro's had ever seen before, and their surfaces began to sparkle. The earth began to quake, tremors rocking the mountain down to its foundation. The winds howled in ethereal chords like an immaculate chorus. Siro's watched the flood waters recede from Xanadu before her very eyes and new land rise from the seas. She watched specks of green appear on the new land and around Xanadu, and looked down to see blades of grass rising from the dusty ground all around her, tickling her bare feet. Nearby, the shattered stump of a pine tree punched its way out from underneath the ground and splinters began to rain from the heavens above it, shaping a trunk and branches. Blue-green pine needles sprouted from each branch, covering the skeletal tree in a prickly pelt. More trees began to sprout amid the wild grasses, and shrubs, and vines and herbs as well that soon covered the ground and the slopes of the mountain in a verdurous blanket. Mother's feet left the ground, she rose into the air, the vortex growing stronger around her. Emerald light bled out from behind the lids of her closed eyes and throbbed underneath her skin, and the chorus of the wind and sky grew louder and louder. Siro's felt the wind tear at her clothes and hair and sink sharp, hooked fingers into her flesh and hurried back to the safety of Mother's throne, seized with terror as the wind tugged at her ankles and fresh vines reached for her feet like grasping hands. As they had done during the war, Siro's and her siblings took shelter at the foot of Mother's throne for over 3 weeks 22 days before the tremors ceased. Though the howling wind outside was frightening, and the arcane machines within the tomb hummed ceaselessly and glowed with an eldritch inner light all the while, they consoled each other with the knowledge that the war had indeed ended and there would be no more terrible human weapons bombarding their home. On occasion one of them would poke out their head and report to the others that Mother was still hard at work. Her body would be wrapped in an ethereal jade glow as the seas receded and the land twisted and contorted itself into new shapes far off into the distance. When Siro snuck a peek for herself, she saw hills, valleys, mountains, fields, rivers, lakes, and canyons she had never seen before. When at last it was over, Siro's and her siblings left the throne room and found Mother kneeling before the land she had made. The seas had entirely receded, but how far none could tell. The cliffside outside the throne room now looked over a mist-shrouded ravine painted green with life that wound its way to Xanadu, the city now enclosed within the walls of a towering canyon. Birdsong fluttered through the air and around the trees, and in the distance animals shuffled through the underbrush and insects buzzed and hummed. To the awe of Siro's and the rest of her litter, life had returned in all its majesty to Nabatea. Mother knelt before all she had created, her head bowed, her long green locks of hair wind-whipped and snarled. Her chest heaved, her shoulders rose and fell, a sheen of glistening cold sweat clung to her exposed skin. Siro's raced to her side ahead of all her other siblings and knelt beside her. She looked up at her face, seeing the full extent of her weariness traced in her tired eyes. "Mother," she asked. "Are you unwell?" Mother lifted herself to her feet and faltered, falling back down to her knees. Siro's held out her arms to steady her, but was entirely unprepared for the weight of her body and nearly collapsed underneath her. She could hear the ragged, shallow gasps of her mother's breath and felt a pang of nameless dread stir deep within her heart. "Mother," she asked. Mother put her hands to her shoulders, her eyelids falling heavily over her eyes as she let out a deep, long sigh. "My child." Siro's reached up and threaded her hands through the mane of Mother's hair, her fingertips brushing against silken braids tied with long red and white ribbons. She took a deep, apprehensive breath and began to sing to her, "In time's flow, see the glow of flames ever burning bright." Mother's weary eyes cracked open, and with a smile on her face she patted Siro's gently on the head once more. "I find myself so suddenly exhausted, little one," she said. In spite of her weakness, there was a new brightness to her eyes, a happy sense of satisfaction. "Please, go follow the ravine to Xanadu, and gather all the clans here. Gather them here at Xanadu, so that I may address my children." Siro's was hesitant to step away, but Mother firmly pushed her along. "Go," Mother told her sternly. "Go and tell them. My energy is spent, my flesh is weak. You, young one, are strong. See to it they are brought here." With Mother's prodding, Siroz and 2 of her older siblings ventured forth into the new land Mother had created and followed the river at the bottom of the ravine to Xanadu. They returned 2 days later with all the clans of Nabatea at their backs, from the Storm clan, the eldest, to the Earth clan, the second youngest, and brought them all to the entrance of the throne room where they could all better see the fruits of their mother's labor. All 21 clans looked up to the cliffside where Mother was to address them, their heads forming a rippling carpet of mottled green as they spoke among themselves, though the 22nd and youngest clan, Siroz, and the rest of her litter, the last children of Nabatea, stood beside her. The last time Mother had addressed her children, Siroz thought, there had been many more people here. The crowd had been more than twice as large before the war. Mother's prior weakness had left her. She stood strong and tall now, imperious and stern, as she looked upon her people. "My children," she called out to the clans gathered below. The rumblings and whispering among them ceased in an instant. "The sight of you in such numbers here tends me. Though this war has lost us many clans, my spirits are lifted seeing that so many still remain, and that you may continue to thrive upon this world. I have restored this land, which the humans once called the Nis. In memory of Fadla of the Kalpa clan, I decree that it shall be named Fadlan." A cheer rang out amid the gathered clans, but Siroz looked up into Mother's eyes and saw a hard, gem-like gleam that only hardened at the sound of their elation. "We did not win this war through our own efforts," she continued, and the cheering ceased immediately. "Rather, it was a handful of fearful and desperate humans who consigned to oblivion the rest of their people. In their desperation, they raised the seas above their heads and cracked open the fault lines in the earth, bringing doom to all we had created together with fire and water. We mustn't celebrate the foolishness of our enemy and mistake it for the bravery of our people. Nor should we celebrate the lengths we went to defend ourselves. Humanity's misuse of my gifts may have begun this war, but they did not force us to escalate to such a degree. This land was scarred by our combined efforts, and I command you all to hold that truth close to your hearts." The clans gathered below were quiet now. They seemed uncomfortable to Siroz, as though they were all children who had to be lectured for their misbehavior. "And because it was our failure to safeguard this planet which we have made our home," Mother concluded, "it shall be our duty to steward this new land of Fadlan, and with it, the plants that have taken root, the birds that have taken to the sky, the animals that roam the land, and all which has breath in its nostrils. And so too shall it be our duty to steward the humans who remain on this land and find themselves in the new world I have wrought." There were rumblings of discontent below. "Yes, the humans," she said. "The innocent humans who were left on the surface of this world, defenseless and ignorant of the doom awaiting them, while their leaders, the architects of this terrible war, fled to myriad havens deep in the bowels of the earth, the humans who are as much victims of this terrible war as the youngest of my children. They remain uncorrupted. They must be nurtured. They must be protected. However, one of you shall not fulfill this purpose I have tasked the rest of you with. For its role in striking the land of Liam and its children from the earth, I must condemn the Thorn clan. For your crimes, I proclaim thus that you and your descendants shall not be welcome in Fadlan for a full 7 generations." Siroz heard 1,000 horrified gasps ring out in unison, like one enormous drawn breath, from the people below. The green sea began to churn and roil, and the 20 remaining clans broke away from the Thorn clan and left an empty spot of land between them, isolating them from the throngs of hundreds of their fellow Nabateans. Mother took a deep breath. "My children, it is now your responsibility alone to spread out across Fadlan and carry out my will, for returning life to this barren land has taxed me. As I once slept before, so too must I sleep again, but this time, it shall be not for decades but for millennia, comparable to the millennia I slept as I crossed the sea of stars." Siroz gasped. "Mother, no," she cried out, taking her by the arm. "You cannot. I and my siblings are but—" Mother simply rested her hand upon her head and smiled down at her, the stern look in her eyes fading. "It will be all right," she whispered to her, and then she turned her head to address the others one final time. "In 2,000 years or more," she called out to them, "I shall awaken, and when I do, I expect to see 21 clans of Nabateans and countless clans of humans sharing the bounty of this new land together. See to it they are fruitful and multiply, that they know peace and comfort, and that they know you and your kin as protectors and as friends, for they have suffered enough for the sins of their species." She turned her back on the gathered clans. "Children," she said, taking Siroz by the hand, help me to my throne. You cannot, Ceros protested. You mustn't. Please, do not leave us. No, no, I must, Mother said with a sad shake of her head. Help me to the throne, children, she said to Ceros' siblings, so that I may not stumble before the older clans. Help me to appear strong. Ceros' eldest siblings took Mother's hands in theirs and led her along, and Ceros had no choice but to join in. She saw her youngest sister, her face crumpling like paper, and resolved to beat back the burgeoning tears stinging her eyes. She took her by the hand. All will be well, little one, she told her, a crass imitation of Mother's reassuring tone, and she smiled. They brought Mother down the great jade elevator to the throne room, the tile floor colder than ever against the soles of their feet. As soon as Mother stepped over the threshold of the elevator platform, she staggered, stumbled, and fell, one knee bruising against the hard stone. All of Ceros' siblings could hear the sharp, hissed gasp of pain that escaped from her gritted teeth. It is all right, Mother assured them all as they crowded around her, stifling a yawn. It is only a bruise. I shall be fine. You mustn't worry about me, such is not a child's purpose. Ceros and the others helped her back up and led her down the stairs and across the room's long aisle toward the great jade throne that stood at the head of the massive chamber. In the distance, the arcane machines that had fallen with Mother to earth, whose purpose her children could only guess, lined the walls. The ceiling above was shrouded in mist. As they walked, Ceros looked up at Mother and felt a pang of admiration swell in her tiny heart. For her strength, her mercy, her compassion. It was no wonder some humans had proclaimed her a goddess. Her mother was a goddess, and she was radiant and powerful even when she was so weak she could barely keep herself up on her feet unaided. To hold her hand and help her stand was humbling beyond measure. Eventually, they reached the throne and helped Mother lower herself into it. Any Nabatean would have been dwarfed by the throne's outsized proportions, but not Mother, whose enormous stature fit it like a glove. She leaned back, rested her head against the sigil carved into the chair's back, and closed her eyes. Scales spilled over her skin, and clawed paws tipped with long golden talons curled around the armrests of the throne. Her heteromorphic form, though greatly diminished, gleamed in the dull jade light that filled the chamber. "Thank you, my children," she said. Her eyes fluttered open, and her slit pupils roved across the room and fixed themselves on each child in turn. "Ah, little ones, how you shall grow." Ceros watched the rest of her siblings quiver and choke back tears, and felt tears of her own spring to her eyes that she could no longer hold back. "Mother," she said, her voice strained. "Must you?" "I must," Mother said sadly. The youngest two began to weep and clung to her legs, and Ceros took them and tried as gently as she could to pry them away. "We're afraid," Ceros' eldest brother said. "You shall have nothing to fear," Mother told him. "All will be well." "What if we need you?" Ceros' eldest sister asked. "You will have the other clans," Mother told her. "But it shall not be long, I do not think, before you will lead the Sky Clan." Bewildered, she self-consciously scratched at the itchy skin around the nubs of horns that sprouted from her temples, one more horn than Ceros had, and far more scales speckling her cheeks in gleaming patches. "But, Mother, I am nowhere near grown, my tail has not even started." "And yet you have grown so quickly already, little one." Mother yawned again and closed her eyes. "The decades will pass more swiftly than you expect, and you shall make a wonderful clan leader, as wonderful as any other." With a deep and wistful sigh, she added, "When I awaken, you shall all be grown. You shall all be so strong, so beautiful. I am certain of it." Ceros could no longer hold back the strained sob that tore from her mouth. "Mother," she choked out, reaching up as high as she could to take the paw from the throne's armrest and rest it upon her head. "Mother, please, I'm not ready. I'm not ready for you to go yet. It is not fair." Her other siblings chimed in, supplying their agreements amid their sobs and sniffles. She was right. It wasn't fair. It wasn't fair at all. Why should Mother have to go away for so long, simply because of something selfish humans had done to their own world? Where was the justice or fairness in that? It's not fair. Stupid humans, they did this to you. It's not fair, why should we lose our mother because of them? Life is not fair, my children, Mother said, and at the sound of her voice the children's protests ceased. Every day, it burdens us with far more than we ask for. It can be made fairer, but only through sacrifice and ceaseless hard work. You must be willing to shoulder these impossible burdens, little ones. Learn to shoulder them together, and together build a world I can be proud of. I will, Mother, Sirose sniffled, already feeling ashamed of her outburst. The others raised their voices in agreement. I love you, Mother, she blurted out, the words tearing themselves from her throat. Don't leave me. I love you, too, little one, Mother murmured. Sirose squeezed her eyes shut, the tears found their way out from under her eyelids anyway and rolled down her cheeks. Don't leave me, Mother, she whimpered. She pressed her forehead to the cold jade and pressed her hands tightly to the heavy paw resting atop her head. Don't leave me, please. I have one last thing to say, Mother said, her voice growing quieter and feebler with each passing second, and this one is for all of you, when you are grown and you stand shoulder to shoulder with the other clans. I want you to remind them, whenever they need to hear it. Sirose nodded and tried to wipe her cheeks. The tiniest squeak escaped her lips. I am the beginning. I came to this world to create life, as I have done on many others, but I did not expect to come to this world and find old life awaiting me. We are but visitors to this earth, and we must never forget that. And so you must not carry hatred in your heart for humans. If you cannot live with them, then at least you must do them no harm, for theirs is a hard lot as it is. Do you understand? Sirose nodded again. And tell the others, Mother finished, that I shall love you all, for all eternity. She took one last deep breath, and began to sing, as her voice grew weaker and dropped to a whisper, then too quiet for even the smallest creature to hear. In time's flow, see the glow, of flames ever burning bright. On the swift, river's drift. Sirose heard one last heavy breath leave Mother's lips, and felt the paw clasped between her tiny hands turn as cold as the jade, and when she stepped away and finally opened her eyes she saw Mother resting on her throne, and aside from the subtle rise and fall of her scaly chest she was as still as a corpse. The sound of crackling wood and the scent of roasted meat stung her nostrils. Sirose looked down from the balcony at the front of the imperial palace in Inbar to the town square beyond its gates, where 7 stakes had been placed on the ground in mounds of kindling piled up around them. One was smoldering, a plume of thick smoke rising from it to the heavens, and the one beside it was blazing like a winter hearth, the loud crackling and popping of firewood drowning out even the screams of the rebel wretch tied to the post. As she watched, the city guardsman led a woman in shackles to one of the remaining posts and began to tie her to it. Throngs of people were gathered around, held back by a ring of soldiers, to watch justice be done. The executioner's voice rang out across the town square and wafted up like the smell of burnt flesh and hair to the balcony. Miss Vera Messner, you stand here accused and condemned. For the crime of treason and sedition against Emperor Anselm and heresy against the goddess who rightly anointed him, you are hereby sentenced to death by immolation. May the fires of the goddess' judgment burn your sins to ash and leave your soul cleansed, so that you may live forever in the peace of her embrace. As is custom even for the basest of traitors, you may make one final prayer to the goddess and her saints for mercy. Down below, the woman's last words rang out. It is the goddess whom I serve, and who calls me to stand against his tyrant majesty. My prayers are to her champion, the saint of liberation, Princess Edel. The executioner's torch fell to the kindling and set it ablaze as the woman continued her blasphemous prayer, though her words were swiftly reduced to screams of anguish. At Siro's side, Emperor Anselm glared down at the treasonous subjects gathered by the city guardsmen before him, a scowl fixed upon his face, his hands curled with a white-knuckle grip on the marble railing as he leaned over the parapet. Sirose felt her own rage simmering within herself, matching his. To think that the girl touched by Mother and blessed with Nabatean flesh would use herself as a weapon against the church itself, against her own people. She was just as rotten as the stillborn thief, equally unworthy of the bounty that had been bestowed upon her. If these disobedient humans sought to rebel in her name, then she would see to it they saw no quarter for their blasphemy. The holy Adrestian Empire, the new sanctuary for the children of the goddess, would crush this upstart cult and silence its foolish, seditious practitioners. Her thoughts were banished from her head. She felt a bolt of lightning run through her mind, sending a frisson through the scales under her flesh and making her wings wish to spring from her back. Suddenly, the immediate world around her seemed to fade away, and she felt a presence touch her soul, the subtle touch of a soothing hand, reaching across Fodlan all the way from Garreg Mach. She knew instantly. The girl and the thief must have felt it as well, a stirring under the holy tomb, a yearning for awakening. Mother was calling out to her, beckoning her. "Lady Rhea? Is something the matter?" Sikal asked her, his brow furrowing with concern and his lip curling into a frown. He had been perturbed all through the execution. Siroz could feel the dragon squirming within him with discomfort. "You seem unsettled." Siroz focused her attention back down to the execution site set up beyond the palace gates. "It is nothing, Seath," she assured him, though she knew he must have felt it. She watched as the next leader of the city's rebel forces was tied to the post, and the executioner began to list his crimes. She stepped away from the parapet. "The rebels have learned their lesson. After this one burns, have the rest released as a gesture of the goddess mercy. But have them know that the retribution shall be swifter and all the more painful should they rise up against us even once more." Emperor Anselm stared at her, bewildered. Her eyes briefly traced his cheekbones and his lips. Over the past 1,000 years she had seen echoes of Wilhelm's face, or at least what little she recalled of it, in many of his lineage, and Anselm's echo was the strongest she had heard in centuries. "Lady Rhea," he said in his butter-smooth voice, swiftly wiping the confused look off his face and smiling, "if you will it, yes, now is an opportune time to demonstrate her mercy." "Do it, Seath," she told Sikal. "Theirs is a hard lot as it is." Sikal nodded. "Yes, Lady Rhea. A wise decision. I shall see it done at once," he said, and he seemed almost happy to pick up his cane and hurry back inside. Down below, the next prisoner was set aflame. Siroz felt a warm raindrop fall from the heavy clouds overhead onto her brow. It seemed the rain would douse the flames anyway. The people down below would see it as further proof of the goddess mercy and of the archbishop's wisdom. "Could you feel that?" Siroz asked Anselm. "Did something stir in your heart just now?" "Yes," he said. "It seems there will be rain soon. Truly the goddess speaks through you before even she can speak through the natural world. She has shown her mercy upon these rebels and infidels. We can only hope they will take the right lesson from this and pledge their allegiance to the goddess anew." That had not been what Siroz had meant. "We must retake Garreg Mach," she said, "and soon." "Lady Rhea," Anselm said, furrowing his brow over beady eyes, "must we not deal with my wretch of a brother first? Eliminating his faction will have the Silver Nemesis fighting strength, and we must retrieve Flame swiftly as well before he decides to use her for a new we." Rage flared in her heart. How dare he use Sethline against her? She had half a mind to snatch him up by his collar for his impudence and hold him over the parapet, but remembered just before her hand could rise to his throat that the two of them were in full view of the public, even if nobody was around to overhear them. "We must divert our forces toward Garreg Mach," she said firmly, all but spitting out the words. "Seizing the holy tomb and the divine beast's corpse must be our top priority." "I understand," he said, relenting. "I will commit the Holy Adrestian Empire's army to an invasion of Garreg Mach post-haste, but on one condition." "Name it, Your Majesty." "Lady Heidi Marie and I demand crest stones of our own," he said, raising a hand to the sharp point of his ear protruding from under his long dark hair. "We wish to be made full-blooded Nabateans, with all of the strengths of your kin. Then the Holy Adrestian Empire can truly reign eternal over Fodlan, and the Nabateans may at last know peace." Siroz frowned and shook her head. Demand all humans did was demand Mother's gifts to her children, and none of them were fit to share in it. And she was not yet ready to bring more of her kin into this world, so long as the risk existed that she could see them made into new heroes' relics by the Silver Nemesis' monstrous allies. "You forget your place, Your Majesty. It is by my authority that Inber bows to you. And aside from that, I do not have a complete stone from the clan of Macule for you," she admitted, "nor do I have one of Daphnel for Lady Heidi Marie. Both must be procured before I can consider such an operation. They must match the crest stone fragments you were previously given." A sly smile quirked up the corner of Anselm's lips. "I see." He looked down upon the execution site as the last remaining rebels were returned to the guard's custody and led away. "A shame, but I understand. We will discuss changing our plan of attack this evening over supper." "Sir." Your Majesty. Siroes and Anselm both turned around to find Engelhart staggering toward them from down the hall, clutching at a bloody spear of ice that had been driven through his shoulder. An ugly purple-black bruise marred the side of his jaw and blood gushed from his nose in a crimson fountain. Engelhart! Anselm gasped, rushing to his side. Siroes followed him and closed the doors behind them. There was no further spectacle to watch outside anyway. I will have to melt away this ice, Anselm told his retainer, wreathing one hand in a pulsating ember glow, and then Lady Rhea and I shall immediately heal the wound. You will be all right. What happened? Are we under attack? Marquise Vestra, Engelhart gasped through his broken jaw, panting for breath and gritting his teeth against the pain as the icicle embedded in his shoulder shrank and dripped onto the carpet. Escaped the dungeons. How? Woman, sprang him loose, he said, shaking his head. Forgive me, Your Majesty, too strong, hell of a left hook. Where are they headed? The stables, they need a Pegasus. Alerted the guards and archers already. You have done well, then, Engelhart, Anselm assured him. It is out of your hands for now. Lady Rhea, if you would be so kind as to help me heal my valiant vassal. Siroes laid her hand on the human's shoulder once the icicle had melted away and the droplets falling to the floor had turned completely red, wreathing it in a healing glow. Anselm did the same for his jaw, lightening the bruise's deep color and listening to the sound of bone snapping and popping back into place. Thank you, Lady Rhea, Engelhart gasped, looking up at her with pleading eyes wet and soft with devotion. She found it easy, looking into those eyes, to set her anger aside and offer him a beatific smile more befitting of a saint. It is such an honor to receive your mercy, Archbishop. That will hold until you can get to the physician, Anselm told him. I will deal with the Marquise myself. He stormed off down the hall, and since his vassal's bleeding had stopped and his breathing had steadied, Siroes stormed off after him. But Marquise Vestra and the little vermin who'd sought to release him did not occupy her thoughts. Instead, they turned to Mother. Humans were frail and ignorant creatures, incapable of accomplishing anything without her guidance. They were foolish, weak, and could not govern themselves without strife and bloodshed. They needed to be ruled with a firm hand or else they would hurt themselves and their betters. When Mother returned, she would know best, better than Siroes herself, how to restore order and tranquility and peace to this twisted world and its twisted humans. And if that stillborn thief and heretic traitor dared stand between her and Mother, she would tear them asunder. She would rip Mother's heart from the stillborn's chest with her bare hands, and when she was done with the heretic, there would not be enough left of her bones to make even a soup ladle. Chapter 77, The Tears of God Flow as I Bleed. Think about it. How could Thales have stayed so far ahead of you no matter how you tried, unless he was? He felt cold steel, no, colder than steel, bury itself in his flesh, sliding through it with such ease and grace and so little resistance that it may as well have been butter. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One! Does fire kill? Ahura Mazda answered, Fire kills no man, Asto-Vidhota binds him, and, thus bound, Vayu carries him off, and the fire burns up life and limb. When he goes away, it is by the will of fate he goes. The young boy known as Khalid, Prince Khalid bin Farid bin Junawad al-Tadmor, son of Tiana von Regan, half-breed, mongrel, runt of Almira's royal litter, had died a long, long time ago. Claude had been born in darkness, forged within it like ore into steel in the hellish heat of a blacksmith's sweltering workshop. The smiths who had forged him lived in darkness, and it had made their skin ashen, waxen, sallow, with had a sun-starved and corpse-like pallor. Even the hairs which sprouted from their wrinkled and veiny heads were white cloud-like wisps. But though they had turned his thick, tousled mop of brown hair as white and as brittle as their own, they had not taken from him his bronzed olive skin that would remain the last lingering remnant of his past life, his last link to the memory of the sun that kissed the Almiran deserts, steppes, and mountains. It had been the no-eyed people who had snatched him and a dozen others away, like in all the stories mothers told their disobedient children. All of the children had at first thought they'd been stolen away by Fadlanish slave traders, the kind rumored to snatch up wounded soldiers, women, and children and clap them up in irons to deliver as gifts to the noblemen of that foreign land across the mountains, and were perplexed at first by the true horror that had awaited them. Some had died too soon to stop being perplexed. Their bodies had been cut open, foreign blood had been poured into them, and young Khalid had been given the most foreign blood of all. Blood that had burned burned right down to the bone, burned away all that remained of the young prince who had run away from the callous antipathy of his world. The crest of flames had been the funeral pyre for Farid and Tiana's youngest child. When the flames had turned to embers and finally to ash, not even a scrap of bone was left for them to remember him by. What had been born from those ashes found himself soon burdened by the no-eyed king himself, terrible Thales, owlish and raptor-like, somehow more terrifying than anything the combined imaginations of all of Almira's children could concoct with a terrible purpose. He was to be the sword of their vengeance, sweeping through all they felt entitled to control, be it Fodlan, Almira, or lands beyond. He was to spearhead an army of nightmares through the world, whether he liked it or not. He was to be a weapon, used in warfare and tossed away in peacetime, their peace. Their peace a boot stamping on a human face, forever. And so, with that dreadful knowledge filling his head, he had done the one thing he had known best. He had run away. Not long afterward, Duke Oswald von Regan of Fodlan, the old, ailing head of the Leicester alliance to the west of Almira, who was currently without an heir after the mysterious death of his son and the disappearance of his daughter, found that he had a grandson. With the old duke's health failing and House Regan's precarious grasp on its power and authority slipping, Claude was welcomed with open arms, though greeted with suspicion and skepticism by its many enemies. Fodlan soon proved to be as bad as Almira in many ways, and even worse in others. Yet here, in his new home, he would stay one step ahead of the men who would make him their sword of vengeance for as long as he could, or so he had thought. They had been waiting there for him there all along, and it had been only a matter of time before their reach became inescapable, even for him. Nearly a year had passed since they had cornered him in verdant Ailel and had forced him once more into their service, and Claude found his musings on what little remained of his past interrupted by the sound of a strong, meaty hand slammed against the messy surface of his desk, the heavy bang reverberating through his quarters. "Had you lost your senses, young lord?" Nader berated him, flecks of spittle flying from his mouth. He stared daggers at him and raised a finger to his lips. Nader grumbled something incoherent and then lowered his voice accordingly. "You were meant to sneak away before Costas and his bandits attacked," he hissed. "Why, Khalid, in the gods' names, by all the stars in the sky, did you stay with the heads of the other houses? The one day your Fodlani blood should have compelled you to run away." Claude sighed. "It's my head that tells me when to run, not my blood, Nardal," he said, reminding Nader how dangerous the sounds of their real names were here in Fodlan. Fortunately, far more people in Leicester, especially people of noble birth, were half-breeds than anybody would guess, and had inherited from distant and not-so-distant ancestors the darker complexions of their neighbors to the east, even if none of them would have dared admit it. Claude could pass easily, especially considering that his blood proved him a Regan in an undeniable way, but Nader depended on standing in his penumbra to retain plausible deniability and not attract undue attention. "Then why did you not listen to your head?" Nader rapped his hairy knuckles against Claude's forehead. Claude plucked an old ring from his bedside table, letting the jade set in silver gleam in the lamplight as he turned it over and over between his forefinger and thumb, letting the reflection of the little amber flame dance and dance on the polished metal. "Would you believe it's because I found myself embarrassingly smitten with the young, tow-headed scion of House Bladdid?" he asked, forcing a smile. "No," Nader said flatly. "Okay." He buried his hand in his long, thick beard and rubbed his chin, letting out a long and weary sigh. The amber candlelight danced upon his swarthy, battle-scarred face, lending a wistful gleam to his hazel eyes. "That is your mother's ring, young lord," he said. "Is it?" Claude asked, as though he hadn't been told 1,000 times now since he and Nader had met. "Fascinating." Nader's massive hand closed around his and hid the ring beneath it. "She gave me that ring when I left Almira. She said to me, 'Nader the undefeated, I beseech you. With this ring, seek out our youngest son and return him to us. If a hair on his head should be harmed.' A little late for that. If a hair on his head should be harmed, she said to me, Almira's fury will sweep through the world like a mighty flood, and our hoofs shall crush our enemies into the mud. If I have told you once, I have told you 100-fold. You have no idea, young lord, how much she wants you back. You have no idea how much she fears for you. You have no idea how much she—" He let go of Claude's hand and took a backward step away from him, and Claude slipped the ring into his pocket. "I don't even remember what she looks like." "You have her eyes," Nader reminded him. And her face, in so many ways, and you have had her hair. Nader's frown turned sheepish as Claude's hand automatically lifted itself to the braid that fell over his brow, dyed an inconspicuous dark brown like the rest of his hair. Apologies, young lord. Claude sighed. I stayed behind because I wanted to help the others run away, he admitted. I was sure we'd all be fast enough if we ran together, and we only needed to get rid of Professor Caius, anyway. I just made a little miscalculation along the way. Nader shook his head and crossed his arms. Not little. Your head was nearly cleaved in two by his axe. That's how Ferdinand tells it, but it was nothing like that, Claude retorted. Anyway, it's fine. I'm fine. Because that Gerald man and his mercenaries appeared out of nowhere to save the three of you. Nader retorted, not even a little placated. He jabbed his finger into Claude's chest as though he were thrusting a dagger dead on through his sternum. Otherwise, you would have been killed. What would I have done then? What would I have said to your mother? I could never have. Claude preemptively shushed him again. He grabbed him by the shoulders and gave him a rough shake, enough to nearly snap his neck from the whiplash. I could never have shown my face in Almira again, he whispered. He let go. Claude flopped back onto the side of his extra-large and extra-comfortable bed, and Nader sank into the desk chair, rubbing his brow with his fingertips. How are you going to do this? He asked. What the No-Eyes want from you is. If we don't give them what they want, Claude said, they'll never stop following me. I can't bring them back to Almira, and I'm sure you can agree with me on that. Nader shook his head. We'll do their bidding for now. We'll play them and the church against each other, make sure they destroy each other, and make ourselves look like heroes while doing it. He frowned and rose to his feet. I know you don't like it, Claude said, but we can do it. We're smart enough, we're skilled enough, we're strong enough, the two of us, we'll find a way. If you are going to play their sick games, young lord, Nader said to him, stony and cold, you will need to play them better than anybody else. And I'm going to, he said, matching his stony glare with one of his own, hard as polished jade. We're going to run circles around Thales, trust me. With the resources at our disposal here at Garreg Mach. What resources? They brought you here to strike terror into the heart of the church, not gather resources. This is where the three states of Fodlan meet. We're surrounded by the future of this country, Claude explained. We're going to find tools here we can use against Thales and Solon. We do not even know where Thales is, who Thales is. We'll find out. Here. I'll just keep tugging on threads to see what unravels. Sooner or later, something will. We're masters of improvisation, Nader. We think on our feet. You are an obstinate boy, Nader said, scowling and crossing his burly arms. Do I get that from my mother, too? In spades, he growled. Good night, master. Rest well, while you still can. He stepped out into the hall, letting the door swing shut behind himself, and Claude was left alone in his bedroom at Garreg Mach, awash in the faint amber light from the candles on his bedside table. He laid himself down and took a deep, long breath to calm his shaken nerves. Last night's events passed through his mind's eye in a blur. The sudden appearance of that mercenary Geralt, apparently a former knight of Syros, and his son had been their salvation. But the situation had only further deteriorated. Costas had charged, with murder in his eyes, at Claude, not knowing that he was raising an axe to his own client. Claude's heart had just about stopped before a single flashing blade cut the bandit down in mid-lunge. Even though it had only been about a day ago, Claude couldn't feel the terror he'd felt then. All he could feel was a sense of unbridled curiosity, because in his recollection his gaze always drifted away from the steel that had nearly killed him and into the steely azure gaze of the man who saved his life, the legendary mercenary's son, Byleth Eisner, ash-gray eyes blank behind locks of sea-green hair. He'd overheard one of the blade breakers call him the Ashen Demon, but as far as Claude was concerned, that man was his guardian spirit, if such a thing even existed. To the surprise of roughly every single person in Garreg Mach, as soon as Byleth arrived, Archbishop Rhea appointed him the Academy's new professor in the place of Caius Alberic Goneril, who'd fled into the woods as soon as Costas had attacked and had yet to be found. What's more, she even let him pick which house he would teach, much to Professor Hanneman and Professor Manuela's consternation. And much to Claude's good luck, Byleth ended up selecting the golden deer. If he hadn't, then in all the chaos Hanneman might have ended up teaching the house instead, and Claude couldn't abide that guy snooping around and discovering the little secret he kept in his blood. Someone might have called it the will of the goddess, or fate, but Claude didn't believe in either of those things. It was chance, and it happened to work in his favor. If it hadn't, he'd have simply found another way to make it work. Fortunately for the students and faculty alike, classes hadn't even started in earnest yet before the incident at Remire, which meant that the Golden Deer having a new teacher wasn't anywhere near as much of a disruption as it could have been. Still, though, the no-eyed people were furious that their agent Yuri, who'd been installed as fencing instructor at Garag Mach a year earlier, couldn't have taken over the house as planned. Of course, they didn't trust this Byleth person at all, even though saving the life of their pet weapon should by all rights have put him squarely on their good side. With the composition of the Officers' Academy's 3 houses settled, its students a crop of 24 of the best and brightest sons and daughters of the best and brightest houses, and a few hardy commoners who'd scraped and clawed their way up from the dirt dedicated themselves to learning all they could learn in preparation for the mock battle at the end of the month, but Claude's studies proved much more extensive. He considered himself to be an observant young man, a voracious reader of both words and faces, and as the weeks passed he observed his fellow students and the faculty with a keen analytic eye. Especially within his own house, he studied their habits, their interests, their strengths, their weaknesses, the budding relationships they were already beginning to make with each other, and their potential usefulness. But if any one of the 16 other students in the other houses had proven a surprise to Claude, it had been Edelgard. From the day she had first settled into the dormitories, she'd had a joyless look in her eyes and a stubborn lethargy to her steps, and Ferdinand her fiancé, poor girl, and Harun her retainer, poor girl, had both dashed their ships in vain against the rocks to light some sort of fire of motivation under her. She'd only seemed happy when she and Hilda were doing something that would earn them admonishments from somebody in authority, or more accurately, doing nothing when they ought to have been doing something. But all that had changed about a week after Remire, on the day Dmitri had gone up to her and asked if she had ever known a young blonde boy in Fhirdiad who had given her a dagger. It turned out the two of them, the prince and the princess, had been childhood friends for a summer or two, and were step-siblings through their mother's marriage. Since then, she had become nearly inseparable from him and his posse, and it seemed that within a few weeks he and Ingrid, mostly Ingrid, had managed to succeed in lighting some sort of fire under her where Ferdinand and Harun could not. Much to their delight, she ended up being the star of the Black Eagles during the recent mock battle between the 3 houses, even if they had ultimately lost. Well into the next month, Claude continued to study Edelgard and her little clique just a little more closely than the other students from the other houses. It was a sunny afternoon just a few days before the Golden Deer would set out to eliminate some bandits in Zonata when he found himself napping atop a tree branch. He never napped, he simply gave off the appearance of doing so. While he laid atop the branch of the mighty oak, supported by the smaller branches that sprouted from it like tributaries from a river, he caught the sound of Ingrid's voice reaching his ears. And with subtle movements, half hidden by the verdant summer foliage, he turned his head and shifted his body to look downward. Sure enough, she was walking with Edelgard, and with the violet-haired little Bernadetta as well, who was perhaps the toughest student for him to study since she hardly ever willingly left the dormitories. This was quite a golden opportunity. He listened closely. "I really do apologize, Bernadetta," Ingrid was saying. "When the news had reached me that Glenn had been found dead, I could hardly bear to leave my room, either." "I understand," Edelgard chimed in, patting her on the shoulder. "I felt the same way when the news reached me that my fiancé had been tragically found alive." The last words had scarcely left her mouth before Ingrid recoiled from her as though struck. "How can you say that?" she gasped, her voice tear-choked. I only mean that there are so many factors that can make someone wish to retreat from their lives, like you or myself or Bernadetta." Edelgard's sputtered explanation fell on deaf ears. Ingrid had already stormed off. "Wait," she called out, rushing after her. "Ingrid, please." Bernadetta, now alone, stood in place and slowly lifted her head toward the branches Claude had hidden himself atop. "Oh, you've done it now, Bernie," she squealed, shivering in the late spring breeze. "Now Lady Edelgard and Ingrid hate each other, and it's all your fault. It's all your—" She glanced around the lawn, as though suddenly sensing that somebody was watching her. Claude did his best to look asleep, but nonetheless, she let out a frightened yelp and darted off in the opposite direction with the supernatural speed of someone who knew better than anyone else the value of running and hiding, as though she had sensed his presence and his alert mind. She had some incredible latent skill herself, he mused to himself as he carefully lowered himself to the ground. He'd hardly taken a few steps before he felt a familiar, heavy hand fall over his shoulder, and the next thing he knew, he was being all but dragged by his ear by Nader to Professor Yuri's office. "Instructor," Nader said, after Yuri's door had responded to his insistent pounding by opening, "thank you for seeing us about the young lord's chronic tardiness." Yuri pursed their lips as they sized up Nader, their hard, cold eyes gleaming like diamonds. "There's no need to shout, big guy. Come on in," they said, and they let them both inside and closed the door behind him, locking the latch with a twist of their wrist. "Thanks for seeing us on such short notice," Claude said, plopping himself down upon the chair in front of Yuri's desk. Swords of various make hung all over the walls, daggers from Faerghus, rapiers and épées from Leicester, hand and half-swords from Adrestia, sabers from Srang, falchions from Almira. He gave Nader a sharp look, as though to remind him not to say anything about the Almiran weapons. The gleam in his eyes made it clear his enthusiasm was building up inside him, and Nader might not be able to stop himself from launching into some spiel about the incredible craft of the swordsmiths who'd forged them. "No problem," Yuri said smoothly, sitting in their own chair and putting up their feet. One gloved hand idly played with the ornamental silver clasp of their cape. "So, what's the real problem?" Yuri was, as Claude would say, a real catch. When he'd first met them, Claude had found Yuri preparing to turn over everything they knew about the Noai's infiltration of the monastery to Archbishop Rhea, and he had fortunately managed to persuade them by the skin of his teeth to handle things more covertly, if not more in Claude's favor. Now Yuri was his man, pardon the poor phrasing, on the inside, and his secret spyglass into the hidden schemes of Thales and his men. "It is Lady Edelgard with the Black Eagles," Nader spoke up. "Surely you have observed her behavior as of late." "Yeah." Yuri brushed the long locks of lavender hair from their brow. "Not long after the mock battle, she started actually showing up to my seminars and training sessions on time. Around the same time you stopped, Claude." Claude crossed his arms. "You know I only did that so we could have an excuse to talk. Casus belli, if you will." "Yeah, well, it'll still reflect poorly on your marks. You didn't have to take so long to set this meeting up. I don't like being too much of a hard-ass on you spoiled brats, your mommies and daddies tend to complain. But more to the point," he said. "Her Highness is certainly distinguishing herself." "Yeah," Yuri said. "You can tell she hadn't picked up a sword or an axe in years before she came here, but damned if she isn't trying all of a sudden. Suspicious, is it not, young lord?" Nader asked Claude, laying a heavy hand on his shoulder. "We know," Yuri said, their eyes narrowed, "that your Noais can replace people with their agents, and that it's usually accompanied by a complete and sudden change in personality. I'd call that complete and sudden." Claude hadn't wanted to consider that. "What do you know, Yuri?" he asked them. "I know," Yuri said, "that the Noais have been planning on bringing a Kronia unit into the monastery. Unit number 612, if I'm correct. And if I'm correct, she's about the little brat's size, not that it makes much of a difference." "You think they've replaced her already?" Claude asked. "I'm saying you should watch your back around her. Kronias are killing machines. They're the perfect assassins. But if she's not yet replaced," he mused. "What are you thinking, young lord?" Nader asked him. "She's whip-smart when she wants to be," he pointed out. "I mean, sure, she's as weak as a kitten, but she nearly wiped out half the Golden Deer in the mock battle last month with just her brains. That little trap she and Linhard set even impressed Leone. If it hadn't been for Teach and me, there's no way we'd have come back from that. I mean, Raphael, Lawrence, and Hilda aren't all that smart," Yuri argued. "No offense, Mr. Duke in progress, but the Golden Deer isn't exactly the cream of the crop." Claude stroked his chin, thinking. "Yuri, can the Noais replicate crests?" he asked them. "We know Edelgard has a crest of Ciros from Hanuman's records. They can fake the blood pattern, to fool things like Hanuman's little machine," they replied. But they can't actually invoke any power from the crest or manifest it on their own. Good, Claude said, feeling the knot in his gut loosen. So if we can devise a test. But don't do something stupid just because I said I wasn't sure, Yuri hastily added, while Nader nodded in approval. If she is this Kronia, Claude asked him, could we? Yuri rolled their eyes, as though already, they'd grown beyond frustrated with Claude's unique tactical mind. Could we what, young lord? Get a Kronia on our side. Seems like a valuable asset to have. Nader sighed. Do not, young lord. All right, I won't. If she's here to, assist you, Yuri said, then she'll probably reveal herself to you when the time is right. And if she is not? Nader asked, bristling. Then I hope you can watch his back, Nardal, they answered, glaring up at him, because I can't be everywhere. Let no man alone by himself carry a corpse. If a man alone by himself carry a corpse, the Nasu rushes upon him, to defile him, from the nose of the dead, from the eye, from the tongue, from the jaws, from the sexual organs, from the hinder parts. This drudge Nasu falls upon him, stains him even to the end of the nails, and he is unclean, thenceforth, forever and ever. Teach. Claude called out as he strode down the hall past the faculty offices, spotting Byleth standing at the doors to the Archbishop's chamber. He was staring with his typical cold, intensely analytical glare at the bony, segmented blade of the sword of the Creator as though he'd never seen a sword made from someone's, and a very tall and non-human someone's, spine. He looked up at Claude as he approached and lowered the sword until the tip of its long blade rested against the tile floor. Hi, Claude. I hope I'm not interrupting anything, Claude said, eyeing the sword and the man holding it up and down. He scratched his chin. I take it Ria's probably told you everything about that sword now. Who'd have thought you'd be a descendant of the King of Liberation, huh? Byleth shook his head and sheathed the sword at his hip, his hand leaving the hilt. For a moment Claude felt an irresistible urge to grab it and see for himself if he, with his hidden crest of flames, could wield it as well. He felt that horrible second crest throb in his veins, like it wanted to tear itself out of his body and wreak havoc on its own. I am not his descendant, Byleth stated flatly. The expression on his face, the hardness in his eyes, never changed. Don't be coy, Teach, Claude said, patting him on the shoulder. Only Nemesis could wield the sword of the Creator, so you must have his bloodline's crest. Simple logic, right? I don't understand, Byleth said, feigning ignorance. As good as his poker face was perfect, in fact there was no fooling Claude. The sound of shuffling feet padding across the floor behind him caught his attention. He glanced as surreptitiously as he could over his shoulder and saw Solon hobbling toward the two of them in the guise of Tamash the librarian, a kindly and cheerful little smile on his stolen face. Hi, Tamash, Byleth said, giving him an awkward little wave. Hello, there, Professor, Solon said, giving an adorable little cough that made him seem exactly like the kindly old man he was pretending to be. And young Claude, too. I hope I'm not interrupting anything. We were just talking, Byleth said. With the Archbishop? Solon asked, as doe-eyed and innocent as an old man could be, and though his disguise was perfect, Claude could tell how badly he wanted to curl his lip in disdain. Oh, just Teach, Claude said. I just got here. There was an almost hungry look in Solon's eyes as he gazed upon the relic at Byleth's hip, barely hidden under the drape of the battered old long coat he wore like a cape over his shoulders. Were you discussing the sword of the Creator? He asked. Byleth nodded. Certainly an incredible find, Claude said. Who'd have thought Nemesis' sword had been lying in a musty old tomb all this time? And where a saint's dried up old bones should have been, at that. Makes you wonder where Ciro's bones really are. I shudder to think of where they may have been taken, Solon said, shaking his head. Don't you, Professor? To think that a saint's remains may have been unceremoniously dumped into a lesser person's grave somewhere in this monastery or built into an ossuary's walls, one must be concerned that someone long ago has committed a terrible blasphemy, I think. I wonder how that must weigh on the Archbishop's mind. Byleth gave him a noncommittal little nod. That sword certainly is a fascinating one, Solon said, padding in a slow half-circle around him and Claude like a prowling cat encircling a wounded mouse. The story goes that Nemesis was corrupted by evil because of the sword of the Creator. But they're holy weapons, Byleth said. Can they have that evil within them? Claude smirked and patted him on the shoulder. Maybe they can just bring out the evils in men's hearts, teach. In that case, you shouldn't have anything to worry about. There was suddenly a distinctly worrisome furrow to Byleth's brow. For once, Claude saw more emotion on his face than he'd ever seen before. Had his flattery really hurt his feelings? Did Byleth's past as the Ashen Demon weigh so heavily on his heart? Claude gave him a more emphatic pat on the back. That's a compliment, Teach, he assured him. Byleth's gaze drifted off into the distance, as though studying something unseen, and he cocked his head. He had the look of a dog that had just heard a whistle too faint for humans to hear. Is something the matter, Professor? Solon asked. He shook his head. Forgive this old fool for bringing up such a grim subject matter. You must have much on your mind already. I shouldn't have troubled you so. But when you are ready for it, I would be happy. He leaned in closer to both of them, dropping his voice to a low and conspiratorial whisper. To enlighten you both on the dark history of the hero's relics. Byleth's attention seemed to still be elsewhere, but with a sharp turn of his head he focused his gaze back on Solon. The what? He asked, wincing as though someone had just yelled in his ear. Excuse me, Mr. Tamash. Edelgard's sharp voice rang out down the hall along with the sound of her boots against the stone tile floor. It seems I am wanted, Solon said, stepping away from the two of them. Some other time, then, Professor, some other time. Before he turned around to face Edelgard, he patted Claude on the side. Claude felt him slip something small, a little piece of paper, into the inner lining of his jacket. Lady Edelgard, he called out cheerfully, rubbing his hands in excitement. What can I do for you, young girl? Edelgard approached them with a pile of thick, dusty tomes in her hands, reaching so tall that she had to crane her neck and lift her chin just to see over it. Her fallow brown hair shone like spun brown sugar in the light of the sunbeams that came in through the far window, and there was a sharp, alert gleam in her lavender eyes. Her transformation into a model student remained quite a sight to behold. If she were still herself, it spoke to some amazing potential within her, perhaps as a masterful battlefield tactician. If she were a Kronia unit, then it spoke to the skill and dedication of Thales' minions and the utility of capturing some of his lesser underlings and adding them to Claude's side of the board. I hope I am not interrupting anything, Tamash, she said. No, of course not, he said. No, of course not, Claude said. Solon flashed him a sour look, as though he knew Claude was mocking him. He probably did. What a collection you have there, Your Highness, he said. Do you wish to borrow all those books? Yes, and one more, but I can't find it on the shelves, Edelgard said. Professor Hanneman mentioned it to me after this morning's lecture, Lyon's introductory treatises on dark magic. Dark magic? Solon lifted an eyebrow. Young princess, you have quite enough on your plate to begin with. I think those books you have here are more than enough to enlighten you on the basics of reason and its applications in the field, he said, chuckling. Reason, huh? Claude interjected. Tired of training with axes and swords already, princess? Edelgard's lips curled in a sour pout, and he could tell that if she weren't holding so many books, she would have placed her hands on her hips. As a matter of fact, yes, Claude, she said coldly. Solon put a hand on her shoulder. Come with me, Your Highness. I might not be able to find that particular tome for you, but I think I can suggest you some better ones to assist in your studies. The two of them took off down the hall, leaving Claude and Byleth once again alone. Byleth quietly cleared his throat. She's become a very hard worker, he commented weakly. She is, Claude said. He found his gaze shifting automatically back to the hilt of the sword of the Creator. Maybe if he asked to give it a few practice swings. No, at best he'd look like an idiot, and at worst he'd reveal his crest of flames to the world. He'd have to examine the relic alone, in the middle of the night, far away from people, an impossible task. Speaking of heroes' relics, Claude reached out and tapped his fingertips against Byleth's hand. You know, I'm set to inherit one of those things, too. Fail not, of House Regan. Once I have it in my hands, maybe we can compare notes, see which one is better. Byleth frowned. I think you'll see that soon, anyway. What do you mean, Teach? One relic versus another. I've received the deer's next mission from Rhea. To say the least, Claude's curiosity was piqued. And it involves relics. Byleth nodded. House Gautier's relic. One of Sylvain's disowned siblings stole it. He's hiding out somewhere on the border of Gautier and Frildarius. Ah, a mission deep into the bitter cold of northern Faerghus. Wonderful. Claude felt a spark in his brain, an idea came to him. A way to see whether or not Lady Edelgard was everything she seemed. If her crest activated in combat, it would prove that she was herself and not an imposter, and there was no better environment to force a crest activation than in a life-or-death scenario. It's not that cold this time of year, Byleth assured him. Outside, the faint ringing of bells from the cathedral tower marked the top of the hour. Thanks, Teach, I'll take your word for it, Claude said, breaking away from him. Anyway, I have an archery seminar with Shamir I should be getting to. See you tomorrow morning. He raced down the staircase to the ground floor and stepped out into the main hall, weaving through the people, students, faculty, monks, knights, and otherwise milling about until he found a secluded spot behind a pillar. When he'd put enough distance between himself and the world, he felt for the note Solon had passed to him earlier and pulled the little folded slip of parchment out from under his jacket. He unfolded it and found Yuri's handwriting adorning its face. Have you noticed that Professor Byleth has no heartbeat? Could have just told me yourself, he muttered softly to himself. He crumpled up the paper, strode off, and flicked the wadded-up ball into the next wall sconce he passed, erasing the message in a pile of ash while he pondered what it could mean. A crest weapon with no crest stone, a heart with no heartbeat, a crest that shouldn't have existed. The wind and rain that had lashed at Conan Tower deep in the north of Faerghus had not followed the golden deer back with them. The indifferent sky above Garreg Mach was sunny as ever, ignorant of what the house had witnessed on that mission, ignorant of the frustrated silence that had engulfed them ever since Rhea had sworn them all to secrecy. Everyone was haunted. Claude had carefully studied everyone's reactions after their first real field missions, their first time striking down an enemy with intent to kill, their first bloodshed, and after the church had demonstrated its military might for them at Magdrid Way, and taken note of how it had felt for them to take their first lives and to witness the church's power. Now it was his turn to take note of how they reacted to witnessing the same dark history of the hero's relics Solon had mentioned. But as for him, when he took a break from studying them, he returned to his usual haunts in the library, waiting for Solon to happen upon him at the time they had agreed and share more information on the forbidden knowledge he had mentioned. The Noais were monsters, but they were knowledgeable monsters, and Claude was intent on milking that knowledge for all it was worth so long as he was press-ganged into their service. But it was not Solon who startled him out of the history book he'd been immersed in, but Edelgard. Claude, there you are. I thought I'd find you here. He looked up and clapped the book shut, his other hand flying surreptitiously to the dagger he kept hidden under his uniform by habit. But he relaxed. He'd seen for himself on last month's mission that she did indeed have a crest of Ceros. It had manifested, clear as day, when she'd broken her axe clean in two against the grotesque hide of that thing Miquelon had become. All the way back from Faerghus, Claude had pondered his blood and wondered how likely it was for the monster within it to rebel. And his own conversation with Byleth and Solon at the beginning of the month, about the dark and lost history of the hero's relics, kept ringing in his mind, his own words about the darkness in men's hearts especially so. Edelgard, he asked. The lamplight illuminating the musty library ebbed and flowed across her face. Her hair was bedraggled, her uniform rumpled, her left wrist still bound in a splint. Like the golden deer, the one eagle who had accompanied them had a haunted look in her lavender eyes as well. May we speak? Sure. He guided her over to a corner of the library, underneath the staircase that rose to the upper levels. What's the matter? He asked, still keeping his voice down. It was, after all, a library. It's about Miquelon, she said, and that had been enough. But more than that, it's about something we all have, and he lacked. A crest. Yes. She paused for a long while, eyes darting back and forth, as though scanning the otherwise empty library. It was too nice outside for most students to waste their time here. Forgive me for being frank, but do you ever wish the goddess hadn't blessed us with them, Claude? Claude kept a poker face. What do you mean? I think I may have always wished I'd not been born with one, she admitted, deep down. You have probably gathered by now that I am only betrothed to Ferdinand because I happen to be the only female crest-bearer among the Emperor's children. He nodded. And Ingrid is the same way. And Hilda would be if Holst didn't scare off every would-be suitor she has. When I think about how jealous Miquelon was of Sylvain, all for want of a crest, and I think about the lives our crests consign us to the lives of wives and mothers, no matter what we would prefer ourselves, I have to ask myself, are they truly blessings? Or curses? And why would the goddess, a woman herself, seek to curse the women who receive her blessings? Are we not made especially in her image? She glanced at Claude, then turned away sheepishly. Present company excluded, of course. Claude put no stock in gods and goddesses anymore, not even those of his homeland. He was sure he'd had a crisis of faith once, but that had been Khalid's crisis of faith, his long dark hour of despair. What little he could remember of it may as well have happened to a stranger, not him. This conversation, of course, mustn't leave this room, Edelgard hastily added, a trembling hand flying through her locks of brown sugar hair. Of course not. Your secret's safe with me, Claude assured her. Honestly, I haven't believed in the goddess for a very long time. As soon as the words had left his mouth, he wondered if he'd made an incredible mistake. Sure, Edelgard wasn't a Noah's agent, but what if she were some sort of honeypot trap set by Rhea, some way of sniffing out infidels within the officers' academy? And there are a lot of other nobles, especially in the Alliance, who don't put much stock in the faith, either, he hastily added. Naming names, he thought, could very well save his skin if his worst worries were true. I'll tell you which students are heretics, Lady Rhea, he could imagine himself saying, but only if you let me go free. Edelgard stared at him, eyes boggling. What? Maybe I can have you meet some of them. The Church has enough authority among governments and commoners alike that many nobles, and their children, just pay lip service to its teachings to stay on its good side. Better to benefit from its power than be destroyed by its power, right? Her hands curled into fists in her lap. Then what's the point of it all? Naked pursuit of power, and nothing more. Claude shrugged. More or less. Edelgard let out a frustrated, heavy sigh. It simply doesn't make sense, she said. Every woman who bears a crest must feel something is terribly wrong with the world that the men use their crests to lead and the women merely to breed. How can they not be aware of the injustice of it all? How can they consign themselves to it? Why are Ingrid and I supposed to accept this fate? She buried her face in her hands. Sickles beard, I don't know how she does it, she muttered, her voice muffled. When I was engaged to Ferdinand, I thought to myself, what is the point of it all? How is she so damned defiant enough that she can still waste her time pushing herself forward? How does she stop herself from asking those questions? Try asking her. I wonder if all noble women have these thoughts, she continued, as though she hadn't heard him, and they all simply outgrow them. Is it our destiny to grow up, marry, and force the frustrated youth of the next generation to repeat the cycle? No such thing. She lifted her head and gave him a curious look. Pardon. There's no fate but what we make of it. We can't change the cards we've been dealt, but it's up to us to decide how they're played. There's no such thing as destiny. If there is a goddess, even she doesn't control that. Edelgard let out a bitter little laugh. You're a strange one, Claude. Never would I have thought there was a noble in Fodlan like you. The door to the library burst open. As the loud bang echoed through the library, heavy, frantic footfalls tramped into the room with no respect for library decorum, and to Claude and Edelgard's shock, the feet doing the falling belonged to none other than Seath. 3 knights of Syros, Alois, Shamir, and either Biggs or Wedge poured into the room after him. Search the area, Shamir told the other 2 while Seath went on ahead and began peering under every table. Edelgard had gone as white as a sheet, and if Claude had been a superstitious person, he might have suspected their blasphemous little conversation had summoned the goddess' so-called servants. Get down, he hissed to her, taking her by the head and pressing her closer to the floor as the 2 of them huddled closer to the staircase. His heart was pounding against his ribcage. What was going on here? Had Solon been compromised? Yuri? Were they hunting for him? As Seath made his rounds, and the nights drew closer, Claude considered his options. If he and Edelgard tried to head from their hiding place to another, they'd be caught. If they stayed here, they'd be caught. If they... Shamir's boots passed them by, then doubled back, and she crouched down. Right before her head could come into view, Claude got an idea. He grabbed Edelgard by the chin before she could protest, yanked her toward himself, and pressed his lips to hers just before Shamir's violet gaze could fall upon them. They stared at her, shocked and embarrassed, Edelgard more so, while Shamir stared at them. Then, silently, with not a word escaping her mouth, she put a finger to her lips, stood up, and moved on. "She's not here," she called out to the others. Edelgard tore herself away from him, wiped her lips, and scowled. "You ass," she mouthed at him. He shrugged. "Flayn!" Seath shouted out into the library, once again in shocking defiance of decorum. His voice was hoarse with worry. "Flayn, are you in here? We are not angry, we're just worried." "Flayn! Flayn!" Claude felt something curdle in his gut. What was wrong with Flayn? He had a sinking suspicion that the Noais had put into place yet another plot without informing him. The heavy sound of Seath's tense, frantic breathing could be heard through the library for a few minutes more before he and the 3 knights accompanying him filed one by one out of the library. When all was silent once again, Edelgard stared at Claude, still red-faced, her lips curled in a scowl. "If Shamir tells Ferdinand or Harun," she began. "Calm down, your highness." "She won't," Claude assured her. "Harun could easily kill you if she has to. Ferdinand, though, would make your life miserable in a completely different way." "What?" he asked, snickering. "Will he force me to marry him, too?" "What were you thinking?" she hissed. "I didn't want us to look suspicious." "Do you have any idea how suspicious it is for the future Duke of Regan and an Adrestian princess to be kissing?" "I dunno, is it more or less suspicious than the future Duke of Regan and an Adrestian princess to be making blasphemous statements about the Church of Syros?" "You make a good point," Edelgard admitted. Her fists unclenched, her shoulders fell. "If Shamir tells a single solitary soul, though, she won't. I know how to ensure her silence," he promised her. There was a skeptical lift to her eyebrows. Then, with a sigh, she rose to her feet. "Thank you for lending me your ear, Claude," she said curtly, an icy tone to her voice. "I had a feeling you would be receptive." Out of curiosity, he asked, wondering if he had let something else slip that he shouldn't have. "Why?" "Firstly, because I am not stupid," she told him as she headed for the door, "and secondly, because you were the one who talked me into accompanying the deer on this mission, and if you hadn't taken responsibility for cleaning up the mess you made, I'd have lost all respect for you." Claude followed her out. "I wasn't aware you had any in the first place." "Well, then, I hope you're pleasantly surprised," she said. It seemed Claude had formed a connection now with Edelgard, the real Edelgard. Another piece to add to his side of the chessboard, another tool at his disposal to crush the shadowy forces battling for control of Fodlan. If Nader was his rook, and Yuri his knight, then what piece, he wondered, would Edelgard prove to be? Another leaping knight or straightforward rook, a gliding bishop, or a pawn with the potential to cross the board's perilous rows and become a queen? A flash of black like fluttering raven's wings flitted past the corner of Claude's eye, disrupting his musings and announcing a baleful presence, a dark shadow that had crept into the hallway outside the monastery's library, dimming the sunlight that poured through the windows. No one else in Garreg Mach loomed the way Edelgard's retainer Harun loomed. She was even taller than Nader, if only by an inch or so. Her long waves of midnight hair fell over her sharp face, revealing a single apple-green eye, and her voice slithered from her lips, a hissing, snake-like rasp. Nobody would expect just from her dark appearance and severe demeanor alone that she attended church services every Saturday, Sunday, and Wednesday morning, that her area of academic expertise was white magic, or that in spite of her admiration for Pegasi she was deathly afraid of even going near them. In fact, Claude had spent his first 2 months here almost certain she was a Noais agent. And behind her stood an eclipsed sun, Dmitri Bladdid himself, though neither of them stood for very long. Dmitri called out. "Master von Regan, step aside from Her Highness this instant." Harun hissed as she and Dimitri all but sprinted down the hall toward Claude and Edelgard, skidding to a halt in front of them. Harun doubled over and caught her breath, resting her hands on her knees and smoothing out the rumpled long skirt of her uniform, while Dimitri brushed aside the cowlick that fell like a bundle of limp, boiled pasta noodles over his brow. He said, taking her forcefully by the arm, it's a relief to see you safe. Edelgard furrowed her brow. Please, she said, wrenching her arm free of his grip, I'm back at Gareg Mach now, there's no danger here. Dimitri was incredulous. Have you two not heard? Sitha's sister has gone missing. What? She gasped. With a brother like that, I'm hardly surprised, Claude quipped, crossing his arms. Maybe she. If you are going to suggest she eloped, know that Ingrid and I have already disciplined Sylvain for suggesting the same. Dimitri spat at him. He let out a sigh. My heart aches for Sitha. I can hardly know what it's like to lose a sibling, but a mother and a father, such pain cannot be too dissimilar. Has Sitha, or anyone else, received a ransom note? He asked. Dimitri looked puzzled. A ransom? Yeah, a ransom note. If she's been kidnapped, the kidnappers would have made demands already, Claude pointed out to him. If she just ran away, though, I'd have faked a ransom note anyway if I were her, you know, to throw Sitha off my trail. What absurd hypotheticals, Harun said with a dismissive shake of her head. I think it may be the work of that dread beast lord who was at the Holy Mausoleum. They say the monsters under his command have run rampant through the woods as of late. Anyway, Claude said, weaving past Edelgard's babysitters, I've got to ask Tomash about a book I was looking for. Harun's grip tightened around the back of his collar. Not so fast, Claude. I would like to have a word. Prince Dimitri, I would be most at ease if you would escort Lady Edelgard back to the Black Eagle's common room in my stead. I would be more than happy, Dimitri said, taking Edelgard again by the arm and pulling her along. As for you, Claude, Harun snarled, dragging him the opposite way and pinning him to the stone wall. A word of caution. What, I'm not allowed to study with Lady Edelgard? He asked. Both crests simmered in his veins, knowing they couldn't reveal themselves here and now but yearning for it all the same. We're all students here, Heidi. We work together, we excel together. Harun's nose wrinkled. She is a princess, Claude. And you are the mere son of a duke. And the future leader of the Alliance Round Table. I am not too sure about that. House Regan's star has long been in decline, and how convenient is it that an heir should appear to them out of nowhere, just when they stand poised to lose everything. Claude bristled. A chill ran up his spine. What could Edelgard's retainer possibly have on him? Who is your father? And why did you so suddenly appear, as though out of nowhere? Harun asked, glaring at him with her green apple eye, sinister delights sparkling behind her baleful gaze. And why have you taken such an interest in pursuing Lady Edelgard? Claude chuckled. It seems every beautiful rose in the Black Eagles is covered in thorns, he said. Harun couldn't possibly have anything on him. He covered his tracks too well, all of the Noise agents in the monastery were well hidden and free of suspicion. Rest assured I've no interest in stealing her away though if she should choose to. Listen to me, Harun hissed, leaning in closer to him. Though some might be loath to admit it, I am a daughter of House Vestra. Should you mean Lady Edelgard ill, there will be no refuge in all of Fodlan for you. She let go of him and stepped away. The goddess is merciful, I am not. Remember that. He straightened his rumpled collar. I will. Anyway, like I said, I've got to see Tomash about a book. Of course. A wicked smile curled her lips. Do take care, Claude. The stress seems to be getting to you. Perhaps my eyes deceive me, but I can already see some silver hairs sprouting from your head. Claude felt his blood run cold. He'd checked his hair just this morning, like he did every morning and every night. If his white roots were already visible again so soon after he'd last dyed them, could he possibly have missed it? Or was this just some bizarre bluff on Harun's part? You're right, he said. Guess I'd better start taking it easy. And I was hoping I could help find Flayn, too. Before Harun could protest, he took off down the hall, making a beeline for Solan's office. If this was a no-eyes plan, it already made no sense whatsoever. But whatever was going on here, he had to know what they knew. What could have possibly made them want to abduct Flayn? What the fuck, he asked himself, were they doing? What the fuck, he asked himself, was he doing? He couldn't help but ask himself that question as his arrows struck the floor at Happy's feet, forcing her to leap back and away from the golden deer. Furs and leathers and black armor, thick and amorphous, disguised her body. A helmet and mask fashioned from a horse's skull disguised her face. A heavy, wicked battle-axe hung from her grasp, its head carving a furrow in the floor as she dragged it along. He swooped down from the rafters, midnight black cape billowing out from his white armor. He couldn't imagine what figure he must have cut in his ostentatious guise in the eyes of his classmates' eyes so wide he could see their whites from all the way over here, lit by the torches that illuminated the catacombs' bony walls. In any other scenario, a man in white armor and a gold mask might have cut a heroic, even dashing figure, but in an ossuary, he must not have looked like anything less than a phantom. That's enough, he told Happy. The voice that came through the mask was not his own. It was deeper, lower, distorted by technologies he couldn't even begin to understand with sonorous, swirling undertones. You're having too much fun here. Happy only growled at him. She wasn't even remotely lucid in this state. Who are you? Lawrence shouted out, readying his spear. Identify yourself at once, villain. Claude took a breath and tried to ease his nerves. Villain? Hardly. Call me Destinova, the Eternal Light. I am. What could he even say? He'd already done the exact opposite of what Solon had expected him to do. I, he said, am the medicine that will purge this world of its poisonous lies. Happy let out another feral snarl and charged at him, galloping on all fours like an animal. Claude whirled around, knocking an arrow to his bow, and shot her in the shoulder, directly where he knew there was a gap in her armor, and she reared back and growled at him. My apologies, he said, but it's time for you to wake up, Beast Lord. She tackled him. It took all his strength to keep himself from being bowled over. Both of his crests surged in his veins, beneath his armor. A strike from Happy's gauntleted claws cracked a few of his ribs, and the power of the Crest of Regan and Crest of Flames combined immediately set to work knitting them back together. Go, he shouted out to the golden deer. And take the girl with you, she yet might live. He didn't have time to spare a glance at Flayn. But he could see the dark stains of dried blood in her matted green hair and dimming the gold spangles and ornaments on her clothes, and how subtle the rise and fall of her chest was. He drove Happy back into the catacombs, leaving the golden deer behind to deal with Flayn. He grappled with her. She was inhumanly strong when she was in one of her trances, thanks to Cornelia's treatments, and eventually pinned her down long enough to reach into his cloak for the warp spell inscribed on a tag of spell paper. In an instant, the ossuary's gloomy corridors vanished, and they both found themselves in the sacristy of the old burnt-out chapel near the monastery walls. Yuri had set up this place beforehand as a safe house and stocked it with everything the two of them would need, including. Claude struggled to keep the upper hand over Happy, daring to remove one hand from her and reach out for the poisoned needle they'd prepared for this eventuality. Before she could overpower him, he felt his fingers curl around it and promptly plunged it into the back of her neck. Immediately, she went limp and collapsed to the floor, a leaden weight at his feet. She would be out of her trance, though no more talkative than before, when she awoke. He stripped himself of his costume and stuffed it into the wooden chest, provided it would be moved to his preferred hiding spot when this was all over, and then, double and triple checking himself to make certain he wasn't still wearing anything that could give him away or that the sweat hadn't washed any dye from his hair, he hurried off to rejoin the rest of his class. By the time he returned to the secret tunnel they'd found in the catacombs, they'd made their way back from the center of the twisting labyrinth to its entrance. Teach, he cried out as Byleth led the rest of the golden deer, panting and struggling for breath, out into the sunlight and onto the monastery's grassy lawn. You actually found Flayn. Nice work. Byleth leaned on the sword of the creator as he caught his breath, while the others blinked in the sunlight. Ignatz and Lawrence were carrying Flayn's unconscious body between them, and Marianne and Hilda had an unconscious Leonie carried between the two of them, her short carrot-red hair reddened even more deeply by a splotch of blood. What happened? Claude asked them. It is a shame you could not be there, Claude, Lawrence announced to him, smug as ever. I would have liked for you to witness our mortal struggle against the Death Knight. While Arcturus rolled his eyes, Byleth simply shook his head. We could not defeat him. Well, I was with you guys in spirit. The important thing is, we managed to rescue Flayn and complete our mission. That's what counts, right? There were a few murmured agreements all around. Claude clapped his hands. Yeah, right. Excellent work, everyone. Great job. He took a look at Flayn. Her injuries looked even worse in the light, and her skin looked even paler than it had under wavering torchlight. And then there was Leonie. Great, is Leonie gonna be alright? I'm sorry, Claude, Marianne mumbled, shaking her head. She ran off ahead of us when we got separated from the others, a falling chunk of masonry hit her on the head, and she'll be alright, Raphael assured her, patting her on the shoulder. I'll say, Arcturus said. She will be back to her obstinate, disrespectful self in no time at all. Claude could feel his heart, which had leaped into his throat and started pounding a tattoo against his windpipe a few hours ago, finally settle back into his chest. Well, enough talk, let's get these limp ladies back to the infirmary, shall we? No problem. Raphael said, beaming. Here I can carry both of them at once. Be gentle, you oaf. Arcturus chided him. We shall carry each one individually and slowly. Byleth nodded. Go to it. Infirmary, he said, still catching his breath. Right away. The others hurried off as carefully as they could, taking Flayn and Leonie with them. Claude and Byleth were left to carry the rear, and that was when Claude saw something incredible. He saw Byleth smile. And all of a sudden, everything felt as though it would be all right. Claude sauntered over to his side and put a hand to his shoulder. Byleth gave him a curious look, as though confused by the gesture. You know, Teach, Claude said, feeling his heart flutter as he looked into those stern gray eyes, seeing you smile sure makes me feel better. You look happy for a change. Byleth's smile vanished. He looked down at himself, confused. First time? Claude asked him as his gaze slowly rose back up to meet Claude's. He couldn't help but feel himself grin like an idiot, that smile had been infectious. And he could see the corners of Byleth's lips slowly twisting upward again. I've never seen you smile before now. At times, it made me wonder if you were even human. I am, Byleth said. The little girl in my head told me. The what? Claude furrowed his brow, then decided that Byleth must have been trying to tell a joke. I guess it was just my imagination running wild. Anyway, we've kept Seath waiting about as long as he can stand. Let's hurry up and tell him the great news. Byleth's smile widened, wide enough to make Claude's heart ache, and with renewed strength the two of them took off to find Seath. Claude's good mood lasted for the rest of the day. All through the celebratory feast he insisted the golden deer have. But his good mood soured the instant he stepped out of the dining hall, because that was when Yuri grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and almost yanked him off his feet. What is it? This way, they said, dragging him along upstairs and bringing him to their office. With a none too gentle palm against his back, they shoved him into the room. Claude stumbled over the threshold as Yuri stepped forward, closing the door behind themselves. They wore an infuriated scowl, and beneath the sharp and iridescent makeup that painted their eyes, they were glaring at him. What's wrong this time? Claude asked them, bracing himself for bad news. Yuri rubbed their brow. You idiot. You absolute idiot. You utter cretin, you scum-sucking little. They sighed and shook their head, then looked over to the corkboard they'd put up in the corner months ago, the scraps of paper pinned to it bearing crude sketches of Gilbert Pronislav, Volkhard von Arundel, Rodrigue Frildarius, Friedrich Gloucester, all potential candidates for Thales' disguise, most of whom had already been deconfirmed. What have you done? They asked, their voice little more than a growl. The door opened again and Nader rushed through, catching his breath. Young lord, he panted. A relief to see you alive and unharmed. When I'd heard what had happened. It's all right, Claude assured him. Aside from what happened to Leonie, the rest of the deer made it out unscathed. You can thank Teach for that. We're all right. Thank the gods, Nader said. I wouldn't be thanking anybody just yet, Yuri snapped at them. Do you have any idea, they asked Claude, what you've done? They gave you a role to play. You went off script. You know what happens when you go off script? When they're writing the script. You should have done as they had told you, young lord. I couldn't, Claude protested. Hey, we've saved Flayn. I couldn't have that blood on my hands. Who gives a shit about that, you idiot? Yuri snarled, striking him across the face. Before their palm could crack against his cheek, though, Claude's hand clamped around their wrist. Do you really think you've accomplished anything? What do you mean? He snarled back. We saved a life, didn't we? Doesn't that count for something? A hush fell over the office. Prince Khalid, Nader spoke up, his voice husky and cracked. I overheard Seath on the way here. When you have fought as many battles as I have and seen as much death, you come to know the sound a man makes when the one he loves most has breathed their last. Claude, Nader, and Yuri all spared each other uneasy glances as his words ran through their minds and their meaning settled in their hearts like lead weights. The fight drained from Claude's body. His hand slipped from Yuri's wrist. She what? The sting of Yuri's hand against his cheek nearly knocked him off his feet. And we haven't even seen how the No-Eyes are going to retaliate against us for your little stunt, they spat, their cold eyes flashing under the iridescent mascara that lined them. But one thing is certain. If that girl's dead, the church is gonna come down on any Agarthan agent who shows his face around here like a fucking hero's relic. The next time the No-Eyes make you wear that mask, Claude, it's gonna be your last. Because either you'll win, or they'll kill you and string your entrails all over the monastery walls. Rattled, Claude nodded, swallowing the lump in his throat. Retaliation. And not just for going off script. He knew Yuri had been helping them try and discern Thales's true identity for months now, and though their efforts had borne no fruit as of yet, certainly Thales would want to shut that down as well. Who would they strike at? Nader? Would they destroy their own assets, like Yuri and Happy? There was a knock on the door, the clinking of a pick in the lock, and a turning of the doorknob. Yuri grabbed one of their swords from the walls, Nader did the same. Claude's hand fell to his dagger. Who could pick a lock that fast? The door swung open. There was a flash of carrot red hair, and Leonie stumbled roughly into the room, slamming the door shut behind her. Immediately, Claude knew something was wrong, and he could see in Yuri's shadowed eyes that they knew something was wrong as well. Leonie wasn't carrying herself right at all, her posture was all wrong. She didn't carry herself at all like the boyish, no-nonsense young hunter and would-be apprentice to Captain Gerald Claude had grown to know over the past half-year. She carried herself like something lithe, something that slithered, a hunter of men, not deer and assassin. There was an uncharacteristic twinkle in her ruddy eyes. So, this is where the party's at, is it? She sneered, a cold smile twisting her lips. She patted herself down and let out a frustrated sigh. Ugh. This body doesn't suit me at all. I couldn't tell whether it was a boy or a girl at first, she grumbled. Claude's eyes met Nader's and Yuri's in turn, but only for an instant before returning to the student standing before them. His blood felt cold in his veins, like fish's blood, or snake's blood. It couldn't be. The No-Eyes had given him their Kronia unit in the form of. The girl who had taken Leonie's form took a bow. Kronia, at your service, she said. It's nice to meet you, head of the Golden Deer, Claude von Regan. Do I call you Master Claude? Or just Sir? She clapped her hands together giddily. Oh, I think we're going to be the best of friends. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One. Can he be clean again, O Holy Ahura Mazda? Who has brought a corpse with filth into the waters, or unto the fire, and made either unclean? It was too much to ask for the dining hall to have any Almiran food, though the merchants did sell tea made with oxidized pine needles from the highlands, thankfully, but pickled rabbit skewers came just barely close enough to make him almost feel slightly less homesick. Laurent eyed him as he set his plate down on the table and sat down beside him. A pleasure to see you out and about again, Claude. Claude sighed, wishing he could say the same. Whenever I eat with you, Laurent, I always feel like I have to mind my manners, he said to him. It's awful. Good, Laurent said, looking down his distinctive nose at him. You should mind your manners even when I am not watching. You are a noble after all, yeah. Claude nodded along, twirling his fork in his hand absent-mindedly before using it to scrape the hunks of roasted meat from the skewers onto the bed of sautéed carrots and wild rice they had sat on. "But I don't mind a straight-laced noble joining us, I'm just happy to share a meal with Teach. Sorry for the tardiness." "It's good to see you both," Byleth said. He already had 5 wooden skewers all empty set on his plate, while Lawrence was still daintily picking at his first. Yet when he tore at the next skewer in his pile, his heart didn't seem to be in it. "Something wrong?" Claude asked him before stuffing a hunk of pickled rabbit into his mouth. It was dry, lean, almost sweet, with an earthy and gamey aftertaste, and had a vinaceous taste and color from being pickled in red wine vinegar. "You know what is wrong, Claude," Lawrence said with a long, put-upon sigh. Byleth lifted up his hand, finished chewing his food, and swallowed. "I can hardly fault you, Professor, for being disheartened," Lawrence continued. "Since Flane's tragic passing, the situation has been difficult all around. And I do not think there has been a term in a century with so many serious injuries to students as this one. It is a shame you could not have come here on a less eventful year. But you have quite a noble spirit indeed for soldiering on through it." Byleth set the half-eaten skewer he'd been working on down and offered a half-hearted nod. He really was down in the dumps. And to think, not even 2 months ago when the Golden Deer had pulled Flane out of the catacombs hours before her injuries had gotten the better of her, Claude had seen him smile. He hadn't done so before, nor had he done so since. There was nothing to smile about. "I must confess," Lawrence told Claude, his beady eyes narrowing, "that I had an ulterior motive in asking the professor to invite you to lunch with us." "I'm shocked," Claude deadpanned. "It, of course, concerns Leonie. I am at my wit's end with her. She was never polite to me before, true, but since her injury she has been a hellion, and she has only been getting worse. Claude, whatever you have been saying to her in all your little meetings, it has not been effective." Claude sighed. Figures. Babysitting Cronia was a nigh impossible task. She was like a toddler with an adult's cleverness and capability. In less than 6 short weeks she'd torn down every last little friendship among the Golden Deer and other houses Leonie had built up, all while wearing her face. It made him sick. To think a Cronia could ever be a pawn on his chessboard, even merely a pawn. "I've been trying to entice Petra to join the Deer," Byleth said. "But I don't think she'll join until we can get Leonie under control." Lawrence eyed Claude. "You were the one who talked to the professor about recruiting her. Taking responsibility for Leonie is your duty, Claude, and you have performed abysmally." Claude groaned and put his hands to his brow. That was why Cronia was here. To keep him too busy cleaning after her never-ending messes to reach out and make alliances among his classmates. The Noais were always a step ahead of him. "Well, Claude," Lawrence said. Byleth interrupted their trains of thought then by saying something that shocked them both. "I'm glad Dad isn't here to see her like this," he said. "I almost wish he won't come back from his mission." The frankness of his statement was palpable to both his lunch guests. Claude felt it in his heart, Lawrence wore it on his face. "You do not mean that, Professor," Lawrence said. "But I am ever so sorry. As I recall, her home village was—" He trailed off, then shook his head. "I do apologize for my lack of tact, Professor," he hastily added, clearing his throat. "It is astounding what simply being struck on the head by a falling piece of masonry can do." "Mercedes says she might be possessed by a demon," Byleth said flatly, tapping one of his empty skewers on the table. "She's joking. The nuns and monks who say it aren't, though." "Possessed? You don't believe that, do you, Teach?" Claude scoffed. "I've heard of people losing their memory from a blow to the head, and I've even heard of people's personalities totally changing as a result. In fact, I've heard of a guy who survived getting a ballista bolt buried halfway in his skull, and he was violent and short-tempered for the rest of his life." Lawrence rolled his eyes and let out a dismissive, bitter little laugh. "Oh, what a ridiculous story." Claude ignored him. "I don't think it's evil spirits that are responsible, just—" "I'm sorry, Teach. What matters is that it happened, it can't be undone, and now we've all got to deal with it." He took another bite of his lunch. The rabbit meat had lost all its flavor. However you seem to be dealing with it, it seems to have no effect on her appalling behavior, Lawrence chided him. I must say, if you cannot even deal with her, then House Regan is most certainly in a poor position to be leading the Alliance Round Table. I shudder to think of. Lawrence, Byleth said, silencing him. Claude, you've done enough by yourself. The two of us will be meeting with Leonie just after lunch. Oh, I can help, Claude insisted. You're tired, Byleth insisted right back at him. Take the afternoon off. Maybe visit Edelgard before she leaves. Lawrence looked incredulous. What? Claude stood up from the table. Thanks, Teach. I'm sorry you have to put up with her for my sake, though. Byleth looked up at him. There was something almost saint-like about the look on his face, as sad as it was. It's not your fault, he said, his voice hoarse. The look in his eyes made Claude's heart feel hollow and fragile, like a delicate little ceramic vase pressed against his ribcage. Thanks, Teach, he replied, knowing that it was. He left the dining hall in, somehow, lower spirits than he'd been in beforehand. The sun was shining and the birds were chirping, indifferent to the gloomy atmosphere that pervaded the academy. Students traveled in packs now, knights patrolled everywhere. Faces were hard and grim. Considering that Cronia would be occupied one small relief, Claude realized he finally had an opportunity to visit Edelgard before her departure without worrying about the world's most annoying no-eyed person getting in his way, so he trudged through the sunlight up to the dormitories and made his way to her room. He knocked on the door. Hey, princess. Pampering yourself in there, he called out. Come in, Edelgard sighed from behind the door, her voice muffled. He opened the door and stepped inside. The room that greeted him was half barren, half an utter mess of strewn about books and papers, clothing, accessories, and other bric-a-brac. Edelgard laid on the bed atop a bare mattress, her hands clasped over her stomach, her foot still wreathed in bandages. She looked more like the Edelgard who'd first came to Garreg Mach, bored and stubbornly disinterested, than the bright and whip-smart young woman Claude had befriended over the past few months. Good afternoon, he said. She sighed, her chest rising and falling sharply. I find there is little good about it. Where's Harun? My uncle Arundel is here, she explained, her voice a flat monotone. I expect we will depart for Inber tomorrow morning. Harun and Ferdinand are speaking with him now. Not much time left to chat, then. No, there isn't. Must be hard, Claude said, sitting down on Edelgard's desk chair. Confined to one place like this. You have no idea, she told him. I think I have a little bit of an idea, he retorted. When I was about 11 or so, I was really horribly injured and sick, too. I still have some of the scars. I was feverish, too, for months. I nearly died. I can still remember lying there, powerless, worried I might never get up again. And here you are, she said with a bitter smile. Here I am, he said, nodding. And here I am, she added sharply, with half of my left foot. I'll never walk without crutches again. I'll be confined to a chair for most of the rest of my life, she spat. I'm sorry, Claude. I'm not in a good mood today. Sorry to hear it. But I've always felt that there's some comfort in knowing that the world keeps turning, even when you're standing still. I don't. Claude rubbed his brow. This wasn't turning out how he wanted. It's not all hopeless, Edelgard. So you've lost your body, you've still got your mind. Yes, I'm sure that will serve me well when I'm having my husband's third or fourth or fifth child. Ingrid and I can exchange the most eloquent letters about our babies. He leaned forward. I'm saying we could still work together. Change the world. Change it for everyone who suffers from the way things are now. Edelgard rolled her eyes. Ah, yes, I'm certain you could make good use of a cripple in your grand schemes. What about a master tactician? Or a rhetorician? You're smart, Edelgard. If the Black Eagles weren't going up against Teach and myself in Gronder Field, you could lead them to victory without setting foot on the battlefield. And you've developed a real way with words, too. You can write, you can inspire people. Oh, yes, look at how effective my rhetoric is proving right now, she snapped at him, curling her hands into fists and pounding them impotently against the soft surface of her bed. There was fury in her lilac eyes. "You're hanging on to my every word. Forget it, Claude. There's no point of even dreaming about changing this twisted world. People all over Fodlan are going to end up like Sylvain's brother, or Ingrid, or Professor Hanneman's dead sister, and there is nothing we can do about it, except to keep the gears of our society's monstrous machinery running. Everyone who has tried to make things better has grown up and learned to face reality." Her voice cracked. "Only children think they can do anything else." Her tear-choked words hung in the air. Claude stood up and placed his hands atop Edelgard's messy desk, letting them glide over the various belongings strewn about its surface. "Claude," Edelgard said, trying to sound stern, "get away from my desk." He pulled open the desk drawer and looked down at the dagger resting in the corner, its steel blade covered by a short black sheath. He held it up, unsheathed it, let the gray-blue steel blade catch the sunlight, studying the gold detailing on the crossguard and pommel and the leather-wrapped hilt. "What's this?" he asked. "Put it down. Dimitri gave it to me. When he told me to see you." Her tone softened. Claude turned around and saw a wistful air soften her face. "When he told me to cut my own path. As if people like us ever could." He set it down and closed the drawer. "You know," he said, lying, "my retainer Nardal used to be the manservant for a big-shot noble near Fodlan's throat. Saw a lot of action at the Locket. That explains the scars." "He must have fought quite a few Amirans," she said, unenthused. "My grandpa always told me," he said, "that it's human nature to rebel in one's youth, but become less open to new ideas in old age. When you're young and you have nothing, you want to fight to be everything. The older you are, the more you have, the more you cling to it, and so you resist new ideas. But Nardal told me something interesting. It's a story about the Almiran Immortals. Ever heard of them?" "No. They're the best wyvern corps in the world. The combined might of the Alliance is just barely enough to repel them when they strike at the Locket. But even they can be foolish sometimes. See, the Amirans like to fight among themselves to prove their strength to each other. A long time ago, one Almiran general noticed that the Immortals' wyverns came back from battle, those who could, with myriad holes in their wings, and decided they needed armor there to prevent them from being felled by archers. So he had their wings armored and sent them out again, but they were too heavy to fly well now, and casualties only increased. The king pointed out to the general his foolishness. The arrow holes on the wings showed the areas of a wyvern where it could be struck and still fly well enough to safely return home. The areas where the wyverns were unscathed showed the truth: the wyverns that were shot in those spots wouldn't make it back. That's where they really needed their armor. And that's the story of how the Amirans invented wyvern armor." Edelgard was quiet for a moment. "Ferdinand would like that story. He's quite passionate about the history of weapons development," she muttered. "I fail to see how it helps me, though." Claude smirked. "It means people don't just naturally grow out of rebelling against the status quo. Just that you don't hear about the ones who keep rebelling into their old age." "You mean like Lonato?" "Yeah, like Lonato." She propped herself up on her elbow, favoring her bandage-wrapped foot as best she could, wincing in pain. "And, remind me, since I wasn't there, what became of him?" "Oh, him? He died," he said. She reached for the corner of her pillow. "I am going to throw this at you. But that's not to say you wouldn't," he added. "Maybe not. Not if we work together to change things." Edelgard squinted at him. "What in the goddess' name are you talking about, Claude?" "I'm talking about changing the world, Your Imperial Highness," he said. "The more people you can count on to lend their strength, the more likely you are to be one of the wyverns that made it back home. I'm gonna make Fodlan a better place, no matter who stands in my way. And I could sure use your help, Princess. As a tactician, maybe, or a speechwriter, something to inspire the masses. Maybe then, we'll both survive to see our new dawn." His eyes scanned Edelgard's room, half of her belongings packed up and resting in neat rolls and boxes on the dresser drawer, and the other half strewn about the desk and floor. He spied the familiar pattern of her chessboard poking out from under the neatly rolled duvet cover her father had sent her as a birthday present. "While you're still here," he asked, giving her a wink, "how about one last game of chess?" Dida stared down, nonplussed as little as it showed on his granite-hewn face at the chessboard before him, brow furrowed over his pale aquamarine eyes. Deep in thought, he studied the scattered remains of his pieces, let his massive calloused hand hover pendulously over the board, and then finally slid his remaining bishop in a short diagonal arc across the board, snatching one of Claude's pawns off the board. "Good move," Claude told him, nodding along. "You're better at chess than I'd have expected. Who'd you learn from? Is there a similar game in Duskur? Or did Dmitri teach it to you?" He examined the board. One of his white pawns was perfectly positioned to strike down the black bishop, and his hand hovered over it to move it, then he paused. Sliding that pawn into the adjacent column would leave his knight completely exposed to Dida's queen and cut a path to his king. An even better move than he'd thought at first. As far as chess partners went, Dida was no Edelgard, but he was good. Dida shook his head while Claude deliberated. "I did not learn it from His Highness." "Self-taught? Well, you're pretty damn good. Maybe even a prodigy, with a little bit of polish. Ever studied tactics?" Claude pondered his move carefully, then chose to move the white knight away, leaving his bishop as a tantalizing sacrifice for its ebony counterpart. "Did you ever hear the rumor that chess was invented in Almira? The man who popularized it in Fodlan was a traitor who came back from Fodlan's throat with it and claimed he'd invented it." "I have not." "I thought not. It's not a popular story in Fodlan." Dida fell for the bait and took his bishop, giving Claude's rook the perfect opportunity to seize it in return. When it was his turn again, he pondered his next move even more carefully, narrowing his eyes and frowning. His hand went to the ornament he wore on one ear, thumb rhythmically brushing against its surface. With his dark dusky-white complexion and stark silvery white hair a common coloration among his people, or so Claude had been told, parts of his face seemed more like a mirror to Claude than anything else. If Claude hadn't been so painstaking about dyeing his hair, he might have been mistaken for some Duskur mutt and slain by some zealous Faer gone long ago. Likewise, if Dida simply colored his hair brown or black, he could have easily passed for one of the many people in Leicester who were loath to admit where the darker shades to their skin came from. Dida was smarter than he let on. Maybe even smarter than he himself knew. Edelgard was gone, but there were still plenty of other chess pieces in Garreg Mach to use. Him, Cyril, perhaps even Petra. Suddenly, Dida stood up as straight as a lance. "Your Highness," he said, bowing so deeply that his legs and torso made a perfect L shape and his nose nearly brushed against the tip of his king. Dimitri's shadow fell over the dining hall table where they had sat. "Didu," he said, "there's no need to be so formal." "Hello, Claude." Claude swiveled around on his bench to face him. "Your Royal Majesty." "Please, please." "I'm no majesty yet," he said with a shake of his head. "Anyway, Didu, I am glad to see you with other students outside the Blue Lions, but I have just spoken with Professor Hanneman, and he has agreed to accompany our house. We should start our preparations tonight. We leave tomorrow morning." Dida nodded. "Understood. Thank you, Your Highness." "Where to?" Claude asked. Dimitri stiffened, as though the idea of talking to Claude was somehow offensive to him. "There's been an uprising in Duskur," he explained. "Duskur?" Claude looked to Didu. "I didn't think anyone lived there anymore." "No one does," Didu said. His deep voice had grown deeper and colder, angrier. "But Duskur survivors still exist, and a small group of them have armed themselves to reclaim their homeland. They're instead of our." There was something unsettling about that. Still, Claude put on a smile. "And you're sending the Blue Lions to help them? That's quite admirable of you, Dimitri." Dimitri's blue eyes darted back and forth and he stepped back uneasily. Actually, we are responding to a request for aid from Viscount Kleiman." Well, Claude supposed, that was what he got for expecting Dimitri to do anything admirable or respectable. He tried not to let his face fall too much. "To crush the rebels?" "No," Dimitri said with a shake of his head, "not to crush them. In fact, I aim to push the rebel forces to retreat before they can clash with the kingdom's army. That will prevent any unnecessary bloodshed. If it actually came to the kingdom and the rebels fighting, the rebels would surely be annihilated." Claude swallowed an angry wad of bile that had risen in his throat. "I," he said, lifting one finger, have a better idea. Dmitri looked almost amused. I do not doubt that, he muttered. What's actually standing in your way of taking the throne? Your philandering uncle? If the church wants to prevent bloodshed between Duscur and the kingdom, they could proclaim you king of Faerghus right away, and then you could tell, your armies to stand down and give the people back their land. Claude stood up, and while he was a couple inches shorter than Dmitri, he could stand as eye to eye with him as was possible. Because they are your armies, right? Right, Crown Prince Dmitri. Dmitri stared down at him. There was just as much of an animal's feral bloodlust in his ice-chip eyes, hiding behind his polite exterior, as the no-eyes pet beast woman had in her entire body. Beneath the gangling exterior and awful limp noodle haircut was a beast pretending to be civilized. If Claude was a wolf in sheep's clothing, then Dmitri was a wolf pretending to be a civilized, domesticated little hound dog. Enough, Dmitri said curtly, shaking his head. You simply do not understand Faerghus, Claude, not that I expect you to. He let out a sigh. I am sorry, I ought to let you, and did you finish your chess game? Pardon me, he said, turning his back on them and striding off toward the dining hall's exits. Didu stepped away from the table. I must go, he told Claude just as curtly. It has been pleasant. He was lying. Wait a minute. Hold on, Claude said. He stepped in front of him. Didu towered over him, casting a long shadow in the light of the setting sun that streamed through the dining hall's windows. You're okay with this? Turning your weapons on your own people. It is the only way to prevent further bloodshed between Faerghus and Duscur. If you really think this is the only way, you've got no imagination, Claude told him. Staring up at Didu now, he actually felt angry on his behalf. Didu stepped to the side to move past him. Claude stepped to the side in lockstep with him. Enough. Move, please. I want to finish our game, Claude said. Didu looked over at the abandoned chessboard. I have no time. I am sorry. Do you really think your own people caused the tragedy of Duscur? Do you think they deserved this punishment? His Highness says it was not our fault. But there are good and bad men in Duscur. Some may have conspired to take part in that wickedness. Whether we are mere victims or regicidal monsters. I think the truth is in the middle. You're wrong. You're absolutely wrong, Claude said. Sit down. We still have to finish our game. I know who really. Oh, House Lee, a bright, sing-song voice rang out across the nearly empty dining hall as Kronia sauntered in, wearing Leonie's face with entirely the wrong expression on it, as usual. Claude felt his spirits sink. He'd thought she would have been with Geralt in Remire for just a few days longer, at least then she'd be out of his hair. Her eyes lit up when she saw Claude over in the corner of the room. There you are. While she made her way across the room, damn her perfect timing, Claude felt his heart leap into his chest. Go help Dmitri if you want, he said, wiping all the pieces on the board away into their little box. We can finish our game when you get back. He took both the box and the board under his arm just as Kronia came to an abrupt halt in front of him. Hello, bestie, she chirped. Hey there, Leonie. What can I do for you, he asked, taking her roughly by the arm and leading her as far away from Didu as possible while he tried to hide his disgust. Behind them, Didu went off to help His Highness beat his people into submission before the rest of Faerghus could beat them to it. Oh, nothing, Kronia replied. I just wanted to tell you that Tichy and the stupid old man came back from Remire. Yes. Oh, it's delightful, everybody's going mad. They're even killing each other. The old man's gone right over to the Fell Star to tell her to get the class ready, we'll be marching all through the night. Claude could nearly feel his heart stop. Is Solon still there? Of course. And we've got to make sure nothing bad happens to him. Yeah. Of course. Remire was burning. Its flames leaped higher and higher into the starless night sky, smoke mingling with the roiling sea of clouds. Claude ran through the forest, his heart pounding, branches and underbrush tearing at his hair. His mind raced. Solon had been there, just as Kronia had said. Happy, too. And Solon he'd actually revealed himself. Blown his cover. Why on earth would he have done that? All the information Tamash could have still collected on the inside. How could Thales have given it all up? Why? And why would Solon agree to follow such orders? It made no sense. It made no sense at all. On the bright side, his death had been swift. Thales wouldn't be happy, but no matter how he might retaliate, that was one resource he didn't have at his disposal anymore, and raising the dead was still well beyond his power. Well away from the rest of the Golden Deer while they mopped up Happy had long fled, and most of the villagers who'd clawed their own eyes out while screaming about the blessings of Destinova and the light that never warms had been subdued. Claude found the secret place where he kept his Destinova outfit hidden, stripping aside the uprooted shrubbery and mottled canvas cloth he'd placed between the cavernous roots of a towering old oak tree. The costume rested in a nondescript wooden chest, and opening it revealed the gold sun god mask, the midnight black and star-studded curtain of a cloak and cowl, the bleached white leather armor, the jade green sash and emerald ribbons. He dressed himself as quickly as he could in the mantle of Destinova. All he could do now was to position himself ahead of the No-Eyes atrocities to speak to Byleth and the Golden Deer, plead his case, and see if they would listen to reason. His gut, which had sunk so deep it seemed to exist several feet underneath the solace of his boots now, told him they wouldn't. But he had to try. Clothed in starry black, immaculate white, poisonous green, and purest gold, he made his way back to the remains of Remire. The fires were smoldering now, but it seemed their earlier blaze had set alight the sky. A pre-dawn glow reached up with fuzzy tendrils from the horizon. In the woods near the village outskirts, he found Byleth and Geralt alone. They stopped tramping through the underbrush and drew their weapons at the sight of him. "There you are," he said, his voice deepened and twisted into something cold and dark by the technology in his mask. That armor. Geralt stiffened and brandished his lance. Blood and ash clung to his dirty sand-brown hair and beard and smeared itself across his weathered face. "So, you're the one responsible for the destruction of this village." Claude shook his head. "Captain Geralt, was it? And Professor Eisner. Trust me, I had no hand in these dreadful deeds." He hated the way his voice sounded beneath the mask. The distortion stripped it of all sincerity. This was a plot by the enemies of the truth, to snuff out its light. Geralt's eyes narrowed. "You're full of it," he growled. "Destinova, right? That's what you said your name was in the catacombs. Well, half of every word out of these people's mouths was Destinova. Your little cult turned this village into a fucking abattoir. Who do you think you're fooling?" "Not all is as it seems here," Claude insisted. "Captain, Professor, I have the highest respect for you both. We don't have to be enemies. It's true that the Beast Lord and Solon are connected to me, but my goals are not theirs. And I have dreams of my own, real ones." "Yeah? Well, this looked an awful lot like a nightmare to me," Geralt scoffed. "I had no knowledge of Remire. If I'd known, I'd never have let things get this bad." Claude looked to Byleth, wondering what the hell he could possibly say to get himself out of this. The sword of the Creator was pointed right at him, and the sight of it made a cold sweat chill his brow. "Listen to me. I'm here to bring truth to this twisted world and free the people of Fodlan from the chains that have bound them." "Professor." "Enough," Geralt said. "Your words are as empty as your soul. And if you're here to save anyone, then I think they can do a lot better than you. Now," he added, hefting his lance, "we'll have to insist that you come with us to Garreg Mach." "I'm afraid I can't," Claude replied. "Instead, I must insist that you two join me." "What?" Geralt gasped. Byleth merely stared, wide-eyed, as though possessed. "The monsters who caused this tragedy are the No-Eyed people. They are demons, and if left to their own devices, the world will fall to their madness, and the light we all seek will be extinguished forever. I can't allow that. But with you two on my side, and the power of the Sword of the Creator." Geralt glanced over to Byleth. Byleth cocked his head, as though pondering the offer. He couldn't really be thinking about it, could he? Could Claude dare to hope for that? What if he said yes? Would he be telling the truth, or merely trying to ensnare the hated Destinova who had so much blood on his immaculate white gloves? Claude stared into Byleth's eyes. Those sharp, cold, mesmerizing gray eyes. He almost wanted to get down on his knees and plead with him. If he called him Teach, how would he react? Surprise? Disgust? And then the sword of the Creator lashed out, its segmented blade splitting apart into a dozen wire-linked segments and telescoping out into a wicked whip. For the first time, Claude saw fury on Byleth's face, though he didn't make a sound. His silence only made his rage all the more chilling. Claude leaped out of the way of the whip's bony lash, his leap followed by the sound of the sharp blade segments chewing a ragged gash in his fluttering cloak. A fountain of darkness burst up from underground, deflecting the blade in midair. Claude saw a flash of carrot-red hair behind Geralt, obscured in an instant as Thales materialized between him, Kronia, and Byleth in all his wicked glory. The sword of the Creator bounced again off his magic-infused armor. His owlish white eyes glared out from within sunken sockets at the fell star standing before him. "Kid," Geralt barked, brandishing his lance and preparing to fight, "what's?" He went rigid, his eyes widening, a deceptively soft and sharp wheeze escaping his lips as he slumped to the forest floor. Kronia stood behind him with a blood-streaked dagger in her hand and a wide smile on Leonie's stolen face. "Just like you asked, oh great Destinova," she chirped. Byleth didn't even scream out in anger or fear. If anything, he suddenly seemed weary, no, not weary, but resigned. Claude could see his grip on his sword's hilt slacken, as though Thales' baleful glare had drained him of his strength. "Enough. You have done your part here," Thales sneered at Kronia. "There is still a role I require you to fulfill." The two of them vanished in a pillar of light, leaving nothing behind but Geralt's dying body. Claude could see his chest still rising and falling, his breathing ragged. Byleth fell to his knees before him and, with trembling hands and trembling lips, took his father up in his arms and propped him up. As Claude lay there on the forest floor, he saw something he hadn't thought was possible, glistening tears running rivers down his professor's cheeks. Byleth was crying. "Sorry," Geralt gasped, flecks of blood flying from his mouth as a wet cough racked his body. "The blade must have punctured a lung, looks like. I'm gonna have to leave you now." Claude could only watch, dumbstruck and horrified, as Byleth bowed his head over Geralt's chest, his shoulders quaking with each sob that racked his body. His professor suddenly seemed like little more than an overgrown child quivering in the darkness, just one more child Thales had taken. "To think that the first time I saw you cry, your tears would be for me." Geralt weakly raised one hand and dragged it across his son's cheek. "Thank you, kid." Claude watched the life ebb from Geralt's body, and watched his last breath leave his lips. He watched his eyes turn as dull and glassy as a doll's eyes. He almost couldn't believe what he was seeing. This couldn't be Byleth, couldn't be Teach. "No," he gasped. Byleth lifted his head and stared at him. Claude had never seen such a forlorn, defeated look in his eyes before. And beneath that, beneath the helplessness, beneath the pain, beneath the confusion, was hatred. Claude pulled himself up to his feet. "This should not have happened," he said, his voice shaking even through the mask's distortions. "I'm sorry, T, to think they would go so far." The underbrush shook, and the rest of the golden deer poured out from within the forest, all covered in soot and dirt and blood. "Professor!" Lawrence cried out. "Is that Ignatz?" gasped. "It can't be. Captain Geralt." "Geralt!" Claude felt Hilda's and Arcturus' eyes fall upon him. Their hands went to their weapons, Hilda's to her chipped and bloodied battle-axe, Arcturus to his stave. "Destinova!" Arcturus shouted out, arcs of lightning sputtering and crackling as they leaped across the stave's ornamented head. "You dastard!" Before his own classmates could tear him apart, Claude reached into his cloak for a warp tag and ripped it in two. Hilda's axe swung through the empty air where moments ago his head had been as he vanished into the ether. He found himself some ways away, deeper into the forest where he'd originally planned to stash his Destinova costume. His hands trembling, he stripped each part of the outfit off of his body and stuffed it all save for the mask into the drawer in the hidden pit. He hastily covered it all with a mottled brown canvas cloth and shrubbery, his brow and neck beaded with sweat, his shirt clinging to his back, each breath stabbing at his heart like the sword of the Creator had buried itself in his heart all the way up to its hilt. He held the mask in his trembling hands, its metal surface still cool to the touch, its gilded face staring up at him with haunting, empty sockets. Spines radiating out from its center traced the rays of a sun, as the rising sun's first few sunbeams spilled over the mountains and forests and struck the golden face. His crest surged through his body, and with all his might he hurled the mask against a moss-covered boulder. He would never let them make him wear it again. If one's father or mother dies, how long shall they stay in mourning, the son for his father, the daughter for her mother? How long for the righteous? How long for the sinners? As much as he loathed to bear it, it was Claude's responsibility as house leader to check up on his professor, and so even though his throat was as dry as a desert and he felt like he was about to vomit, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Teach," he called out. It was drizzling outside, a gray, gloomy, ugly day, as though the skies finally cared now what became of mortal men. Claude could feel water dripping down his rain cloak from the ledge overhanging the path along the first floor of the dormitories as he waited for a response. He'd once loved rain, or so he vaguely recalled, but now he could only worry that a strong enough rain could wash away his disguise and all his duplicity. "Teach," he called out again. "It's me, Claude." The rest of the deer are worried. A part of him hoped Byleth wouldn't answer and he could go on his not-so-merry way in peace. "Teach," he repeated anyway. Finally, the door opened, and Claude found himself staring into a pair of red-rimmed eyes, bloodshot, puffy, moist, and glistening. Byleth stood before him, disheveled and hangdog, his sea-green hair a snarled and tangled mop, his rumpled coat hanging off his shoulders under layers of bedsheets like a priest's vestments. His chin and cheeks were tinted blue-gray from days of stubble growth. He looked gaunt, like he'd suddenly starved half to death in a matter of days. Claude felt himself say, "So, you can cry, too," and immediately hated his traitorous tongue for letting those words slip unbidden past his lips. There was a slight wrinkle to Byleth's brow. "I guess that was thoughtless of me to say," Claude muttered. "Yes," Byleth told him. His voice was so hoarse it was barely a whisper, and rough as sandpaper. "It was. But have you ever done it before? I can't imagine what it must be like to cry for the first time." Byleth shook his head. "It must hurt," Claude noted. "Like a dagger, but worse." "Sounds about right. Can I come in?" Byleth stepped back and shuffled to the side, drawing his cloak of blankets tighter around himself, and let Claude step into the room. The only light came from the guttering stub of a candlestick on his desk, casting a gloomy half-glow over the room that did nothing to banish its shadows. Claude gently closed the door behind himself once he'd stepped over the threshold. "I've never lost a father before," he admitted, "but I've lost people. Take it easy if you need to. The world isn't going to stop turning just because you stop moving. Some people can't stand to think about that, but for me, it's kind of comforting. I understand if you need some time alone." Byleth shook his head. "I'm not alone," he croaked, weakly waving his hand as though he needed to swat away a fly but hardly had the energy. "That's the spirit, Teach. You've got all of us." Claude took a seat at the desk chair while Byleth slumped over on the side of his bed. "It's like a dagger I can't pull out," Byleth mumbled. "He's gone. Gerald was a good guy. He didn't deserve what happened to him." "What, Leonie?" Claude watched Byleth's hands curl into fists and felt a chill run up his spine. His stomach felt hollow and empty and yet simultaneously filled with a pit of vipers. "I don't get it, either, Teach," he lied, and he immediately felt as though the inside of his mouth were coated in an oily, stinging film. "She loved you and Gerald so much, it was sick. Maybe if I'd stopped her from getting hurt in the catacombs. Maybe. Or maybe she really was possessed by something wicked. Who knows? But you can't just dwell on what-ifs. The cards you're dealt are the cards you're dealt. It's up to you to choose how to play them. How are you gonna play these, Teach? If you want revenge, I can't say I don't blame you." Byleth shrugged. "I don't know." "Well, when you know, tell me. And I hope I can be at your side, then." Claude took a deep breath as uncomfortable thoughts prickled against his brain. Byleth had brandished the sword of the Creator at him the other day. Claude never wanted to be on the receiving end of that blade again, no matter what it took. "Me, too." "Well, if the feeling's mutual," he asked, forcing a smile, "then what can stop us, Teach?" The fluttering of the candlelight out of the corner of his eye caught his attention and drew it as though magnetically toward the little leather-bound book resting on the desk, pages open, twine-bound spine facing upward and bent. A leather buckle and a simple padlock hung loosely from the cover, nothing that would stop a dedicated lockpick, but enough to keep a man's privacy among his peers. "What were you reading here?" he asked, turning his back on Byleth and picking up the book. There was a name inscribed on the cover, Geralt Eisner. "Is that Geralt's love letters?" Byleth muttered hoarsely. Claude flipped the book over and scanned the pages. Geralt had certainly had much prettier handwriting than his rough-hewn face would have suggested. Day 5 of the Garland Moon, year 1157. Clear skies. I picked some flowers for her and returned home. The look of joy on her face at the sight of these flowers will be even more beautiful than the flowers themselves. Gods, to think Captain Geralt had been such a whimsical and romantic soul deep down. One really couldn't judge a book by its cover, could one? The contents are certainly bittersweet, he mused, but I think it's Geralt's day. Byleth's bare feet pounded against the floorboards as he picked himself up and all but hurled himself over to Claude, slapping a hand against the worn and yellowed pages. Claude looked up into his eyes and saw a look like melt water, at once icy and wet. Byleth's lips had pulled themselves in a fraught and trembling scowl, his face reddening. "Give it back," he growled. "Teach." Claude lowered the book to his lap. "You're reading this for a reason, aren't you?" Byleth took a deep breath through his nose, his nostrils flaring. "Don't. I know Geralt was a private man," Claude said. "But this wasn't a random act that killed him, wasn't it? Something big is going on here. Geralt must have had enemies, people who wanted him dead. People like Leonie or whoever she really was, who wanted him dead enough to spend years pretending to be his biggest fan. And then there's his strained relationship with Rhea and the church. I think it's all connected, and the truth is in there. We can look through this together, learn his secrets, why he left Garreg Mach all those years ago, find out what's really been going on this year. Come on, Teach, let's look through this together." Byleth shook his head. I can't. I can't allow it." "Oh, come on, you aren't saying I'll have to sneak in here in the dead of night to read it, are you?" He wrenched the book from his hands and threw it across the room. "No, Claude." Claude stood up. "I want to help you, Teach. Together, maybe we can find out what the church is hiding and what connection this Destinova has to it all. If you want justice for your dad, it starts in that little book, doesn't it?" He and Byleth stood eye to eye, shoulder to shoulder, heart to heart. Any closer and the tips of their noses would have been touching. Claude could feel Byleth's breath against his cheek, its scent in his nostrils. His heart throbbed in his chest, and his insides felt like melting wax. He reached up and put his hand to Byleth's cheek, feeling the roughness of his bristly stubble and the warmth of his skin underneath through the thin silk of the gloves he wore to hide his scars. Byleth flinched and glanced away under his touch, then raised a scarred and calloused hand over Claude's. Claude was struck by how warm it was, and how oddly soft it was despite its owner's rough trade and violent past. He watched tears roll down Byleth's cheeks. "Teach," he breathed. There's something I need to tell you. When I was a kid, The door swung open of its own accord, unannounced, and Rhea stepped out from behind it in all her regalia and all her majesty. Her emerald eyes, so bright they were almost luminous just like her mint-green hair, were cold and almost reptilian in spite of the beatific smile she wore on her face, though Claude wondered if anybody but he himself could even notice. She folded her hands like dove's wings against her bosom. "Professor," she said, her voice a low and breathy whisper. Claude could feel a murderous tension in her muscles even from across the room, and again wondered whether it was all in his head or if anybody else could sense it. Claude pulled himself away from Byleth as though struck, snatching back his hand. Lady Rhea," he stammered. Had something given him away? A scrap of Destinova's costume he'd forgotten to hide, a note left undisposed of, the testimony of a traitor. Something the matter? Yes, Rhea told him, turning her crocodile smile on him, but nothing you need concern yourself with. I merely wished to ask if your professor would like to join me for tea. She looked to Byleth again. Captain Geralt meant so much to both of us. Only I can. She cleared her throat. I can only imagine the pain of loss you must feel. Byleth slowly nodded. Like a dagger I can't pull out, he mumbled. And that no spell but time can heal. Come with me, if you feel able, Rhea said, holding out a hand and beckoning him forward. Her suggestions, as always, read more like demands than anything else. "Don't do it, Teach," Claude wanted to say, but his throat suddenly felt frozen. He was powerless to do anything else but watch as Byleth went to his boots at the foot of his bed and slid his bare feet into them. He took Ria's hand and the two of them stepped outside together, and Claude, feeling as though his heart had been crumpled up like a leaf of paper, followed them out to cut a different path, though as soon as Byleth's back was turned, he made certain to pick Geralt's diary up off the bed and slip it quietly under his cloak first. "O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One! How long after the corpse of a dead man has been laid down on the ground, clothed with the light of heaven and beholding the sun, is the ground clean again?" 30 Guardian Moon, year 1180. Dear Edelgard, I hope this letter finds you well. You have my deepest condolences regarding the loss of your father and the turmoil that has gripped House Hresvelg since his passing. I've never known the pain of losing a father. I've met plenty of squabbling siblings, though, and I can't think of a worse thing to spoil a perfectly good funeral. Speaking of parents, though, my grandfather's health continues to deteriorate. I don't think he has much time left. The physicians say he should have died a long time ago. I'd like not to prolong his suffering, so I'm planning on speaking to him soon about officially passing on the mantle of Duke Regan. I might ask Teach to come with me to help me plead my case, if I can work up the courage. This might be the last letter I send you as the son of a duke and a student at Garreg Mach. Next time I'm free, I'll visit you in Arundel. Your presence here at Garreg Mach is sorely missed. Ingrid and Hilda are hard at work on your next care package. Not to ruin the surprise, but they got Bernadetta to contribute a special little item for you. Also, fair warning, Hilda's found a new perfume she thinks Harun will like. It has the lovely aroma of bitter almonds, as befitting a Vestra. I'm certain she'll hate it. That said, perhaps it is for the best that you left when you did. Suffice to say there hasn't been much of a change since my last letter reached you, but the dark clouds swirling around Garreg Mach have only gotten darker. Some of the older faculty say there's never been a single year in the history of the Officers' Academy to know such strife, even during the insurrection of the Seven. You would have hated it here. A whole month later, Dmitri is still bemoaning that he couldn't dance with you at the winter ball. He still thinks it's Destinova's fault you were injured. He's gone completely conspiracy crazy, and that's coming from me, so you know I am being completely and deathly serious when I say he's become a few arrows short of a quiver. Yesterday he accused Dorothea and Linhard of being traitors because he decided they didn't do enough to put your foot back together again. The words he had for poor Dorothea were so colorful that I think they would make even your noble ears burn. Don't worry, she's all right. He isn't the only one who's paranoid, unfortunately. Recall how in my last letter, I said there'd been no sign of Leone since Captain Geralt died? There still hasn't, but the Knights of Syros are getting desperate. If you ask me, if Leone had any sense at all, or at least if I were her, I'd have left Garreg Mach immediately instead of hanging around its outskirts for the next 2 moons. But logic and reason can't sway people who've lost their loved ones, not Seath, not even Teach. Nobody trusts anybody anymore, and we're all very tired. Sadly, I need to write to you about our work and the new opportunities these unfortunate events afford us. Sources inform me that Archbishop Ria favors Prince Anselm, while a slim majority of the 6 great lords prefer Prince Burkhard. Loath as I am to ask you to take a side in your family's affairs, I must ask you for your aid in connecting me with Prince Burkhard. Even with the Leicester Alliance united, we will lack the strength to enact our shared dream alone. Gaining the support of his faction will prove crucial if we are to make a better Fodlan for all of us, and that is where your incredible rhetoric comes in. I can have your words sent to every literate person in Eastern Fodlan faster than any censor could possibly snuff them out. Further details are to follow in a separate letter, sent through more clandestine means, as usual. Finally, before it slips my mind, I must respond to your previous move. Bishop g3 to Rook d6. Check. Good luck getting out of this one. Sincerely, Claude von Regan. Claude looked over the letter again beneath the light of the rising sun over the snow-crested monastery grounds, double-checked his chess notation against the diagram he'd drawn up in his notebook. He stifled a yawn. Sleepless nights didn't agree with him. That said, There were a lot of things about his lifestyle and situation that didn't agree with him. Running around all night and paying the price at the break of dawn was just the most acutely irritating thing. He read through the letter one more time, his hand unconsciously finding the emerald ring in his desk drawer and worrying its smooth, polished gemstone under his thumb. Like every other letter he'd sent, it was missing something. It would have only taken one paragraph. Nardal talks to me a lot about the Almirans. He knows them better than anybody else in Fodlan. To the Almiran man, bravery and honesty are paramount. Their gods taught them that to do right, to speak right, one must think right. That means one must be honorable in all things, in war and in peace, and must think and speak truthfully. Deceit and falsehood poisons the soul with each compounding lie. His name is not really Nardal, and it kills him a little more every time he uses it. Like him, my name is not really Claude. The truth is that 7 years ago, demons from below the ground, the Almiran bogeymen, the no-eyed people, stole me away and made me their slave. The truth is that I am Khalid, Prince of Almira, I am Destinova, the light that never warms. The truth is that I have lied to you and everybody else about everything, that I have been shaped into a slimy, poisonous, cowardly worm. I've become soiled in the eyes of my own people. If I came back to her as I am now, my own mother would despise everything I have become. That is why I have to fix this twisted world. His hand had already drifted to the quill pen he'd just set aside, but before his fingers could curl around it they shrank back, and he clenched his hand into a fist. Somehow, he mused, Edelgard's flair for the dramatic had rubbed off on him. 3 loud knocks rang out on his bedroom door, and hardly a second afterward, it burst open. The whirlwind that raged over the threshold into the room was Nader, a frantic gleam to his hazel eyes beneath his furrowed brow, an urgent scowl under his bristling beard. "Young lord," he gasped, slamming the door shut behind him. Claude had already grabbed his dagger, but set it back down. "What is it?" "Thales and Cronia are in the sealed forest. I've already alerted the Knights of Syros." "What?" He all but leaped from his desk chair and rushed to Nader's side. His hand fell to his back and could feel the cool sweat and melted snow that soaked his clothing. "Are you sure it's them?" "We don't even know." "It is them, Khalid. I saw them both with my own eyes heading into the forest, both of them unmasked. News will soon reach the professor." Claude struggled to keep his heart from leaping. This was too good to be true. Where's Yuri? Do they know about this? Yet to return from Arianrod. Damn. What's Thales planning? Why would he do this? "You suspect a trap," Nader grumbled. "Of course I suspect a trap." Claude took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing pulse and the excited beat of his heart against his ribs. Thales and Cronia had to be planning something big if they were willing to finally reveal themselves. They wanted to lure Teach and the Golden Deer into the forbidden woods outside the monastery, where they would surely know the lay of the land and have the upper hand. But if anybody could turn the tables on them, it was Teach. Claude had that much faith in his professor and the Golden Deer. If they had a chance to decapitate the no-eyed people's leadership today, after so many years, he had to seize it. Perhaps then, he could finally start living an honest life. "Let's get Teach," he said. He and Nader rushed from his bedroom out into the hall, his letter to Edelgard momentarily forgotten. For the next 5 years, blood stained the earth. O maker of the material world, thou Holy One! Where are the rewards given? Where does the rewarding take place? Where is the rewarding fulfilled? Where do men come to take the reward that, during their life in the material world, they have won for their souls? The howling, frigid wind whipped through Claude's stark white hair and drove needles through his scarf and into his cheeks as his wyvern Simurgh tucked his wings to his flanks and dropped out of the clouds over Fhirdiad. The city huddled before them, thick and squat, a handful of pinpricks among the pitch-black darkness denoting the torches and lanterns of the guards patrolling Castle Bladdid's crenellations and battlements. As Simurgh dropped like a stone and Claude gripped the reins, the castle grew larger and spread out before him, rising up to meet the two of them. He waited, eyes watering from the wind and cold, teeth gritted and grinding against each other, tongue cleaved to the roof of his mouth, heart pounding, every muscle clenched. And then with a sharp tug on the reins, he pulled the wyvern out of the dive. Simurgh's wings unfurled and flapped as Claude threw himself over the beast's flank. He fell while Simurgh glided away, the wind whipping at his clothes and his cloak billowing out behind him to slow his descent. Simurgh's soft white underbelly, a beacon in the midnight air, drew just enough attention from the guards atop the ramparts to keep them occupied while Claude collided with the inner wall. He could hear his own bones creak and crack from the force of the impact, and yet he forced himself to stagger along. His dark grey cloak dark grey blended into the night sky much better than pure black, as Yuri had once taught him, letting him sink into the shadows and move like living darkness itself, as silently and invisibly as the no-eyed people slithering beneath the ground. Ignoring the pain, he limped onward until he found a lone guard, separated from the others. A few errant arrows still whistled through the air, though Simurgh had long vanished from sight into the dead of night. Claude braced himself, crept up behind him, reached out. His crest surged through his body. He placed his hands on either side of the guard's head and gave a sharp, savage twist. A wet crack rang out as the guard's neck snapped. He went limp, and Claude felt a rush of warm, numbing healing energy wash over him, soothing his throbbing, aching joints and knitting together cracked and fractured bones. Claude stood over the corpse and pulled down his scarf from over his nose and mouth, letting streams of cloudy steam pour from his mouth with each breath. He checked that the sword at his hip was fully concealed by the canvas tarp he'd tied around it, making sure that every knot was still sufficiently tight, and then looked out over the city, just barely able to discern the spire of the Fhir-Dyad School of Sorcery's clock tower and the two lights in its window. The others were in position. He unclasped his cloak and tossed it over the side of the ramparts and moved onward, scanning the lights in the windows of the castle keep. 2 lanterns lit on the top floor, 3 on the floor below. All was in place. He drew his crossbow. The Amirans considered such weapons beneath them. The Fodlani didn't even know they existed, but damn if they weren't useful. Loaded up a bolt tied to a loop of strong Agarthan wire at his belt, and shot the bolt, wire and all, just over the middle lantern on the second to top floor. The bolt broke through the window and buried itself in the far wall of the room, just as expected, and the wire went taut. Claude gave it 3 firm, sharp tugs to make certain it could hold his weight, and it held. With the cold air biting into his knuckles through his gloves, he removed the other end of the wire from his belt and tied it around an empty lantern hook protruding from the battlements. In the distance, a kingdom soldier shouted out in alarm, and out of the corner of his eye Claude could see the bobbing of an approaching lantern in the dark. He had little time now. With the wire holding steady, he climbed up onto the battlements, took the canvas-wrapped sword from his side, and threw himself off the wall. He dropped for a sickening split second before the flat of the sword hooked into the wire. One hand curled around the hilt and held on tight, the other clamped down on the blade, and he began to glide along the wire over the castle courtyard. He reached the window in a second and sailed through it, glass shattering around him as he and the sword tumbled to the floor. Claude picked himself up and got his bearings, reading the room by the light of the lantern sitting on the sill of the window. It was a guest bedroom for visiting nobility, a plush 4-poster bed in the corner and an extinguished brazier in the center, and of course, it was empty. But the sound of the breaking glass was bound to attract the night shift. Though Fhir-Dyad was still far from the war, it was still, after all, at war. He pulled the barbed crossbow bolt out of the far wall, tossed it out the window into the courtyard below, and slipped out into the hallway. Fhir-Dyad's halls were tight and stone and covered in weapons. The sight of them made Claude feel a bit silly for bringing his own sword. He crept onward, following a path deeper into the castle keep, ducking behind ornamental suits of armor and flattening himself against the walls whenever a patrol passed. Eventually, he made his way to his destination, a single room midway up the castle's tallest tower, guarded by a single yawning soldier who looked barely old enough to attend the officers' academy, if it were still in operation. Of course, a cripple didn't need much security, especially when one considered that nobody who wanted to rescue her would be stupid enough to break into King Dimitri's castle in the first place. Claude considered such common sense beneath him. He hid behind a suit of armor on the landing and watched the guard struggle to stay awake, his head lolling against his shoulders every few seconds before he inevitably shuddered and forced himself back from the abyss of slumber. It didn't look like the poor kid would fall asleep anytime soon, so Claude picked up a little chunk of fallen ceiling molding from the floor. Castle Bladdid was certainly in disrepair, and it was no surprise given that the Church of Siros was quaffing all its human and financial resources like one of its knights at a bar with an unlimited tab. He wondered if Dmitri knew that his entire kingdom was nothing to Rhea but a host for her parasitic church, just like the Holy Adrestian Empire to the southwest. Like a tick, she was sucking him dry, not caring how many of her own allies she left in ruins so long as she could strike down all who opposed her and stand alone among the fallen. He hefted the molding in his hand for a bit, then tossed it at the guard and pressed himself flat against the wall beside the suit of armor. The guard yelped, made a confused little noise, and began to draw closer, his lantern bobbing with every step. As soon as he was in range, Claude's hand lashed out and caught the guard by the neck. In an instant, the guard slumped over and collapsed onto the floor, limp as a sack of potatoes. He was overdue for some sleep, anyway. Claude took the ring of keys from the guard's belt and crept onward to the door. It took 3 tries before the lock tumbled and the latch sprang open. He opened the door and stepped into the room. Sitting at the side of the 4-poster bed with its curtains drawn and the soft glow of the brazier in the center of the room ebbing and flowing across her face, was none other than Edelgard von Hresvelg. He cleared his throat. "Kept you waiting, huh?" A weary smile broke out across her face. Considering how little she got out, the years had been kind to Edelgard in spite of their cruelty to everybody else, and her face hardly looked much older than it had at Garreg Mach. While everyone else Claude knew had grown leaner and harder since the Leicester-Eastern Adrestian Alliance had declared war against the Central Church, Edelgard's decidedly more sedentary lifestyle had made her grow the opposite. Her fallow hair had grown even longer, tied back into long twin tails that streamed like a river of polished bronze over her shoulders. "Somehow," Edelgard said, "you're the last person I'd have expected to rescue me, yet also the first." "You are here to rescue me, aren't you?" she added, squinting suspiciously at him. "Do you honestly think Dmitri would let me live if he captured me?" Edelgard shrugged. "I suppose not," she said, taking hold of the crutches resting against the side of her bed and lifting herself unsteadily to her feet. Her slippers hid the deformity of her long-since mutilated left foot from view, but it was clear she still had to favor it. She glanced out the window and tossed her long hair back over her shoulder. It fell past her hips now. "I didn't think you'd get in like this," she remarked. Claude couldn't help but smirk. "What, did you expect me to stand at the base of the tower and shout out, 'Edelgard, Edelgard, let down your hair'?" She rolled her eyes. "No, but I expected you to delegate. Surely you must have gotten somebody on the inside to help you get in." "But of course. It was Ingrid, wasn't it?" "No," he lied. "Anyway, I thought you were worth making a personal effort for, Your Imperial Highness." Edelgard let out a bitter chuckle. "I'm told Anselm has expelled me from House Hresvelg for my many heresies," she said, hobbling toward him and throwing an arm over his shoulders. "Yeah, but Burkhard hasn't. And anyway, you're still a princess to me," he assured her. "I thought Burke was dead." "That's what Dmitri would like to think. But he's very good at thinking what he likes to think right now, isn't he?" She nodded, then smiled. There was a sharp gleam in her tired eyes. "It's good to see you again." "I can say the same," he said. "How good are you with stairs?" Edelgard frowned and looked down at her feet. "They're still a bit difficult," she admitted. "It's not just the foot, my ankle still gives me problems, too, when I try to put any weight on it." "Why else do you think they're keeping me halfway up a tower?" "I see. Well, I expected this," he said, and without any further ado he swept her up in his arms, crutches and all. "Is this comfortable?" "Undignified, but comfortable," she admitted. He carried her out of the room and onto the landing. On either side of the short hallway, a spiral staircase stretched above and below. "Should I assume Sigurd is waiting for us at the top of the tower?" she asked him. "Simurg," he corrected. "Right, you'll have to forgive me," she sighed as he began carrying her up the stairs. "I don't think I'm as sharp as I once was. They don't let me write, and all I've had to read are chivalric stories about handsome knights sweeping helpless maidens off their feet. I'm so sorry." For the first 6 months, every night over supper Dmitri and Gilbert would debate my philosophies with me and try to convince me to recant them. "I'm so sorry." "Did they have any luck? Have you heard Dmitri try to argue anything? He couldn't convince a horse to eat oats." Claude chuckled. "I can't argue with that. Eventually, They realized it wasn't such a good idea to try intellectually stimulating me, she added with a heavy sigh, so now they're starving me. Intellectually, not physically. She laid a hand on her stomach. If anything, they feed me too much. I hope I haven't gotten too heavy for you. I've got a banquet of the mind waiting for you at Garreg Mach, he assured her. And just in time for the Millennium Festival, too. Good. I'm so sick of stories about princes and knights rescuing princesses. I've even started dreaming about them every night. Every night. No, my dreams won't even have the decency to give me female knights, she said with a curt shake of her head. You should thank your lucky stars you're not a prince, Claude, or I'd swear I was asleep right now. She lifted her head and looked up the winding staircase as she and Claude continued their ascent. These past few months, my head's felt like it's full of fog, like it did before I went to Garreg Mach. Before they arrested me, I'd had all these ideas for a refutation of the church's rebuttal of a vindication of the rights of crested women and crestless men, and it'll take me months to remember them all, she grumbled. The two of them reached the guard room at the top of the tower and stepped out onto the ramparts, where the swirling winter winds bit at their noses, tugged at their clothes, and yanked on their hair. Edelgard shivered. You'd be better have PP packed a bee blanket on Simurgh, she said, her teeth chattering. Of course, m'lady. Claude surveyed the tower roof, the battlements circling them around the empty guard room. He scanned the air for any sign of an approaching mount. Not only Simurgh, but Lady Galatea on Oberon, too. If you're looking for Ingrid, Dimitri called out, his voice rising above the howling wind, she's been dealt with in a manner befitting traitors. Claude whirled around and craned his neck, finding Dimitri standing on the sloped roof to the guard tower, clinging with one hand to its spire while the other gripped Eridbar. The lance's bony blade glowed orange-white like fire, illuminating his cold demeanor with a warm glow. Dimitri! Edelgard cried out, shocked. Hey, Dimitri, Claude called out to him, cursing his rotten luck. Was wondering when you'd show up. How are things? Dimitri leaped from the roof down to the ramparts in front of Claude, blocking the door that led back down to the staircase. A grave look hardened his grizzled, war-hardened face, his eyes beneath his tied-back golden hair were as cold as ice. Claude much preferred the handsome face he'd worn back at Garreg Mach, where at least he made the effort to put a pleasant-looking mask on over the bloodthirsty boar. This was the real Dimitri, though, stripped of all artifice, the werewolf stripped of its human disguise, as Felix had once said. I should have known, he growled, that you would have been foolish enough to come here yourself, Destinova. Takes a fool to know one. After all, you've exhausted the rest of your pawns, haven't you? I thank you for the courtesy of coming here myself so that we can crush your rebel alliance in one fell swoop. Release Elle at once. Claude gripped Edelgard tighter and backed away toward the battlements, still keeping an eye out for Simurgh. Even if Ingrid couldn't make it, he could. Sounding a lot like Rhea there, pal. She's groomed you good, huh? You and Anselm, her favorite little attack dogs. Is there a single thought left in your head that didn't originally belong to her? Ingrid is not coming, Dimitri repeated, confirming that he didn't know about Claude's backup plan. Set Elle down on the floor and lift up your hands this instant, and I'll be merciful. Forgive me for not trusting an offer of mercy from the butcher of Daphnel, Claude spat. You know that's what we call you down in Deirdre, right? Just remember, when the woods of Alel Forest marched. Dimitri swung his lance. He missed Claude on purpose, though the shockwave that cut through the air nearly threw him off his feet. Then I'll retract my offer. You've denied my blade its thirst for your blood long enough. Claude sidestepped the next swing, and the next though, of course, none of them were in any danger of hitting him. Is that why you bathe it in the blood of so many others? You are one to talk. Dimitri spat through clenched teeth. How dare you use Elle as a human shield? Put her down. Why would I put her down when you're trying to kill me? You're not giving me any incentive to leave empty-handed. He let out a wordless roar and struck the ramparts with such force that the stone beneath the blade shattered, kicking up a plume of dust and a hail of stone fragments. Claude kept his distance, though he could feel the sting of Dimitri's bombardment against his back. Stop this! Edelgard called out, nursing a blossoming bruise on her cheek. That hurt. Tell him to let you go, then. Dmitri called back to her. If you think I want to stay here even one more day, she retorted, then you truly are the king of delusion. Claude kept backing up toward the battlements, waiting for a flash of white in the corner of his eye. Simurgh would only be a few minutes more. You can't truly wish to go with him, Dmitri told Edelgard, brandishing Eredbar again. I'm tired of you and Gilbert telling me what I should and shouldn't wish for, she snapped at him. Claude saw a distant gleam of white weaving through the night sky. Simurgh was a smart beast, he knew the way back, and to avoid the hail of arrows from the castle guards himself. It might be a while until he made his way back here, but he would be here in a few minutes. The stone ramparts beneath his feet exploded. He was thrown off his feet. As the world spun around him in blinding, nauseating arcs, he felt his grip on Edelgard loosen and break away. There was a sound of crutches clattering against stone. A curse escaped his lips as he felt his body strike the ground. Now that you're rid of your shield, Dmitri growled, advancing on him, I can spare you no quarter. I apologize for hurting you, but now I can slay this poisonous worm and bring you back to safety. Claude watched Edelgard pick herself up off the ground, a trickle of blood rolling down her brow. Apology not accepted, she growled. You kill him and I'll. Don't say something foolish, Dmitri growled back. You, he said, bearing down on Claude. You always were arrogant. Did you think you could sneak in here under my nose and steal my family from me, without even bringing a hero's relic to defend yourself? Did you really think it would be so easy? Claude caught his breath and picked himself up. You know, for a second there. Yeah. I kinda did. Gentle swirls of snowflakes began to fall from the sky, twirling down onto the ramparts. Wherever they landed on Eredbar's brightly glowing blade, they glittered and glistened like little diamond sequins. Look at us, Dmitri, he added. Two men fighting over a woman like savages. Why don't we do the civilized thing and let her choose who she goes with? A furious scowl wrenched Dmitri's face, and he lunged at him with a thrust of his lance. Dmitri, no! Edelgard shouted at him. Claude stepped past the thrust of his lance, ducked under its wild swing, kicked Dmitri's legs out from under him, and drove an elbow into his nose as he fell. Before he could slip a dagger out of his sleeve and finish him, Dmitri swung his lance again, wildly, recklessly, and forced Claude to dart away. You dastard, Dmitri snarled, picking himself back up. Blood trickled from his nose down his lip and chin, dripping onto the stone bricks at his feet. I beg you to reconsider this. You know what he is, a man who thinks nothing of stepping over the corpses of his allies to fulfill his sick dreams of conquest. Recount how many people who once called him an ally have perished because he gained more from their deaths than their lives. You're just a pawn to him, He'll use you and let you die when he's done with you. At least I want you to live. If you think a timid, minuscule life is better than a grand and noble death, Claude retorted, then that sure does explain a lot. Enough from you. Dmitri howled. Claude found his back to the battlements. Eredbar's blade was swinging down toward him. Simurgh was still approaching. He grabbed the hilt of his canvas-wrapped sword and brought it up just in time to parry the strike. The sword's blade didn't shatter under Eredbar's umbral steel, like so many other swords should have. Dmitri stared down at its cloth-wrapped length intersecting his blade, his eyes widening with shock and disbelief. What in blazes, he whispered. Claude pushed him back, gained ground, and parried his next strike, riposted his next thrust. You say people have died for my dream. Yeah, they have. They've used their own bodies to bridge the ravine between now and the future, because they believe that my dream is one worth fighting for. And they're dead because, and here's the important part, you keep reducing them to smears of offal with your hero's relic. Then you admit you throw away people's lives. Dmitri snapped as their blades ground together. Listen to him, If you won't listen to me, listen to him. Claude kept an eye on Edelgard as she struggled to collect her crutches and pull herself up without unduly straining her left leg. Simurgh was getting closer now. He'd have to circle back to her, pick her up, and leap with her onto Simurgh's back, all without letting Dmitri kill him. Easier said than done. Why are the lives lost under my command more of a sin than the thousands you've slain? Before you point out the speck in my eye, Maybe you should pull out the plank in your own, he retorted, forcing Dmitri back with a flurry of strikes, the crest surging through his veins. You're just a hypocrite, aren't you? You've caused nothing but bloodshed since we came to Gareg Mach, Dmitri spat. You've drenched your hands in blood, and yet because you stand back and let your followers throw themselves into the fray in your stead, you think you can keep your gloves so white. You're the hypocrite. And I won't let you make El another martyr for your twisted lies. Eridbar ground again against Claude's sword, its blade chewing through the canvas covering with a flurry of sparks and snow. The cover ripped open, the twine knots unfurled, and the fluttering of canvas in the howling air revealed the long, segmented bony blade of the sword of the Creator and the blood-red stone embedded in the slot in its crossguard. As Claude's crest surged through his veins, the sword began to glow with a fiery internal light. Dmitri let out a strangled gasp and stumbled backward. That's Claude, you monster. You killed Professor Byleth and stole the sword of the Creator off his corpse. You said it, not me. Every accusation is a confession with you, isn't it? Claude let out a bitter laugh. That's certainly what you or Ria would have done in my situation. Rest assured I only took what I needed from him. I'll kill you. Dmitri snarled, throwing himself once more into the fray. Eridbar and the sword of the Creator ground against each other, spitting sparks, the reverberations of their monstrous steel running through their wielder's bones. You're outclassed, Dmitri, Claude boasted, still keeping an eye out as Simurgh drew closer and closer. Not much longer now. Teach has lent me his strength so that I can stand here as Nemesis reborn, a new hero for a new world, the poison that will kill the poison infecting this land. Step down, or you'll die trying to stop me. Dmitri's next strike came out of nowhere. Claude felt fire and lightning kiss his skin and scorch his clothes. If he'd been a hair slower to react, the blade would have cleaved him in two right down the middle. Why? Dmitri bellowed, each strike growing more furious and forceful than the last. Why did you ruin our peaceful days with your awful war? Only someone as privileged as you, Claude parried strike after strike, could think your and Ria's peace was less blood-soaked than my war. If you were standing where I am now, you'd understand how justified I am. Simurgh flew overhead with a mighty flap of his wings. He was here at last. Claude allowed himself to smile as he extended the sword of the Creator's blade to its full whip-like length and used it to force Dmitri back all the way to the opposite edge of the tower's battlements. That's our cue, Edelgard. Claude crowed, rushing over to help Edelgard over to the wyvern as he began his final descent. With a lash of his blade, he pulverized the stone battlements in front of them to clear a spot to jump off, then sheathed the blade to free up his hands. The timing would be close, but... Dmitri, that's enough. Edelgard shouted out, her voice rising above the howling of the bitter winter winds. Claude felt her arm slip out of his grasp. He glanced over his shoulder to find her back turned to him, forcing herself to stand on her bad leg, arms outstretched, as Dmitri lunged across the roof with his blazing lance in hand. Stop this nonsense. He grabbed Edelgard by the scruff of her neck and yanked her along. There was no time to delay. Over the howling wind, he could hear the sound of a blade tearing through flesh and wrenching itself free. He could see Eridbar's blade pierce the flesh of Edelgard's stomach, coating the front of her nightgown in fresh and steaming blood, but the blade went in no more than an inch or two before coming to an abrupt stop as Dmitri forced himself to a halt, his boots skidding across the snow-dampened stone, his eyes wide, jaw slack, mouth agape, drawing the blade back out and letting Eridbar's haft fall from his grasp and clatter to the floor. He cried out, his voice a hoarse and strained sob. Claude acted without thinking, throwing his arm around her and hoisting her over his shoulder. Simurgh glided below the battlements, and with a leap into the winter air, he hurled himself down into the saddle. He took the reins in one hand and pressed his knees to Simurgh's flanks, ignoring the hot blood dampening his shoulder, and with a hard jerk drove Simurgh higher into the sky, pushing him onward toward his allies waiting at the School of Sorcery's bell tower at top speed. The last sight he saw of Dmitri was of him kneeling atop the tower, the bloodied blade of Eridbar resting in front of him, the snow falling down upon his shoulders and his bowed head. Edelgard, he gasped, his voice wavering, nearly swallowed up entirely by the bitter wind rushing past them, are you all right? She curled up over his shoulder and shivered. He could feel her blood dripping down his arm and soaking through his clothes, dyeing them darker than black. "It's cold," she replied, her own voice nearly inaudible. "It'll be all right. I've got allies waiting for us in the clock tower. Marianne will close that wound, Hilda will take you out of the city on her wyvern, just hold on, all right." He tightened his grip around her and pressed her closer against his shoulder, hoping it could staunch the flow of blood at least a little more. But the worst of it was probably the cold. Edelgard weakly nodded. "Hilda," she repeated. "Yeah, she's here. She'll be so excited to see you." "It's cold," she murmured. "You're in shock. Just try to stay awake for now. It'll be all right." Without looking, he took his hand off the reins and fumbled blindly for the spare flight cloak he'd rolled up and strapped to the back of the saddle. His groping fingers found the leather strap holding it in place, slipped against the ice-cold metal buckle. He grabbed the strap, frustrated, and used a burst of crest-endowed strength to rip it apart and pull out the cloak. It flapped and fluttered in the wind, nearly tore itself out of his hand, but he held fast to it and draped it over himself and Edelgard. To his relief, she was able to grip one corner with her free hand and hold it in place while he returned his hand to the reins. "Is that better?" he asked. She shivered underneath the cloak's thick, puffy layers of wool and cotton. "Yes. Amirans wear these when they fly through the highlands or cross the mountains," he explained. "The layers help it hold in heat. But they could only do so much for a body that had lost so much heat to begin with." The clock tower drew nearer and nearer. They were almost there, just a little farther to go. Castle Bladdid clung to the outside of the city, but the School of Sorcery sat near the town square, half a city's length away. The whistling sound of arrows being loosed cut through the howling wind. Simurgh was swift and smart enough, his senses acute enough, to weave through them on his own, which was good, because Claude was in no position to think about those things himself. Edelgard was supposed to be the pawn on his chessboard who became a queen, she couldn't. "Hey, Edelgard," he said. "Yes," she asked, her voice fainter. "There's something funny about what you said, about dreaming of princes." "Yes, I'm aware I prefer the fairer sex," she muttered. "No, it's just that. I should have told you this earlier. I'm a prince." She weakly lifted her head and stared at him, a stern and no-nonsense glare in her eyes even as her eyelids threatened to fall over them. "An Almiran prince, to be precise. And my name isn't Claude. It's Khalid. Khalid, son of Farid, son of Junawid, of House Tadmor. I'm the long-lost, wayward son of King Farid and Queen Tiana. I'm sorry, I know you're sick to death of stories about princes rescuing princesses. But I just thought you should know." She giggled. "And this one, yeah, I sorta botched it," Claude said. "That's on me. Maybe I should have delegated, like usual. I just thought, maybe this time, I should do something in person. Get my own hands dirty. Felt I owed it to a good friend. I'm the reason you got arrested by the church, after all." "Right." "No," Edelgard said. "That was my own foolishness. Just keep talking," he wanted to say. "Keep responding to me." "Khalid," she repeated. "Yeah," he said, hardened. He took his hand off the reins just long enough to feel for his mother's ring in his pocket, just to make sure it hadn't gotten lost. Underneath his cloak, the silver band was merely cool to the touch, not frigid. "My mom is my late grandpa's daughter, a Regan by birth. She chose to run across the mountains rather than get married to a man she didn't love. That's where she met the king of Almira. I'm told it was love at first sight. I think I'd like to meet her someday," she sighed, closing her eyes. He gave her a rude little shake until she opened her eyes again. "Keep those eyes open, Your Highness. You've still got work to do." A vindication of the rights of crested women and crestless men, Part 2, right. Yes, she mumbled. "I wanted to start with a point-by-point refutation of the church's rebuttal, but, oh, I'll have to read it again. I don't recall much of what those points were. You can refresh your memory back at Gareg Mach. It won't be long. We'll be there in days." The silhouette of the clock tower drew closer and closer. Almost there. "And Teach is there," Edelgard murmured, eyes half-lidded. Yeah. Yeah, Teach is there. I'll see him soon. Yeah, you will, he said, as the wind ripped the frozen tears from his eyes and scattered them across Fhirdiad with the rest of the snowflakes. Who is he, O holy Ahura Mazda? Who, meaning well and desiring righteousness, prevents righteousness? Who is he who, meaning well, falls into the ways of the drudge? The sun rose over the burnt-out remains of the imperial palace in Inbar on Friday, the 28th day of the verdant rain moon, imperial year 1186, after 8 more bitter months of fighting between the Leicester-Edrestian alliance and the Central Church of Syros. Claude stood before the wreckage of the palace's walls and the twisted remnants of its wrought iron gate, exhaustion sinking deeply into every muscle in his body as he propped himself up against Failnaught and the sword of the Creator like ungainly bony crutches. He studied the blackened facade of the palace, previously one of Inbar's great wonders of architecture, along with its opera house and canal, and the massive bestial corpse sprawled out amid a pool of dark greenish blood across its grounds. He took a deep breath, each one feeling like a knife in his side, and hobbled over to the corpse with the support of his relics. As he stepped over the twisted iron and felt burnt grass crunch over his boots, the dawn sunbeams washed the immaculate one's soot-stained white scales in amber. "Lady Rhea," he said, addressing the great and ruined hulk as though she were still alive as he looked up into the great beast's vacant and sightless eyes. "We never got a chance to talk. It's a shame. I'd been planning this speech for years, in case I was ever able to take you prisoner. Now, how did it go again?" Rhea stared down at him, silent, unseeing. He was so close that if she still drew even the slightest breath he would have been able to feel the plumes of hot air from her nostrils. Claude scratched his head. "I owe you my thanks, really. All my life, I've wanted to play the hero. Maybe you can imagine what it's like to be different from everyone else, to have a foot in 2 worlds yet not belong to either, to know that if they knew what you truly were, they'd hate you, fear you, or worse, leave you to rot. In fact, I'm sure you could. If you have a dream, something you need to do, and you need friends to help you reach that dream, then you've got to be careful about the image you project, the side of yourself you show them. With the no eyes, I couldn't exactly put on a heroic image no matter how I tried. If I wanted to gain the trust of Fodlan and get what I needed from its people, I needed a villain to stand against me, one whom the people could hate and fear, and whom I could deliver them from. You get that, don't you, Saint Syros?" he asked. Rhea gave him no response. "So I've got to thank you, Rhea, for playing the part of the villain so well. I couldn't have asked for a better or more loathsome trio of antagonists than you, Anselm, and Dimitri. Because of you the prisoners of war you executed, the civilians you slaughtered, the heretics you burned, the terror you spread across Fodlan, no one notices the blood on my hands or cares about my poisonous foreign lineage anymore. It's been a hard-fought battle, setting up this stage against all of the No-Eye's best efforts, but in the end, we played our parts exactly as I'd hoped, and your performance deserves a standing ovation." He lifted his hands and began to clap, letting the relics fall to the ground and lie amid the ash. "Bravo, Rhea. Bravo. I've half a mind to call for an encore. Bravo. Bravo." He stumbled closer, favoring his injured leg, and rested a hand against Rhea's cold snout as he lowered himself to his knees and caught his breath. The last of the battle euphoria was draining from his body, and fatigue was rushing in to replace it. He let out a long sigh. "When I unite Fodlan and Almira," he told Rhea, "the people of both lands will prosper. Their ignorant and arrogant attitudes toward foreigners will disappear. We'll become the cosmopolitan center of the world. And the people of Fodlan will live better than they ever could have under you. 1,000 years worth of repressed social and political philosophy, arts, history. I promise, they'll earn it all back in a generation, under the leadership of King Khalid of House Tadmor. People like Edelgard will never be punished for speaking new truths into the world. And I couldn't have done it without you. You're the one thing the No-Eyes could never control or get in front of. The perfect villain, for a poisonous little worm who wanted to be a hero." Rhea remained silent as the grave. He pulled himself away from her, picked up the relics again, and hobbled back into the city. The fire had spread, thankfully, only a few blocks beyond the palace grounds, and while little remained of the famed Hresvelg estate but blackened stone, the interior was likely entirely gutted. Most of Inbar's sprawling buildings and gleaming copper roofs remained unscathed by the fire, if not by the battle. They'd been lucky. Some of the soldiers said it had all been the will of the goddess that the fire had not spread any further. Perhaps she had controlled the wind, they said, or had made it rain just the other day as part of her divine providence. But as for Claude, that had simply been the hand he'd been dealt, and thankfully, it had been a good one. The dealer in the game of life didn't cheat. Whether god or goddess or neither, they didn't count cards, carry extras in a hidden wristband, or stack the deck. Happy was waiting for him, as weary and soot-stained as anyone else. "Claudister," she called out, waving at him as he approached. Claude picked up the pace, ignoring how his legs and lungs burned. "Good morning, Happy." She caught him by the shoulders before he could fall flat on his face in front of her. "Easy there," she cautioned him. "Figured I'd find you here, while everyone else is working their asses off or napping." She yawned and picked a little bit of food out of her fangs with one of her claws. "Just needed a quiet moment with the Archbishop," he said. "A quiet moment, huh? So when you started clapping and shouting, 'Bravo, bravo, bravo,' that's what you consider quiet? Between you and Uncle Nader, Amirans really are a loud bunch." Claude felt blood rush to his cheeks. "Please don't tell anyone. Anyway, you've got to be present for Anselm's surrender or else it doesn't count, or something," she grumbled. "However wars are supposed to work. Do people really stop fighting and hating each other just because some guy in a crown signs a piece of paper? Well, I don't know about hating each other, but they'll stop fighting once it's no longer legal." "I'll never understand your funny human laws," she said with a roll of her scarlet eyes. "You're human," he reminded her. She rolled her eyes again. The two of them continued onward into the city, whose streets had fallen silent as much as Ria's corpse had. In the distance, Claude could hear a haughty laugh ring out, followed by the proclamation that fire would have seized the whole city if not for the innovative spellcasting of House Novelli. "So, get this," Happy said as they walked along. "I overheard Blondie and Anselm talking. Apparently, when Ria decided to burn it all down, Anselm suddenly grew a conscience. Decided he didn't want to be emperor of a pile of ash. So he literally stabbed her in the back and sent his own soldiers after Catherine and Gilbert before they could carry the order to the rest of the knights. Thing is, I've seen Catherine's corpse, and she had one of Petra's arrows sticking out of her eye socket. You think he's just trying to make himself look good?" "We'll see," Claude said. "What are you gonna do with him? Unlike the church, we Amirans aren't merciless against our enemies." "Well, generally speaking." She nodded. "So no execution?" Claude nodded along. Most of the worst criminals of this war, the Noais who'd instigated it aside, had perished, and Thales and his ilk would get their turn soon. As for the rest, Impotent was just as good as dead as far as enemies went. Anselm's story was suspect, but still plenty plausible. That was what happened when people like Ria spent 1,000 years manipulating humans. Eventually, they would get sick of it. "So, what's gonna happen to Ria?" Happy asked. "We'll have to dispose of it carefully," Claude said. "We can't let any of her bones, her heart, or her blood fall into the Noais' hands." "Burn it." "Burning might not be enough. We'll think of something." He yawned. "After we've all gotten some sleep." The Alliance military's command officers had drawn the supply lines deeper into the city along the bank of Inber's Canal, where they could more easily tend to the wounded and see to the city's damage, and it was at the bivouac and makeshift medical facilities there that Claude could finally get some rest and close his eyes for a little bit. He'd been awake since dawn yesterday, and once Anselm's signature was on the declaration of his full and unconditional surrender, he was certain he could sleep for a week. So, why, then, he wondered, did he find himself sitting on a crate with his eyes closed and his relics resting at his feet while sleep eluded him, his fingers unconsciously running themselves along the contours of his ring, while Burckhardt droned on about the exhaustive terms of the Holy Adrestian Empires and the Eastern Adrestian Empire's reunification? Instead, his thoughts turned to the Noais. Over 5.5 years of war, and still Thales had remained stubbornly out of reach. He'd liked to have conquered them and put them squarely under his banner before the war could even begin, but nothing ever worked out much like he wanted, after all. Still, over the course of the war, the Noaid people had lost in addition to Solon prior to the war Cornelia, Mycen, and Ilan, plunging its leadership into chaos. Even if Thales had stayed one step ahead of Claude and his allies for years, his power was slipping now. It would only be a matter of time before the Noaid threat was extinguished for good, and the children of Fodlan and Almira could sleep easy. It was a welcome distraction from where else his thoughts could turn as he sat there with the summer sun beating down on his neck and the cool silver band of his mother's ring. When he was finished here, he'd go back to Almira. Was he awaiting that day? Or dreading it? Was that what this ring meant to him? He fought to keep his eyes open and forced himself to pay more attention to the proceedings. This was a historic day, after all, and it wouldn't do for the future king of a united kingdom to sleep through it. With a resigned stroke of Anselm's quill pen, the Holy Adrestian Empire was dissolved, and he stood up from his table flanked by 2 Adrestian soldiers who promptly tied his hands behind his back and marched him away. The war was over now. And the world didn't feel any different yet. The dead were still dead, and the bridges of corpses that had carried him over the rivers of blood were still there. He lifted his head skyward, squinting against the glare of the sun. The sky was a perfect periwinkle blue, and it almost felt like what little he remembered of the sky over Almira's boundless plains. For the people who'd drowned to keep his boots dry, he'd shape his own future. For an instant, the silhouette of a familiar wyvern blotted out the sun and cast its shadow over the bivouac. "Resting on your laurels, are you, young lord?" Yuri's voice rang out over the muted din of the camp, and Claude's head swiveled in his direction to see the sardonic sneer on their cold, sharp face brighten into a teasing smirk. He pulled himself up off his makeshift throne. "Yuri," he cried out. He'd hardly taken a step before Yuri threw their arms around him and pressed him into a tight embrace. He felt Yuri's breath, cold, against his cheek. "If I were an assassin," they hissed into his ear, "you'd be dead right now." Then, with a sinister little chuckle, they pulled away and gave him a hearty pat on the shoulder. "How the hell are you, your highness? I hope you feel better than you look." "Well, I haven't seen a mirror," Claude said, grinning. "You missed the battle. We've been fighting since dawn yesterday." "So I've heard." "I'm sorry I missed it." Yuri shook their head. "Anyway, I've got something to talk to you about. In private." "What's the code word?" "Spicy fish dango, of course," they said, crossing their arms. "Claude, seriously? If you can't trust me, who can you trust?" "Myself," Claude answered. Yuri snickered, cold mirth lighting up their foxish face. "You're an interesting kid to follow. I almost don't mind taking orders from you. Come along this way. This is important." Claude followed them into one of the alleyways, but glanced over his shoulder to see Nader's battle-scarred wyvern landing on the opposite bank of the canal near one of its bridges. "Should we bring Nader along?" "No," Yuri said. Claude felt a sick, anxious knot tie itself in his stomach. "What is it?" "The Noais are up to something new," Yuri said. "Seems they anticipated you felling the Immaculate One. On my way here I passed by a mercenary band. 11 well-armored guys and a leader who must have been 8 feet tall if he was a foot, dressed in furs and covered in scars. And heading here. From what I can tell. I tried to chat with them and discern their motives. The big guy said he was here to collect something." "You think they're coming here to strip Ria's corpse for parts, yeah?" Yuri's scowl tightened. They brushed their long lavender hair out of their eyes. "They're definitely connected with the hero's relics." "How do you know?" Claude asked, dreading what the answer might have been. "Because they were all carrying replicas. Fake heroes' relics, cast out of black agartha and metal, with fake crest stones as well. Of course, now Thales would make his move. They're anticipating taking the corpse by force, huh?" Claude mused. He scratched his chin, fingers brushing against a week's worth of white stubble. The Alliance army was exhausted, and 12 men with heroes' relics, even fake ones, could do a lot of damage even if the fakes were only a fraction as strong as the real thing. "Maybe if we pretend to hand it over peacefully, then wait until their backs are turned, or can we risk it?" "Better think on your feet," Yuri said, leading him through the alley. "They'll be at the front gates of the city in a few hours. But there's one other thing I've got to tell you." Claude heard Nader's voice on the wind. "Young lord." There was a breathless urgency to it. "That Nader's always been a mother hen, huh?" Yuri's eyes narrowed. Claude turned his back on Yuri. Something sounds wrong. I can tire of his attitude, too, but Nader's never worried with good reason. He felt Yuri's hand land on his shoulder, their grip vice-like and touch icy. Don't. Claude felt icicles of dread sink down his back. Yuri. I've figured out why Thales has always been one step ahead of us. Why he's always been able to slither out of every snare, Yuri said, eyes hardening, voice lowering. Why, no matter what he loses, his own position remains completely secure. Why he's gone this entire war without slipping up even once. Young lord. Nader shouted out in the distance. Don't listen to him, Claude, Yuri said. Claude's head had automatically, instinctually swiveled in the direction of Nader's voice, but now he looked back to Yuri. You aren't saying he didn't want to let the words that came to his mind drop from his lips. You're saying that Thales has been Nader, he asked them. They nodded gravely. That's impossible, he retorted, wriggling out of their grasp. This has got to be one of Thales' tricks, and we can't fall for it. In 7 years he's never turned any of us against each other, we can't start letting him now. Think about how long he's been gone, Claude, Yuri said, grabbing him by the wrist. He's been in Almira. Young lord. For all 3 of those months. Almira is a big place. Claude wrenched his wrist free. Look, we'll talk this out. I'll use the code word on him, and if it works. If it doesn't work, he'll plunge a dagger right into your chest. The code word. If he's been Thales all along, he'll know the code word, you blathering little moron. Yuri snapped. Impossible. He knows too much about Almira to be a fake. I'm telling you. Young lord. Nader was drawing closer. I have Thales' journal. We can discern his true identity. Yuri's eyes widened. Their face turned corpse pale. It's a trap, they hissed. I'll be the judge of that, Claude said. Whatever was really going on here, his entire body felt as though it was on pins and needles. All his fatigue had vanished in a new surge of battle panic, and he could feel his crests tingling in the tips of his fingers. Yuri grabbed him by the shoulder again and dragged him back. Claude, you arrogant, swelled-headed idiot. Let me go. Claude felt his crests spike in his veins, but their fire was weak, like sparks trying to light on soaked through kindling. 24 straight hours of battle had pushed him to his limits, but Yuri was still fresh. They could overpower him easily. This is for your own good, you stuck-up prince. Yuri snarled. Think about it. How could Thales have stayed so far ahead of you no matter how you tried to catch him, unless he was someone close to you? Unless he was someone like... Claude felt cold steel, no, colder than steel, bury itself in his flesh, sliding through it with such ease and grace and so little resistance that it may as well have been butter. Me. Thales finished, his cold, gravely growl of a voice so much crueler and harsher than Yuri's had ever been. All of the air left his lungs in one short gasp. The fire of his crests was suddenly replaced by an utterly different fire burning through his veins, a fire that dug talons into his flesh, that drove iron spikes into his bones, that seeped acid into his muscles and reduced them to jelly under his skin. He tried to take a breath, to clear the pain from his lungs, but he couldn't move his throat. Even his tongue had gone rigid in his mouth. A black film began to creep into his vision, dimming the sun, darkening the sky. Thank you for cutting a path for me, Claude von Regan, Thales sneered, his voice a raspy hiss in Claude's ear. Now I can walk to my ambitions on the bridge of your corpse, and my boots remain bone dry. As it is now, and as it always has been, your life was a prison of my design. The last thing Claude heard before the world around him fell to darkness and silence was Thales' laughter, just as he once had over a decade before. O maker of the material world, thou holy one! If the man has been killed by a dog, or by a wolf, or by witchcraft, or by the artifices of hatred, or by falling down a precipice, or by the law, or by calumny, or by the noose, how long after death does the drudge Anasu come and rush upon the dead? He wouldn't make it back home. The poison's paralysis had worn off swiftly, but its lingering effects would prove fatal in under a month. With each passing day, as they journeyed east, Claude could feel his lifeline growing shorter. Sometimes he found himself dreaming awake, sometimes, he could hear Byleth and Edelgard calling out for him. The world of touch and sight and sound seemed to grow more and more distant with every passing day. Word had spread in hushed voices among Almiran traders that demons and jinn had brought the estate of the Tadmor dynasty to ruin in a single night, and though hushed and superstitious rumors were never to be trusted with anything less than a pinch or even a shaker of salt, Claude doubted that even if he could live long enough to make it home, which he doubted very much, there would be anybody waiting for him. Each day he pored through Thales's journal, which Nader had risked life and limb to steal, for an answer, reading until his eyes hurt, until his brain throbbed against his skull, and the further through it he read, the more he realized that if anything, Nader had been allowed to steal it. When he reached the last page in the journal and read the last words Thales had written in it, everything became as clear as crystal. The hand that led me to this world was that of Princess Edelgard von Hresvelg. In the cacophony of his dying mind, a single note rang clear over the discordant others. A purpose. He sat before the grand metal tree deep in the dusty, cobwebbed bowels of Research Facility Epsilon, resting his hand flat against the crystal slate in its trunk, watching the lights flash within the fork of its branches. He breathed in the stale, 2,000-year-old air and coughed out what little remained of his lungs, flecks of blood flying from his lips onto the machine's arcane crystalline innards. The glittering slate that hung in the tree like fruit sparkled and shimmered with the amber hue of dusky sunbeams. "Nader," he rasped, his voice little more than a whisper. "It's time. Set the machine, according to the instructions in the journal." Prince Khalid, Nader fought back tears and dried his eyes on the end of his scarf. Claude could barely hear his voice. "Now," Claude told him. "While there's still time. Set the date, 27/04/50/59. He closed his eyes before the world vanished around him one last time, and prepared himself for the journey to come. The journey to a world in which its future was his past, and its past his future, to the other side of the endless loop. The hand that led me to this world would not be hers. Chapter 78, Time May Change Me. The look of rage on Byleth's face was nearly as alien to Edelgard as the sight of his face was to her, and the silence with which he swung the sword of the Creator in a lashing arc, blade extended, made it all the more chilling. Edelgard was powerless to do anything but watch as a fiery arc traced itself through the air around him, a whirlwind of searing umbral steel. Wide-eyed, Gerald too was frozen, the gleam of the blade's arc dancing in his eyes and the light of its incandescent glow casting rippling shadows across his craggy face as it bore down on him. Edelgard could see a flash of red behind him, the gleam of a blade in the dark. She felt her feet leave the ground as the whip-like blade's arc expanded, its segmented razor edge chewing through cloth and leather. A fountain of black and violet light, a plume like a wave crashing on a rocky pier, rose up and deflected the blade. Out of the darkness Thales emerged. Rippling magic coating his armor made sparks and tongues of flame roll off of his sharp, owlish form like water off a duck's plumage. Gerald hardly had the chance to lift his lance against the mysterious man who'd put himself between him and his son, nor could he do anything about the girl primed to plunge a dagger into his back. A sharp, confused shout tore from chapped and bloodied lips, and then a grin nearly split Leonie's face in two as her dagger plunged into his back, and Edelgard could do nothing but watch. "Just like you asked, oh great Destinova." Time froze. Reversed. The look on Byleth's face was nearly as alien to Edelgard as the sight of his face was to her familiar, yet foreign as the plume of darkness burst up from the ground. "Kid." Gerald barked. "What's?" "Just like you asked, oh great Destinova." Time froze. Reversed. Byleth's silence was deafening. The roar of his blade spoke to his rage, unsettling in its muteness. "Kid." "What's?" Time reversed. "Kid." Time reversed. "Just like you asked, oh great." Time reversed. "Oh great Destinova." Time reversed. Byleth's blazing blade glanced off of Thales's magic-infused armor, deflected by an invisible barrier that clung to him like a foul aura. Time reversed. "Destinova." Edelgard felt her own position reset again and again, her feet leaving the ground as the whip's arc sped toward her, only to in a blink of an eye find herself standing where she'd begun, clad in the midnight black and immaculate white and gold armor of Destinova, seeing through the heavy mask's visor with hidden green eyes. Time reversed. "Kid." Gerald barked. "What's?" "Just like you asked, O great Destinova. Time reversed. Just like you asked, O great Destinova. Time reversed. And with every repetition, Edelgard could see the fight leave Byleth's eyes bit by bit until there was nothing left. Finally, time resumed its normal course, each second inching inexorably forward with the weight of hours in every heavy step it took, and she and Byleth both watched Geralt's body fall forward and collapse limply, silently, onto the forest floor while Thales stared with his sunken white eyes and a snarling sneer cold and cruel as it ever was affixed to his face. At the point when Byleth had realized the futility of his actions, his white-knuckled grip of the hilt of the sword of the Creator loosened and went slack, almost as though Thales' baleful glare had robbed him of his strength. The sword fell from his grasp and clattered with a dull thump to the forest floor as heavily as Geralt's body had fallen, nestled in the dead leaves that blanketed the ground. Futility. 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 Enough, Thales sneered, taking Leone roughly by the arm. There is still a role I require you to fulfill. The two of them vanished in a pillar of light, and Edelgard watched through Claude's eyes as Byleth fell to his knees at his father's side, anguish racking his face, his lips and hands trembling, tears rolling down his cheeks, his breath ragged and shallow, uneven, his face so like the Byleth Edelgard knew, and yet so different, a mess of blood and dirt and tears and snot. His shoulders quaked with every shuddering sob that ripped through his body as he took his father in his arms. Edelgard and Claude could do nothing but watch. For the first time in this world, Byleth Eisner wept. Sorry, Geralt gasped. Looks like I'm gonna have to leave you now. Byleth shook his head and rested against Geralt's chest, quivering like a child in the darkness, just one more child brought by Thales' cruelty to abject helplessness and utter despair. To think that the first time I saw you cry, your tears would be for me. A rough, blood-stained hand reached Byleth's cheek, leaving a rough smear behind. Thank you, kid. When it had happened in Edelgard's world, she reminded herself, it had been raining. It had been raining that day, even though it had happened at the end of the Guardian Moon when it by all rights should have been snowing, as though the heavens themselves had decided to weep along with Byleth Eisner. But this was months earlier. The skies were bone dry, and so there was no denying that the persistent drizzle that dampened Byleth's face came from his eyes and his alone. Edelgard's memory of that day came to her violently, like a mace ringing against her skull, striking her with such force that if she were in her own body it would have churned her stomach enough to make her vomit. She could only feel the sensations Claude was feeling, though the pain in his chest, the numbness in his arms and legs as he laid on the forest floor, the weakness in his knees, the sickness in his stomach as the two of them watched Geralt Eisner breathe his last. No, Claude gasped, and his distorted voice was a mirror of the Flame Emperor's. Byleth struck him with a dagger-like glare beneath the helplessness, beneath the pain, beneath the confusion, a raw and seething hatred. Claude pulled himself up to his feet, and while she was not privy at all to whatever thoughts he might have had, Edelgard felt every pang of weakness in his body that he struggled to force aside. This should not have happened, he said. His voice shook and quavered. Edelgard could feel the lump in his throat that crushed every word into a strangled gasp before they could reach his lips. I'm sorry, to think they would go so far. Byleth's glare penetrated his armor with the heat of a ball of roiling fire, ripping through any defenses he may have had. Edelgard may not have been able to hear Claude's own thoughts, but the gaze struck her as much as it struck him, and she could remember her own anguish at seeing such a gaze, at seeing such a sight, her own certainty that battle lines had just been drawn that would never be undrawn, enemies made that could never be unmade. It was a declaration of war. Edelgard pressed her palms to her brow and squeezed her eyes shut against the lamplight, taking a deep breath. She could feel her brain throbbing against the inside of her skull with every beat of her heart, and it was infuriating enough that she almost wished she had a creststone in her ribcage instead of a heart. She felt a firm hand rest itself on her back, its warmth like ice. Are you all right? Ingrid asked her. She nodded. It's nothing to worry about, she said, taking one hand away from her face so she could pick up the glass of water in front of her and down it. Each mouthful stung her aching throat. She set down the glass and cracked her eyes open. Lights swirled and danced around her, and for a few seconds she could see every person gathered in the library split in two. Are you certain you're all right? Both identical Ingrid twins asked her, speaking in a single voice. Edelgard blinked until everybody was back to having just one of themselves, and made to address the rest of Time Squad. Yes, she said. Just a little, disorientated. So, those are the half-dozen visions I've had. Hey, Brain, Happy asked, did Manny say how often you could use that stuff safely? 'Cause I'm betting thrice a day, isn't it? There can't be any harm in it. You can barely walk in a straight line, kiddo, Geralt objected. His voice sounded like church bells. Byleth nodded. I think you've done enough. Let the other Claude do the rest. At least take a few days off, Hilda said. We don't have a deadline here, Edelgard. Besides, you're thinning the walls between worlds, and that gives us headaches. It's bad for my beauty sleep. You never know when something might happen, Edelgard protested. Byleth looked over to Ingrid. Ingrid, you'll collect the rest of the powder and keep hold of it. There are only a few more spoonfuls of powder left, Edelgard protested again, and I don't want our further edification to be dependent on whether or not my world's Claude can successfully find this substance in Inbar if it even works for him at all. Byleth looked over to Vul as he traced his finger in aimless spirals across the tabletop. Vul shrugged. I'm a time traveler, not an expert in psychoactive medicine. Edelgard sighed. This was not a fight she could win at this point. Well, then, let's get to the point and puzzle out what it is these visions tell us about Claude and his goals. We can determine our next steps later. Despite her protests to the contrary, it was harder for her to think right now than it usually was. Still lingering from the 3 trips she'd taken today, there was a strange sort of taste to the air, and her head felt as though it were caught in a gentle vice. She could feel her thoughts swirling in circles around her brain, and corralling them felt like trying to herd cats. While she watched Vul run his fingertip along the tabletop, she could feel a rough and irritating sympathetic tingling on her own fingertips, like invisible sandpaper rubbing against her skin, and half of her wanted to tell him to stop it before she. Perhaps the others had a point. What they tell us, Leonie muttered, is that those no-eyes were even trickier dastards than usual. Definitely. Replacing you with Acronia was smarter than anything they've done in this world, Junior, Happy told her. And probably smarter than anything they've done in Brain's world. It really sounds to me like this Thales really is the same Thales as the one who's currently in our custody collecting new and interesting bedsores. So are we supposed to just let him go off to this new world? Hilda asked. Well, maybe he gets his ass kicked in the end, Happy said with a shrug. And if he doesn't? Ingrid asked. There was a silence among the gathered members of Time Squad that seemed to last forever. Edelgard found it was hard to keep her eyes off the empty benches in the common room where Hubert should have been sitting. For a moment, she could feel his absence as strongly as his presence. So, Geralt spoke up, why have I got a son in this other timeline? Everyone says it's best for an expectant mother to eat plenty of beef and pork while pregnant if she wants a boy, Leonie pointed out, and root vegetables and allium if she wants a girl. Captain, maybe in Destinova's world you convinced the professor's mom to eat more meat. Geralt stroked his scruffy chin. Well, Citrai was. I mean, it's possible, there was a pretty good potato crop at the monastery the year she was pregnant. It doesn't sound like this other me's son turned out much different to my little girl, though, he asked, patting Byleth gently on the shoulder. Edelgard found herself lost in Byleth's face, but now instead of just being lost in it for the usual reasons, she was comparing it to the face of the Byleth whom Destinova had known. The male Byleth's face was harder, sterner, sharper and rougher cheeks, stronger jawline, steelier eyes, but for all the differences it was as though someone had taken the face shared by the Byleths she knew and had peeled a layer of softness away from it. They looked alike the exact same way fraternal twins did, like Edelgard's own eldest siblings Burkhard and Gerland, or Ash's younger siblings Laura and Jasper. One would think it would happen a lot more often, though, Vul said, if those sorts of random changes are in play. What do you mean? Byleth asked him. We don't know when this new timeline Fodlan Delta, I suppose, diverged from this one, or from Edelgard's, he explained. But we can make a reasonable guess that Fodlan Alpha and Beta diverged 400 years ago when the tests for Operation Antediluvian replaced Pan with Ash. Perhaps it simply wasn't germane of you to bring it up before now, he asked Edelgard and Hilda, but do you know anybody else who is that different between this world and yours? Hilda shook her head. So far as I've noticed, no, Edelgard said. If random chance is enough to influence it, then you would expect to see it occur randomly among the population between timelines, and in every generation, Vul mused. In fact, if you consider how much random chance is involved in simply which sperm reaches the egg, every timeline should be full of completely different people, he mumbled, his voice trailing off as he grew more and more distracted. Unless, perhaps you can judge a timeline's proximity by its deviations, and... Happy rapped her knuckles against his head to pull him out of his musings and rolled her eyes. Well, unless our grand strategy for stopping Destinova or whatever depends on finding a timeline where he's a girl, she sighed, I think it's a moot point, Two-Face. It is a moot point, Edelgard agreed. For all the physical differences between the Byleth of Fodlan Delta and the Byleth of Fodlan Alpha and Beta, everything I've seen of them makes it clear that he's essentially as much the same person as any of you are compared to any of your counterparts between our two worlds. Can we not harp on it? We're getting distracted. But now that Vul had mentioned how strange it was that such instances of gender variation didn't happen more often, if minor deviations from history could create one world with Mercedes von Martritz and another with Mercedes von Rusalka, then certainly one would expect such changes to have other unforeseen effects, a girl born to a couple in lieu of a boy, vice versa. It sounded like something that should have happened more often, and possibly often enough for a sufficiently worldly time traveler to notice. And yet in Destinova's world it seemed to have happened twice, once with Byleth, and another with the other world's Edelgard's retainer, the Lady Heron, who had looked just as similar to the Hubert von Vestra she had always known as the other world's Byleth did to the ones she had always known, like a twin she knew he'd never had. Edelgard was certain that in no world did Hubert have a twin sister, let alone one named Heron. Did it mean anything? A red herring, she decided. They had better and more productive things to discuss here. While the others mumbled to themselves, and how loudly they mumbled, she rose from her seat. Excuse me, she said. The others looked up at her. Destinova fancies me, she blurted out, and the words that left her tongue were not quite the ones she'd prepared in her brain. Byleth, Happy, Ingrid, and the others were right. She needed to lie down. By which I mean, she clarified, returning to her seat while everyone else stared at her, from what I've seen these past few days in my visions, he obviously had some sort of fixation on his world's Edelgard. Betting it didn't end well, Happy mumbled. I can't yet say how it ended, Edelgard admitted. But, yes, whether it was simply a tactical interest in my talents, or a platonic interest, or something more. Not to boast, but obviously I had some importance to him. If he truly does wish to stop us from setting things right and returning us to our own world, then obviously those feelings for my counterpart, whatever they might be, are spurring that decision. Happy began to snicker. You think he's gonna take you for his bride? I'm saying that we can do something with my apparent importance to him. Set a trap. Seduce him, Hilda interjected, her voice muffled by the hand clapped over her mouth to stifle her giggling. We all know you're a heartbreaker, Happy added before Edelgard could voice any further protests, flashing a knowing glance toward Ingrid. Ingrid stood up. Oh, for the love of... That's enough, Byleth said. All of the snickering came to an abrupt halt. We'll reconvene tomorrow, she added, when we've had more time to think about the contents of these visions and what they can tell us about Destinova. She gave Edelgard a pointed glance that she was certain wasn't meant to be judgmental but was withering all the same, an unspoken, and when we've all fully regained our mental faculties, tacked onto her words. And with that, Time Squad's meeting for the evening came to an end, and Edelgard found herself stumbling over the threshold of the common room and into the golden light of dusk, her legs utterly refusing to hold themselves to a straight line or to the law of gravity. Ingrid caught her before she could fall. This way, Elle, she said in a low voice, and Edelgard let her guide her back to the dormitories. I think you'll need to take a break from all this timeline exploration, she added, after you've slept this off. Just a day. Edelgard had to admit that there was sense in her words. The entire world felt weird and foreign right now, down to the taste of the air itself, and she couldn't do her best work under these conditions. They reached the top of the staircase, every step feeling like a leap over a bottomless chasm, and by the end of it Edelgard wanted nothing more than to curl up in bed, preferably with a warm body at her side. Do you think there might be a world out there, Ingrid suddenly asked, where House Galatea bore a son who was crested instead of a daughter? There might, Edelgard replied. I wonder if it would have been better. She looked up into Ingrid's morose eyes, her sober frown, her golden hair turned brassy by the dying light of dusk. For whom? She asked. Ingrid let out a sigh and shrugged. For the house, for me, for Faerghus I don't know. She shook her head. Knowing my luck, I'm sure he'd have as much trouble being a boy as I have being a girl, and that would probably be worse for him. But do you ever think about... She trailed off. About what? Nothing. I'm just wondering how different Destinova's professor really was from ours. Good night, El. Good night, Ingrid, Edelgard murmured, laying her head atop her shoulder and feeling the rhythm of her heartbeat pound through her skull like a velvet-wrapped warhammer. She felt much better in the morning, as though the last 2 days' intensive psychoactive experiences had simply never happened. Her pride allowed her to admit that she really did need a day off, and there was little better use for a lazy morning than to paint. It had been too long since she'd last dabbled in landscapes, anyway, and she had just the idea for what subject she had in mind. And so with the dawn sun rising in the sky, she found some paints and canvas in one of the library's comprehensive maps of Fodlan and got to work in the courtyard just outside the main hall. With purposeful strokes of her brush she slowly pieced together a landscape of the entire world as it existed now, as it would have been seen from the moon and stars, taking hold of the incredible sights she'd seen. Maybe on another day, when she was feeling bolder and more ambitious, she would try to tackle the otherworldly geometry of New Babel, but the Earth seemed to be a good start. Of course, Fodlan was just a single continent on the entire Earth, and she lacked detailed maps of Almira, Dada, or any of the lands that may have lay even further beyond Fodlan's limited reach. So she painted the blue Earth, the varied blues of its oceans, and did her best to position the Dragon's Head coastline of Fodlan in the center. She could capture the wisps of cottony white clouds that whirled around the planet and wreathed its land and oceans, too, and obscure some of the details she otherwise would have had to simply make up. She daubed black paint on the canvas when she was done to better bring out the bright whites and blues and added a few more clouds to cover up some more of the bits on the Earth she wasn't happy with, and as the sun rose higher and the sunbeams grew brighter, she beheld her work. She'd only seen the Earth from space as it had looked from the deck of the Yamato, before its surface had been reshaped. But her imagination, and the map she'd consulted, had brought forth an image of Earth as it may have looked on this very day, as though if she had a small enough brush and acute enough vision she could place the tiniest fleck of paint on the very center of Fodlan and with that tiny fleck render the whole of Garreg Mach. That sort of humbling sensation she'd felt then, her first time seeing the world through the eyes of a god, returned to her and welled up in her chest. To paint a landscape was to take something vast and make it small, to tame it, to commit its details to heart and master them, to understand the world's scale and one's place in it, and this was the landscape to end all landscapes. But in a way, it was a portrait as well, and Edelgard had to wonder to herself if Fodlan, known for its distinctive dragon's head shape, had been recreated in Suthi's image. It seemed to her like something Suthi's would have done. As the morning went on, the sunlight dried the dew and paint alike, and Edelgard was grateful that for a short while she could drive everything from her mind and focus simply on painting. Edelgard. Ignatz's voice carried across the summer air as he stepped out into the courtyard. Edelgard set her paints aside and waved him over. I saw you painting from upstairs, Ignatz said. He looked none the worse for the wear for his experiences, aside from being a bit scrawnier and a little more peaky than he'd been before. I hope you don't mind me saying it's a sight for sore eyes. I hardly would have thought I got enough painting done around here for my brush's presence to be so sorely missed, Edelgard replied. You're feeling better, I take it. Much better. He paused to cough into his elbow. Sorry excuse me, I mean, he said, looking down at the unmarred, pristine white of his sleeve. A relieved little sigh escaped his lips. Kronia keeps telling me that if it wasn't for Agartha and science, I'd be coughing up my own liquefied lungs right now. Considering how much Agartha and science has harmed us, it's only fair that it does some work to help us as well, Edelgard mused. By the way, I heard you and Kronia controlled one of those mobile suits. Oh, you heard about that, huh? Ignatz let out a sheepish, self-effacing little laugh. It wasn't much to be impressed about, honestly I mainly just read out instructions and held on for dear life while Kronia did all the work. There's no need to be modest, Ignatz, Edelgard said to him. Keeping calm under pressure is admirable enough in its own right, but on top of that, you used that inner strength to find your way around technology that has been lost for thousands of years. I would certainly call that something to be proud of. He drew closer and peered at her painting. Oh, that's Fodlan, isn't it? He asked, an excited gleam in his eyes. Wow. That's what it looks like from all the way, up there, huh. It's not a bad likeness for my first time, I suppose. You should see how King Dimitri draws it. She was taken aback. How he draws it? Yeah. All the way back from the facility, he was trying to describe it to us, and he'd scribble it on a scrap of parchment. I heard he even drew it for a bunch of kingdom nobles who visited a week or two ago and kept shouting at them about it. I'm not sure what he told them, but I think it had an effect on them. I'm just not sure what. It would be nice if it did, she said. But if the sight of our world as the heavens see it couldn't convince Agarthans and Nabateans to get along, I'm not sure what it will do here. It's very pretty, though, he said, leaning in to take a closer look at the painting. Wow. That's all of Fodlan. I can just picture the Okama Mountains, and the Bay of Regan, and Goddess, is there really that much ocean? I can't vouch for my accuracy, but there was certainly a lot of it, from what I could see, she explained. It's incredible, he said, stepping back. Our entire world, and not just ours. Almira's, Brigid's, Dada's. It's all of our world. And Fodlan is such a small part of it. It looks so fragile. It puts an incredible perspective on life. Seeing everything, rendered so tiny that you feel you should just be able to reach out and grasp it. If this painting can express even a fraction of how Dimitri and I felt, staring out at it for the first time, Edelgard sighed, then I can consider it a job well done, I think. She saw a flash of carrot red out of the corner of her eye, and for a moment, with the memory of Geralt's death still somewhat fresh in her mind from yesterday's exploration of Destinova's past, she felt seized with a horrible sense of dread that compelled her hand, unbidden, to reach for the dagger under her jacket. But it was just Kronia 612, identifiable among her peers by the unique teardrop marking bisecting her eye, the makeshift white fang insignia strung like a pendant along her neck and resting atop her pallid bosom, and her glasses. Since when had Kronia worn glasses? Ignatz. Kronia barked out, stomping across the courtyard. Oh, hi, Kronia, Ignatz started to say. Kronia grabbed him by the arm and nearly yanked him off his feet. What are you doing out here? Did Manuela say you could leave the infirmary? Yeah, she. Bah. What does she know? If it weren't for me and Vul, she started tugging on his lettuce-green hair. Excuse us, Edelgard said to her. Kronia, please, Ignatz protested, I'm fine. That's what they all say. That's how radiation poisoning works, Cabbage Boy. You start feeling fine, and a week later, you drop dead. I've been fine for nearly 2 weeks now. Which means that if you're going to die, you'll be doing it soon. Having had more than enough of this, Edelgard grabbed Kronia by the scruff of her neck and pulled her away from Ignatz. Kronia, I said, excuse us. Your concern for Ignatz is appreciated, but there's no need to manhandle him. Kronia wrenched herself free of her grip. See concern? Ha. I'm not. I mean, to Edelgard's amazement, she could see a touch of color, an almost purplish rosy red, on her face. Yes, I've taken a liking to Cabbage Boy here. And I'll see to it my new favorite little plaything remains unbroken, thank you, Your Highness, she sneered, looking through her spectacles and down her nose at Edelgard. Ignatz let out an exhausted sigh and put a hand to his reddening face. Kronia, please. What am I supposed to call you if all your hair falls out? She snapped at him. Cancer is one of the few things I can't stab to death. If his hair starts falling out, I predict it'll have more to do with how you keep tugging on it to make sure it isn't falling out, Edelgard told her. Kronia, it's all right, Ignatz said, gingerly rubbing his head. I just wanted to see what Edelgard was painting. Oh. Kronia sidled closer to the canvas, leaned in, and gave it a long, studious look, adjusting her glasses all the while. Edelgard prepared to pull her away if it looked as though she were about to do something stupid or spiteful. What's it supposed to be? A dirty marble? No, that's our world, Ignatz explained. See that right there? That's Fodlan. And look, Edelgard even drew in a bit of Albania under these clouds, and you can see Bridget over here, he pointed out, his fingertip hovering a good 2 inches away from the canvas as the paint continued to dry. Kronia nodded along to his explanations, a growing smile on her face, and it seemed like she was actually listening. Once again, Edelgard found herself thinking of all the changes she'd missed while she'd been asleep. There were 2 ancient replicants from the antediluvian era milling around the monastery. Kronia was an enthusiastic and well-settled-in member of White Fang and was, for some reason, hero worship, maybe, wearing glasses. She could hardly catch herself up before new developments swept her back up. It's okay, for a mud person, Kronia finally announced, stepping back and putting her hands on her hips. Ignatz, have you had breakfast yet? Not yet, he said, and as soon as he'd spoken a crestfallen look spilled over his face, as though he'd just said something he knew he would immediately regret. She took him by the arm. Excuse me, Edel. I'm sure you would agree that a soldier in White Fang needs to keep himself well fed, especially one who has problems feeding himself on his best days. Edelgard hardly had time to protest before she felt a pair of firm arms wrap around her from behind. Ellie, you're painting again, Joachim cried out, elated, just a mere second before Edelgard's instincts kicked in and she threw him over her shoulder. The easel and canvas, jostled by the impact, began to teeter precariously, and Ignatz tore himself away from Kronia to steady it before it could fall. Joachim! Edelgard gasped, staring down at her older brother as he lay spread eagle on the grass before her. You shouldn't have snuck up on me like that. I can tell you're still not used to having a big brother, Joachim grumbled, wincing as his hand gingerly patted down the back of his head in search of any lumps. He looked at the canvas. What are you painting? Edelgard sighed and offered him a hand. It's... Can't you tell, it's the Earth from space. Kronia sneered at him. You surface dwellers never cease to surprise me with your ignorance. Kronia, Ignatz pointed out as he carefully lifted his hands from the edges of the canvas and stepped away, you needed me to. SHH. She shushed him. Quickly now, we need to get breakfast before they start serving lunch. With no further ado, Kronia finally managed to pull Ignatz along to the nearby dining hall. Joachim watched the 2 of them disappear into the building as he pulled himself back up to his feet. Guy's got one hell of a girlfriend, huh? I can't decide if I'm jealous or if I feel sorry for him. Edelgard hoped Kronia was out of earshot enough to not have heard that, because she didn't relish the thought of having to stop her from eviscerating him. So that's Fodlan there, huh? Joachim said, taking a gander of his own at the painting now that the commotion had passed. Oh, and I bet those little specks in the ocean are Bridget, too. Wow, and all those clouds, looks like there's a pretty big storm over Almira. And where Dada's supposed to be? And, everywhere that isn't Fodlan. Are you trying to send a message of some kind here, Ellie? He asked, narrowing his eyes as he scratched his scruffy chin. Nothing so calculated, just that our maps of the world outside of Fodlan aren't so detailed, she said. He chuckled and clapped her on the back. I know. Anyway, it looks great. You know, between you and me, I think, he leaned in toward her and put a hand between his lips and her ear. You're better at painting than our Ellie. What? And no, Edelgard said, flustered. At least, I hardly think so. She's had more idle time to hone her craft than I. And I've seen portraits she's drawn, and trust me, she is far better. Well, landscapes at least, Joachim said. You're better at landscapes than her. Am I? I hadn't noticed. She carefully picked up the canvas by its edges and watched the sunlight dance across the still drying paint. Now, can you be a good big brother and help me bring this to my room to finish drying? Of course, he said, packing away the easel and paints for her and taking up the canvas by its bottom edge to help her hold it up and away from herself. The 2 of them proceeded across the courtyard by a painstaking and often sideways crab scuttle. On their way, Edelgard caught a glimpse between 2 hedges of Gerland and her retainer Agnes standing just outside the gazebo. They were talking, but were too far away to be overheard, whatever the subject matter, though. Agnes' body language showed her distress, and as Edelgard watched Gerlinde put her arms around her, she figured she could make a reasonable guess as to what they were talking about. Soon enough, though, Edelgard and Joachim reached her bedroom and propped the canvas up against the wall at the side of her desk. "Thanks, Joachim," Edelgard sighed. "No problem," Joachim said, briskly rubbing his hands. "Anything for my second Bobbyist sister. I mean, someone's gotta do it, since who?" He cut himself off, and an ugly silence filled the room. Struggling to break the silence, he patted her on the shoulder. I am really sorry about Hubert, by the way," he told her. "I can tell you really miss him." "It's like a part of myself is missing," she admitted. "I can only imagine how much harder it is on his siblings. Or, she thought, on Hubert himself. Agnes isn't doing too well." His gaze drifted to the window, softening. "Can't imagine any of the Vestras are. But our retainers are closer than brothers to us, in a way, and I mean, if anything bad happened to Marta, I know how I'd feel. And even Justine's got a soft spot for Ein, she can't help but show. We're here for you if you need us." "Well, maybe not Justine, she still kinda hates you for not being the real Edelgard, and also the coma thing now. But Lindy and I. It's alright," Edelgard assured him. "I appreciate the gesture, but I'll be alright. I know Hubert will find his way back to us. He'd lived long enough to complete the time loop and deliver the letters, after all, hadn't he? Just a few months longer couldn't have been beyond his abilities. 7 years ago, faith had been anathema to her. But she had learned. Byleth and the Black Eagles had taught her to have faith again, and she would have faith in Hubert even though she knew that a simple random act of chance could easily steal his life from him. She would have faith in him. "That's the spirit, Ellie," Joachim said somberly, resting a hand atop his chest and bowing his head. "Just take care of yourself while you're still here, all right?" He gave her another encouraging pat on the shoulder, and then another one for good measure. "If you're really going back to a world where you don't have any brothers or sisters, then we've got to spoil you rotten while we still have the chance, remember?" A smile found its way onto Edelgard's lips. "If you insist." "So," he asked, taking one more look at the painting as it continued its long, slow-drying process, "how else were you thinking of spending your day off?" "Are you certain," Ingrid asked as Edelgard clung to her back atop Artemis' saddle, "that this is how you want to spend the rest of your day off?" "What did you expect me to do with it?" Edelgard asked as innocently as she could muster. "Paint, let Hilda do your hair, have your feathers preened, spend time with your family." "I've done 2 of those things. I've no interest in letting Hilda Valentine Goneril have her way with my hair, and I've spent enough time lying down to last me the next few weeks. Your feathers need preening. Besides," she added, scanning the horizon once more and freeing one hand from its grip in case she needed to conjure something, "you need somebody who can deal with any ranged threats that come your way." The woods and moorlands that comprised the outskirts of Garreg Mach stretched out in all directions all the way up to the slopes and craggy peaks of the Okama Mountains as the 2 of them flew over them. This was just a simple, routine patrol around the territory, and the chances of it turning into anything else were slim. Edelgard had accompanied Petra and Ladislava on dozens of these flights over the course of her own war, and while one could never lower one's guard during these patrols, there was still something relaxing about the routine. They made their rounds in languid, long, sweeping arcs around the monastery, in spirals that took them farther and farther from its venerable spires and into the wilderness that surrounded it. Below them stretched the woods and sparsely forested scrublands that formed Garreg Mach's outskirts, where many a mock battle had been held between houses. Edelgard had fond memories here of mock and real battles alike, friendly competitions with wooden training weapons during the fragile peace of her days in the academy and the days spent clearing out the occasional bandits with the Black Eagles during the war. "You were right, Ingrid," she added. "Being up in the air like this is quite nice." "It's a heavy burden to bear," Ingrid replied with a shrug, being right about everything. They both laughed, and even the rushing wind couldn't tear their laughter from their lips quickly enough to silence it. Hours must have passed in relative silence, as these routines most often did, and Edelgard had to say that she found it quite enjoyable. But the peace of that routine was shattered abruptly just as they had been about to head back to the monastery. Both of them caught sight of a speck approaching them far in the distance. It was too large to be a mere bird, too small and too purposeful in its movements to be a monstrous beast. Edelgard could tell that Ingrid had reached the same conclusion as her at the same time. A rider, she spoke up. It was too far away to discern if it was friend, though, or foe. I can see it, Ingrid said, taking a fistful of Artemis reins in one hand and Lewin in the other. The relic's bony blade glowed with its characteristic inner fire, its crest stone glowing like a demonic beast's single baleful eye. Let's move to intercept. Artemis, go. With a flap of the beast's mighty wings, Artemis changed course and headed straight toward the other rider. Edelgard let go of Ingrid so as not to encumber her and grabbed onto one of the saddle's handles instead, keeping one hand free. She took stock of herself. In close quarters, Ingrid was plenty capable enough for the both of them or all three of them, if one were to count Artemis, but if need be, she had the inert hilt of the energy sword she'd taken from the Yamato on her belt. Otherwise, her spellcasting would be sufficient to deal with threats from a distance. As they closed the gap between themselves and the newcomer, Edelgard was the first to notice at least 6 other specks following the first but not in formation. The closer they came, the more clear it became that the first rider was being pursued, not leading the way for the others. Edelgard could see the 6 an equal split of wyverns and Pegasi attack the one black Pegasus, some swooping in with melee weaponry, others targeting from a distance with fire and lightning spells. The rider of the black Pegasus met their pursuers' fire with volleys of ice as they struggled to keep a wide berth from the others. But was the first rider one of theirs? They all seemed to be wearing the same colors, silver and red, as indistinct as they were at this distance. That's 7 Holy Empire soldiers, Edelgard pronounced as the details became clearer. But why are they fighting each other? Ingrid wondered aloud. Do you think they're trying to catch a deserter? That's the most sensible explanation I can think of. We'll dispatch the other 6 and sort it out with the 7th, whoever they are and why they might be here. I'll send up a signal to let the others know to converge on our location. Right. We've got to remind Rhea that she can't bring troops to our territory without a fight. She didn't give it up without a fight, and neither will we. It's only fair. As the wind whipped her short golden hair back, she put on a determined face and drove Artemis forward with renewed speed. Edelgard searched her jacket for the right spell tag, pulled it out, and ripped it in two with her teeth before the wind could rip it out of her fingers. Both halves sailed into the air on the hot summer updrafts. A streak of silver light shot across the periwinkle afternoon sky above. Any on-foot patrols in the area would see it, and so would the rest of the aerial patrols. I'll try to take down the wyverns from a distance, she told Ingrid as they drew nearer, conjuring wisps of moonlight to her outstretched hand and letting it mingle with flickers of black miasma. Luna would be an appropriate spell to dispatch the wyverns. They, unlike Pegasi, had no natural resistance to magic, and Luna would cut through their armor more easily than any physical weapon could. It was just a matter of aiming. These spells hardly had the accuracy of a sniper's arrow, and that was discounting that Edelgard herself was certainly no Bernadetta or Ignatz or Claude. She took a deep breath, splayed out her fingers to better line up her shot, and kept it trained on the nearest wyvern as it swooped down on the black Pegasus. The black Pegasus' movements were ungainly. It seemed to be carrying 2 people, and there was no telling how long it had been carrying them, long enough to cross the mountains, at least, or how long the others had been in pursuit. She made a reasonable prediction of which way the wyvern would dart and let loose a javelin of silver moonlight. Her aim was true. The spell struck the wyvern in its shoulder and tore away its left wing entirely, sending it plummeting to the ground. "One down," she announced, reaching down into herself and tapping into her well of magical energy as she prepared the next shot. An arrow flew over one of Artemis' outstretched wings, knocking a feather out of place. Artemis bucked and tried to dive, but Ingrid held fast to his reins. "It's all right, Artemis," she consoled him, the wind tearing the words from her mouth as she spoke them. "Just keep going forward, I'll take care of the rest." The 2 remaining wyverns broke away from the rest and made a beeline for Ingrid and Edelgard. Edelgard's next volley of magic went wide and sailed into the vast distance of the sky as the wyverns bore down on them. Ingrid drove Artemis into a steep and sudden drop as the long blade of a silver-edged lance swept overhead. As soon as the wyvern's underbelly was overhead, she thrust upward with Lewin and reduced its midsection to a shower of gore. She and Edelgard had scarcely wiped the blood from their eyes before the third and final wyvern was upon them, swooping down with the speed and reflexes of a predator as Artemis screeched in terror. "It's all right." Ingrid struggled to reassure him. "It'll be over soon." She pulled him into a sudden roll to avoid a beam of crackling blue lightning from one of the distant Pegasi. Edelgard kept her grip on the saddle as best she could as the ground sailed by overhead, and as Artemis righted himself, lined up another Luna spell to strike down the last wyvern. She gritted her teeth. She was best suited for combat when her feet were planted squarely on solid ground, and being tethered to Artemis was reminding her too much of flailing about in microgravity aboard the Yamato. The wyvern continued its attacks, lashing out with its claws and teeth while its rider knocked a fistful of arrows to his bow. Ahead, the remaining 3 Pegasus Knights were continuing their assault on the Black Pegasus and its rider. The Black Rider's counterattacks were petering out and growing feeble, while the attackers seemed to have no shortage of strength. Arrows sprouted like weeds from the Black Pegasus flanks. Edelgard realized too late that the wyvern was forcing them closer to its allies, when Ingrid raised her lance against the wyvern just as one of the Pegasus Knights swooped down at them, her sword flashing in the sunlight. Too close already for magic to handle, Edelgard's hand flew to the inert hilt at her hip, yanked it free from her belt, and pressed the button that extended its ethereal lavender light blade. The Pegasus Knight swung her sword, so did Edelgard. The light blade, translucent and flickering, parried the steel and slipped through it like a ghost through a solid stone wall, effortless, and continued on its arc until it had cleaved a thin, instantly cauterized slit in horse and rider alike. The scent of burnt flesh and burnt air stung her nostrils. Ingrid pulled Artemis up and away to avoid the corpse's momentum carrying it into them, struggling to avoid the next attack from the remaining wyvern. A hair too slow, Edelgard felt a heavy, inert bulk slam into their side and felt the unmistakable feeling of a death grip on her ankle. The Pegasus rider, strapped into her saddle so firmly that a hero's relic couldn't remove her, had with the last of her strength and will grabbed her by the boot, and the combined weight of Pegasus and rider ripped Edelgard from Artemis' saddle. Ingrid cried out. Edelgard fell. The ground sped toward her. With little time for thought, she brandished the energy sword again and severed the rider's arm just below her boot. And with a flex of hidden muscles her wings burst out from her back, loose feathers fluttering in the wind. A few mighty flaps raised her back into the air as the Pegasus Knight's corpse splattered on the scrub land below. She felt her muscles strain as her wings continued to carry her aloft. Riding a Pegasus might have been relaxing for humans, but it certainly wasn't for the Pegasus. She could already feel her lungs burning. Was she still that out of shape from the time she'd spent asleep? Above her, the fight continued between Ingrid, the Black Rider, and the remaining 3 foes. Lewin turned the wyvern's head into a shower of gore. 2 foes. "It's over," Ingrid shouted out to the remaining 2 Pegasus Knights. "Surrender, turn back, or be struck down." One of the remaining Pegasus Knights drove a lance into the Black Pegasus flank, piercing its battered and dirty armor. The rider conjured a weak ice spell with the last of her strength, but barely could muster more than a cloud of frost to throw into her foe's face. The Black Pegasus let out a horrible scream, almost human, and its wings spasmed as the enemy knight ripped the lance from its side and swooped down to attack Edelgard. Edelgard felt almost insulted. Did she look like that weak of a target? One would think an enemy who could fly without the aid of a beast of burden would instill some terror. But she had better things to do than joust with a Pegasus Knight. The Black Rider wouldn't be able to stay up in the air for more than a few more seconds. She sheathed the energy sword and flew over to the Black Rider. For a moment, she could have sworn she'd heard Hubert's voice on the wind, crying out, "Lady Edelgard." But it must have just been a trick of the senses. She'd heard him shout out for her enough times that she could hear it in her sleep, after all. Though she couldn't say she could fly as elegantly as a Pegasus, she managed to keep herself aloft while dodging the knight's attack and closed the gap between herself and the Black Rider easily enough. The Black Rider had a passenger, an older man, wounded from the looks of it, clinging to the armored rider's back. Edelgard thought for a moment that he looked somewhat familiar, but had little time to act on it. Before the Pegasus could drop like a stone, she held out both hands and shouted out to both rider and passenger, "Come with me if you want to live." Both of them took her hands, and as the Pegasus dropped out from underneath them, she strained her wings with all her might as she struggled to slow their mutual descent. Her shoulders ached from keeping her wings unfurled already, adding 2 full-grown adults hanging off of each arm was yet another strain. Nevertheless, she purged the pain from her mind. The Pegasus rider looked up at her with shadowed, narrow eyes behind the slit visor of her helmet. The passenger looked up at her, his own eyes wide as the wind whipped his graying hair, and in the few moments they had before they fell to the ground, Edelgard could very clearly identify him. He was Marquis Otto von Vestra, minister of the imperial household, in many ways Hubert's spitting image, one generation less, tall and dark and grim, with heavy grey and silver streaks lining his black hair and thick, now notably unkempt and overgrown mutton chop sideburns. Old and tattered bandages stained with dried blood were wrapped around one arm and the side of his head, and his leg was bleeding profusely where one of the Pegasus Knight's blades had nicked it. The three of them dropped to the ground none too gently, though fortunately not forcefully enough to sustain any major injuries. Edelgard all but fell flat on her face the moment her feet touched the ground, and her wings fell limply over her like a feathery blanket. Flying had been easier, if only slightly so, in microgravity. As a pair of wyverns in kingdom colors swooped in to lend Ingrid their support, the remaining two Pegasus riders fled the same way they'd came, prompting the wyverns to give chase while Ingrid brought Artemis down to the ground. Edelgard pulled herself up to her knees, at least. "You two," she said to Marquis Vestra and the mysterious rider who'd brought him here, "are you all right?" The rider knelt at the Marquis's side, hands wreathed in a flickering, sputtering glow of weak healing magic. If you have a vulnerary," she said, her voice a low rasp underneath her helmet, "the Marquis could use it." "Your Highness." "Don't worry about formality," Edelgard told her, rifling through her jacket for the small vulnerary bottle she knew should have been in there. Nothing. Had it fallen out at some point? How could she not have noticed? Damn it all. Ingrid called out, brandishing a bottle in her outstretched hand, the late afternoon sunlight making its contents glitter and gleam like polished diamond. She pulled herself away from Artemis' side and raced over to her. I mean, Lady Edelgard," she said, upon noticing that one of the two people they'd rescued was Marquis Vestra. "See to it Marquis Vestra is healed." "I'm fine," Edelgard told her. She looked back toward the monastery and could see a handful of soldiers riding on horseback across the field toward them. It wasn't long before the land-based forces reached them, led by Raphael, Annette, and Sylvain. Annette was the first to dismount and rush in. "Lady Edelgard. Ingrid. Anybody need help here?" she cried out, as bursting with boundless energy as ever. "Marquis Vestra here is injured. Some of the wounds are old," Edelgard told her. "Can you get him to the infirmary?" "Of course, right away." "That's Marquis Vestra?" Raphael asked. "That's great. Your siblings' retainers are all gonna be really happy to see hi." He suddenly fell silent as a grave. Edelgard watched his smile shrink, her own heart growing heavy. She couldn't blame him for momentarily forgetting about Hubert's absence, she often found herself doing so as well. She had no affection for Marquis Vestra, but she regretted what she would have to tell him once he'd been taken care of. It wouldn't be the first time she'd delivered unwelcome news to the family of somebody she'd cared about. Sylvain addressed the Black Rider. "And who's this?" he asked, sizing her up with his characteristic flirtatious smirk. "Lance Corporal Harun Rayer," the Black Rider responded, rising to her feet. "Pardon my voice, I sustained an injury to my throat long ago." Edelgard found herself struck by the name's familiarity. One of her earlier visions from the other day rang through her ears as though carried on the wind, of a young woman taking Claude von Regan by the throat and speaking to him in a venomous hiss, "The goddess is merciful, I am not." The clock in the Four Winds bar rose to the forefront of her mind as well, its carved Pegasus riders, and Claude. It always came back to Claude giving Hubert a knowing little smirk as the phrase, "number one Harun fan," made his figurative hackles bristle. What did it all mean? Who was this Harun, and why did her name continue to haunt Edelgard's mind, as it seemed to have haunted Hubert's? Harun stood up. She was tall. Edelgard hadn't realized at first just how tall she was. She was easily the same height as Ladislava, or maybe taller. She wore a dark flyer's light leather and steel armor, dyed and painted in sable and ash gray, locks of long, wavy black hair spilled out from under the back of her helmet. "And you," she said to Sylvain, "must be Sylvain José Gautier." Sylvain grinned, though it looked almost like a grimace. His gloved hands raised themselves unbidden to trace the faint scars that still streaked across his face. "My reputation precedes me, huh?" Why don't you take that helmet off, Miss Rare? Let us see your pretty face. Harun looked around the field and fidgeted the hem of her leather tunic. Your reputation does precede you, she replied, her voice a hoarse rasp. She glanced toward Edelgard, then just as quickly glanced away. And for that reason, I shall decline, for now. Sylvain groaned. Walked right into that one, huh, he mumbled. It's all right if you're ugly, ma'am. I mean, look at this mug. You don't need to put yourself down like that, Raphael scolded him. Both of you have lovely faces, I'm sure. He sighed. Thanks, Rafe. No problem. What are buddies for? Harun crossed her arms, bristling under her armor. Humph. Once she'd finished applying her ministrations, Annette stepped back and helped Marquise Vestra to his feet. There. Good as new. Well, almost. Manuela can handle the rest back at Garreg Mach. Marquise Vestra nodded to show his appreciation. Lady Edelgard, he spoke up, turning his attention to her and lowering himself to one knee. An honor and a pleasure to see you here, Your Highness. He gave a surreptitious glance over to Harun, striking her out of her brief reverie. Lady, she rasped, stumbling down onto one knee and bowing her head. Lady Edelgard, Your Highness. An honor and a pleasure, milady. I'd never thought that you, out of all His Majesty's siblings, would prove so capable, Marquise Vestra told Edelgard. The Lance Corporal and I owe you our lives. I'm glad to hear your opinion of me has changed, Edelgard said, lifting herself up under the weight of a pair of limp wings. She would need much more practice with those, she thought, if she had any interest in flying as well or for as long as a trained war Pegasus. Ingrid. How's Artemis? She called out to Ingrid, who was consoling her still irritable steed as he snorted and pawed at the ground with his hooves. He'll be fine, we can set out again in a few minutes here, Ingrid said, patting Artemis on the snout. As though rebuking her, he pulled his head away like a cat who didn't want to be petted. Now, Artemis, I'm sorry. But all the fighting's over now. If I'd known, I wouldn't have brought you out on patrol today. With Raphael's help, Annette got Marquise Vestra onto her horse and set off with the other soldiers under her command for Garreg Mach. Artemis can take us, Ingrid told Edelgard once she'd finished calming her steed down. Miss Harun. I'm sorry about your loss. It's always a shame to lose a Pegasus like that. Novelli Black Diamonds are a rare breed. I'm certain Artemis can carry all three of us back to the monastery, if you'd like to ride with us, Ingrid offered. Harun looked to her and then to Edelgard and shrank back. Such an offer is appreciated, but perhaps I should simply hitch a ride with, Rafe, here. Raphael waved at her. Sure. I can take you, Miss Harun. Harun's gaze fell upon Sylvain, mounted on the horse beside his. On second thought, though, she decided, Artemis here will do. She moved toward Artemis, and to Ingrid's visible surprise, Artemis lowered his head and allowed Harun to run her hand across his mane. The three of them got on and flew the rest of the way to Garreg Mach, with the late afternoon sun at their backs as it descended toward the mountainous horizon. With every flap of Artemis' wings, Edelgard felt her own wings grow heavier on her back and her shoulders grow sorer. She was going to sleep well tonight, and feel horrible tomorrow morning. Sandwiched between Ingrid and Harun, she closed her eyes and rested her cheek against Ingrid's shoulder, and somehow she couldn't quite explain how or why she felt a familiar presence nearby, a comfort, a warmth, something she'd always associated with Hubert. It had been only a few days from her perspective, scarcely more than a week in total, since Hubert had made that sacrifice for her. Of course, she couldn't help but grieve for him, of course, she couldn't help but feel him wherever she went, the same way she'd once grieved for Byleth. Even just the sunlight warming the cloak of black feathers that spilled so limply down her back somehow felt like him. It was an uneventful ride back to Garreg Mach, thankfully, and Edelgard assumed that Artemis had never been happier to return to the stables. Ingrid brought him in, undressed him, and then took out the comb and sugar cubes, and Edelgard figured she would be here trying to mend her relationship with her Pegasus well into the evening. That left Edelgard alone with Harun, who stood at a distance from her as though uncomfortable in her presence, silhouetted by the setting sun. Excuse me, Harun spoke up. Lady Ey, Your Highness. Who is in command of the Pegasus Corps here? Of the Imperial forces? That would be Commander Mathilde von Boramos. Thank you, she said curtly, and she began to stride off. Wait, Edelgard said, rushing to catch up with her long-legged stride. Excuse me, Lance Corporal. I'd like to ask something of you. Heron turned around to face her, looming over her as she looked down at her from behind the slit visor that hid all but her shadowed eyes. I fear I cannot turn down a request from a princess. You've obviously come here with Marquise Vestra in hand at great peril to yourself, Edelgard said, looking up and into Heron's visor. Something about her gaze struck her as intensely familiar. I would like to see such a brave woman's face. Heron's shoulders stiffened. Then, hesitantly, she reached up and pulled away her helmet. Edelgard found herself staring up at the face of a woman seemingly in her late 20s, with long waves of dark and wavy hair falling over a sharp face, errant sweat-slicked strands clinging to her brow and to the high contours of her cheekbones. Her eyes, narrowed as though constantly peering at things with a skeptical glare, were a pale yellowish shade of green. Edelgard would have recognized them anywhere, and could easily tell them apart from the eyes of any of the other Vestra children. They weren't just Vestra eyes. Her heart could have skipped a beat. Her breath suddenly caught in her throat. If not for her age, this woman could have been the twin sister that Hubert never had. But where did she come from? Had she come here in Hubert's stead? How did she exist in this world? Was this the same Heron whose name had haunted her ever since that fateful morning in Deirdre when Edelgard's future self had passed that message on to Hubert? What could this mean? Who could this woman be? Excuse me, Your Highness, Heron said to her, her voice strained. As though she feared to be exposed in Edelgard's presence for more than a second longer, without further ado she jammed her helmet back onto her head and strode off. I need to report to Commander Mathilde. Before Edelgard could take off after her, Ingrid caught up to her. Is something wrong, Elle? She asked. No, Edelgard answered, shaking her head. Just something strange going on. It's about time for supper, Ingrid noted. Let's get to the dining hall before something else happens tonight. It's been a long day. Once settled into Garreg Mach, Marquise Vestra wasted no time in addressing White Fang and the gathered Imperial leadership in the Blue Lion's common room. He sat wearily, his old wounds freshly bandaged, on a bench that had been pulled over to the front of the room with the professor's podium and blackboard. Heron stood at his side, stiff and straight, and Edelgard could see her eyes darting every so often toward Gerland, Joachim, and Justine and their retainers as though nervous that one of them might recognize her. The elder Vestra cleared his throat and began to speak. When Inber's defenses collapsed, the Church's forces took me prisoner, he explained, his voice low and gruff. Why did Inber's defenses collapse? Justine spoke up. There must have been traitors on the inside. We want the names of those treasonous dastards. Were they close to you? Were they? Hey, ease up on the Marquise, Justy, Joachim interjected. The Marquise raised a hand. I do apologize, Your Highnesses, but you understand that I was not thoroughly debriefed by the enemy upon my capture. Justine crossed her arms. Of course, Marquise. Regretfully, I cannot know all of the names of the men who turned the city militia in on itself and let the church in through the front gates, but needless to say, the conspiracy was indeed wide in its reach, Marquise Vestra continued. At least a third of the regiment sergeants were involved. They also managed to blockade the city's port. What did they do to you while you were captured, Otto? Count Berglis asked, glowering furiously under his bushy blue eyebrows. I hope you were not so severely punished as your son was. Marquise Vestra shook his head. Fortunately, no. They treated me much better than a thief, though I cannot sing any praises of my accommodations. Understandably, though, they were rather tight-lipped about their plans in my presence. But you said you had a message to us from Lady Heidi Marie, sir, Edelgard pointed out. Traitor bitch, Justine grumbled under her breath. Watch your fucking language, Joachim hissed in her ear. Watch your fucking sister, she hissed back at him. She's your fucking sister, too. Half. That I did, Lady Edelgard, Marquise Vestra said with a nod, ignoring them. In fact, she not only gave me a message, but was instrumental in he glanced up at Heron. In our escape. Miss Harun can provide further details. Please do pardon her voice, she suffered an injury to her throat as a child. Harun cleared her throat. Gladly, sir. I am Lance Corporal Harun Rayer of the 5th Battalion of the Nouvelle Pegasus Corps. I am part of a small squadron tasked with high-risk, high-reward missions. We were assigned to rescue the Marquis Vestra and delivering him into Allied hands. To strengthen House Nouvelle's standing in the eyes of the Emperor, no doubt, Edelgard said. She wondered if anybody else found Harun's voice familiar, despite its softer tones and cadence. Why, she wondered, did she find it so familiar? Yes, Lady Edelgard, Harun said, nodding as she averted her gaze. Unfortunately, all save for myself were struck down in the initial descent. I was left to infiltrate the palace on foot. If not for Lady Heidi Marie and Martel, I would not have succeeded. So we have turncoats in the Imperial Palace, huh? Sylvain piped up. That's good news. Edelgard was stunned by the news. After her last discussion with Heidi Marie months ago, she would never have thought that she would speak or act out against any of Ria's actions or decisions. Justine and Gerland seemed similarly shocked. That's great news. Joachim said. And it was Heidi Marie, huh? I knew she'd see the light sooner or later, he exclaimed, forcefully nudging his older sister in the ribs while she scowled. The Marquise and I staged our escape while Prince Anselm and Archbishop Ria were overseeing the execution of dissidents in front of the palace grounds, Harun continued. Unfortunately, we were discovered and pursued. Again, if not for Lady Hyde-Mary's intervention, we would have been found. Her left hand raised itself to the side of her head and slipped into her hair, as though gingerly probing an old wound. We had to lay low for several hours before we could abscond. In that time, Lady Heidi Marie revealed to us that Lady Ria's plans had changed. Instead of directing the Church's forces toward Fort Mercers, their next target will be Garreg Mach itself. What? Annette gasped. They're resending their army back here. Is Lady Ria suicidal, or just stupid? Felix grumbled. Dmitri, lost in thought, mumbled in a faraway voice, if I were in her shoes, I might do the same. The Boer would. Generally speaking, it does make far more sense to treat Fort Mercers as a higher priority, Edelgard said. Lady Harun. Miss Harun, Harun corrected with a deferential shake of her head. Lance Corporal, Edelgard went on, did Lady Heidi Marie mention a reason for the sudden redirection of the Church's forces? Only that Ria was quite insistent on it. They're idiots if they go through with it, Count Berglis said with a decisive pound of his fist against the desk. Surely they know that King Dimitri's forces can only stand up to theirs with the support of Emperor Burkhard. Crushing him first makes perfect sense. If they're planning on coming here, then let them. Never interrupt your enemy when he's in the middle of making a mistake. Which raises the possibility that Lady Heidi Marie gave you false information, Justine said, and is trying to lead us astray. Dida nodded. It's possible, Byleth said. Unless Lady Ria thinks that there's something she can get from retaking Garreg Mach that will instantly end the war in her favor. Even if leaving Inber undefended would mean letting Emperor Burkhard retake it, Gerland said. Marquise Vestra nodded. I will say that Anselm's grasp on Inber is more precarious than it might seem. No matter how many rebels and dissidents he and Lady Ria burn at the stake, the people still chafe under their rule. If His Majesty were to appear leading an army from the east, it would be over in a matter of days. Well, we need to get eyes on Anselm's army, then, Joachim said. The sooner we can confirm that they're moving north instead of east, the better. And we can start preparing the monastery's defenses early, just in case, Annette suggested. We'll have to inform His Majesty immediately so that he can begin planning for the contingency, Count Berglis said, rising from his desk. Thank you both, Dmitri said, rising in turn and giving a polite salute to Marquise Vestra and Harun. Marquise Vestra, I hope you'll find accommodations here better than the dungeons. As the common room emptied, Edelgard could still hear Byleth's words swirling around in her mind. If Ria thought there was something in this monastery that could end the war immediately in her favor if she could claim it. She thought of the sword of the Creator, the stone in Byleth's heart, the skeletal hulk resting deep below the monastery in the Holy Tomb. Was Ria coming back for those things? Was she so desperate to reunite with her mother? She set those worrying thoughts aside. There was something more immediately pressing that was currently weighing on her mind. Harun gave Edelgard a wide berth as she followed Marquise Vestra out of the room at a distance, but Edelgard cast her troubled thoughts aside and moved to intercept her as swiftly as her legs could carry her. "Excuse me, Lance Corporal," she said, looking up at Harun and clearing her throat. Harun could no longer avoid her, nor could she avoid meeting her eyes. Edelgard watched a silent symphony of repressed emotional outbursts struggle to force themselves onto her face, bathed in the dull amber torchlight that lit the room. It was almost beyond belief, but just Miss Harun will do, Harun said, her voice hoarse and strained. "Miss Harun," Edelgard said. "I would like to speak to you in private. Please come this way." She gave a nod to Byleth, a nonverbal request for her to tail her at a distance, just in case something went wrong and she had to turn back time. Byleth looked momentarily nonplussed, but nodded in assent and stepped away from the others. Before Harun could protest, Edelgard took her by the hand, and the moment she applied the slightest pressure to Harun's thick leather riding gloves, the tension that had seized the rider's body and made her shoulders and back rigid and lance straight melted away. She followed her across the lawn and into the dormitories without question. When they had reached the top of the staircase, Edelgard stopped and turned to face Harun. Down at the bottom of the stairs, she could see the slightest hint of mint green lit by torchlight as Byleth kept an eye on them both. "Pardon me if this sounds like a strange question, Miss Harun," she said, "but does the name, Hubert von Vestra, mean anything to you?" "Lady Edelgard," Harun interjected, "allow me to explain." A demonstration should suffice. She unbuckled the light metal vambrace and gauntlet from her left arm and rolled up her sleeve to her elbow, revealing bare flesh marked by old white scars over pale skin. The blade of a short knife flashed in her right hand and plunged into her exposed skin, cutting a bloody slit down from the elbow to the wrist. As dark, fresh blood oozed from the cut, Edelgard reached out and clamped her hand down on Harun's wrist, wrenching her hand and the bloodied blade away. "Hubert, what the hell are you doing?" she snapped without thinking. Harun stared at her, wide-eyed, jaw agape. "Please pardon me for misspeaking," Edelgard apologized to her, though she did not let go of her wrist. Harun looked down at the wound she'd made, the slight curl of her lip and wrinkle of her nose the only indication that it had pained her. Edelgard followed her gaze down to the wound and saw underneath the bloody gash in the pale flesh the unmistakable glint of blue steel, exactly as she'd expected. She looked up at Harun again. There was an unmistakable, resolute hardness in those eyes of hers. For everything about her that had changed, down to the shape of her body and the softness of her face, there were as many things that remained unmistakable. Whatever she called herself now, this woman had once been her retainer. "Didn't that hurt?" Edelgard asked her. "You could have told me something only the real Hubert would have known, or—" As though a spell had been broken, the last word had scarcely left her mouth before Harun threw arms around her in an embrace as tight as it was desperate, as though she feared that any second now Edelgard would prove to be nothing more than a mirage. And, of course, the grip of her left arm in particular was especially steely. Harun was tall, so tall that Edelgard's eyes were level with her chest, and as she held her, Edelgard could feel the telltale sensation of fresh tears dripping onto her head. She wrapped her arms around Harun in turn. "It's good to see you again, too, my friend," she assured her, hardly able to do little more than whisper. "I knew you would find your way back to me." She eventually pulled herself away, and all too quickly her retainer loosened her own grip. A pained smile had plastered itself on her lips, though her eyes were misty and glistened in the torchlight. Edelgard noted how her hair fell over her brow and how it had been neatly tied back into the side, and how it managed to cover up the empty space where a left ear would have been. For all their differences, this woman and Hubert von Vestra were undeniably one and the same. Some might have discounted such a thing as simply impossible, but Edelgard had seen and done too many impossible things in her life. "You've changed," she said to her, as matter-of-factly as could be, "Miss Harun." To her surprise, she saw a touch of pink come to her cheeks. "You haven't, Lady Edelgard. When did you discern my identity?" The metal arm was a good clue, Edelgard told her. She heard Byleth's footsteps on the stairs and saw a flash of mint green hair out of the corner of her eye. From lower on the staircase, Byleth looked up at them both, and at the gash Harun had carved in her forearm as well. "You need a healer, Lance Corporal," she said. It's nothing, Harun protested, but Byleth was already casting a healing spell, knitting the split skin back together. When her work was done, it only took a few seconds to mend the shallow layer of replicant flesh that coated the prosthetic. Byleth studied her closely with the same wide, inquisitive eyes Edelgard knew so well. "You're Hubert," she commented. A nervous, pained smile crossed Harun's face. It was the kind of smile somebody wore when smiling was the last thing on their mind, a smile that looked more like a rictus and hid an inward scream. "I find I've grown to prefer Harun, Professor," she said. Byleth nodded along. "It suits you," she said. "Thank you, Professor." "I agree." Edelgard stepped away from them both, felt herself stumble as a wave of vertigo washed over her. Just before she could lose her balance entirely, she felt a familiar pair of arms take hold of her. "It seems I arrived at just the right time, Your Highness," Harun said, and her once anxious grin took on the warmer, yet sardonic hue Edelgard knew best. "She's tired," Byleth pointed out to her, much to Edelgard's chagrin. "Since you're back, it's your responsibility to put her to bed." "Professor," Edelgard protested, cringing. "She's done far too much today and needs to rest," Byleth insisted. "Which she should have done today. Edelgard, see to it you take time to relax tomorrow." "That's an order." "Yes, of course," Harun said with a judgmental cluck of her tongue. "It's obvious simply from the look in her eyes that she's pushed herself too hard yet again. And since her retainer is tragically missing, the duty falls upon me, simple commoner though I may be." "I understand, Professor." "Now you're getting it," Byleth said, and she turned around and headed back downstairs. Edelgard couldn't protest against Harun walking her the rest of the way to her bedroom, since her bedroom was just a few paces down the hall, even though it was the second time in as many days she'd had to be half carried to her own bed. "I'm away from you for a month," Harun grumbled, "and you start running yourself ragged. I can certainly tell that you're still the other world's Edelgard." "I'm sorry to disappoint," Edelgard said. "But you'd be surprised by how much sleep I've gotten over the past month." Harun brought her to her bed, which she collapsed on top of without hesitation, and closed the door behind her. She looked over the dark room as Edelgard conjured a flame between her finger and thumb and applied it to the wick of the bedside lamp. Her eyes lighted on the desk, and the piled books and folded clothes on the dresser drawers, the crimson rug resting on the stone floor, the canvas propped up against the wall as it dried. "It's just as I remembered it," she gasped with a wistful little smile. 8 years. She fell suddenly quiet, as though she'd spoken some taboo word in mentioning how much time had passed for her. 8 years, she said, her hoarse voice little more than a hushed whisper as the smile faded from her face. "And yet, I've been so worried for you," Edelgard said to her, sitting up on the side of the bed. "It seems you've made an interesting life for yourself in the meantime, at least. Lance Corporal in the Novelli Pegasus Corps." "It's not so impressive," Harun said. She let out a mirthless chuckle. "Ironic, though. For all my tireless work in staying alive, when I joined the Novelli militia the only outfit they had room for me in was the rather aptly named Suicide Squad," she added, pronouncing the name with all the disdain she could muster. "Then it's all the more impressive that you came back at all," Edelgard retorted, standing up. "I left you in the past with nothing but the clothes on your back, without even your name, and you made your way all the way to Novelli, and all the way back here." Her voice caught in her throat. Whatever Harun had done these past few years, however hard she'd worked, however much she'd suffered, all for her. "It's really you," she said, all of her other thoughts suddenly too painful for her to voice. "I've missed you every day, Your Highness," Harun said. She lifted her hand, stripping it of its leather glove, and reached out hesitantly. "If I may." "By all means, Harun," Edelgard said, and Harun all but swept her off her feet again. She rested her cheek upon Harun's chest. It was warm underneath the cool steel and leather armor. As Harun's hand, the rough and weathered hand of a soldier, fell atop her hair and laid itself gently upon her head, Edelgard's found the side of Harun's waist, and she found herself marveling at how much it had changed over the past 8 years. This woman had outgrown the shape of Hubert von Vestra, like a moth from its cocoon. "Tell me what happened," she said. She and Harun sat down together on the bedside. Harun took a deep breath, and her long, pale fingers found their way into the long, wavy locks of her raven hair. Would you believe me if I said I simply woke up like this one day? I meant, what have you done these past 8 years? Ah. I take it they've been difficult. Harun let out a little laugh. Yes. And I hardly made it easier for myself. But I had nothing, not even my name. Yes, just as you said, Lady Edelgard. Not even my name. I wish I could have sent you off with more. What would it have gotten me, if you had put an extra dagger in my belt, or a few hundred coins? She shook her head. We were short on time then. I still don't regret my decision. Not even once. In 8 years? Yes, plenty of times. But I purged those regrets from my mind when I came here, she said. She looked down at her prosthetic hand, the machinery hidden by scarred artificial skin. All those years ago, I had to learn for myself who I would be without you. I thought for so long about what name I could take up, so that Hubert von Vestra would vanish from the world and no other time travelers would think of seeking me out. Harun vexed me all the while like a persistent cough. Eventually, that name led me here. Edelgard closed her eyes for a moment, and the familiarity of the presence at her side, as if it needed any further confirmation, became entirely unmistakable. And you became a Pegasus rider, she concluded. She couldn't help but smile. So long as she'd known Hubert, she'd known that he had carried a distant fondness for Pegasus Knights, but though the dream had been out of Hubert's reach, it had been within Harun's. I take it you aren't frightened of heights anymore, Harun. She kept saying Harun's name, kept tasting it on the tip of her tongue, acquainting herself with it, impressing it onto a mind that had known Hubert for over 2 decades. Harun smiled. Not anymore, she said. She fell silent for a little while, her smile shrinking. I might get a little queasy on occasion. Does your father know? Edelgard asked. Harun sat up lance straight, as though someone had just poured ice-cold water down her back. No, she whispered. I haven't told him. I doubt he's figured it out, either. Not everybody's eyes and ears are as acute as yours, Lady Edelgard. Edelgard supposed it was possible that Marquise Vestra hadn't sensed anything overly familiar about his rescuer. The patriarchs of the Empire's great noble houses were generally quite hands-off with the many children they often had, and even in this world Hubert and his father Harun and her father, rather, had never been close, to say the least of their estrangement. In any world, Hubert, or Harun, had been a more or less constant presence at Edelgard's side since she had been 4, and so certainly she could expect herself to detect the weight of their history on Harun's shoulders. Well, she said, he is long overdue to learn that his son disappeared on White Fang's last major mission. I wasn't looking forward to telling him I'd lost you. But he's not so much lost a son as gained a daughter, it seems, and perhaps that will be easier news to breach. Harun gave her a strained, doubtful smile and shook her head. You don't think so? You'll forgive me, I hope, for having little respect for the man. Harun rested a hand on her chin. The mission was the only way I could return to Garreg Mach, she sighed. Otherwise, I would have let him rot. As you know yourself best, I suppose it should be left up to you, Edelgard said, relenting. I'll tell him however you wish for him to be told. Of course. Harun gave her a resigned nod. For a moment, with the lamplight and shadows ebbing and flowing over the contours of her cheekbones, she truly looked her age, and the weight of those 8 years alone in the past seemed to settle on her back and bow her shoulders. It was then that Edelgard fully realized that Harun was older even than her world's own Hubert, older even than her. And Edelgard could see scars, too, some faint and old and others fresh, the layers of scars on her arm, marring the thin layer of skin that hid its metal bones from the world, one on the side of her neck, jagged and pale. Lady Edelgard, she added. Yes, Harun. If I may be so brash. Be as brash as you desire, you've more than earned it. The feel of your name in my mouth, it's like an old friend, your highness, she noted. So is the sight of your face, Harun, Edelgard replied. You flatter me, Harun answered, her gaze turned back to the drying painting of Fodlan Edelgard had made that morning. I had hoped you still painted. What is it? Edelgard stifled another yawn and laid herself down atop the bed, and as soon as she started feeling herself sinking into the mattress, she could feel her eyelids grow leaden. Harun, she said, I have an incredible story to tell you. She fell asleep that night, comforted by Harun's presence, but because of her hidden identity she could not stay. From then on, Edelgard found that her sleep that night was fitful, plagued with troubling dreams, thoughts of 8 years of exile and the countless hardships that must have been accompanied them, musings on all of those scars she had seen shifting and writhing in the ebb and flow of the lamplight and all the stories they told that she was not yet privy to. Her world's Hubert had scars, of course he did, and she could name and number almost every one of them, because far more often than not she had been at his side almost every time he had gained a new one over the course of her war. But these scars spoke of perils faced alone and made themselves agonizingly mysterious to her. It was guilt, she realized as the faint light of dawn began to spill through her bedroom's windows and the roosters began to crow, that gave rise to all these restless thoughts. She dragged herself out of bed that morning, weary and sore, and resolved that today would be a restful one. She would see to her chickens first, in the coop that had been set up for them near the dormitories, now that they were all far too grown up to stay in her bedroom. There was Hedwig and Indek, whom Flane had named, and Caspar, whom Hedwig had named, and Fernande, formerly Ferdinand, whom Edelgard had named. And though she'd been absent quite often from their young lives, surely they would still recognize their mother. Perhaps afterward she would go fishing, and perhaps after that would see if she could interest Harun in providing a subject for her to practice her portraits on, and, of course, she would have to speak with Commander Mathilde about appointing Harun as her new retainer so that the two of them could remain together so long as Harun continued to use her commoner alias. And perhaps later that day, she could inform Marquise Vestra the sad news, however she would tell it. She'd told worse lies before. She chose to feed the chickens before feeding herself, seeing to it that the bedding in their boxes was fresh, their roosting perches were sturdy, they had dry dust to bathe themselves in, their eggs had been collected, and so on, and it did not surprise her at all that they were excited to see her. As she worked, Edelgard let her troubled thoughts subside. Perhaps when she and Byleth retired, she thought to herself, they would home themselves in some small and out-of-the-way place, and they could have a little house to themselves in a little town, whose villagers would never dare to suspect that their neighbors were a former emperor and her consort, where they could have little more cares than whether the weather would be good for fishing or the health and safety of their flock of fish. It would be a long time before either of them could have a life like that, but when Edelgard returned to her own world for good, they would have nothing but time. She ended up spending far too long with the chickens, mainly because she found herself getting lost in her fantasies, but also because they got irate whenever she tried to leave. Eventually, though, they got bored of her and she could part ways with them in peace, and not a moment too soon she was so hungry that the little insects the chickens foraged from the ground were beginning to look appetizing. She would never tell a soul about it. The weather was beautiful, there wasn't a cloud in the sky today, and the air was miraculously still and warm without being stifling, and Edelgard decided that after breakfast, she would spend the rest of the morning fishing. Perhaps Byleth would be there, though like everybody else in White Fang who wasn't being ordered to take days off, she likely had plenty of work to keep herself busy with. Being forced to take a day off by a commanding officer was a lonely fate at times. As she collected her bait and tackle from the fish-keeper's shop, she caught sight of Harun again, standing near the greenhouse with, if Edelgard's eyes were not mistaken, Gerlinda's retainer Agnes. Edelgard's curiosity, of course, was piqued, and she took her rod and bucket of bait and began to surreptitiously inch her way along the pond's perimeter toward them. In the still summer air, their voices carried farther than either of them probably intended, or, at least, Agnes' voice did. "Cannot thank you enough, Miss Rayer." Edelgard crept closer. "Simply does one's duty, Lady Agnes." Harun stood as stiff as a board in front of her, formerly, older sister. "Please don't be so modest. All of House Vestra owes you a debt of gratitude. But there is something I'd like to ask of you. Are you familiar with Faerghus Elite Strike Force, White Fang?" Edelgard's ears perked up. I have a younger brother named Hubert who accompanied Lady Edelgard and was lost on their last mission. I'm told he may still be alive, but transported to some remote part of the continent. If it's the goddess will that your paths cross, could you?" Agnes stepped back inside, eyes downcast. Edelgard admittedly didn't know her that well, but wondered if Agnes had seen the resemblance Harun bore to her lost younger brother and had put two and two together, and was coyly fishing for a way to lure Harun into telling her what she already suspected. "I'm sorry, miss," Agnes concluded, wringing her hands. "I don't mean to trouble you." Haerun shook her head. It's no trouble, she said, troubled. I don't mean to offend, but it's simply that something about you reminds me of him. If anybody's path is fated to cross his, I think it must be you. I'm touched. Haerun took a step back and offered her a stiff, perfunctory bow. This Hubert may very well no longer exist in this world. But should I by some miracle cross his path? Thank you. Even at a distance, Edelgard could see Agnes put on a fragile smile. This isn't the first time I've had to pray for my little brother's safe return. I can only hope the goddess will answer the same prayer twice. Perhaps she will, Haerun said, and she stepped away. Pardon me. Good day to you, Lady Agnes. Edelgard set down her tackle and backed away from the pond's edge. Excuse me, Lady Agnes, Miss Haerun, she called out, striding toward them. The closer she came, the more clearly she could see the redness to Agnes' eyes. Lady Edelgard, both gasped in unison. Pardon me, Agnes hastily added, bowing, but there's no need for formality, Your Highness. I beg both of your pardons, Edelgard said, but I couldn't help but overhear. Lady Agnes, I ought to have spoken with you sooner about Hubert, and I ask that you accept my apology for that, she said, placing a hand to her heart. Oh, why you've no need to speak to me about him, Agnes said, sniffling, while Haerun looked on with increasing discomfort. Your Highness, you two have struggled with your own difficulties. I could hardly have been so brash as to impose mine upon you as well. And besides, I am still firmly in your debt for saving me from Lady Cornelia's wickedness. No, but I insist, Edelgard said. As Hubert's liege, I like to think he's been like family to me. I was with him before his disappearance. He was afraid, but went forward anyway, despite my objections. It was a sacrifice he made willingly, fully knowing the risks, for my sake. I can still remember what Ingrid told him before he disappeared, that the greatest knights in Fodlan's legends would be proud of him. Fresh tears welled up in Agnes' eyes. I know, Your Highness. He was always one of the best of us. Haerun took a step back from them. It would behoove me, she muttered, to give you both your privacy. His last words to me were a promise that he would return. I'm certain he will. Until that day comes, Edelgard added sharply, so long as we hold him in our hearts, I believe he is closer to us than we think. In fact, in some form or another, I believe he still stands at our sides even now. Agnes wiped her eyes on her handkerchief. You have such a way with words, milady. I must be off, Haerun said curtly, turning her back on them. Goddess bless you both, Lady Edelgard, Lady Agnes. Thank you, Agnes called out after her, waving goodbye to her. Edelgard set off after Haerun. Excuse me, Miss Rayer. I don't mean to keep you long, but if I could speak to you in private. Lady Edelgard, Haerun snapped back, she sighed. Can hardly refuse an audience with a princess. Edelgard led her back to the greenhouse, past a somewhat bewildered Agnes. The greenhouse, as she'd hoped, was currently empty, and she checked every nook and cranny to make certain it was so before speaking. What she had planned to say vanished from the tip of her tongue when she glanced at Haerun and noted the tension she carried in her muscles underneath her uniform, coiled tightly like a frightened serpent preparing to lash out. She usually only saw Hubert like this after particularly close encounters with the Church of Ceros or those who slither in the dark. There was a strong part of Haerun right now that was silently evaluating every single possible avenue of egress. Haerun, she asked, are you all right? Haerun seemed bewildered by her question, but only for a moment. If what I said to your sister caused you discomfort, I apologize. That was the furthest thing from my intention. What was your intention, then, Your Highness? She asked. You're afraid. Edelgard rubbed her brow, struck by her own foolishness. Of course. I of all people should have known better than to misjudge your feelings. In her world, it had always been Hubert who had cautioned her against foolishly reaching out to others, always more cognizant than her of the possible negative consequences. Haerun's gaze turned to a patch of fragrant lavender growing beside her, pointedly avoiding Edelgard's line of sight. It took me hours to muster up the courage to tell even you, she admitted. Truly something to be ashamed of, yes, I know, and after I promised you with all my heart that I would return. Castigate me if you'd like, but these past 8 years I have placed my trust in one too many people I ought not to have. Castigate you? By no means, Harun. Edelgard inched closer to her. Harun kept a wary corner of her eye on her while she pretended to observe the flowers, like a cat keeping close watch on an approaching human stranger. I'd intended to draw out Agnes' feelings for you, thinking it would perhaps help you muster the courage to tell her the truth. I was too forward, wasn't I? Harun's lips pulled her mouth into a tight scowl. I felt exposed. Naked. As though any second you would tell her what I could not, and that I would be. I see. Edelgard sighed. I'm sorry, Harun. I should have broken off your conversation as soon as it became clear that you were uncomfortable. Perhaps in my time here, I've taken after Dmitri a bit too much. Harun let out a bitter laugh. Never had I thought such a thing was possible, she said to her. Nor had I, she admitted. I know I cannot let them mourn me forever, Harun added. I know I made a promise. I know that the thought of reuniting with you and my old friends propelled me through every dark and lonely night, while my strength and wits carried me through each day. I know these things. She paused and let her fingers trace a stalk of lavender buds. Still, Father can mourn me all he likes. If he could not appreciate me when Hubert von Vestra was alive, then I shall let him do it now that he is dead. That, Edelgard thought, was a much more familiar sentiment for Harun to express. Of course. But as for your siblings, or Ferdinand? Yes. They should know, eventually. As for now, though. Of course. I understand now. Slowly, Edelgard drifted closer, until she could take her hand and offer it to Harun. In her elation to have her back at her side, and the initial swirl of emotions the circumstances of her reappearance had elicited, it seemed she'd somehow managed to forget her own scars. Harun took her hand. I did not simply wake up like this one morning, she admitted. I figured as much, Edelgard said. It was an open secret that on some very rare occasions a house would miscount the number of sons and daughters it had, in a similar manner to how a young heiress would be sent away for a summer or so and return with an anonymous infant to donate to the nearest orphanage. Though she was by no means an expert in such affairs, Edelgard knew that there were plenty of drafts and tinctures and medicinal spells that were simply not discussed in polite company or among normal people that explained such discrepancies and little-spoken occurrences, and if she wished to know more then somebody like Manuela could probably tell her. However you accomplished it, you were master of the forge in which you reshaped your life, the architect of the crucible in which you forged your life anew. Harun began to laugh. Edelgard had never seen her laugh like that before so brightly. I'd nearly forgotten your penchant for the dramatic, she said. Yes, I mastered my forge and architected my own crucible and all those other things you were about to say. Edelgard reflected again on those scars and wondered how much easier a path it might have been if Harun had retained the privilege of a noble, and she knew full well how many others were like her in this world of nobility and peasantry, unable to choose the shapes of their own lives. Would you mind, she asked, if I asked why? Harun shook her head. I doubt I can explain, she replied, any more than you can explain how you came to have your own inclinations. Fair enough, Edelgard said with a light little laugh. Harun, I can only respect the incredible strength of will it takes to walk a path of thorns such as this, she told her. Let me promise you this, then. I won't insult your intelligence with platitudes about how everybody will understand when you tell them who you are. But I will, and I am certain that my counterpart your Edelgard will as well. And I can promise that we will stand by your side. Could I do any less to repay you for the years you have sacrificed for my sake? Harun crossed her arms and let out a heavy sigh. I came here to resume my duties as your right hand, she grumbled. And here you are, pledging to protect me? Considering how I saved you yesterday, that seems to be the way the tables have turned, yes. I am 10 years your senior. More like 3 or 4, Edelgard corrected. Time travel, she reminded her. Harun's lip curled. I hate time travel. Some things never change. Some things do. And sometimes for the better, Edelgard said. Take as long as you need. But at the very least, you deserve to sit at the table at Time Squad's next meeting, and it would be inconvenient to introduce you to the others as a complete stranger. Harun let out a sharp bark of laughter. Time Squad, she muttered. I'd forgotten the gift you have for naming things, Lady Edelgard. Claude named it, not me, Edelgard reminded her, irked. Right, she said. In that case, we can start small. Byleth and I can reacquaint you with Geralt, Happy, Vul, and the others, perhaps the rest of Whitefang will come after that, and after that. Harun stroked her chin. If we must start smaller, why not start with the Black Eagles? Petra, Caspar, Linhard, and Dorothea are still here. No, she said with a dismissive wave of her hand. Caspar cannot keep a secret to save his life. Don't underestimate Caspar. At least we could tell Ingrid. Ingrid. Harun raised her thin eyebrows. I seem to recall her acting somewhat dramatically when you revealed to her your unusual proclivities. Yes, but she's learned and grown substantially since then. I don't think she'll react poorly at all, Edelgard said, hoping as soon as the words left her mouth that they wouldn't come back to bite her in the rear. Harun took a deep breath. We can start with Time Squad, she decided. It was difficult to call together a meeting of Time Squad again on such short notice, but Edelgard was nothing if not capable of taking on challenges at the spur of the moment. That afternoon, Geralt, Leonie, Happy, Ingrid, Hilda, Vul, Byleth, and Edelgard formed a loose semicircle around Harun in the common room, staring awestruck and dumbstruck at the sight of the thin layer of skin peeling away from her forearm to reveal the metal bones and intricate machinery underneath. A sharp and pained grimace was affixed to her face as her fingers hooked themselves into the slit. I think that's a more than sufficient demonstration, Edelgard spoke up, breaking the deafening silence that had fallen over the room. Harun must have been planning such a theatrical demonstration of her true identity for months or even years, and while Edelgard hated to spoil her fun, she'd worried she might have intended to peel off her entire arm like a glove simply for shock value, and that might have hurt. As you can see, Harun hissed, flexing her arm so that the machinery would gleam in the late afternoon sunbeams just right. I am, or rather, was Lady Edelgard's retainer, Hubert von Vestra, though as of late I've found Harun suits me better. Geralt and Vul shared a glance as both of them realized that out of everybody who currently boasted membership in Time Squad, they were the only two men left. As Byleth rushed to her side to mend the wound, the rest of Time Squad continued to stare. Edelgard tried in vain to discern their thoughts. Geralt was worldly enough that he wouldn't even bat an eye, Leonie would most likely fall in line with him, Vul and Happy had likely seen far stranger things without so much as flinching, and as for Hilda and Ingrid. Happy opened her mouth, and Edelgard found herself struck with an unamiable sense of dread. Did you piss off a witch or something? I simply woke up like this one morning, Harun lied. I ascribed it to the will of the goddess and went on my merry way. Vul opened his mouth as though ready to correct what was surely an egregious defiance of science, and Edelgard doubted that all the stern looks in the world could stop him. I knew it. Ingrid gasped, cutting Vul off before even a single word could leave his mouth, and Edelgard had to grab her to keep her from all but tackling Harun to the floor. I knew it. I mean, Artemis knew it. Who I mean, Harun, you have to come back to the stables and see Artemis, she shouted out, excitedly ripping herself free of Edelgard's grip and grabbing Harun by the arms. He recognized you yesterday. He knew it all along, I know he knew it. Edelgard took a firmer grasp of Ingrid's shoulder and reeled her back in. After we're done here, Ingrid, she said, though she had to admit that her sudden explosion of enthusiasm was a heartening sight. Sorry for getting carried away, Ingrid mumbled sheepishly, her cheeks reddening. It's just, to think you'd show up 8 years later on a Pegasus you, of all people it just feels so, right, she told Harun. Harun seemed taken aback. Thank you, she mumbled just as sheepishly. Happy took a seat and absent-mindedly scratched behind her ear. Well, you still fit right in with us, Bert, or, guess you need a new nickname. I mean, look at us, I can turn into a cat, Brain can go all feathery, Uncle Geralt's immortal, Two-Face here likes cross-species romance. Excuse me. Vul protested. Chatterbox is part god or something, and you're a really tall woman, Happy concluded with a little shrug. I remember being tall. Kinda sucked. Anyway, Horse Feathers and Junior are the only people here now who aren't weird. So you're in good company. Excuse me. Hilda protested. You're a time traveler. That's weird. You're weird, Happy pointed out. You're part of the Weird People's Club, Pinky. Huh, Leonie said. I guess Ingrid and I are the only normal people here. Don't jinx it, Happy said. Cornelia might rise from her grave again and turn one of you two into a dog or something as revenge at any moment. I'm not a superstitious person, Ingrid said, but Happy, please, don't speak that evil into the world. Harun raised a weary hand to her brow. None of you have changed at all, she grumbled. Hilda peered at Harun with skeptical, narrowed eyes, her hands on her hips. Edelgard felt a twinge of discord in the back of her mind, and resisted the primal urge that welled up within her to unfurl her wings and throw herself in front of Harun. You've got really clear skin, Hilda noted, considering your circumstances. Do you exfoliate? And what do you use for your hair? Do you always wear it like that? Any preferences for perfume? What about your nails, how do you like to have them done? She inched closer with every question, and perhaps Edelgard was only imagining the predatory glint in her eyes. Oh, and I have some tips for poise and posture if you don't mind. Taken aback, Harun stared at her, mouth slightly agape, as she slowly backed away from her. I'm not sure, she said, her cheeks reddening as she regained her composure, how many opportunities for indulging in fashion you expect a member of an outfit that called itself, the Suicide Squad, to have. Leonie put her hands on her hips. Exactly. Nobles just don't understand that commoners like us are too busy working to worry about frivolous things like makeup and nail polish. Yeah, that confirms it, Happy sighed. New body. Same old Bert. What about Butterfly? Nah, you don't really strike me as the butterfly type. Hilda's face fell. You've been turned into a girl and you haven't even had a chance to enjoy it, she said to Harun, her eyes wide, soft, and pleading. Harun, that's the saddest thing I've ever heard. Hilda, Ingrid said sharply in response, there's more to being a woman than looking pretty. There's. She looked directly at Harun and Edelgard, at a sudden loss for words. There's the yearning. I mean, Junior, Chatterbox, and I have never tried to look pretty for a single day in our lives, Happy said. And look where it got us. We're hanging out with princesses. There was that one time, Byleth said. It was nice. Harun sighed. Well, she said, stepping off to the side, this was slightly more enjoyable than I'd expected. I suppose I should thank you for your encouraging words. You all need to take a day off to indulge yourselves, Hilda groaned, collapsing onto one of the benches. Look, you're setting a terrible example for poor Harun. I'm 28 years old, not a child, Harun grumbled. How about tomorrow? We could all use a spa day, right? Ingrid, perhaps we should pay the stables a visit, she went on, ignoring her. Ingrid's eyes lit up, and it seemed she was fully aware of the unique opportunity she had to rescue Harun from Hilda. Of course. I still can't believe it, you, a Pegasus Knight. You must have gotten some incredible training as part of the Novelli Pegasus Corps. We'll have to go flying together soon, I'd love to see what techniques I could pick up from you. Actually, it's early enough in the day that we could get in a quick flight together. I'll go get set up. While Ingrid ran off, consumed by her own excitement, the rest of Time Squad began to disperse. Well, Harun, Edelgard said, somehow feeling at least half as exhausted as Harun looked, that didn't seem to go badly. Better than expected, Harun admitted. She crossed her arms and flashed Hilda a scowl as she left the room. But and I don't mean to impose on you, Lady Edelgard, if Miss Goneril tries to put my hair in pigtails under any circumstances, I expect you to defend me. Of course, Edelgard said. She herself felt as though a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. If Ingrid had disappointed her here, she would have been heartbroken. A promise is a promise. I'd expect no less from you as well. Gerald had been silent the whole time, but as the last of the others left the room, he stepped up to Harun and put a hand to her shoulder. It's like you never left, kid, he said, a twinkle in his eye. Good to have you back. And with nothing else to say, he stepped back and caught up with Byleth, who looked back over her shoulder at Harun and offered a slow, firm nod and one of her characteristic encouraging half-smiles before exiting the room. Edelgard and Harun remained standing in the center of the room as the shadows outside grew longer. Harun's visage darkened as her lips tugged her mouth into a pensive scowl. "Like I never left, is it?" she murmured, her lips barely moving. "At least they feel that way. Anyway, I suppose we shouldn't keep Lady Ingrid waiting." The two of them left the common room and stepped out onto the lawn as the sun overhead continued its descent from its zenith and their shadows grew longer, long enough, perhaps, to bridge the gulf of 8 long years that had formed between the two of them. Check the description for the links to the author.